Okay, I think we're good. I don't really know. OBS crashed when I first hit start streaming. And this time we should be good. Maybe, hopefully. Who knows? We'll see. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, wait, let me start the poll on YouTube. Please like. Yes. Okay. 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 Wow, nice one. Oops. There we go. What country literally only makes fucking knit t-shirts and sweaters? Bangladesh. Nope, not even close. Oh goddamn. Okay. How do you spell Guatemala? Is it not G-U-E? G-U-A. Guatemala. Fuck. To the east of Guatemala. It's gonna be. Is it gonna be another one of those island nations that I don't know? Haiti would have rice or something, right? I'm gonna guess Haiti, but I don't know. Apparently, Haiti is not a real country. What? Hold on. How do you spell Haiti? There's another I. Easy. Easy. By the way, I got a, I found out Minecraft. Listen, if I have, modded Minecraft, OBS, Spotify, a browser window, and like all my chats open at the same time, which you can see I have to have. Turns out the bitrate on my computer actually breaks a little bit. So this is my ADHD solution, okay? Because not having anything to play is not an option, clearly. Oh wow, I'm now live. That's crazy. Anyway. I think we'll probably, I think the debates are at like, I think the first one's at 5 or something. That's 8:30. Wait, 5 p.m. CST. Is that 4 p.m. my time? 5 p.m. CST to 8. No, that's 6 p.m. my time. Okay, so the first one's at 6, which means we have time. We'll read through all of, most, if not all of this. I think this is a civil suit against like Hegseth and all these other people in the Signal group chat. And I got whatever bullshit to go through here. And for the Postal Service, too. Starting with the Postal Service thing.
It's fair.
I think there's a little bit of stuff in here about it. And I am not above doesn't look like they talk about the Postal Service like past 30 minutes or whatever. So I think we'll watch up to maybe 40 minutes or something. At 1.5 times speed.
Perhaps the most contentious topic we've talked about thus far on the short history of the three wonks, collective and social ownership. What is it? And to what extent does it exist today? Should we prefer collective ownership to private ownership? What are the ideal models of collective ownership? And finally, what is the ideal level of collective ownership? That is the plan for this topic. Given we have a socialist, a social democrat, and a new liberal, I imagine we will have some divergent opinions on this one. So just to start off, I will begin with some very basic conversational primers, just to kind of like understand really what we're talking about when we say social and collective ownership. I will recommend. Oh, it's right here. Sorry, I didn't see that at first. I will recommend
everyone, Matt Brunig
this video
on the
from, you guessed it, Micah, Matt Brunig. This video is called Understanding Corporate Governance, Using Corporate Governance to Understand Socialism. Now, obviously, he's talking about socialism here, but he does go through basically a lot of the different ways that social ownership could be produced. And I feel like I take that as a broad framework here to understand that the scope of this conversation, number one, is essentially major productive entities in society. So think about businesses, broader capital assets, maybe land and housing. We can talk about that a little bit if we want. But what we're not really going to be talking about is like sole proprietorship, household production. So like you can have a stove, like, collective ownership of stoves, probably, maybe, I know SDL doesn't believe in restaurants, but it's the same thing, or kitchens. I saw those tweets, but we're not really talking about that.
We're going to abolish the kitchen.
Yeah, we're not really going to be talking about that today. And when we say ownership, so social ownership, so we talked about what is production, basically businesses, capital assets.
If I can make it faster.
When we talk about ownership of production, we're talking about controlling and material interest in those productive apparatuses. So we're talking about equity ownership in businesses, ownership of fixed income assets, ownership of real estate. We're not really talking about unions or non-voting shares in businesses.
That's how fast I hit.
Necessarily even worker board membership.
D,
Worker board membership might be control of a business, but it's not really ownership of a business, right? And when we say social ownership, I think it's fair to say we're talking about very democratic.
Oh my god, that socialism meme needs to die real. As true social ownership. Were you there at all last night, Sauce Rama? Wait, why can I only build solar panels? Okay. I'm gonna build them right next to the fucking thing.
Because Cuba is not really a robustly democratic country, so it's hard to say that the people of that society own and control the production of the state apparatus, because it's not really a situation where the state owners actually give people a true democratic say in that ownership. And so some quick examples of what we're talking about. I labeled this as examples broadly as fuck of social ownership. So some of the examples, like state-run services, right? Not normally profit and market-oriented. We can think of this like public schools, fire departments, police departments, municipal trash services, public utilities, Medicare systems, things like this. All of the things I just described could be provided by the private market, but a lot of government entities say, hey, we're going to basically plan this service out for people. The production of security, fire defense, trash service, that's going to be collectivized, right? State-owned enterprises, that's the second big category. Typically some combination of profit motivation and social outcomes motivation, and they're also oftentimes market-oriented in some degree. Some examples of this, like in the U.S., we might say the Postal Service is an example of this, where they have social objectives but also financial objectives, but they're a state-owned entity essentially, right? State-owned company. State oil companies are probably the biggest aggregate example. Like, hey, the National Oil Company of Norway, the National Oil Company of Venezuela, right? Places like this that own sort of productive companies that extract resources or produce services in their company with some sort of profit orientation and social outcome as well. And we might also think of municipal grocery stores as an example of this. You see like rural communities pop up grocery stores that are owned by the county. That's a state-owned enterprise, right? State meaning government entity, could be local entities that own these entities as well. Next up, we're talking about sovereign wealth fund ownership. So this is basically just assets, financial assets that are held in a portfolio by state actors, and the ownership control of those assets and the returns of those assets are socialized. So for instance, Norway has a giant social wealth fund based on their oil revenue. They take oil money and they invest it into the market. And so when you look at Norway's sovereign wealth fund, they might own 3% of Apple. So they have 3% of the say in what Apple does as a company because they own 3% of the shares, right? And they have various other assets, and they take all that capital income and they socialize it, and they take that wealth and socialize it as well necessarily. So university endowment funds are an example of this. A university endowment is just a portfolio of assets that universities use, mostly public universities, for social purpose, right? This is capital assets being owned by a public entity for a public purpose, in this case providing education, and public pension funds would be the exact same thing and the exact same logic. Next up, only two more after this one. ESOPs. employee stock ownership plans. These are just regular old businesses that are owned by their employees, in part, oftentimes, but sometimes in majority, often in the form of stock options granted, usually to employees with good performance or like high levels of tenure. Fun fact for this one, which I don't know if SDL, you know about this one, the Parsons Corporation, a defense technology contracting company, is a 16,000 person company, nearly $5 billion of market cap, I believe, and they are publicly traded. And 60% of their equity is owned by their employees, right? So this is a type of social ownership, right? The workers own this production and sort of take that investment return and keep it. The fruits of their labor, I guess, are kept within the workers' purview. And so that's something that we might count as social ownership. Next up, we have worker cooperatives. These are just regular businesses, basically, where the equity in the business or the controlling interest is entirely employees, right? You might have non-voting shares. You might have like minority stake in certain businesses, but essentially when you get hired as a worker, you get some say in how the business is run, and that business is majority, sort of owned and controlled by employees. Last up, we've got consumer cooperatives. Consumer cooperatives are the same thing as a worker cooperative, but instead of the workers owning the business, the consumers own the business. So some type of socialization. REI in America is an example of this, though somewhat controversial, but it's basically a consumer co-op that owns and distributes like camping equipment and stuff like that. There's the S Group in Finland, where the S Group is like this huge sort of conglomerate of grocery.
We actually, when we moved, our electricity company here is a like consumer co-op, which I think having utilities be consumer co-ops is probably one of the more based co-ops.
Grocery stores and retail outlets that is owned by the consumers of those places in Finland. I think about half the grocery market in Finland is controlled collectively by the consumers of Finland. And sort of everyday example, most credit unions are consumer cooperatives. So if you've ever heard of basically a credit union, which is just a bank, the big thing that distinguishes a bank from a credit union is that credit unions are oftentimes, I think almost entirely consumer cooperatives, right? So sort of socially owned by the people that utilize the service. Those are the examples of social ownership. Guys, any examples that I missed that we might want to talk about today?
I think you did pretty good.
There we fucking go. Okay, that's a home run. These guys had nothing to add, all right? And so section 1, let's talk about the levels of collective ownership. Today, I will be asking you guys a quick trivia question. All right, so there's this thing called, I think it's called the Financial Survey of Accounts, if I'm not mistaken, and that's basically a survey of wealth in the United States. They just track like all the wealth in the country, and they decide, or not decide, but like they track where wealth exists in the country.
Do you believe breaking up a big retail business? I don't know. I guess I would lean probably mostly like pro, I don't know, antitrust, but I don't know. I don't know if I have. I don't know. I have to read more on antitrust. I just don't have a. I just don't feel like I have a good enough understanding of it to say how good or bad it is. I've never seen papers on the effect of corporate breakups on prices or on consumer welfare and producer welfare. I just haven't seen it. I just haven't read any.
The entities that own it and the types of instruments that they own. And so in terms of domestic non-financial assets between the federal government and state and local governments, what % of domestic non-financial assets do you guys think are owned by the federal government or state and local governments in America?
25%.
Like 10?
You're both wrong. It's 5%.
Yep.
5%.
Wow.
So very low.
Does that include liabilities? Because I think that so
Does
I'm
not.
pretty sure it's so I think if you include liabilities, it's like minus 2.5% for government.
Yeah. It's I'm just including assets here, not really liabilities.
Wait. Didn't you ask me this same question a little while ago? And then I
No, listen, Micah, that's the second part. Don't worry. This is non-financial.
I wasn't listening to
okay?
your question. I just thought this was the same one you asked me earlier.
Financial, domestic financial assets. So between the monetary authority, credit unions, federal government employee retirement funds, state and local government employee retirement funds, government-sponsored enterprises, and agency and government-sponsored enterprise-backed mortgage pools, between those categories, what % of domestic financial wealth do you think is owned? All right, SCL, what's your guess?
I was at like 30. I don't know.
About 26%. So roughly in line.
I would have sounded so much smarter if I was paying attention.
What % of corporate equity do you guys think is owned by the same institutions? Of all the corporate equity.
Corporate? I'll go 30 again.
19.
Yeah, 30 is a wild overestimate. It's 5%. Very small percentage of corporate equity is owned by basically social institutions, you could say.
So just to clarify, that means they have a lot of wealth in themselves, but they don't invest a lot in like stock markets. Is that the correct interpretation, or am I?
Yeah, essentially. There's not a lot of U.S. government ownership of basically corporate equity, or like government.
Sell your assets to CCP
base. Our pension funds
base.
aren't like that big, basically.
That's what a true socialist would do.
Another fun fact is like about 2/3 of the GDP of Norway is produced by essentially collectivized entities, state-owned enterprises,
this guy,
state services and things like that. I don't know if you guys have any more fun facts, but if you look into it, I tweeted out that Norway is probably the most democratic socialist country on the planet. very hard to argue with that. I mean, 2/3 of their GDP being produced by essentially collectively owned enterprises or like collectively owned entities, let's say, and that's not including cooperative ownership. There's going to be some percentage of cooperative ownership in those countries and like employee stock-owned companies producing things and stuff like that.
Isn't that a lot of resource rents? Isn't that explaining a lot of it?
A lot of it, some of it is
True. Thank you,
reporting.
Micah.
There is no good data on like amount of cooperative wealth, employment, ownership, income, whatever. It just isn't a thing that's effectively tracked across countries. The International Labour Organization was supposed to start tracking it, I think, like this year, but I don't know if they actually have.
Now, that's why I say the 2/3 of Norway is that's really talking about basically state services and state enterprises, right? So we're not even including basically cooperative ownership or employee stock ownership production in that. If we included that, maybe it goes to 70% or something, like some higher amount than that, which is pretty crazy to think about.
Pretty low in most countries, like less than 5%. I think in pretty much all countries. For what
that's what I'm saying. It would only be a marginal difference, and so. A lot of it is resource rents. Mike is right to point that out. But again, like on an institutional level, it just seems like, well, Norway's collectivized like most of their economy, it seems, and that's just interesting to think about. Any other fun facts? I mean, I mentioned that Finland's grocery market is half collectivized under consumer cooperative ownership. Any other like broad levels of collective ownership in certain parts of society? STL, I'm sure you probably have some of these examples.
I think somewhere in the document you have mentioned the People's Republic of North Dakota or something.
The People's Democratic State of North Dakota. That's right.
And I believe the grain elevator. I think there's like 3 or 4 grain elevators, and one of them is owned by the state. And I'm pretty sure it has a 24/7 live cam. I'll see if I can pull it up.
I think the crazy thing about this, and I'll go to the
Hannah reference. That's his whole thing. People's Republic of North Dakota.
So this is interesting. Is that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to find on the wiki page where it says this. I think that this is the largest milling factory on the planet, and it is
What is
state
this
owned.
game?
North
It's
Dakota owns
called
this,
Theo Town.
this
It's just
milling
like a
factory.
I have the
city
feed, and
builder
there's currently one
game.
person watching.
What's up, Dead
which is
Model?
me,
Thanks for the
and I'll
follow.
post in. Don't y'all go over and get enthralled by the North Dakota Mill live stream started 2020 December. But
Yeah, it says here that the North Dakota Mill and Elevator is the largest flour mill in the U.S. So the largest flour mill in the country is a state-owned enterprise by the state of North Dakota. It turns out of all places. And that's all very interesting. Yeah, go on.
Can I add a tiny historical note? So this is sort of like one of the things I've been really researching is places of like leftist power in like the U.S. history. And the Midwest, especially Minnesota, North Dakota, and a little bit South Dakota, were some of the strongest areas for left power in the country because a whole bunch of left-wing Nords...
Demo Town, Theo Town, I said. Held us through... This is like one of the old Three Wonks videos. This is from February 21st, 2024. It's relatively old.
Germans came over, brought their like communism and their socialism with them, and then adopted that as they became farmers here. And so that's part of why they enacted all of these policies because they like, just to speak to Micah's point, they brought their politics with them, and then their next generation were conservative racists and they voted for the KKK. But whatever.
Nice.
All right,
so
well,
that's simulation in practice.
And there's some interesting industry examples. Like I think when I was researching this, I want to say like about half of the transportation industry in Chile is worker cooperatives. And so there's like different pocketed examples of collective and sort of social ownership really dominating certain industries in certain countries, or aggregately certain countries' productions. And so section 2, let's just move on to the next question, which is there a reason to strictly prefer social ownership to private ownership? So if we assume that a collective productive entity can produce the same goods and services of the same quality, of the same price, with the same profitability, and everything is held equal, but in one company the ownership is collectivized, and in another company the ownership is privatized, is there a reason to strictly prefer social ownership to private ownership, or vice versa? Michael, let's start with you, and then let's go to SDL.
Yeah, I mean, if you assume that state-owned firms are administered just as well and like operating just as efficiently as private firms, it seems like they're just better, right? Because maybe they can internalize externalities with their behavior through like a social motivation, and if they make a profit, they can return that to taxpayers. The entire argument, though, is going to be that that's definitely not.
Okay, sounds like a WWE.
Yeah, I want to present this argument a little bit.
True.
Rawls has this idea of a property-owning democracy, and I want to present it as sort of an attractive idea for people like Micah. It's like one step short of socialism, but you still don't want rich people, says Rawls. Like that has a lot of bad political consequences. It has a lot of bad egalitarian consequences. So what if everyone just owned enough property that they were roughly equal? So you're talking about stuff like employee stock ownership programs. A lot of people have like their own personal investments. That to me seems strictly preferable to a world in which there is a lot of very narrowly distributed private control. Like in this country, something like 90% of stocks are owned by I think the top 2%. It is extremely concentrated, and so that seems like strictly less preferable than if it was spread across the entire country, either directly through like ESOPs or more indirectly through social wealth funds, which would distribute to the entire people. Can't tell the kind of boys having.
I was running back SDL. Yeah, I would say that I would lean towards kind of what SDL said to some degree, right? That I think that it's almost like a question of like, is inequality preferable to equality insofar as we have reasonably similar circumstances, right? And like, I think that I would say, strictly speaking, if we can assume, and similar, I guess we all kind of agreed with this, even Mike said, so if we can assume that social ownership is like equal in outcome to private ownership, that there's like strict benefits to social ownership in the sense that we can socialize returns, inject social outcomes in production, things like this. And this is where like it kind of breaks down, because we agree on that.
Me off too
so
much.
we're all socialists in deep down in our hearts. But when we put our thinking caps on and we really think about it, is it the case, like practically speaking, that social ownership is better than private ownership? My position,
myth
as the
of
filthy sock
American
on the
inequality.
panel, is that basically social ownership can be really, really good. It just depends on how the institutions are designed, and it's going to depend on the structures of the entities that are collectivized, right? So of course, I mean, anyone out there listening, I mean, of course, there's many bad examples of like state-owned enterprises, corruption with national wealth and things like that. But I do think when you take a narrow view and you look at the basically places that did state ownership the best, what you'll find is that the reasons why their models work and the reason why conservatives call it capitalism, even though it's collective ownership, is because it works. And why does it work? It works because oftentimes those countries that do state ownership well, it'll be very, very transparent. They'll be very democratic in how they manage their companies and things like this. And they'll also be relatively apolitical. They'll tend to insulate those assets from a lot of political maneuvering for the most part. And so when you do those three things, which I think is relatively feasible in all developed countries and a lot of developing countries as well, I think there's sufficient reason to believe that state ownership could be a good model of social ownership. And I think similarly with cooperatives, things like that, I think that it's probably worth doing some sort of subsidy for the proliferation of these entities for a number of reasons. Just because, again, there is that strict reason, in my view, to prefer this sort of social ownership to some marginal degree. And so that's where I'm at. Micah.
I think collective ownership is inferior model
Yeah,
as to where companies
whenever we're
publicly
making a
traded stock,
comparison between state ownership and private
part owned by
ownership,
collective
we have to
workers,
look at
yeah,
how good the state is
30%
and how
worker
good the
ownership.
private
Yeah, we
marketplace is,
talked about
And so
that
the private
before.
marketplace, across most Western countries is pretty let's say static and how efficient it is. So the real variable
the
here is
fuck?
how competent is the state. And we see in a place like the United States, the state is woefully incompetent, pretty abysmal at managing things. Taking an example of the USPS, they lost $6.5 billion last year. That's despite the fact that we passed a piece of legislation that expressly was written by the folks who said that the entire system was rigged against the USPS. We need to save them by changing tons of rules. Now, that was fair enough. We allowed them, we changed the rules. We kind of helped bail out the USPS. We've given them over $10 billion yearly of monopoly rights because of their exclusive rights to certain types of mailing privileges, and they're still losing $6.5 billion. So in a country like the United States, the case for state ownership is open, closed, bad idea. Now, in countries that have very good institutions, which are the ones that SDL and you like to talk about, or we're talking about Norway, Denmark, a very small collection of countries, pretty much all the studies that I've ever seen on these countries
When can I
still show
use
that state
not
ownership is
gay
inferior.
renewable
We can maybe
energy?
add a link. I have a pretty long list here to the description, but using measures of return on assets, using measures of traditional efficiency measures, you still see that in a country like Norway, public firms do worse than comparable private firms. We've seen meta-analysis after meta-analysis in the developing world, in the developed world, in the most advanced countries, the least advanced countries, that private firms work better than public firms and that privatization yields better results. So I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about social wealth funds, compulsory savings, employee stock plans, cooperatives. But in the case of state ownership, I think largely it's people that are refusing to kind of give up on this thing that we've been trying for over a century and consistently failing at.
I mean,
That's
I really
what,
don't
fuck. I have to. They need power
agree,
too.
I think, and especially, I mean, for instance, I think in the prelude to this, I think you had linked one of your meta-analysis on state ownership, and that paper that you linked recently seemed to come to relatively nuanced conclusions regarding state ownership, and it seems like that those authors would agree, honestly, more with us than you, right? So it seems like your implication is that,
Whoa.
hey, state ownership is often really, really bad, but your subsequent implication is hey, even if we look at the best examples of state ownership, it's still really, really bad. But the paper that you linked recently, at the very
Which
least,
paper?
it's the one that you linked. You linked it just today, I think. I don't know where you linked it, but I was reading it. It was let me see. It was the one by. Let me scroll up on my PDF. It was the one by Ruth Aguilera, State Ownership, Political Ideology, and Firm Performance Around the World. And
I might have this one. I don't think I do, actually. Fuck. This paper is really... this paper is interesting, though. This is a relatively recent one. October 2024. It was about utilities, which, if anything, is to be, nationalized. I think utilities make a lot of sense to do it. But it actually found not only... not just the water companies are more profitable or whatever, but actually when we prioritize utilities, there were less safe drinking Water Act violations, a 20% decrease in the index of regulated contaminant concentrations, and a 30% decrease in an index for contaminants that pose an immediate threat to human health. Unless this is... No, it's not it.
I was reading it. It was let me see. It was the one by. Let me scroll up on my PDF. It was the one by Ruth Aguilera, State Ownership, Political Ideology, and Firm Performance Around the World. And so. So, it was the one by Ruth Aguilera, State Ownership, Political Ideology, and Firm.
State ownership, political ideology. Yeah, that'll probably come up, right? Yeah. Often taken as stylized fact that state ownership harms the financial performance of firms, yet we show that its relationship varies greatly across national contexts. We argue that the political ideology of the government, both independently and in conjunction with political institutions, state capacity, and political constraint, affects this relationship. We test our hypothesis using meta-analytical techniques on an international sample spanning 53 years and 131 countries. Our research sheds further light on state ownership and firm performance relationship by highlighting the role of political ideology of the government in its interactions with political institutions.
Performance around the world. And so what those authors say is that in terms of the empirical literature that they reviewed on state ownership, what they said is a lot of the reasons why typical measures of performance, like profitability, return on assets, things like this, are worse in state-owned enterprises is number one, because these state-owned enterprises have social goals, right? And so you mentioned the USPS is a perfect example, right? So the USPS has a universal service obligation. Like there's a postal service like every fucking where in the country, essentially. And so that's going to create a large cost burden.
But also has a monopoly, right?
No, but listen, I'm just saying that it creates a cost burden to USPS because we say, hey, a social obligation of the USPS is to serve literally everyone in the whole country. Even if you live in some rural town in Alaska with 1,000 people, you have to go out there and deliver mail to all these people, right? And so when you look at the numbers, like $6.5 billion a year net subsidy to the USPS, it's like, okay, so for $26 per adult per year, no adult in the country, it goes without mail service. I feel like that's reasonable if you ask me. It seems like it's worth it in terms of a social goal. One of the things that paper mentioned was oftentimes state-owned enterprises do less risky investment strategies. And so again, is this bad? Like it seems like typically when we review the returns of an asset or returns of a business, we would usually talk about the risk-adjusted return. So if SOEs get lower returns, but it's because they're engaged in less risky operations, that doesn't seem bad on its face, or like the implications thereof don't seem bad. One last thing I was going to say was that the last thing that they talk about in terms of why the literature tends to show that SOEs have bad political outcomes is because some SOEs are used to transfer rents to political constituencies. But obviously, I would argue that the best examples of state-owned enterprises, even the graph that they show, they say the data is very heterogeneous, right? It's very skewed, the data. It really depends on a lot of these other factors. And a lot of those positive examples of state-owned enterprises, it seems like we don't really see like political graft associated with SOEs in places like Norway, Denmark, and Scandinavia broadly, let's say. And so it seems like you can institution your way out of these problems, and you can also rationalize some of these problems in the literature as well. Like social goals is reasonable for state-owned enterprises. Less risky business strategies is reasonable, right? How do you respond to that? And for people wondering, the study that I'm referencing, I'll show it on the screen now.
We tweeted it from our account recently. So I like that study because it's one of the.
I'm sorry. That's where you didn't link it. Yeah, you tweeted it from the 3 weeks. That's where it was. Yeah, on our Twitter.
Yeah, I was confused about which thing you're referencing, but I like that study because it's one of the most recent ones. So in the study, they talk about how state-owned firms get subsidized capital from the state. The state gives them startup capital, often gives them preferential financial arrangements. Sometimes they're granted monopoly rights and special privileges. Despite that fact, they find that they perform worse in general. Now, studies like this one tend to adjust for sector and performance. The Norwegian one is the one I like to point to probably most frequently, just because it's like the everybody's godchild is Norway. It's the perfect example. It's the one place where state ownership seems to work, in part because their political institutions are pretty.
Why the fuck? Where'd the Oh, okay.
Different from the rest of the world. In regards to USPS, it is not just that they're losing $6.5 billion a year. It's that they are granted enormous privileges.
Want me to check out the news?
They are granted on monopolies on certain types of mail, and that privilege is worth billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so, like when you're consistently losing money at this operation, it seems like okay, well, you're not. Despite the fact that your opponents are making enormous profit margins, that seems to reflect poorly on your administrative efficiency. So here's the point. I would like very quickly.
Fuck, can I move this?
It is not that state ownership is always necessarily worse. It is that in the vast majority of places, state ownership of traditional businesses, not like insurance, right, of traditional businesses is worse, even in the best countries. It doesn't seem to be clearly better. It doesn't seem to be clearly better, despite the fact that state-owned firms are almost always given systematic advantages. So it just doesn't seem like a real good policy goal should be promoting this form of ownership. It seems to have lots of evidence that it's worse, and not very much evidence at all that it's better.
So it can subsidize the businesses, that's their basic needs for modern life, while not having state owning it, but neither have it dominated by private interests. You also risk having lots of fraud and grant in state-owned firms. How we mean? So that could be addressed with a well-thought-out strategy. Well, I mean, they talked about like obviously, I think the amount of fraud that you could potentially have with a state-owned enterprise is, that's highly dependent on the political system in that country. Like, I'm not gonna, like, there's probably almost no fraud in Norway's, sovereign wealth fund or whatever, but, maybe in Venezuela, some of these state-owned enterprises have a lot of fraud, maybe in Brazil or something.
Better.
Well, I would argue is like before SDL you jump in, I would just argue that each, like, it's like we were talking about with regards to the proposals for Medicare, right, for that system. Like we would generally agree that universal coverage and all those things that we agreed on basically in that show. We would generally agree on those things, right? But at the same time, every individual proposal has to be scrutinized because Medicare for all proposals are not made equal, right? And there's reasons why you might be against certain Medicare for all proposals and you might be much more for others, right? And so similarly with state-owned enterprises, all that I would say is that if you're willing to concede, which I feel like you just did, which is that institutional development and like institutional structuring of these businesses and the regulation of these state-owned enterprises is like really, really, really important in terms of determining their success. We'd all agree with that. And so I would just say, yeah, we would just have to scrutinize the individual proposal for state-owned enterprises and go from there, right? I would never take like an inherent position that like we should just like typically avoid state ownership as a means for policy and movement and things like that. It just seems like, well, no, like just look at the individual proposals. There's probably good proposals even for U.S. state-owned enterprise out there that exist, right? SCL, what do you think?
All I wanted to try and add was a conceptual link between what Micah and you are saying. Micah is trying to say that some firms, a lot of state-owned enterprises, get some privilege, like a state subsidy, a state monopoly, whatever. And what I think Economo was trying to say is they also get state disprivileges. So USPS has a social obligation, which is imposed a cost on it. And so those are very hard to evaluate. Like, how much does it cost for USPS to have to be present in every community? I don't know. How much does the monopoly that USPS give it in terms of financial returns? I don't know. Those are very hard to evaluate. And so it's very hard to say, like, is this firm doing well or doing poorly? That's the only thing I want to add. There's a little bit of analytical cloudiness because we can't evaluate these intangibles.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should probably just split up the functions. There should be like USPS is the competitive shipping company, then USPS is like the postal offices that have to be in every area. That'd probably be the most fair. So USPS would be competing on a truly level playing field.
Yeah, well, but again, like that proposal isn't completely privatize and get rid of the USPS, right? Like, it's just like, how do we maybe structure the USPS better?
I think probably neoliberals would point to all the studies that say that privatizing postal services is a good idea. Personally, I think, like, okay, if the state-owned company is really competing on a level playing field, it might
I need the
Like,
meta-analysis on that. I need the...
Right. Like, I'm not...
worth noting. In studies of privatization, firms which receive heavier subsidies, like USPS, do significantly worse after privatization than firms that don't receive subsidies. So, like, speaking a little bit to the article that you cited, Micah, they note that in China, there are two types of firms that are state-owned that China considers. One is a public service, but state-owned enterprise, and the other is just like basically just a...
Dude, no shot. No shot, dude. Pentagon warned staffers against signal before White House leak. Bulletin sent on March 18th said Russian hackers could access messages as Trump administration style downplay blunder. No shot. Oh no. Pentagon recently warned its employees against using Signal, the encrypted messaging app, due to technical vulnerability. No shot. Several days after top-notch security officials accidentally included a reporter in Signal chat. Pentagon White Advisory warned against using the messaging app, even for unclassified information. Russian professional hacking groups are employing linked devices features to spy on encrypted conversations. So, like, Google has identified Russian hacking groups that are target. Oh, dude. Unbelievably fucked. Store non-public, not approved to process or store non-public, unclassified information. There's no, even if you want to play the war plan, attack plan, semantic bullshit game, this was clearly non-public information, non-public sensitive information at the very least. Jesus. Have withdrawals. Who is this? Nomination for United States Ambassador. Why do I care about this?
For-profit thing the government owns. And so what I think we're trying to point to here is that there's a lot of public service things like USPS where privatizing them might not lead to positive outcomes. They receive a lot of subsidies and they do way worse in studies that I've seen. Like over the next 20 years, they do way worse than the firm was before it was privatized because the argument goes, those subsidies were taking the cost of the obligation.
What examples do you have of subsidized things performing, like privatizations for subsidized things performing worse? I think of the example of British Rail. I think people usually introduce this argument in that case. Do you have other examples?
No examples offhand. I would just say
because I know that like Sweden did privatization of elder care, and they found that yielded better results. I know that Like it just depends on your financing model, right? So if you're like financing a percentage of budgets, you're saying we're going to cover for like 40% of your budget. If you're a private firm, like no matter what it is, there's certainly some moral hazard there. So I think it depends on the subsidy model. But I haven't like if you guys can show me like a study on privatization, a meta-analysis on privatization that says that it actually leads to worse results in general.
No, but Micah, we
we
were kind of challenging, like, fundamentally a lot of those studies. It depends on what they mean by worse, right? Like again, because I would totally be willing to concede, like, I'm sure state-owned enterprises are probably less profitable than the private equivalents. Like, I'm sure that's the case, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's like bad to have social ownership. It's like, oh, like.
It depends on how comprehensive your measure is, right? So like some measures will look at like total social impact, like in terms of impacting employment and like the long-term benefits of having greater employment on people's well-being and their crime rate. You can get more comprehensive on it. Although, don't you think that profit maximization is in general the most efficient?
Pro-Israel New York congressman played a big role in college protest injury.
In a lot of senses, it could be right. But I
well,
don't think
why
that
did
it's
Trump
necessarily
withdraw
the case
her
that,
then?
Like state-owned enterprises
Sounds like he would
fail
like her. What the
to
hell?
profit maximize a lot of times. Again, just depending on how they're set up, right? Like it seems like a lot of state-owned companies and a lot of the places that we're talking about are reasonably profitable and well capitalized, right? Without seemingly a ton of potential drawbacks because their social ownership status.
I just start reading like the abstracts of like these papers.
No, but that's the issue though, Mike. I feel like you've read the abstracts, but it seems like when you delve into the studies, it just seems like the authors come to oftentimes nuanced conclusions about how important institutional build out is in terms of state-owned enterprises, right? Like, okay, if you were to say, hey, state ownership is just not really something that's easy to advocate for in America. Yeah, fair enough. Like, I'm not going to run any campaigns on like we need to have all these state-owned enterprises. Like, holy shit, that's not going to be like my main message. But I mean, the idea that the U.S. could set up functioning state-owned enterprises in a way that they've done before.
They're still going to live stream the Situation Room.
Well, just like what's the state-owned
They
enterprise?
should, bro. Bro, why couldn't we all tune in to the Osama bin Laden getting pwned watch party? Why couldn't we all watch that?
Like for SCL, did you say something?
I would probably do like healthcare. We could imagine like your social wealth fund could either be directly owned by the government, or you could set up a bunch of them as essentially state investment firms. I don't know whether you want to call that an SOE or
probably
not.
like a state-owned enterprise. I guess you're saying like it's like a state-run mutual fund.
Like a state investment bank is probably something that's pretty defensible. I mean, again, the People's Republic of North Dakota has a state investment bank, which seems fine. Yeah.
I haven't looked into efficiency metrics, but I do know that a lot of community-owned ISP type stuff tends to be very price competitive, which unless they're receiving huge subsidies is probably because they're providing comparably high-quality service, though that might also result because ISPs have a sort of weird monopoly system going on. But
I mean, public utilities are super based. That's fair. That's a good thing to point out. I think that probably makes sense. I mean, if we're talking about national state enterprises, though, I mean, I think something like that could make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably the best arguments for state ownership are like the things that are like naturally monopolistic and really don't require much administration. Like we were talking previously about a centralized clearinghouse for healthcare claims, right? Like I guess you could say that's like nationalizing clearinghouses. We did that with finance. So like that kind of stuff you kind of want a monopoly on, and it's not really hard to run.
Need a mosque.
Just Micah, maybe to formalize that, is your suggestion sort of that it often makes sense to have a publicly owned like market, I don't know what you quite call it, but in like ISPs, it would be like the market
facilitators.
Yeah, it's the market facilitator. It doesn't make sense to have public ownership of those and then private competitors, in your belief, like competitors within the market.
Yeah, I think there's certain things that like facilitate the market, and there must be monopolies, like currency. I don't think a competitive currency system makes sense. And so I think like especially in the financial sector, it makes a lot of sense for the government to do that. It's not really hard for them to do, and by having it consolidated, it almost always becomes consolidated in private hands. It's just this fragmented oligopoly with higher transaction costs and huge rents that they extract. Now, whenever I think about SOEs, I think that like, we're usually talking about something much far beyond like government providing insurance, forms of insurance to people, because I think the argument's relatively strong there. We're thinking about like state-run grocery stores, state-run electricity companies, state-run solar farms, state-run yada yada yada. I just don't think there's much evidence to indicate that that's like a really good idea. In regards to broadband, that may be fine. I think the empirical literature on that one is relatively mixed. In terms of utilities, I looked into the comparison of private and public utilities. It seems like the conclusion is consistently there's not a big difference. Like it's just not a huge difference either way if you have regulated private utilities versus public ones. I wouldn't be really upset.
Bro, it's a police station right here. You're fine,
it's not
bro.
always necessarily clear that would be better. In many cases, it actually seems like if you can introduce competition into your utility system, if that's possible, that's the best of all timelines. Let me give you a quick example. Garbage collection. Garbage collection could actually be a competitive process. And it seems, at least based on the theoretical reasoning, that a competitive garbage collection system could be superior. But in its current form in most cities, it operates rather monopolistically.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. I mean, like for instance, for me personally, I would say in theory you could have, like in the U.S. in theory you could have a state oil company, you could have a state gas company, you could have a state mining company that mines lithium and gold and things like this. But I think that certainly, politically speaking, you're probably not going to have $1 trillion worth of state-owned enterprises anytime soon in America, right? And so, in that regard, it's probably best just to pass a rent tax and collect your royalty, and then diversify that in the form of a sovereign wealth fund.
The reason is avoiding
but again,
slimmer
like just from an inherent perspective, like I do think a national state investment bank probably makes a lot of sense. There's probably a lot of infrastructure projects that we could do from like a federal.
I literally have no clue what that sentence means.
Perspective that would be good if it was centralized under one investment apparatus, and seems like the outcomes of that are decently positive.
It's like a capital subsidy largely, right?
Well, you're providing, lending and yeah, exactly, things like that to certain projects that you feel like are, are good basically to do. Like for instance, like nuclear power could be an excellent example where like a lot of nuclear power plans and like proposals and stuff like this, it's hard for them to get off the ground because oftentimes it's difficult to secure financing. Oftentimes because it's difficult to basically secure like build rights essentially for nuclear, right? And so you could attack both of those things at the same time with like land use restriction, with land use reforms, and then also state investment banks, which make it easier for private actors to come in and actually build nuclear power plants because it's just so, even if you had no regulatory burdens, it's still just like so expensive to build nuclear power plants. Like something like that could achieve a social outcome.
I will say that nuclear power plants is an interesting example where like public ownership or public companies can assist. So the cost of nuclear construction varies enormously by country. So in the U.S., it costs something like 2 to 4 times more to build a nuclear power plant than it costs in like France or South Korea. And one of the main reasons proposed for this is very simple and very physical. In France and South Korea, a lot of plants are built in duplets or quadruplets. So instead of building one plant in one site, you'll build 2 there or 4 there. One of the benefits is argued is there's a learning by doing of literally the construction team and of the firm that's handling the construction. And so because they keep building nuclear power plants, they get better at what they're doing. They know what the heck they're doing. It's not like a startup project where they have to learn everything from scratch every single time on a completely new site. So there's a lot of reduction of effort. And that seems best suited for like a firm which has a consistent ability to secure rights, which probably means some link to the government, and a firm which will keep having consistent nuclear construction business over time, which again, the public is going to provide a little more consistently than a private investor.
I think the argument for public finance for like huge projects, many times publicly administered projects, makes a lot of sense. Like, looking at the Central Texas Central, that's what it's called, rail project. Their big issue right now is they can't get capital. And it's like, yeah, when you fund like this multi-billion-dollar project, like there's not a lot of private actors that are walking around like, yeah, we'll give you like a
with like long time horizons.
Oh, what the fuck?
Like, so
I spent all my money on parks.
Market failure. That's probably something the government can do well, but that's sticking within the financial.
Wait,
domain,
how do I
right?
change my
it's not
tax
hard
revenue?
to finance well. It's not hard to allocate capital. It's not hard to run insurance. And I think like that's where government involvement makes the most sense.
Socialization of investment? Question mark.
What?
Full socialization of investment? Question mark.
Okay, not full. But like government-run nuclear production companies doesn't necessarily seem like the best idea. I think that you might want some sort of government actor that like works to import knowledge from other sectors and like disperse it and help seed private firms.
The problem is, Mike, if you had to guess, how many nuclear power plants are there in the world right now? I know it's an odd question, but like
I know the number.
1,115.
400.
I feel like I'm gonna egg my face. I'm pretty sure it's 500. Like you can just look up the number. So the reason I mention it is it's not a large number. So with solar panels, we do something like I want to say we install like 1 million of them every month or something. So it's this nice little project that you can get very good at. There's learning by doing on these tiny little solar panels. You're rolling off the assembly line. We would be building, even if we were building at like some of the fastest paces like France.
Is it worth putting parks in the middle
it's
of
just the kind of
the
thing that you need like a consistent long-term
fucking
investment
polluted
in. I'm not sure that a
industrial?
private investor could do with the ups and downs of the market, with the sufficient time horizon for like, yeah, I want this to pay off in my climate goals for 2050, like net zero.
Well, I mean, SEL, like to the point. So to Micah's point, you would say that there are certain like types of businesses where like nuclear might literally be the best example. Where
Okay. I don't care. I don't care about nuclear. About nuclear power. Matt Brunegg has a short article about it, so we gotta read that, obviously. I guess the one thing I think our contemplate said was, I'll look this up later to see if it's, this is a real number. $26 per person per year. To ensure everyone has meal service. What are you gonna do about USPS? Yeah, good question. I don't know exactly. The leader of it, the Postmaster General, resigned. I think because Trump was kind of doing some crazy shit. So. Which I probably no. Doge gave a list of items he want to help with and sign an agreement with cost cutting earlier this month. Previously announced a plan to cut 10,000 workers. DJoy is appointed to its role in 2020 and led the post office during the pandemic. Blah, 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 blah. I think he just resigned because they want him to make like absolutely absurd budget cuts that are just not like not feasible. The Houthi cope is crazy. Yeah. Did you see this, by the way? This, by the way, the Signal was like literally compromised by Russian fucking hackers. Like, holy shit, dude. What a unbelievable. Unbelievable fucking thing. Oh, and yeah, this as well. There was a 2023 memo. So this memo came out like I think technically 2 days or whatever after the Signal after this Signal group chat. I don't actually know if it was I think March 18th was the memo. Did Jerkmate ranked. What was I gonna look up? I was gonna look up Jeffrey Goldberg. We're playing what's this motherfucker. I don't remember what day the first little bit of it came out. This March 24th. Wait, so this is even this is after the group chat was made, but even this was before this shit leaked. So it wasn't even like, you know, this shit leaked and then the Pentagon said, "Hey, by the way, don't use Signal." I mean maybe someone knew about it. Maybe someone privately was like, "Hey, these people are using fucking Signal for this shit. You might wanna." Ugh. And by the way, this is I think this should be what if all the info in the chat got leaked to the Houthis. That's the only question. Yeah. Dude, it's also funny that they were like they were talking about waiting and they were like, you know, there's two drawbacks to waiting. One, this stuff could leak, and two, the Gaza ceasefire could fall through. And both of those literally both of those happened. Google has identified Russian hacking groups that are targeting Signal messaging. Yeah. And by the way, memo in 2023, tamed by NPR, warned of using Signal for any non-public official information. So even if we play the bullshit attack plans versus war plans versus blah 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 blah, like this is clearly not something you should be doing. We no longer the laughing stock in the world, Peter Hegg said. But yeah, I don't know. Trump has hated the postal service for a while, so I don't know. I think it's just because him and Doge repeatedly asking for a ton of fucking cuts. Anyway. Federal government currently owns significant non-financial enterprises in 3 sectors. There's a passenger rail company, Amtrak. There are the electricity companies, Tennessee Valley Authority, Bonneville Power Administration, Southwestern Power Administration, Southeastern Power Administration, and Western Area Power Administration. And there is the United States Postal Service, which provides service in the postal logistics sector. The USPS has gotten a lot of attention lately, as Donald Trump is attempting to muck it in order to make his mail-in voting more difficult and less credible. This attention has reopened a variety of latent debates about the USPS. I will opine on below. Overall finances. That's another, Republicans have hated the USPS for a while, but also, like, Trump just does not like mail-in voting. I think honestly, that's probably the biggest motivator for Trump. Based on the official accounting, the USPS had $71 billion of revenue and $79 billion of expenses in fiscal year 2019. Thus, its revenue was equal to 89% of its expenses. It doesn't. Presumably, I know there's more updated versions of this, but was this written? It was written in 2020. It makes sense also not to use the COVID stuff, but. I need USPS. In other words, revenue was equal to 89% of its expenses. Uh, 2024 USPS. Revenue. Basically the same. This is not what I want. Is this fiscal year 2023? They might not even have it in 2024 yet. Here, well, let me just. What's the exact title? Oh my god, Dubs. What's the exact title of this? Where's just the total? There we go. I'm assuming, just real quick, so I can make sure. 715. Or 71, sorry. Yeah. Okay. 79.547. And revenue, and I think this is $89 billion in expenses. Some people present this loss as a self-evident indicator of UPS decline, but looking into history, USPS finances suggests this is a pretty normal outcome. This is pretty normal for the USPS. It's not evidence of decline. On an average year between 1978 and 2019, the USPS revenue was equal to 96% of USPS expenses. The 2019 performance is 7 percentage points below that, but the trailing 5-year average, 2015 to 2019, is only 3 percentage points below that. The USPS has posted a loss in 155 years of its 230 years of existence. Damn. This does not necessarily mean that one has to be happy with the current financial performance of the USPS. It just means that the performance is fairly typical by historical standards. The USPS usually posts a loss, and that loss is normally about as big as it currently is. When automation replaces your job, will you rely on a government check or on a community that can feed? Houthi, I kind of just want the check so I can buy what I want and not have to rely on my local, not have to build my own home and grow my own plants, dude. I think I'd just rather have the check and go to a nice grocery store where I can always buy fresh grapes and not rely on a local farm where I can only buy grapes in, their growing season. I don't know. Man. You don't have to grow your own plants, and how am I resilient? You'd get grapes for free, so other people are just gonna grow them for me for free? What do you like? Pre-funding retiree health benefits. Left-wing commentators often claim USPS losses are driven by a unique requirement to fully pre-fund health benefits that was imposed on the USPS by 2006 Postal Accountability Enhancement Act. As the USPS 2019 10K disclosure notes such a requirement to fully pre-fund retiree benefits is not opposed to most other federal entities or private sector business that offers such benefits. This is a true claim, at least as it pertains to official accounting. After pre-funding retirements were passed in 2006, retiree health benefit expenses increased pretty dramatically, both in nominal dollars and as a share of postal revenue. The loss is partly driven by a unique requirement to fully pre-fund retiree healthcare benefits that was imposed in USPS. (2006) Accountability Enhancement Act. But local farmers. Locally, still to this day, I've just never, ever gotten a good answer to, like, how do you enforce local, like, how do we enforce localism? Like, how do we, like, what if people just don't, as I think is the case, by the way, what if people just don't want to buy from local farms? Like, is the state government or federal government going to mandate that a certain percentage of farms be local? Or, like, what is, because the free market, as localists self-admits that the free market is not going to get to localized farming. So I don't know. She's never given me a good answer to that. Since 2006. Retiree health benefit expenses increased both in nominal dollars and as a share of postal service revenue. The premise is wrong. Okay. In the 6 years prior to the pre-funding requirement, retiree health expenses averaged 1.9% of revenue. In the 12 years after the pre-funding requirement, health expenses averaged 10.3% of revenue. If you assume for illustrative purposes that in those 12 years, all health benefit expenses in excess of 1.9% of revenue were unnecessary and therefore should not be counted towards expenses, the USPS revenue as a percentage, then USPS revenue as a percentage of UPS expenses will look like the below graph. So it still would have been, like, since 2017, negative, but that's not unusual. Over this period, average revenue as a percent of expenses was reportedly 92.3%. Removing excess retiree health benefit expenses using this rough approach brings the number just above 100%. Well, it's true that pre-funding, this pre-funding requirement has mucked up the USP. Okay, hold on. I think I'll... in the 6 years before the pre-funding requirement, retiree health expenditures average 1.9% of revenue. In the 12 years since, it's average 10.3% of revenue. Assuming all the health benefit expenses above the average of 1.9% since 2006 have been unnecessary. Revenue as a percent of, expenses. Sorry, revenue as a percent of expenses. Imagine loathing food security and financial independence. You're just making people entirely dependent on their, I shouldn't say entirely dependent, but dependent on their local community. You're just replacing dependency on the state or whatever with their local community. And it's just like not a, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be preferable. Like, doesn't seem to be preferable to me on its face. And considering the opportunity cost of being dependent on your local community versus, you know, the whole specialization and gains from trade thing. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Well, through this pre-funding requirement has mucked up the USPS's financial statements. It does not seem to have actually caused serious operational problems. In its 10K, the USPS explains that it simply defaults on these payments and then adds them to the liabilities. So although these amounts show up as a current year expense, the USPS is actually not diverting cash flow to pay for them. Despite this, alright, let's say over to pre-funding requirement. It's not caused any major operational problems. As the USPS simply defaults in the payments and adds them to the liabilities. Therefore, no cash flow is actually diverted. Indeed, cash flows from operation activities has been consistently positive. As of cash flows from operational activities minus cash flows from investing activities, this does not necessarily mean the current situation is permanently viable, as these cash flows, by definition, exclude depreciation, amortization, and future benefit obligations. In fact, cash flows from operational activities. Specialization and gains from trade is not a valid argument? What do you mean it's not a valid argument? My bad. My bad. I just made that thing up. Don't open an economics textbook ever. Don't open Greg Mankiw, go to chapter 3 of specialization and gains from trade. Don't have basic reasoning skills that actually, you know, because literally everyone intuits that they can get more by specializing in one thing than doing everything themselves. That just, don't intuit that. as of cash flows from operating activities minus cash flows from investing activities. Another thing left-wing commentators often claim is that the USPS is a government service, so it is categorically wrong to talk about profit and losses. The rhetoric used to make this point is a little irritating and confused, but it does hit upon a distinction that is often made between different kinds of government production. However, that distinction actually cuts against this point. One type of government production is what is what is often called general government services. This typically refers to production that is financed with little to no user fees. Example entry and titles include police departments, fire departments, libraries, school districts, and the military. Another type of government production is what are called state-owned enterprises. This typically refers to production that is mostly or entirely financed by user fees. Examples include municipally owned utility companies that provide water, electricity, and gas, as well as government-owned rail and subway networks. As a matter of taxonomy, particularly the USPS is a state-owned enterprise, not a general government service. So it's a service rhetoric doesn't really make much sense on its face. A more sophisticated way to make the similar point would be to talk about the various purposes state-owned enterprise can have. Often acclaimed. It's wrong to talk about profits and losses. So discussing the USPS, since it's a government service, USPS I'll say, I think I'll have it up here. USPS relies on user fees and it's not a service, but a state-owned enterprise. That it varies purposes of state-owned enterprise. Some SOEs have a purely commercial purpose, meaning that the goal of SOEs simply operate a profit, making business, and remit the dividends to the state. Other SOEs have a mixture of commercial and social purposes. In the case of USPS, the SOE has an explicit social purpose called the Universal Service Obligation, which requires the USPS to ensure all users receive an adequate minimum level of services at a reasonable price. In practice, this means that the USPS, among other things, intentionally supplies money-losing postal services to remote areas of the country. A USPS that is purely commercial purposes would, as FedEx and UPS do, simply not provide services to those areas or charge them much higher prices. Giving $1,000 a month to everyone in a town forever for food is much more expensive than building. It's not necessarily, what do you mean expensive? It's about opportunity cost. You're not factoring the opportunity cost of having your entire society not go to college and learn how to build their own home and grow their own crops. When currently 3% of Americans work in agriculture, you want that number to be presumably above 50%. And almost no Americans know how to build their own homes. I don't know the exact percent, but you want that number to be presumably also above 50%. Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong in those two things? That you want at least 50% of Americans to know how to build their own home and to grow their own crops. Am I at least wrong on those two things? Now, this is just a retarded straw man. Okay. Good to know. Profit and social motivations. case of the USPS, they have an explicit social purpose, the universal service obligation. Okay, well. Hello. Universal service obligation requires people should be taught in school how to build homes and gardens. Wait, can you just answer? Do you want 50% here? Do you want 50% of people or more to grow their own food and to build their own house? Or actually, we'll make it or 50% of people to grow their own food and or build their own house as well. Should 50% of people live in homes that they built themselves or with their local community? Should 50% of people eat food that they grow themselves? Receive an adequate minimum level service at a reasonable price. This means USPS will deliver to unprofitable places. No, but everyone should build their own homes with their local community. Obviously, it's much cheaper. Everyone should... Okay. No, you don't want 50%... You don't want at least 50% of people to build their own homes. But yes, everyone should build their own home. It's good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Yep. That math checks out. I don't understand why you can't... Okay. Yes or no, should 50% of people live in a home that they themselves at least partially built, right? Then no is about food. Okay. That's still a pretty massive opportunity cost to teach at least half of, and presumably more than half. I mean, he said everyone, to literally teach everyone how to build their own home. When instead, we have this great thing called specialization, where people specialize in what they are good at, and there's gains from that. There's gains from specialization and trade. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. If you let the people who are really good at making homes specialize in making homes, they can make homes much more efficiently than all these other people who aren't specialized in making homes. And we can actually get more as a society overall if some people specialize in making homes and some people specialize in, I don't know, making widgets, right? And they trade for those things. We actually get both more homes and more widgets than if everyone made both homes and widgets. We all know that's nonsense. We really don't. We don't. Everyone seems to think that's... we know that's not nonsense, actually. But, okay. Also, again, if it was much cheaper when factoring in opportunity costs, people would do it. People would build their own homes. If you, again, if you think you can build homes so much cheaper than all these other people, then go start a construction company. What the fuck are you doing? That's what the free market works for. What do you mean? Like, you're... Remote areas of the country where private companies would not provide service. Or charge higher prices. Tap the PPF sign? The what? Huh? Oh, production possibilities frontier. Production possibility, yeah. No, that's all made up nonsense, don't you know? Look at this propaganda. What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? Bullshit. 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 What? Huh? What? What? We can consume outside our PPF with trade. What? 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 You're telling me. I think they actually used the example of I think they used the example of two farmers in this one. Yeah, potatoes and meat. People can debate about the importance of this particular social purpose, and there may very well be room for the USPS to improve its net income while still meeting its universal service obligation, but for as long as the USPS is legally required to accomplish money-losing social objectives, it's still to be mad about it for lackluster social performance. The value of this social purpose can be debated. But so long as USPS is legally required to accomplish a money-losing social purpose, it is silly to be mad about it losing money. I mean, it's fun to buy user fees, so it's not really... Oh, it's not that relevant, but...
Been reading about this for weeks, and I finally understand what's going on with this. And it's
Wait,
really
this is from,
unbelievable.
like... It's from 13 years ago? Holy shit.
About 5 years ago, during the Bush administration, through a voice vote, a bill was passed called the Postal Accountability Enhancement Act in 2006. It mandated that the post office would have to fully fund retiree health benefits for 75 years out ahead. Do you understand what that means? Is that people who aren't even born, certainly not even working at the post office, it needed to fully fund these retirement pension funds for 75 years out, and they needed to do it within 10 years of 2006. This required, and now this is a requirement that no other government agency has and no business in the world has. And this came at a time where in 2006, where the Postal Service handled its largest volume of mail in its 236-year history. Years 2 and 3, respectively, were 2005 and 2007 after that. So the post office is going gangbusters. Understand, the post office, do you know what funds the post office? Matt, do you know what funds the post office? Take a guess.
Tax money?
Wrong. Not a single dime of tax money
I never
supports the post office. It is all from stamp sales.
This is a little less true now that we had to bail them out in 2020, but...
100%. Wow. Now, Postal Service is actually called for in the Constitution, but it predates the Constitution, the post office. So in 2006, post office is paying for itself. They have a voice vote under the Bush administration because you know when they see a government entity that is working so well, you know what they want to do, right?
Truth
They want to help
nuke.
support their their bosses, be it UPS or FedEx or whatever. So they passed this law that says the post office must fund 75 years worth of pensions, and they need to do it in the next 10 years, which requires them to basically pay into the system $5 billion extra a year. $5.5 billion to the Treasury for the pre-funding of future retirees' health benefits. And now, the U.S. Post Office is facing a $9 billion deficit. Even though they have already overpaid into this pension fund, depending on whose numbers you use, $75 or $50 billion. So they have a $9 billion operating deficit, but they have overpaid into this pension fund already $50 or $75 billion, depending on whose numbers you use. So this is coming after the postal carriers, letter carriers union, was asked to take benefit cuts and pay cuts. So there's an easy fix for this, right? Because the post office is going to run out of money in the next couple of months or weeks. There's an easy fix for this. It's called House Resolution 1351. The United States Postal Service Pension Obligation Recalculation and Restoration Act of 2011. It's sponsored by Massachusetts Congressman Stephen Lynch. It basically says, do an audit of the post office pension account. Find how much extra money is there and apply that figure of overpayment and apply it to operational expenses.
The USPS found a way around that, right? That's what we just read. They just default on the payments. They just say, yeah, we can't fucking pay this shit, and then just add it to their liabilities. They don't actually divert any fucking cash flow to it. But
which would then
they might have thought they would have had to back then. I don't know.
Provide the post office with the $5.5 billion a year that it needs to actually run its services, and everything will be fine. But there's a chance this bill may not pass, forcing the post office essentially to get a taxpayer bailout so that the Republicans and whomever else, these corporatists, can slowly privatize this incredibly successful and historical operation.
Nuke.
It's stunning. And it's happening now, and virtually no one is talking about it. Check out this piece by Allison Kilkenny in Truth Out for all the information you need to know. But it's pretty stunning.
Okay, this shit is wild, wild, wild. Days after the signal leaked, the Pentagon warned the app was the target of hackers. Several days after, top national security officials accidentally included a reporter in a signal chat about bombing the Houthi sites in Yemen. A Pentagon-wide advisory warned against using the messaging app, even for unclassified information. Included a journalist, a group chat coordinating attacks on the Houthis. Pentagon. Pentagon-wide advisory. One against using the app, even for non-classified information. Sorry. Non-public. Unclassified information. Vulnerability has been identified in a Signal messaging app to department-wide email dated March 18th. Begins a department-wide email dated March 15th, obtained by NPR. The memo continues. Russian professional hacking groups are employing the link devices feature to spy on encrypted conversations. Notes that Google has identified Russian hacking groups that are targeting Signal messages to spy on persons of interest. Also warns. Google has identified Russian hacking groups. Moreover, a memo in 2023, obtained by NPR, warned of using Signal for any non-public information. Earlier 2023 memo also warns against using Signal for any non-public official information. Signal spokesperson said a Pentagon memo is not about the messaging app's level of security, but rather that users of the service should be aware of what is known as phishing attacks. That's where hackers try to gain access to sensitive info through impersonation or other deceptive tricks. Once we learned that Signal users were being targeted and how they were being targeted, we introduced additional safeguards and in-app warnings to help protect people from falling victim to phishing attacks. This work was completed months ago, said Signal spokesperson John Harda. The March 18th Pentagon memo adds, please note, third-party messaging apps, e.g. Signal, are permitted by policy for unclassified / accountable recall exercises, but not approved for process or store non-public classified information, unclassified information. The encrypted Signal app is what Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and other leading national security officials within the administration used to discuss the Houthi, blah, 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 blah. In the military, sending classified information over channels, insecure channels, is called spillage, and it can be a career ender for a military officer. In 2023, the Defense Department memo prohibited the use of mobile applications for even controlled unclassified information, which is many degrees less important than information about ongoing military operations. Degrees less important than information about ongoing military operations. So almost no president for the head of defense, state intelligence, national security would be sharing sensitive military intelligence in a form that was known to be unsecure. These are things that are absolutely basic. John Bolton, former national security advisor during first Trump administration, told NPR. Yet these cabinet level people in our government, and yet no one ever said to them, why are we on Signal? Crazy. let's just fucking tweet. Well, he's reckless, put in charge because of lack of criminal intent. According to the FBI. FBI, Hillary, look at the email. I think it was there were a lot of things that were retroactively marked classified, but not clearly marked as classified. All 2,000 emails are found that were not among those produced. 3 of those were classified. Emails have not been marked classified. Clinton and her tweets suggest none of the emails are more classified. That's technically correct. What those emails contain classified information was a major focus of the yeah. Also, there's no none of this shit ever even leaked, did it? Like to foreign adversaries or anything? Before the FBI found out about it, at least. Did Hillary emails leak to... I think, like, I don't even know what information actually would have been in Hillary's emails that fucking would have been useful to foreign adversaries, but I don't even know if any of that shit leaked properly. Oh, I'm now streaming. Did my fucking stream crash? Oh, apparently it did at some point on Twitch. Okay, hold on. There's a Peace Code Twitter thread, though. Do you have interest in guns? No, I'm not like entirely anti-gun or anything, but I'm just not interested in I don't know anything about guns. I don't know. I don't know nothing. Hillary Clinton email investigation, codename mid-year exam, seems plausibly comparable to the Trump case. This is about specifically this is about Trump's document case, but I'm just curious. Hillary Clinton case material different than Trump's case with respect to classified sensitive defense miscellaneous liability. Answer is unambiguously yes. Did Clinton improperly possess classified sensitive defense info? Yes. No dispute that her server was not authorized for classified information. No dispute the server had been contemporaneously classified, had contemporary classified information, approximately 193 out of 30K emails. Based on a clear fact and his own word, Trump also possessed classified information improperly. But Trump was charged, Clinton was not with Gibbs. The law is what Gibbs. The law requires willful conduct, evidence of the state of mind. So you have no interest in taking gun safety class, buying guns and concealed? No, I have no interest in buying a gun. It's just not, or even shooting it. Like I'm not like that anti-gun or anything. I just I don't know. It's just not interesting to me. What of a subsection pertaining to gross negligence? Gross negligence is a term in art law, which subsection prosecutors. This understanding tracks. Think it'll change your stance if you're a victim of crime or a witness crime on your closest people? I doubt it. I mean, I don't, like, again, I'm not like anti-gun. Like, I'm perfectly fine with people owning guns. I'm perfectly fine with. I don't even think we should. I don't even think. I don't even support like an assault rifle ban or anything. But I just don't like personally. It's not even that I don't like guns because like, or it's not even like personally I don't like guns because I think guns are bad or something. It's just like I'm not interested. The same way like I'm not interested in cars. It's like, well, I do think cars are bad. I want to move to fucking Amsterdam. But, I, like, you know, the reason I'm not interested in cars is just because I'm not interested in cars. It's not like because I think cars are, like, bad. And, like, I morally object to knowing information about cars or something. But deletion of 32 personal emails from each person congressional subpoena, except for zero evidence Clinton involved in that deletion. At the time, Clinton's server was in custody of Pallet River Networks at the end of 2024 after Clinton produced 30K plus emails. To the State Department, which contained classified information. Before the 2016 subpoena, Clinton lawyers told PRNN to delete old emails. Do you consider that you are not taking enough safety precautions by avoiding talking about gun odor? No. What the fuck? You are so unhinged. Holcomb Beta did not follow the new email retention policy and refrained from deleting emails when the subpoena was issued, and he had a oh shit moment and subsequently deleted emails in pursuant to policy in violation of the subpoena. Unlike Trump's close and undeniable connection to his obstruction efforts, there is simply no evidence that Combetta's deletion goes beyond Combetta himself. Without any evidence of Clinton's involvement with the improper deletion, there is no double standard. Oh, I'm a village now. Wow. You cannot pay attention to what I said. You might have misread my. Do you consider that you are not taking enough safety precautions by avoiding taking gun ownership into consideration? No. Yeah, that's unhinged. No. Why is that question unhinged? Because gun ownership is like a. I'm not like that anti-gun or anything, but it's kind of a. That's a. I'm trying to think of an analogy. That's super overkill for any safety problem that I could have. It's just not. It's just not at all common for me to be in a situation where a gun would protect my personal safety. Can be robbed and carjacked? Yeah, it's just not very likely, man. I'm not gonna consider paying quite a bit of money for a gun and learning how to shoot a gun, which I don't really care about. Just on the very small chance that, first of all, that happens to me, and second of all, that I'm there and able to actually confront this person and just fucking shoot it. I met a streamer who was robbed at gunpoint. I don't even know if a gun would help there. By the way, I don't even know if a gun would help in a lot of these circumstances. I would if someone is wanting a gun at you, it's probably best to just do what the fuck they say. I don't know, unless you're able to fucking do a sneak attack on them. Pulling out your own gun is not gonna it's not gonna do much, man. It's it's gonna escalate the situation. It's gonna turn into a shootout, and there's no guarantee that you're gonna win that shootout. Versus, I don't usually if you just give them your fucking wallet, they'll leave you alone. Complaint for declaratory and injunction relief. This action arises from defendants' failure to meet their obligations under the Federal Records Act regarding messages from a group chat. Hold on, let me just make sure. This is a civil suit, right? Oh no, American oversight. So this is is this a civil suit? But is this a NGO or is this a? No, okay. This is civil suit. Okay. The Federal Records Act regarding a message from a group chat discussion, a planned and active military operations from March 11th through March 15th, 2025 on a messaging application Signal, which can be set up to automatically delete messages. Plaintiff American Oversight brings this action under the Federal Records Act and the Administrative Procedure Act to prevent unlawful destruction of federal records and to compel defendants to fulfill their legal obligation to preserve and recover federal records created through unauthorized use of signal for sensitive national security decision-making. Oh, it says literally only the... I saw the original article mention this too, that they probably violated other laws regarding, national defense information, and but also this federal records law. I don't really care about this federal records law, but that's not. It's not that I don't care about it. It's that it's just so inconsequential compared to releasing this accidentally releasing this national defense information, right? But jurisdiction venue, court is personal and subject matter jurisdiction, blah, 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 blah. Parties. I'm just so... Wait, do they ever go over the... What's up, the captain? Welcome back. Be applied car insurance in case you incur health and physical accident. You do stuff related to personal safety as another type of insurance. Sure. What's up? Not much. Okay, apparently this is only about the Federal Records Act, which is something, but... So we might, I don't know, maybe we'll check that out later, but... Do you have migrant shelter in the area? No. I live in a, not rural place, but relatively, smallish town, so it's, I don't know. And I'm not on the border, I'm in North Carolina, so there's not many migrants here, believe it or not, but... Speaking of town, I gotta build an elementary school. Can I rotate this? I don't think you can. Oh, holy shit, people really like the elementary school. Okay, don't have that much money, but wait, military? I need to save up for military headquarters. There's no way it's worth it, right? Do you travel in public transport? Motherfucker, do you think there's public transport? No, first of all, there's no public transport in the U.S. Second of all, there's definitely no public transport in North Carolina. Third of all, there's no public transport in rural North Carolina. No. We're good on police. I think we're good on most of the stuff. Fire department, we're good on. Do you like driving your car then? I don't really. I wouldn't say I like it. I don't really like driving, but that's why I want. God, I want it. God. I need some. Let's get some bits in here. Let's get some donations, because goddamn, Amsterdam's expensive, but God, it's so nice. Oh my God, it's so nice. What's up, Bisky? Welcome back. I got into some beef on Twitter, but we gotta get Big Game Friends based. Oh my God, look at this fucking place. Do you know Pursuit? No, I don't think so. Are they a streamer? Oh my God, look. Oh my God, the tram. Dude, the tram. They got trams. Amsterdam's actually not like that. I mean, it's expensive, but not like that. It's not like any more expensive than, you know, quite a few American cities. So like, I don't know, I'm sure if I look up, I don't want to. New York is going to be like the highest cost of living place in the fucking world. So I don't want to. I mean, it's probably not. Dubai is probably like the highest in the world or something. But what's like a? I don't want to say like New York or LA. I feel like Houston would be too low. I don't know, like Minneapolis versus Amsterdam cost of living. Like, it's more expensive than Minneapolis. Houston. I think it's going to be more expensive than Houston, I would imagine. Yeah. But, like, not that much more expensive. I'm assuming it's cheaper than, like, New York. Yeah. But that's kind of an unfair comparison. San Francisco. It was about the same as Chicago. A little bit more than Dallas. See trams in Switzerland? Yeah, I know. I've seen videos of them, yeah. He is nice. He is a political streamer and he doesn't like pen. And I called him mean names. So he should be nice. In Pursuit of Knowledge, I think. Oh, I know In Pursuit of Knowledge. Yeah. He shouldn't like Fintuple, and he's more based for. I didn't actually know he streams. I've only seen him on Twitter. But yeah, not liking Fintuple is based and justified. Excuse me. Did I spell it wrong or something? He does not stream. I don't know. I'm assuming he does. I mean, I have no clue if he does or not. But if he does, I didn't know. But if he does, I want to follow him so I can like rate him and stuff because I know he's liked my stuff on Twitter before. So that was loud, deserving. I don't think he streams. Oh, Shepard keeps it long. Fact, he's really nice toward her, but he gets in a beef with a lot of political street. Oh, Vintuple. I just need Vintuple to. By the way, Paul Krugman copied me again. He wrote an article about the balance of payments. It was like 3 days ago by now. But I was doing that. I was supposed to write the article about the balance of payments. Fuck you, Paul Krugman. Will I pay for it just so I can read it? Yes. But fuck you. Yeah, but I like him. Cringe. Cringe. I won't like him until he just like, I just need, literally all I need to come out of his mouth. I need him to say, non-fun. When I said money goes overseas and doesn't come back, that wasn't really true. You're right. The balance of payments does equal 0. And I was dumb for insisting it didn't until Grok told me it did. I wonder, he probably hasn't sneak dissed me on Twitter in a while, but he's probably still sneak dissing fucking, or not even sneak dissing, but arguing with JC and Gibbs on Twitter and everything. Private contact details at a most. Base. Private contact details of the most important security advisors to U.S. President Donald Trump can be found on the internet. Dirk Spiegel reporters were able to find mobile phone numbers, email addresses, and even some passwords belonging to top officials. To do so, reporters used commercial people search engines along with hacked customer data that had been published on the web. Those affected by the leaks include National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Do you know LSP? I don't think so. Does that stand for something? I don't think so. Personal details up top. Security advisors. Including Mike Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard, and Pete Hegseth. Can be found online. From hacked customer data. People search websites. Data includes email addresses, phone numbers, and even some passwords. Some of which were still in use. Still want to make people to arguments, but the bright side, I told Penn to stop being mean to you. You don't need to do that, and I will continue being mean to Penn until he says he's dumb. Sorry, most of which were still used. Most of these numbers and emails apparently still in use, with some linked to profiles on social media platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn. They were used to create Dropbox accounts and profiles that track running data. There are also WhatsApp profiles for the respective phone numbers and even Signal accounts in some cases. As such, the reporting revealed an additional grave, previously unknown breach at the highest levels in Washington. Hostile intelligence services could use publicly available data to hack the communications of those affected by installing spyware in those devices. It is also conceivable that foreign agents were privy to the signal chat group in which Gabbard, Waltz, and Hegseth were discussing military strike. Numbers linked to Signal account. It isn't clear, however, whether this extremely problematic chat was conducted using Signal accounts linked to the private telephone numbers of officials involved. Tulsi Gabbard has declined to comment. Dirksburger has demonstrated, though, the privately used and publicly accessible telephone numbers belonging to her and Waltz are in fact linked to Signal accounts. Jesus. Public accessible telephone numbers belonging to... Signal thing is crazy. The reporter was like, the fuck, is this real? I know, it is funny, yeah. Which, I mean, yeah, my first thought also would be, is this like fucking Russia disinformation? Are they trying to, like, make me look stupid by trying to make me think this is real? There's no way this shit is real. And then... What was the reporter's name? Jeffrey Goldberg, I think. However, it is still unclear. To Signal accounts. The group chat was conducted using Signal accounts linked to private telephone numbers. One guy, administration, called a reporter a loser. Like, the fuck did he do? Yeah. He was anti-Trump. He's anti-Trump. Russia. Fake news. Trump's now going to ban Signal. Lol. Wait, is he really? No shot. It's already, by the way, been banned for Pentagon people to use. It was done in 2023 even. What's up, JavaQ? Something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. My bad. The U.S. News magazine The Atlantic revealed on Monday that Gabbard, Waltz, and Hegseth, along with CIA Director John Ratcliffe and additional officials, discussed imminent military strikes on a Houthi militia in Yemen, a Signal chat. The information shared among the participants included intelligence information and precise attack plans. According to The Atlantic, Waltz added editor-in-chief to the magazine, Jeffrey Goldberg, to the group. Precisely why he did so remains unclear. The White House confirmed the scandal after the fact. Trump insisted it did not include classified content, a question that is of particular relevance to the U.S. Of the U.S. Since members of the U.S. government are not permitted to share such information over Signal. The U.S. Special Envoy for Ukraine and the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, was even in Russia while participating in a group. Judge Spiegel was able to find some of the contact information for Gabbard, Hegseth, and Waltz in commercial databases, while other information was in so-called password leaks, which are hardly a rarity on the internet. One example was in a 2019 discovery by Troy Hunt, who found 773 million email addresses and more than 21 million passwords in a hacker forum. Since then, there have been numerous additional leaks. Criminals are constantly compiling new collections from hacks, usually to sell them in forums. It was particularly easy for Dirk Spiegel to reporter to discover Hegseth's mobile phone number and email address. They turned to a commercial provider for contact information that is primarily used by companies for sale, marketing, and recruitment. Dirk Spiegel sent the provider a link to Hegseth's LinkedIn profile and received an email, Gmail address, and a mobile phone number in return. In addition to the other information, a searcher leaked User data revealed that the email address, in some cases, and even a password associated with it, could be found in over 20 publicly accessible links. Using publicly accessible information, it was possible to verify the email address was used just a few days ago. Access mobile phone number and email address. We're available on a commercial provider or contact information. Search of leaked user data revealed the email address, and in some cases even passwords associated with it could be found in 20 publicly accessible leaks. It's also possible to confirm the email address was used just days ago. The mobile phone number provided, meanwhile, led to a WhatsApp account that Hegseth apparently only recently deleted. The profile photo showed a shirtless Hegseth in a baseball cap and necklace based. Comparisons with other photos of the U.S. Secretary of Defense using facial recognition software were able to confirm that the photo on a WhatsApp profile was indeed Hegseth. Several passwords in leaked databases. Where are you from, boys? I am Canada. Oh, no offense, but what the fuck is Trovo? Is it like Kick? Trovo is... No, Trovo... I mean, no. Drovo's like Kick in that it's like kind of a weird, shady scam platform. No, I mean, I'm from... Oh, is that a misread? Oh, yeah. I'm in America. I'm not a Canadian loser like you. I'm joking. I'm joking. Canada's chill. This is Trovo. It's like a weird... Most of the streamers on it are like either Russian. You can see this guy's Russian. A lot of them are Arabic as well. A lot of them are Russian and Arabic streamers, and so a lot of them are mobile people too. You can see it's kind of weird too, like the way you cast spells in it. Dude, this is a really fucking funny video of me trying to convince someone to fucking cast a chicken spell on Trovo. Dude, that shit... Hold on. I don't know if it's public or not. It's not. This is a funny clip, though.
This is what I always say. This is like the problem with people like Destiny and people like Non-Fun, dude, right? Non-Fun will put out a statistic like, oh, what's the net? Let me do my Non-Fun impression, dude. Have you looked at like the medium game, and like the medium is higher than it was in 1970?
That is me for real. Walter's mobile phone number and email address could be found using the same service provider. The mobile phone number could even be found using a people search engine popular in the U.S. Dirk Spiegel reporters were able to find several passwords for Walter's email address in leaked databases. Also able to be found. the same commercial provider as Heckneth. As well as on a people search engine popular in the US. Several passwords for the email were also found using leaked databases. The email information also led to WhatsApp profiles from Microsoft Teams, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and Signal. National Intelligence Director Gabbard was seemingly more careful with her data than her two male colleagues. She apparently had her own data blocked in a commercial contact search engine, but contained the data of Heckneth and Waltz. But her email address was to be found on WikiLeaks and Reddit. So now you that's how you spell it. On the commercial contact search engines. But her email could be found on the WikiLeaks and Reddit. Gabbard's email address is available in more than 10 leaks. One of the also contains a partial telephone number, which when completed leads to an active WhatsApp and Signal profile. One of which containing a telephone number. Linked, sorry. Not linked. Linked to a Signal. Exposed data from top politicians can be used by hackers to launch convincing phishing attacks and gain access to devices and various services such as email, chat tools, and PayPal, said Don Ortman, a specialist in information security, information procurement, and social engineering. He supports companies and authorities following cyber attacks. In addition, deepfake attacks using images and sound available online can be launched to participate in virtual meetings. That I haven't even thought about that before. Yeah, you probably can by now. Just fucking deepfake. Fucking deepfake Tulsi Gabbard in these fucking Zoom meetings on. Compromised accounts can also enable hackers to install malware, monitor communications, and attempt political blackmail. 2 check marks. To protect the private information of U.S. Politicians, Joe Spiegel is now publishing the telephone numbers, email address, and passwords found. Furthermore, no tests were performed to determine if the passwords in the email were still active. Joe Spiegel informed Gabbard, Heckneth, and Watson was founding. I'll just say the emails, and telephone numbers. Are not published, and Gabbard, Heckneth, Waltz were informed. What's up, Tyler? Hold on. If it everyone's favorite Trump persona. That is true. That is true. I am just like Donald Trump. Dude, I can't believe. Dude, how did I get Donald Trump? Dude, Grok's messed up, man. U.S. Defense Department did not respond to a request for comment. Spokesperson for the National Security Council indicated the passwords and accounts for Michael Waltz and National Security have been changed since he joined Congress in 2019. DOD. Comment, but updated passwords and accounts. Michael Waltz had been changed. Before he joined Congress in 2019. Personal inquiry sent by Joe Spiegel to the leaked WhatsApp and Signal account belonging to Michael Waltz were delivered according to the information function. His WhatsApp profile showed Waltz with 200 people in front of the U.S. flag. Shortly after the inquiries were sent, Waltz's accounts were apparently deactivated. The WhatsApp chat to Spiegel disappeared. Awesome. The Office of National Intelligence Director said that Tulsi Gabbard's private data was leaked almost 10 years ago, that she hadn't used the relevant platforms for several years and had changed her passwords several times. Also stated that Tulsi Gabbard's private data was leaked almost 10 years ago, she hadn't used the relevant platforms for several years. Those people reporting, however, found that the private Google account belongs to Gabbard, was used as recently as around 2 weeks ago. Cool. Messages sent by Joe Spiegel to her leaked WhatsApp and Signal accounts were also apparently delivered. 2 check marks appeared after they were sent. I don't know what to read. There's got to be something. There's going to be some guy on Substack has already done a deep dive on the definition of national defense information and what exactly constitutes national defense. Oh, I can expand now. All right, I guess people are still. But why is there no demand for shit? I need like another. I need another bigger road. Which I think I can build now. Yeah, country road is what I need. Oops. And I can fill in this area. With, I guess, some industrial stuff, because that's the only thing people fucking want right now. I have a little bit of commercial. I know you need power. Shut the fuck up. The rest of this will be residential. For now, at least. And some people moving in. I know you need water and you need bullshit. Here's some fucking water towers. And then I might need more power. We'll see. Oh, what's up?
Oh, well, you sound disappointed to see me. I can leave. It's fine.
No, I'm not. No.
I just got back from the gym. Sorry, I should have given you some heads up. But yeah, just doing some last minute research on this stuff. It seems really cut and dry, honestly. I'm kind of surprised like people are debating this. Even I just watched an interview where Waltz went on Fox News and said this was embarrassing. Like it's like even they're not really defending it now. But yeah, I put some basic stuff in here. I actually want to go over like the specific laws that are being violated, just to have them off the top of the head would be nice. But yeah, did you see anything else important since last night or nah?
Not a ton. I mean, I just read a thing about there was a news company that was able to find some of the personal information of like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard like available freely online, including phone numbers that were linked to Signal accounts. Now we don't know for sure if they were the Signal accounts used in the chat, but
yeah, I pretty much put the like three main things. It's like, okay, it's gross negligence, which is literally a violation of what is it, 793 Section D? I think I wrote that down. And then not only that, it is specifically that app was warned against a month before. Like everyone got an email saying don't do this.
It was warned against. I don't know if you saw this in 2023 as well. The
okay, so
NPR,
it's not the first time, yeah.
Yeah, NPR sent out a memo saying like even non-classified information that's just not public should not be shared over Signal.
Yeah, so yeah, it's incompetent, it's negligent, it's also it's a violation of the Records Act because they set the messages to delete.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the big ones. I'm gonna flesh this out a little bit just with a couple sources, just in case they ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I clicked on this expecting to see at least some headings, but yeah.
No, I will add those now. Like I've got about an hour. I have a quick meeting, and then yeah. Well, yeah. What did you add? You do something.
My notes are Notion because I ain't a fucking.
I come in here and I work hard, and you just watch and you say I'm part of the band too. Well, guess what? Pull your own. No, yeah, I'm gonna flesh it out. Yeah. Why? Do you have your own notes? If you want to just copy paste them in a second tab.
Look, boom. Have you ever used Notion before?
Like I almost worked for Notion.
You almost worked for Notion.
And the answer is no, I didn't use it.
These notes are not organized or anything. A lot of it is just like bullet points I wrote down from like news articles about it.
Well.
But
okay, sick. So yeah, I'll flesh this out. And yeah, you're welcome to use it. But if you steal my sick opening and closing, I don't know if you saw. I when I did the debate with Andrew Mercado, he shared his notes with me. Not with him, like he was on my team. And when he was reading his closing statement, just for fun, because I had his closing statement, I just like lip synced like what he was saying. And, like, everyone started looking at me. It's like, how are you doing that? Like, yeah, okay, sick. I guess I'll see you then, unless some breaking news comes out in the next hour about how this was totally justified. So,
yeah.
I guess for the postmaster stuff, like I have some more talking points about like what the post office is, how it's funded, why Elon Musk coming in and dismantling is bad, why privatizing it is bad, the history of wanting them to privatize it. One thing that is obvious, kind of, that I haven't really gone over is like the actual postmaster stepping down, and what that means. So I like, vaguely I could string together these things and say, look, this was a Trump appointee. And any other day, this would be someone like the Democrats would criticize. Like, this is a non-qualified, it's a CEO, it's a Trump donor. Like, it's very obviously a corrupt, positioning of like a bot position. And even this person is not happy with the way that they're trying to run it. This is someone who like ostensibly would support Trump's agenda, but I'm curious to read more about what he has said about why he is doing it. So I don't know if you've read more about that other than the Yahoo one, but I'm going to keep looking into it.
No, not a ton. No, I read a little bit
It's also less
about
important.
the post office more broadly, but nothing about the. Not much.
Yeah,
about
I'm just
the
going to be a
general.
post office stan. Now that I've read more about it, I'm like, holy shit! Like, post office is actually pretty based. One thing I think is true, just in case I don't know if you saw this, the forcing them to fund the 75 years worth of pension. I think that's not currently active. I believe they did get rid of it, but
Oh.
not that. I think it was there for a while. Let me double check that.
The thing I read about it is that it basically doesn't actually affect their operations because they just default on the payments and then like add it to their liabilities. So like no actual cash is being diverted to it. It's just like on their balance sheet as a liability, but it's not like actually taking up any cash flow.
They actually overfunded it too, for a while. Like they put more in than they needed to, like set aside more than they needed to, and are not allowed to access that. But let me double check that. I don't remember what the act was. It's the 2006 one.
Didn't the AG only not recommend investigating after Trump said that he didn't want to investigate it?
And it's so cool. I can't wait. So this is the first time of like debate prepped on a live stream. Albeit there's not. How many people are watching it now? Like a dozen, 50?
Not that many. There's like 6 on YouTube.
but-
There's 4 on Twitch.
But
So.
what's it called? Like if like one day this will happen. I know this will happen one day. One day I will just be completely unprepared for a debate, and I'll have kind of admitted as much before, and someone will clip together this and then my performance of just like not knowing a single fucking thing. But I think I'm pretty confident on how this works. But who knows? Maybe they'll come and talk about how the post office is part of the deep state and some weird
Of course
bullshit.
it is. This is the thing I just got sent by my. I don't know if you probably have spoken to Average Debate Enjoyer or Tyler. I feel like you might have been on a Wiki panel with him at some point.
Oh, no,
is,
I don't believe I've spoken to him. He shows up. He super chats Wick a lot, so I know him there. But also he's been in my comment section. I've seen him, and I remember the name, so I know of him.
Yeah, this is the thing he sent me. Apparently, some Biden memo. I don't know. Recommended they use a signal. I was only skimmed through this article, so I probably recommended.
Oh,
it.
I remember this. Yeah, this was their deflection to be like, well, actually, they were just following the guidance of Biden. So yeah, that would be a good counter if it didn't check out. I remember reading why it didn't matter and completely forgot. I have to reread this though.
Wow.
Okay, cool. I'll just be prepping. I'll hop in probably like 5 minutes before, and you will slowly watch this sparse document look like an actual document. So
Okay, good to know. Whatever you read about this too, link it so I can read.
Yeah, I'll ping you when I find out more about it. I'll disseminate the talking points memo so we can have the exact same talking points. Don't worry.
Good to know.
Okay, cool. See you in an hour.
See ya. There was a fuck, what was it? Oh, I should probably read this too, because I kind of expect them to just kind of deflect to Biden being weak in Houthis, which I think there's fair criticism for a little bit, but I also don't know how many good options we really have with the Houthis, but I was gonna look up I thought Trump said like at a in like some interview that he didn't want an investigation. Trump doesn't want investigation. Who is hosting? Gibbs. Right before the one where right before our weekly one. Yeah. Trump doesn't want investigation into single chat. Maybe I'm making this up. I'm not making this up. This is a thing he did. Of course it was. President Trump insisted it's not really an FBI thing. I just have a bunch of previous investigations they've done that basically the similar stuff. Oh, why the fuck are they so unhappy? A simple dirty. Well, of course it's a fucking dirty road. You don't have. Okay, hold on. Do I even have? I don't even know if I have a landfill. I don't even know what the fuck am I supposed to do about this shit? If that was full, that would have been bad. I just spilled my fucking drink. Yeah, I know there's no garbage collected. How do I build a... I don't think I have a garbage thing. What the fuck? What's up?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good.
What are we... Have you, watched the panel yet?
Which panel?
Oh, you know which one I'm talking about. The one from, the Wick one from, was it Monday?
Yeah, the Pisco Pentuple, yeah, the Gibbs, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. That was a quality interlocution going on there. Yeah, I guess, so I guess I accidentally didn't take yours or Reynolds' advice. I guess that bridge is burned, or he burned it a while ago and just didn't tell me.
Yeah, I saw. Well, I didn't pay attention to the entire Twitter feud, but yeah.
No, that's good for your mental health. But yeah, it's nice to see Pentuple and Gibbs get some pushback from people who won't let them get away with shit as willingly as maybe I might.
Yeah, I wish, I don't know, the Autopin thing seems like such a lame thing for them to debate over, because I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long Pentuple's been debating. I'm pretty sure Gibbs has had a few debates with Pisco at this point, but, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see Pisco and Pentuple debate, like, any of the Jan 6 stuff or any of the,
do you think, I don't mean this
Trump
in a
legal cases and
I know how
Hunter
this is
Biden
going to
stuff.
sound because of my history of Pentuple. Do you genuinely think he can debate those at a high level?
No, not really.
Ashley Strohmeyer live for us in New York. Ashley, thank you. Let's bring in retired Army veteran.
That's kind of where I'm at. And the thing is, it makes me sound like a salty asshole, of course, and I understand that, but it is my honest opinion. At this point, I don't feel like I just feel like he reads article titles like Hassan and then laughs his way through gotchas that he gets nailed on.
Yeah. Oh, it was so funny. Yeah, his whole thing with the the names of the J6 defendants that he kind of got stuck on.
Oh, no spoilers. I haven't watched it all yet.
Oh,
I watched half of it. I'm watching I'm streaming later and I'm watching the rest of it then. So, but yeah, and I saw you tweet about that. Or maybe Discord message about it. Yeah. But what is was that
basically Pentuple kind of got kind of backed into a corner where he was saying in order for a president to sign a pardon, it needs his knowledge and consent, and he has to have a certain level of specificity in order to sign that pardon. And his standard for that was knowing everyone in the pardon. And Pisco was like, wait, do you think Donald
like
Trump?
everyone?
Yeah, do you think Donald Trump like heard all the names of the J6 defendants? And Patap was like, yes. Patap was like, is it so crazy that someone read out 1,500 names to Trump? And then also later he changed his opinion because I don't know, I kind of walked him down, and Pisco was like, wait, so now you're saying there's other ways than knowing the names to meet the specificity requirement that you're saying that pardons have? And Patap was like, yeah, sure. So like,
I mean,
he doesn't even
let's face
have to
it,
know the names. But.
his initial position was pretty base, that the auto pen itself is a implicit forgery, until you understand the history of auto pen usage, of course. How many arguments, like, how many MAGA arguments is it? Like, it's got to be like 90% of them just count on whoever's hearing them to like be a gibbering moron or like not aware of like the world and how it works. I don't think I've ever heard like, I mean, obviously not, because I'm not a Republican, but I don't think I've ever heard like a convincing like data-based argument from like on anything from any of them.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Hegseth stuff? Just while I'm here.
Seems pretty wild.
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad. Pretty not very defensible. Seems like Seems like in normal times this would be something that would easily, he would have to resign for. But we don't live in normal times anymore. We live in a crazy.
Do you think that this is going to be a straw that will dent the camel's back? Because I'm not so bold as to think like any one event will take down the MAGA machine, but this one definitely feels like a little bit bigger than nothing.
I don't know. It's not going to take down MAGA or anything, but like it might, like at best, it's going to like, I don't know, maybe lead to Hegseth like resigning at best eventually, but
maybe.
I mean, yeah. And like maybe the, whatever committee's investigating it, I think it might be the House Oversight Committee or state or whatever. The one they keep having people testify in front of. That seems like
the one where Tulsi Gabbard lied.
Yeah. allegedly, but yeah.
Right, yeah, allegedly. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not good. I feel like it will result in something more than nothing, but that in a week's time it'll be like joked about, which is really sad. Because like, again, this is just national security just being like toyed with on a commercial messaging app with apparently so little OPSEC they can just add people. That was the best text, by the way, with the one where it's Pete Hegseth says OPSEC is clear or whatever, and it's like Goldberg's like, I'm right over here. So, all right, well, you going on Gibbs later?
Yeah.
All right, you have a wonderful time. All right.
I think
that. Tell them I said hi and I love them.
Okay, good to know.
All right, take care, buddy.
You too. What is my Spotify playing right now? I hate when Spotify DJ plays female artist. Don't clip that. Okay, Fox News found that the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency outlined in a guide for federal employees last year that encrypted messaging platforms such as Signal better protected officials against foreign enemy hackers amid a Chinese-linked cyber breach. Under the Department of Homeland Security umbrella that is charged with ensuring cybersecurity across all levels of government, under the Biden administration 2024 released a mobile communications best practice for highly targeted individuals who were defined as high-ranking government officials and politicians. Strongly urges highly targeted individuals to apply best practices to protect mobile communications. Highly targeted individuals should assume that all communications between mobile devices, including government and personal devices and internet services are at risk of interception and manipulation. While no single service eliminates all risk, implementing best practices significantly enhances protection of sensitive communications against government-affiliated and other malicious cyber actors, the guide read. The document published in December details highly targeted government officials should use end-to-end encryption communications, part of its best practices advice. End-to-end encryption is understood as a secure method of communication where a sender is encrypted and can only be decrypted by the recipient of the message. Specifically cited government officials who download end-to-end encryption to the cell phones, computers, specifically blah, 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 blah. I don't think any of this stuff is about using signal to handle potentially classified material and or I think even just national defense national defense information or whatever. Oh, what the fuck? Are these abandoned now? Why can't I click on this shit ever? Too much noise? Oh, they're mad at the fucking noise. They all have 0 workers, but this shit's still going. I can't tell if they're abandoned or not. It didn't used to look like this, but I don't know if that's just because they... I don't know what to do about the garbage. People aren't happy because of waste disposal. I can't do anything. I can't do shit about waste disposal. Oh, there's an outbreak. Oh, no. Oh, my town's going to shit. Water pump stands and pollute. Where the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh, it's so over. Oh, it's so over. Oh, it's never been so over. Hold on. What area is fucking polluted? Y'all are fucking fine. I need to build more hospitals over here, though. How do I see... Do I unlock a fucking... garbage pipe? Or landfill? Garbage pipe? I got a sewage pipe, but I didn't get a... Does the sewage pipe even do anything? Oh, wait, waste disposal. New. Landfill. Okay. Woohoo. We'll put it right by the fucking windmills. Transport, road, country road. Perfect. Now we have nice, clean energy polluted by my fucking landfill. Let's go. Right by the residential home. Body signals probe in the signal chat is unlikely despite long history of similar inquiries. FBI Director Kash Patel was not a part of the signal chat in which other Trump administration officials, national security officials, in which other Trump administration national security officials discussed detailed attack plans, but they didn't spare him from being questioned by lawmakers about whether the nation's premier law enforcement agency would investigate. Patel made no such commitments during the course of 2-day Senate and House hearings, declining to comment on the possibility, and testifying that he had not personally reviewed the text messages that were inadvertently shared with the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, who was mistakenly included on a unclassified text thread. It's not committed to investigating the Signal group chat. Trump administration and security officials used to discuss attack plans. Patel made those commitment. Patel would be grilled on what the FBI might do. It's hardly surprising. Even President Donald Trump insisted it's not really an FBI thing. The reality is FBI and Justice Department for decades have been responsible for enforcing Espionage Act statutes and governing the mishandling, whether intentional or negligent, of national defense information, like the kind shared on Signal, a publicly available app that provides encrypted communications but is not approved for classified information. Trump himself insisted that it's not really an FBI thing. Despite the FBI, Justice Departments history of investigating Espionage Act statutes, the handling of national defense information. Justice Department has broad discretion to open investigation, although Attorney General Pam Bondi, who introduced Trump at a Justice Department event this month, signaled that at an unrelated news conference on Thursday that she would disinclined to do so. She repeated Trump's administration talking point about highly sensitive information. The chat was not classified, though current and U.S. foreign officials have said the posting of the exact launch times of aircraft and the times the bombs would be released before the pilots were even in air would have been classified. She's not inclined to start investigation. Repeating the administration's talking about. Sensitive info. It's not classified. Charges were quickly prohibited to Democrats, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who found themselves on an investigation but never charged for alleged mishandling information. Indeed, the department has conducted multiple high-profile investigations for recent years, albeit with different differences in underlying fact and outcomes. Multiple high-profile figures have found themselves under investigation in recent years over their handling government secrets, but differences in underlying facts and outcomes make it impossible to prognosticate what might happen in this instance or whether any accountability can be expected. There's also a precedent for public officials either to avoid criminal charges or be spared meaningful punishment. In terms of prior investigations, there were set out standards making the department always looked into try to follow and making a determination about which type of disclosures they were going to pursue, including sensitivity information exposed, the willingness of the conduct, said former Justice Department prosecutor Michael say it was way back, who's handled classified information investigations. Here's just a look at a few of the prior investigations. Let's say, okay, I'll just mention Hillary Clinton, former CIA director, David, that guy. I think Donald Trump came first, but Donald Trump and Donald Trump, Joe Biden. Another former CIA director. Right. Oh, sorry, former CIA officer. Have all then investigated for their handling classified sensitive info. I know Hillary was in charge. This guy was charged. Trump was charged. Joe Biden wasn't. Jeffrey Sterling sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. Trial was delayed for years. Parked illegally. Forced to testify. I saw that he was playing Mike Watts today. I always thought it was Mike. Or yesterday. But President Donald Trump tentatively blamed National Security Advisor Mike Waltz for the signal leak scandal while continuing to vigorously defend Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth during Wednesday evening executive order signing. Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility. I would imagine it had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I always thought it was Mike. On the other hand, Trump questioned why Hegseth was receiving any scrutiny, despite the defense secretary sharing sensitive details about operation, including launch times. How do you bring Hegseth into it? It had nothing to do. Look, it's all witch hunt, Trump said, of course. True. Trump said Tuesday that he wasn't planning on firing Waltz and defended him in a television interview, saying his national security advisor learned a lesson. He's a good man. True. The signal issue was dogged the administration for 3 days, started after Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg published an account of being inadvertently added to a signal group chat, apparently by Waltz. Other officials in the chat included Hegseth, Vice President J.D. Vance, and other top officials. Earlier Wednesday, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed that Trump had seen the entire signal group chat messages that the Atlantic released. She refused to label the information classified, instead referring to it as a sensitive policy discussion. Some current foreign military officials expressed concerns about the Hegseth message, saying he leaked sensitive attack details that were reckless and dangerous. What is this? That's an elementary school. Wait, last time it was school. Why does everyone want fucking industry? Oh wait, how do I buy another tile? I need more room. I need one just dedicated to fucking industry. Okay, wait, so if I get 1,000 inhabitants, I think I can buy it. I guess I'll just... add more industry here. Oh, hold on. Here, everything before this landfill can be industry. And also, I guess I can connect the roads. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, are these all dirt roads? Oh, they are dirt roads. They look like they're paved. Nah, they can live on dirt roads. Fuck you. Is this connected? I mean, I don't think it really matters if it's connected, but... Why is Spotify DJ playing dumbass fucking bullshit? Okay, I probably want to have these statute on my own notes too. Here, you know what? I'll probably just have it down here. Whoever for the purpose of obtaining information respecting to the national defense with intent or reason to believe that information is used, to be used for danger to the United States or to defend any foreign nation, goes upon, flies, enter, blah, blah, blah. That's all to do with, like, where it's like the reckless. Whoever lawfully having possession of access to, control over, or being entrusted with any document, writing, code book, signal book, sketch, photographic, negative, blueprint, plan, map, model, instrument, appliance, or note relating to national defense, or information relating to the national defense, which information the the possessor has reason to believe could be used to injure the United States or the advantage of any foreign nation, willfully communicates, delivers, transmit, or causes to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted, attempts to communicate, deliver, transmit, or cause to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted the same to any person not entitled to receive it, or willfully retains the same and fails to deliver it on demand to the office of an employee of the United States entitled to receive it, or whoever have unauthorized possession of access, blah, 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 Jesus. Or being entrusted, having lawful possession, control over any document. One, through gross negligence, permits the same to be removed from its proper place of custody or delivered to anyone in violation of trust. Or two, having knowledge that the same has been illegally removed from its paper and place of custody or delivered to anyone in violation of trust. I don't know. Is national defense defined by statute anywhere? National defense information. I think I also said it would be a potential violation of the Espionage Act, but I forget. I don't know. Most of the specifics about that one. Anyway. What was I gonna? Oh, the postal service notes. Postal service have been focused of intense scrutiny by Elon Musk supporting government efficiency. Members of the Trump administration have publicly contemplated privatizing or overhauling the service. DeJoy said he was passing on the baton to Postmaster General Doug Toolan until the governor is named my permanent successor in a statement first obtained by Reuters. Last week, DeJoy gave Doge a list of items he wanted help with and signed an agreement with the cost cut in department earlier this month. DeJoy previously announced plans to cut 10,000 workers and billions of dollars from the budget. DeJoy was appointed to his role in 2020 and led the postal service during the 8th presidential election when mail-in voting took outsized importance. We're glad to see DeJoy go. The fear that his mismanagement will continue casting casting a destructive shadow. What the fuck? I don't know. I'm not sure why this is a big deal. I think Gibbs just wants to. I guarantee you, we're gonna hear Gibbs talk about the pension plan or whatever, the pre-fund retirement thing, because Gibbs, I've heard Gibbs bring that up before. The USPS is 4 years into a reorganization initiative to cut costs, improve efficiency. Donald Trump said he wants to see more changes. He floated plans to give Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick oversight over the agency, which is currently overseen by the Board of Governors and a cabinet secretary. But when I propose how it works, it's not going to lose large amounts of money. Think about it. It'll be a form of merger. Okay, I don't know. Right. I don't know. Probably I'm gonna have this for like all the solvency things. I don't know what their whole thing is gonna be with it. So actually, I think hold on. I think Soy Pill actually has also another link that says they want to privatize it. Although, to be fair, Elon Musk says a lot of crazy things. We're going to really take him seriously. I like to privatize the postal service. Resurrected first got a lot of postal service to influence how e-commerce, white matters, America's mail carrier, blah, blah, blah. Washington Post reported Sunday, citing 3 unnamed sources, that Trump talked to his Commerce Secretary Hal Lutnick and Mar-a-Lago was interested in overhauling the agency. He reportedly said the government shouldn't subsidize a mail agency given its recurring losses. President-elect also conveyed a group of transition officials. Conveyed a group of transition officials and asked for their views on privatizing the agency earlier this month. Republicans have signaled displeasure for USPS and a few other incidents. Okay. Let's add Postal Service. To SOE. Then import commercial. Then import social objective. The universal service obligation. Task it. Providing just mail services. I'll say mail services to everyone, including in places, private companies. To find it profitable to serve. I'll say it's added, especially important for mail-in ballots. Here also, I don't know. I wonder if there's like, if I look up Biden signal memo, I wonder if there's a anyone else has reported it other than fake news, Fox News. Dems have a long history supporting encrypted signal hack ahead of Trump leak. Oh boy. We all need signal chats. If you don't have signal, get on signal, okay? Do not trust, get on signal. No shot. Wait, it is from yesterday? How am I not? You know, must be helping lead investigation of a signal chat leak involving top 9. Sounds good. Dude. You know, must have offered to put his technical expertise on this to figure out how the number was inadvertently added to the chat. Oh. PPG believes Elon and Trump act in manner that sets stage to end Medicaid. I don't even know if I would necessarily disagree with that. I don't think they like Medicaid. I think they openly want to cut Medicaid, right? Or, well, they openly hide the way they're cutting Medicaid, right? They the bill, the budget bill, blueprint bill, whatever, that's planning on cutting $800 billion from the, committee that oversees Medicaid. Obviously, the only feasible way for them to do that is to cut Medicaid. Republican states in general, they never take Medicaid expansion. I shouldn't say never. I'm sure there's some out there, but rarely take Medicare expansion, at least to the extent that Democratic states do. So yeah, I don't think that's at all like crazy to say or anything. I need more power. I need to get a drink at some point. Recent. Oh wait, I probably have more shit now. Hold on. Supply, energy, underground cables, transmission lines, transformers, gas plant. Hell yeah. Fuck this woke shit. How do I check, like, the stats? I swear there was a button to do that. Oh, that's all in demand for commercial shit. Oh, wait. I think it's this, actually. Yeah. Oh, that gas plant does not do as much shit as I thought. Real quick, I'm gonna pee and get a drink. Funny rabbit video.
Here she goes. She's running up. It looks good.
Enjoy. Hold on. Now enjoy. You guys fell for it. I'll be back in a second. Okay, for real this time I'm back. Got like 10 minutes. Oh my god, my hands are wet. I can't open this fucking powder packet because it's fucking slippery. There's powder in my mouth. Oh, there's powder in my microphone filter. Oh, man. Oh, dear God. Oh, it's really strong in my mouth. Jesus. Wow, I'm a genius. Dude, it's not even all the way open. Oh, this is miserable. Okay. Off to a great start there. Breaking, 2 U.S. bombers that targeted Houthis underground complex with powerful bunker busters were able to destroy it. Based. Only entrances collapsed, but the Yemenis built new ones. This raises serious question about the U.S.'s ability to destroy Iran's missile sites, which are much deeper and more extensive. Wait, how do they rebuilt them? Or they built new ones? I guess not necessarily rebuilt. Oh, Jesus, this powder. They're fucking everywhere, dude. Oh, this is a nice microphone, too, man. Oh, I'm just blowing it deep. Hold on. Don't worry. I could see powder come out of it. I don't want powder to actually get in the fucking microphone. Alright, we're good. Hopefully. Oh, look at the bunny with the sheep. I will be missing the work panel about another work panel about how Democrats can win this time with Erudite and some other woman. That's the downside of streaming, being a streamer, so you can't watch streams. I should probably write an opening. I can wing it. Also, I can probably turn the window cursor off. I'm not sure. I'll probably have just a regular panel thing, but by the way, I don't think none of you are gonna notice. I need I need like a subreddit where I can post like a bounty for code or something. I'm willing to pay someone like not that much money. I don't have that much money. I'd be willing to pay like $30 fucking for anyone who can write code that just lets me change the color of a Discord VC when you pop it out. Like anyone who can. So if I go to like I'm in my streamer VC right now. If I pop it out, no one's in here, but if I hit pop out, like it becomes its own window. How about 1 Bitcoin? This background color is black, and there's no way to change it. Even like you can download Discord themes and everything. I've downloaded, a bunch of different themes to see if any of them change it. None of them change this. I don't think themes are like allowed to change this or whatever. I need this background color to be. I need to be able to pick whatever color I want, because presumably if I just make it one color, it'll. Someone could wear a shirt with that color, whatever, to be an issue. But I need like a subreddit or something where I can post this request. I don't know. That's got to be out there. I feel like I feel like whatever name for the subreddit I look up is just gonna be like porn. Code bounty Reddit. Like I feel like it's. I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know what I like need exactly, but we tried Vencore to better Discord. Yes, they aren't able to change it. I have better Discord right now, actually. As far as I know, it literally just doesn't change it.
That was really bad timing. I literally hopped into your server to ask if we're supposed to be in this room.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, he'll drag you in from wherever, really. But yeah, this is usually where I go.
Cool. Man, I need a haircut. Just join any VC. I'll move y'all in. All right. Sounds like it's about to happen.
Yeah.
Rapture me, Admiral. All right. I fleshed it out with sources. Didn't really find anything super crazy, although that one CISA thing is really funny because it's like very clearly not intended for this. And anyone using that as a defense didn't read the article. And it comes way after the Pentagon says, hey, don't do this. So
yeah,
like,
it doesn't seem like it was at all talking about even like national defense information, like much less.
No, it was literally just like random. Hey, like if you're in the government and you don't want your random text messages to be read, it's like very much a different thing. Oh man, I'm suddenly just incredibly tired out of nowhere. Time to just caffeinate.
Yeah, that's what I got. I nonstop drink caffeine, bro. Nonstop. It's my only. Well, I guess I'm probably also addicted to the internet, but.
Yeah, but that's cool to be addicted to. Give me 1 sec, actually. I'm gonna grab. I need like a snack or something. And some carbohydrates. I actually don't have any. I ate all my cheesy crisps. Fuck.
Well.
Carrots are gonna be too loud. Oh, here, I got a protein bar. We're good.
Bro, that's the strat. You just munch on fucking raw carrots incredibly
just while they're
loudly.
trying to talk. What's that? I remember there was a Destiny debate with I think it was
pizza strat.
Yeah, he was like eating pizza. It's like this is part of his strategy is to like just make you look dumb by eating pizza. It's like no, he's just fucking eating pizza. That's so funny.
What's up?
I have had a hell of the last few days. How y'all doing?
For me,
Doing pretty good.
Hey, how's it going? Let me pop out this chat too. How do I do that? Pop out. Make it full. Add it to the stream.
By the way, I am streaming. I know Soy knows that. I don't know if Gibbs knows that. Don't say slurs. Pretty please.
That's what I'm known for, you know?
Yeah. Every time I join this waiting room, that's what he does. Believe it or not.
I just come in here and just start screaming obscenities. Alright, we got that going.
There we go. Wait, what the hell?
The freeze?
No, I'm just. Oh, there we go. I was trying to open this up in my stream ops. I'm not streaming yet. I'm not so competent as non-fawn as to start my stream before everything. Also, nice to meet you. We haven't talked yet. Do you go by Gibbs or what should I call you?
Yeah, Gibbs works.
Cool.
If I could change the name to just that, I would, but it's too late now.
You're locked in, buddy.
Yeah, since like 2014.
Mm-hmm. Oop. That's not it. Why can't I make this bigger? What the hell? Oh, I don't like that.
True.
Why
Mercury.
are you doing this? Oh, I see. There's two of them. I see what's going on here. Chat box overlaid with corn for Gucci. All right. I am ready to stream.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been still laughing about the old bamboozle thing.
Which one?
The old bamboozle you gave old Rob. That shit was funny as fuck. I was like, nah, I don't care who you are. That's funny right there.
Oh man, it was so funny too because I had nothing to do with the debate. I was just like wanted to have a discussion with him on Twitter, and he was like, "Nope, not unless you say this." And I'm like, "Well, I can't invent information." Wait, I can.
I can. Well, let's see what. Let me message this other guy here. See what he's at. How's everybody's day?
It's going
good.
great.
Just got off work.
Came back from the gym. Got some pump in for the debate. I want to look big and strong for the debate.
There you go.
That's half of the debate, is mogging on people.
Can't be the rightest, be the whitest. That is what I say.
Yeah, there you go. Makes a lot of sense. Let me pull up the topics here. Okay, we're in business. All right, we have Ryan about 5 minutes here to join.
Is that a fascist flag you have on your wall?
My long live the empire, security and strength. Technically, they're a majocracy, all right?
Yeah, because there's a magician, and his name is Palpatine.
Yeah, Palpatine, yeah.
No, that's true. I didn't even think about that.
He's a space wizard.
A space wizard, you know?
No.
Yeah, but you can call me a space wizard.
I had like I had a bunch of like before I changed my background recently. I had a bunch of like artwork like it's like local artists had painted, but it was too GTA looking. I was like, nah, we're gonna get this out.
Well, I have a dresser clearly misplaced and a bunch of like merch that you can't see because it's too far away. So you're beating me.
Nice.
You got your little buddy with a.
Oh yeah, you see my giant pickle Rick. Yeah,
it's that
my absolute favorite episode of Rick and Morty. It's so funny. He turns himself into a pickle. It is the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Very true.
All right, we'll just have going back. I'm having some PC issues I'm trying to resolve before we get going. I think I got like 6,000 tabs open. That might have something to do with what's going on here, and they're all video tabs.
All right, I'll go live, but I will not go live with this. I'll just
Anything else that y'all are streaming?
Starting soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm always streaming.
Not fun. Stay streaming.
True.
I reset my computer, but now I finally have like all of my OBS themes actually set up. Finally.
Testing. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What is happening?
That's a great question.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
What is happening?
Yes, what's happening? I have an audience of people. They're all saying, "Where is?"
I'll be right back. I'm gonna restart my PC. I don't know what's happening here. I'm having issues out the wazoo. Give me a second.
All right, I'll mute and go keep my people ready. Not fun.
Damn. Why is no one moved into the corner? I should remember when I have the big ass fucking thing. You guys can't see it. I think, well, I don't know. I think I'll probably just fucking do this, but. Wait, who the fuck was that? That was Gibbs again? This guy, this dude. And he was complaining about Ryan being late.
Gibbs, what's going on? Are we in? Are we good?
Yeah, it said y'all was muted here. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna.
I don't know. Something on my. Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah, I just need 1 second. I'll go and get my thing set back up. I don't know what happened there. Let me just pull up my moderation stuff and we'll be good to start. How's it? Yeah, my bad. I don't know what's going on here. It's I had to restart the PC or something. Everything was acting weird. I had a storm here this last couple of days. It like knocked out a bunch of fencing, so I was doing that. And then I get back and I think it turned the power on and off, and everything reset weird. Okay.
Yeah, sadly, I'm the wrong guy to ask. I was looking at Non-Fon's branding on the bottom of his screen, and I was like, man, I gotta figure out how to do that. So
yeah.
It's pretty easy. You just
cam,
make a little text thing with the icons, turn it into a PNG, and throw it up on OBS or whatever you use to
virtual
stream.
Cam, yep.
Yeah, virtual cam. It's free software.
Yeah, man. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's easy, and the fact that I don't know how to do it implies that I shouldn't be.
Non-Fon, don't listen. He's debate trucking us. He's trying to seem like he doesn't know how to do things, and then he's going to come out with all the facts and info. This is a tactic to lure us into a false sense of security. Don't listen to a single thing this man says. See the books behind him? He's reading those. All right, I don't have any books. Okay, I have a pickle Rick. I'm an idiot.
I didn't say I didn't know how to read, so you got me. You found my tactic. I've been secretly reading.
Soy Pill, are you on Twitch or just on YouTube?
I'm just on YouTube. I don't know if that's stupid of me, but yeah.
Nah, it's fine. I was just gonna try to get the stream together. Are you streaming, Thorn?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, we get everybody up here. We'll get a stream together going. We'll kick it off, guys. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties and set us back here, but we'll get going here shortly.
We will.
And yeah, I hope here. Barring anything else for unforeseen. The Twitch gods can be fickle sometimes. Thorn, what is your Twitch tag? Thorny Horny or
the Thorn
Horn? Nice to meet you, Thorn, by the way. I was gonna say it's almost like when you're on Twitch or any of these moderated platforms, everyone does kind of have their own like suicide vest, which is at any point you can just press the "I say something against terms of service" and blow the whole stream up button. So that is kind of scary. I sympathize with anyone who does this financially for a living.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitch made it pretty out that if you like so like say you said a no word, I like as long as I like took steps immediately, like kicked you and showed you, they'll be pretty lenient. They might be like, oh, you're banned for like an hour or something, or like a day.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that.
Used to, they were like,
Oh my god, wait. When I said S-Best, is the S word also banned? Did I already do it in my own example? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I don't think so. I think, but yeah.
I'll find out, I guess, when the when the VOD goes up.
Yeah. It might get you here. All right, now let's try to get you in here too. Okay, I got you. Now you can actually join because you're not banned in any of our.
Pentuple isn't here to fucking cuck me.
Not to cuck you, yeah. All right, let me pull up the topics and we'll get going here. Well, now, sorry about that, guys. Like I said, it's been a long last 48 hours for me here. All right. So, here we are. Welcome to Give Me a Break. We got a little impromptu one. I don't even have lighting going, but we're going to kick it off right here. How's everybody doing? Let's start off with who you are, what you do, and whatever that. We'll start with you, Mr. Macaulay. How you doing tonight?
Mullally. So Ryan Mullally. I'm a former teacher, current lawyer, and talk about law, politics, and philosophy on X. And because I'm, I guess, an enlightened centrist / classic liberal, I tend to annoy both sides and suspect I will continue to do so tonight.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Non-Fun.
I'm Non-Fun. I'm a liberal streamer. Go check out my YouTube channel. That's all I have to say.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Now I got another sound going off my back, guys. Thorny, thank you, Thorn. Tell us who you are, what you do, where you're from, all that good jazz.
Yeah, I'm the Thornhorn. I've been on a couple of Modi streams. I got my degree in economics. I do real estate stuff for profession, and I like to stream on the side, and a little bit more left-leaning, but definitely respect free market approach to a lot of things.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And the Soy Pill.
Hey, I'm the Soy Pill. I make YouTube video essays. I also stream occasionally. And yeah, I'm a progressive.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so today we're going to talk about, we got two subjects it looks like. We're going to talk about old Peaks Headscuff, or whatever his name is here. Spell it. I can't ever pronounce his name right. I don't know why. We're going to say, giving out the shared info to that reporter and what we think of all those plans, if we should go to war or whatnot. And I guess the Postmaster General retiring, and how that's going to affect postmastering and the post office in general. And I think this is part of the cuts that Doge is promising. But to start us off, let's go ahead and start us off with the first topics. I will go the same order. How do you say your last name again?
Mullally, yeah.
Mullally, yeah.
Unpronounceable. Has 4 L's, which is like a huge branding error. So, I fix it, but whatever. It's the name I was born with. So I'm someone who's generally been, I think the way I'd frame my view on the Trump administration is that I broadly support many of the goals that they seem to be aiming at. And I'm concerned that they just have a enormous propensity for stepping on rakes. And, at a certain point, you have to ask yourself, no matter how beautiful the design for the house you want to build is, if the dude who shows up has only sledgehammers, no nails, and just does demo all day and never builds it, you got to start wondering if things are going to work out. And I think this is an example of this. This is just an own goal. It's the kind of thing that is avoidable and should be avoided. It's an obvious screw up and should be treated as such. I don't know that people need to necessarily resign over it, but it is the kind of thing where there should be accountability, and people should be, at the very least, owning up and saying, this was my bad, we can do better.
Non-Fun.
I think this is pretty obviously insane and an incredible fuck up. I think it's likely illegal as a layman, if nothing else, because these records should be backed up and not set to disappear in 4 years. But I also think it's likely illegal to send this type of national defense information over Signal, which is a platform that was warned about even in a 2023 memo. Even for unclassified information that was just non-public. I think it would have been an incredible fuck up if the Houthis somehow got access to this. And I think in a more normal time, Pete Hegseth would probably have to resign and not lie to the media and say this is a discredited journalist or whatever.
Thorn, what do you think?
I think that the previous points kind of lead to a lot of other things. I do think that this is by far like a huge fuck up, and it is something that goes beyond any like reasonable mistake that could happen. I think that it is something that warrants a review on it, and also the potential of jail time for some of the people that were involved with the incident, or the person that at least instigated the incident, if not having them be released from their position.
All right, thanks, sir. Soy Pill.
Yeah, is anyone defending it actually in this chat? Are we not debating? Are we all just kind of ganging up on them? Because I'm cool with that. I thought I might have to argue with people, but it seems like we're on the same team here.
If I have to do a 1v4, I'll do it. But I don't think. We're gonna go somewhere with it. I promise. I have an idea for this. I think we're gonna take an interesting direction.
Okay, maybe that'll be fun. Okay, but regardless, yeah, no, same as what everyone else is saying. Very slight deviation, I guess, from Ryan. I think it is clearly illegal. I mean, it's a violation of U.S. Code 793, Section F. It's just gross negligence. It is a huge fuck up. It's negligent in the sense of not only were they told not to use Signal for these sorts of things, they should know better. It's like very clear that they should know better. And God bless the Atlantic Reporter for holding off one day on releasing them to bait them into lying about it under oath. That's hilarious. It's disgusting. It's incompetent, and it's pretty much in line with most of what the Trump administration has been doing. Their incompetence is the only thing holding us back from their inevitable fascist takeover. Thank God. Yeah, that's my position.
So Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think God bless the reporter is right, though not for the reason that you just said. God bless the reporter is right because he could have had he already has a sensational story, but like if he had gone instantly public with this, it would have had national security ramifications. It obviously would have been the wrong thing to do. It arguably would have been good for his career and for his publication, and he didn't. So
yeah, that as well. I agree with you. They had a CIA agent's name in it who might have been killed for that. It would have, compromised, the Yemen strikes. They would have probably been able to avoid them, if not attack the pilots. So I agree. Yeah, he's also clearly a good person and took that into account. He didn't do it like just blame leak. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Let me take that a bit. Well, let me take that a bit further. I like so there's a couple ways I want to take this because I feel like I think most people agree this is a fuck up. But one, you mentioned the reporter. Somebody here mentioned the reporter, and the way they handled it. I've been very interested in the way they handled it because it seems like Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, and then they'll say one thing, and then the guy will release a little more. And be like, oh, well, you're wrong, you're lying, or whatever. And I think it's been an interesting tactic. It's like generated more interest in the story because it's like he keeps dropping breadcrumbs. What are y'all's thoughts on how he's handled it overall? Because I mean, you've said you liked it. It looks like you seem like, do y'all like this way, or do y'all think it would have been better if you just dropped the bombshell?
I think the way he's handling it is with journalistic integrity, which is to say, as soon as he saw that this was not supposed to happen, he removed himself from the chat. He did not stay in to dig up more dirt. He released a story, which was, all true, but not exactly verified in that story. He didn't post the text themselves. They contradicted him under oath, and he said, well, if you're going to contradict me, then I will release these with some redactions, obviously, to not compromise security. I don't necessarily think he's doing this in the same way WikiLeaks did the breadcrumb weekly releases to drum up hype and make it this drawn out thing instead of just releasing it all at once. Although maybe he will. We'll see in the future. I think this is just him being a good journalist.
Yeah, on top of that, part of the reason he waited is just because they told him, when he emailed the White House, he asked if they were classified, and they said, oh, no, these weren't classified, because it's obviously better for them now to say it's not classified, because they don't want to get investigated or charged or whatever. And then he released more of it, because presumably it's not classified, according to them.
Though, if he had called the White House before the strikes happened and said, hey, can I release these, or are they classified? I bet they would have said they were classified.
Yeah.
Right? Because I will freely admit this isn't the most technical details, but it's more than enough detail to ruin something. You would not want that public. That's absolutely not something the White House would let get out if they knew.
That's assuming that everyone in there is a rational actor.
Yeah, I mean, so Donfod, you brought up something interesting. We have a lawyer here, so we might as well take advantage of this blessing from the Lord here. You brought up the ramifications of it being disappearing after 4 years, right? So and whatnot, and that not being a legal thing, and the idea that it's in the Signal app, which is like a peer-to-peer thing, it could be hacked or whatever. What do you think about the legal ramifications of that? Do you think that's something that non-fund has credit for being concerned about with this?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that comes up there. Like the government is subject to reporting. So they're like in the military, you typically can't make FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, and get documents. Like there's a ton of exceptions that protect the military. But as a general matter, the government has to keep records and has to produce those records upon certain types of requests. So when I advise clients about document retention, I'll often tell them you do need to have a policy that allows for regular deletion because you don't want to have documents sitting around forever because, God forbid you get sued and now you've got this document that you wish you didn't have. You can't delete it then. So you want to have kind of a regular purging that matches your business, but also matches the requirements of the law. You can't, if you're an insurance agency, you can't get rid of emails because you're regulated. Similarly, the government has some requirements. Signal, to my knowledge, it's not my area, but Signal does not meet those requirements. And one of the benefits of something like Signal is that it has rapid deletion. So if you have a message chain back and forth, it's not going to last forever. At least that's an option. I don't know what they set their deletion protocol to. So it could have been years. It could have been days.
Right.
I really don't know the answer to that.
Does anybody here use Signal? Do any of y'all use Signal? I've never used Signal. I just
once or twice in Europe.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, I don't know. But go ahead and finish what you're saying. I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I strongly suspect, in fact, I think it's such a strong inference that I can just say it as a fact, even though I don't know it for sure, that there is an approved government message system by which, senior leaders in the executive branch can communicate with each other, and they were opting not to use that one.
There's an internal one that they use at every embassy, and every official has one in their house. I don't know what it's called exactly. I don't know if it's like FUDO or whatever, but there is an approved one, and this is not it, obviously, yeah.
Now, there's a nefarious version of that where you're saying they're trying to avoid reporting, they're trying to get around deletion. There's the more likely one, which is that the government version is probably hideously inconvenient and bad. And and
also made from the 1980s and hasn't been updated in 20 plus years. Yeah,
that's what Ranger Rogue was saying in the chat. He's saying that it's a laptop. You have to have a C insert. And it's a pain in the ass. Oh yeah,
but that's there's a reason for that, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if you're saying about that in a bad way, but the reason so many government systems are outdated is because they're more secure, because they have to go through a whole process to update them, and so they don't just introduce some crazy open source messaging on the day it comes out and don't verify that it is secure. Although that said, I did want to bring up, Ryan, you mentioned that Signal could be hacked, and there's probably is potential to find vulnerabilities because it is open source, but to my understanding, the reason that they don't want to use Signal, because even though there is end-to-end encryption, is because it's very vulnerable to mistakes, like we saw here, and phishing scams, which allows you to get people into these chats that shouldn't be there, or people who impersonate other people. So it actually might be a more secure system. Insofar as in 2024, the CISA, the cybersecurity admin for Biden, recommended that they use it not for DoD stuff, but for hey, if you're just texting your friend, or if you're worried about your messages getting out, don't use SMS, use Signal instead. Obviously the right wing ran away and said, hey, see, they told us to do it, which is clearly not what they were intending, but it is pretty secure.
Well, that's interesting because you took it kind of where it started the direction I want to take it, right? So Elon posted, I think, memeing, something about use Signal today. Is that correct? I feel like he did. I saw it, and it's interesting because this is an issue that I know we all. I think everybody here agrees that this was a pretty big fuck up with the sending out to the reporter. But
no, they should have just done it all the time.
Yeah, it should have been totally
policy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying with more transparency. Yeah. Well, so where I'm going with this is, what do we think about the interventionism into Yemen as a whole, guaranteed a free trade? Are we more pro that? Is that something that people are upset about? Or are we just upset about the plans for it getting leaked? Whoever wants to go on that one.
I'm upset with the process and procedure not being followed and not being updated to include that. It's totally fine to use whatever platform is deemed acceptable by it, but this just completely blatantly went away from any sort of policy or procedure that was put in place to make sure that this sort of thing didn't happen.
Right, but do you okay, that's fair, right? We agree that's the fuck up. Do you think are you pro though intervening even to guarantee the free trade aspect of this though? Because it seems like they're stepping up, because this is where I guess where the argument I'm going is is, so I had conversation recently with somebody on the right pointed this out. Is Hexcath is an interventionist, like as opposed to say, I don't know, Vance is isolationism. I'm not 100% sure that's exactly how I would, pitch it, but that's been how it's been described to some. So the argument is, if you actually go and pursue and get rid of Hexcath, you're actually helping the isolationists, which is not what a lot of people I know on the left want. Do y'all see it as that way? Are y'all pro intervening in Yemen, or despite Hexcath's like fuck up here, or like is this just like, oh, so terrible, we shouldn't be involved at all? Is kind of what I'm asking.
I don't think anyone here is like really super against bombing the Houthis. I mean, even Biden, to a more limited extent, was bombing the Houthis. I am worried that Trump doesn't necessarily sort of have the diplomatic breaks necessary to not trigger a war with Iran while trying to, bomb the Houthis. I think Biden probably would have done a better job with that. I think Biden also probably would have applied more pressure to Israel to try to make sure the ceasefire didn't fall through. But I mean, yeah, I think my main concern is the fuck up with the messaging app, and I guess I don't know. I think Trump's foreign policy is not going to be ideal no matter what. So I'm not that concerned with like getting rid of Pete Hegseth if he's just going to be, replaced by someone maybe potentially marginally worse or whatever.
I mean, quite frankly, I liked Hegseth's approach more than on the substance more than Vance's from the message they went back and forth on. Like Vance's position was we should wait until, at least from what I read, we should wait and try to pair this with making Europe pay more because the trade through this channel benefits Europe more than us. And while I understand they ran on a kind of isolationism, there's Pax Americana has some real serious benefits, one of which is that we get to have cheap goods and services that move through free ports. And I think getting it, even if I'm supportive of the idea that we want Europe to pay more for their defense. I don't think letting pirates attack shipping freighters is the way to do it. This is, I think,
it's running the country like a mob. Like, oh, you want to be protected from the pirates? Like, pay up. Like, I understand that we do things in America's interests, but like the fact that you're immediately withholding defense from someone under immediate duress because, hey, why don't you pay more? I think is pretty insane. I think you can use the fact that you did defend them as leverage against maybe Europe if you wanted them to pay more.
What's the difference?
The difference is you're letting them be attacked by pirates, and there's a very big difference between knowing you could intervene and stopping them and saying, hey, I'm going to let this keep happening day to day to day until you pay up, which is literally extortion, versus, hey, I've been helping you defend these people because I think it's the right thing to do. Now you should be doing something back. I think that's a very different negotiating tactic.
Right, and the messages say the U.S. is the only one with the capability even to, stop the Houthis. They were all complaining about that, but I think it's true. We're the only one with a navy strong enough to actually stop these,
Yeah, and look, if your goal is primarily to make Europe pay more for defense and secondarily to defeat the Houthi, then I could see Vance's position. You leverage it for a few months and then do it. But if your goal is primarily like there shouldn't be pirates, then this is a pretty easy call. And I'm pretty much on team there shouldn't be pirates.
Thor,
maybe that's a hot take. I don't know.
What do you think, Thor?
Hey, my favorite anime is the One Piece, so I'm pro. No, I'm just kidding. I think that like strategically, geopolitically, with having like those pirate people kind of around that Cape area, going into a little bit more towards the Suez Canal, that puts more of a pressure point for kind of leveraging. I don't know, as the United States. Leveraging Europe paying a bit more into like the global policing that America's just assumed over the years and stuff, and that might be, I can understand like the JD Vance point and perspective towards that, but just in general, pirates aren't great, and if you let things fester for too long, it turns into a worse reality in the future than just like taking care of it today.
Me personally, I'm kind of torn. I agree. I don't like it when things fester because then you get something real nasty over there, like ISIS or something else, right? And I'm with you, but on the other side, I kind of like object to this take that y'all are giving me, where it's, oh, you know, we're the only ones who can do it, so we should do it. Like, well, the reason why we're the only ones who
No,
can do
I-
it is because yeah, not you
I
didn't really
don't-
say this. The
no.
rest of y'all kind of said this. They were like, y'all are like, well, we're the ones who can do it, so we should do it. Well, the reason why we can't are the only ones who can do it is because everybody else let their shit slip and just assumed we would do it forever. And at some point, you know, you got to pay the piper. Like, and now people don't like to have to pay the piper. Right? That's, you know, what do you do in this situation? I mean, other than be like, hey, pay up. Like, I don't think it's extortion.
Or
at that
just
point.
like
Well, again-
contributing in any meaningful way towards it.
Yeah,
Honestly.
But
Yeah.
Gibbs, you said it. You said it in your own explanation there. They can't tomorrow stop these Yemen attacks. All right, they can't stop the Houthis tomorrow. If we say, "Hey, we're not helping you," they can say, "Hey, we are going to make commitments to doing this because you're helping us in these because of these negotiations." But to then withhold aid and let pirates take over ships or kill people or do whatever the hell they're going to be doing because it's like, "Hey, we're going to let you get hurt until you pay up." That's why it's extortion. That's literally mob tactics. So that's very different from, "Hey, look, we're helping you out."
Is it though? Like,
Yes.
if you hold on, so like this is international waters, right? Like we have to follow
Mhm.
international law, correct? Right?
Well,
Yeah.
technically,
America doesn't
yes.
really follow.
So in theory, this is the argument all y'all lefties give me all the time is we're supposed to follow international law. Okay, so cool.
We're
so that
supposed
means
to.
yeah, we're supposed to, but somehow we're all supposed to simultaneously like defend it because they won't. We're supposed to front the bill because they won't, and then whenever we go, okay, well, then we want to do it by our own rules. We're the bad guys. So like, it can't be both. It's either like A, y'all are
I'm just
beholden
saying
to us.
we should be doing it because it's international law. I'm saying we shouldn't, if we have the capability to stop a terrorist organization from blowing up a civilian ship, and we say, "Hey, we're going to let this happen to you unless you give us money," that's extortion. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I
we're
mean,
doing- we
China
have to
has
do
the
it.
same capability of doing that, and they aren't.
Capability.
I
Do
don't
they
know
have
if
the
that's-
actual
Well, different
ability?
conversation.
Are
They
there,
have, like, a
is their
huge fucking
navy?
military.
No,
Yeah.
I know they have a capable navy. I'm saying, do they have?
Yeah, they have the
navy positions
capability to do it, but
in-
like, you know, they can.
No, literally, like, sorry, my question, just to clarify, is not can they do it, is are there Chinese naval ships in that area that are, like, with the flick of a switch, within 10 minutes could be engaged with Houthis to stop them from doing what they're doing? Or are you saying they just can because they have a good navy?
They can because they have a navy and they choose
Okay,
not
yeah.
to invest themselves in this area.
Right, and also,
apparently
I
the
don't...
United States always wants to invest itself in every single
Well, I
area.
don't
that's in
necessarily
our
hold-
best interest, though. We don't want to see
Yeah.
Chinese influence to Europe and say, "Hey, like now China or Europe is now beholden to China in the same way." Like,
Yeah,
we
but
don't
I'm
want
just
Yeah,
saying,
I
like,
mean, I
we're
was
not the
gonna-
only ones that can do something.
I was going to add, and Gibbs, we've kind of had this discussion before. Part of the reason the U.S. like has so much power in the world is because we are the only people who can do this, right? Like, if you, obviously, you know, if Europe expands their defense capabilities, they're probably going to have more of a say in NATO and things like that. Like, the reason we rule the world is partly because we're the only one who can do these things.
Or we're the only ones that actually stepped up to it.
There
Wow.
are blocks of power that have very, very different worldviews. And while we're bickering with Europe right now, the West is still very distinct from like Islamic Middle East, from China, from Russia. These are very distinct geopolitical views. And I do think we can, get Europe to pay more for their defense and contribute more and like have these disagreements while still maintaining the idea that, like, you know what, like Western values are good. The West is worth defending. And if we need free trade routes in order to like make sure that, the Western way of life it persists and flourishes, then America should do something about it because we can. And I don't think that's that hard to call personally, but
So like when I look at this though, I see them like slowly ramping up like defensive production, right? And like y'all are right about something about the here and now, but if we look at other examples of where Europe has lost military power, and we look like Africa, for example, what have they done?
Yeah,
Well, they've
China
outsourced.
owns Africa.
Well, it's China and Rwanda basically are carving up the continent. Like, and you
Yep.
know why? Because the Rwanda is now just being outsourced for by the EU and the US. Basically, like they're taking over all the contracts. They provide the most people in Africa to the UN for peacekeepers. So when y'all say, oh well, we're not going to do it, they're going to outsource it. Yeah, they're going to outsource it, sure. But like, I don't know. Like, you think Rwanda is going to be able to take over for the United States in that region? I don't think so. Like, is China? I mean, yeah, I don't agree that I want China going in there, but China's making these people pay up front for a lot of this stuff. Like, it's not like China's doing this out of the goodness of the heart. When they go and do Belt and Roads, this is the same thing with the USAID. Like, I thought USAID was a good one to cut first because I didn't think it was very efficient. I like soft power, but Belt and Roads much more efficient. We're building trans operas or secret black ops, and they're over there building roads and bridges and like railroads and stuff. Like, which one do you think the people are going gonna respond to more. I don't know. I don't see it as efficient. So when I see like China
wait,
stepping in,
Gibbs, we do infrastructure. But like you're talking about
Yeah,
Transopera,
sure, but-
like it wasn't like a $50,000 thing compared to like the other billions.
I'm not
of dollars
saying it
they've
was
done
the
to other
more.
stuff.
I'm just saying China's been more efficient at it. It seems to me in the short
maybe.
time they've been doing it. You know,
And-
like
but then why should we cut it all off, right? Like that isn't that just going to make them more strong and
that's
have
not
more
going to be my
influence?
argument. To be fair, I think that it needs to be.
Well, you
gutted.
just said we should cut out USAID, right?
Yeah, I think we should gut it to some degree, and then we should like reevaluate and like get the efficient programs going. You know, that's,
okay. Well,
that's
they're
my
not doing
take.
that, but that's a
Yeah,
a little more reasonable than the Trump admin.
Yeah,
At least reevaluate the use of NGOs and how
That's a good point, too.
How that's handled, just because that's essentially like an accountability black box on many levels. If only because, you know, like comparing these two situations, when Trump orders a military strike, it's going to be a topic of political conversation. People vote for the president. It's going to be a big thing. By the time you get like USAID money trickling down to an NGO and then figuring out how that NGO is using the money, it's so outside the public eye until very recently that it's essentially a black box. What
do you mean? I mean, maybe the specific audits are, but all of this stuff was completely available to everyone if they wanted to look it up. The only reason no one did is because no one cared, because no one talked about it. But then everyone started complaining.
You can look up which NGO is getting the money.
Yeah.
Can you look up what the NGO is doing with the money? That's probably harder.
For a lot of them. I mean, I don't know if that's on the government websites, but like none of this stuff is like, you know, the stuff that people complain about, like the trans operas or this LGBT funding in Serbia, like that would never secret.
Here's the example I give. There's an organization that I frankly, I like them. It's Catholic Legal Services. When I do immigration work, I often partner with them because they do a lot of asylum work. And I'm not an asylum specialist, so they can provide expertise in case law and help me do asylum cases, right? So I'm a fan. They're great lawyers, good people. That said, them getting money to fight for broader access to asylum in our system is clearly not a Trump administration priority, right?
Sure.
So the fact that they're getting USAID money, which they can then use for this purpose, which is contrary to the administration's stated positions, seems odd. It seems like it's outside the political, like the spectrum of political accountability.
Sure. And if I were the Trump admin, I would lobby Congress to pass some sort of amendment to the spending bill and have them remove that program. But
well, hold on.
So
well, this is an argument I've heard recently, and I'm not sure how. I'd like this is not my argument, so don't anybody run with it. But I'm sure y'all can poke holes in it, and that's why I'm bringing it here. What if, hypothetically, Trump was to just go, okay, y'all want to stop me from getting rid of USAID? Instead of these left-leaning NGOs, I'm going to give them to, I don't know, right-leaning ones. Would that be a problem then? What's going to be the objection then?
I mean, objectively, I disagree with the policy, but at least he wouldn't be breaking the law by subverting Congress. I would have a lot less problem with him, you know, being a person who is dissolving the powers and checks and balances and just say, hey, I don't like the thing that he's doing, right? Like, I can be upset that they get rid of, you know, the Roe v. Wade protection, but I'm not going to say, oh, this was illegal. This was clearly part of the process. I just don't like the policy.
Right.
Yeah, non-fun. You seem to be objective. Go ahead.
I mean, I was basically going to say like this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say basically the same things like Soy Pill said. Like, I would just be upset at the policy at that point and not like upset at the process and procedure that I think he's violating. But
go ahead.
I think it's a great example of what I was saying in my opening, which is that as somebody who I think is often supportive of the aims of the Trump administration, but not the way they're doing things, that would be a great example of a savvy way of accomplishing the same goal. Like, you know, you look at what Congress passed and it says, it's never going to say you give money to this NGO. It's going to say you give money to this category of people who can do this type of work. And then you find organizations that you prefer and give the money to them. Like that's a savvy operator move that's designed to survive legal challenges. And if they did a little more of that, I think they'd be more successful in pursuing their aims.
I have an interesting question from my chat, actually. Can anyone here name like a explicitly right-wing NGO? I know you said this like Catholic thing that's helping asylum, but I guess that would be counterproductive to the right-wing goals. Is there like a right? I realize I've never thought about this. Is there a right-wing NGO?
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation's a good one. I mean, that's the one that everybody talks about. Isn't that the guys that did the Project 2025 that we keep hearing about?
Okay, sure. I was thinking more along the like aid in other countries. But yeah, I guess that is an NGO. But
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
of
I
that more
didn't
as
have
like
one on my head.
a think tank and not really like a NGO. But I don't know.
No.
Maybe there's.
I'm sure you could find people who want to teach abstinence in Africa if you wanted to.
Good luck.
Not it's going to work. I'm just saying, I'm sure they exist.
What I'm saying is, it's just interesting to me that no one off the top of their head can name one. I could name like several left-wing ones. It seems like left-wing biases, or maybe this is kind of cart before the horse sort of thing. But a lot of these places that want to go to other countries and help people who are impoverished seems to be more of a left-wing idea. But
Well, no, but you just stumbled on the whole game. That's the whole game. The whole purpose of the kind of Doge type gutting of these agencies is that exactly what you just said. If you build a bureaucracy or you build an NGO, the people who populate it over time, especially in a place like DC, are going to be overwhelmingly left-leaning, just like we have in most universities.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
They build a system with the
what's
cronies
wrong with
over
that is
time.
that if you
He did not say cronies.
we're on that arc where it's like
cronies,
bro. Saying there's a deep state, and we all said no, there wasn't, and now we're saying yes, there is. This is exactly.
But the USAID is part of the deep state.
Well, it's more. It's also like it's not necessarily so much like.
Actually, wait. I want to retract what I just said as counter, because I do know that parts of USAID have been funded in certain subversion tactics with the CIA. So there actually, unironically, might be a little bit of a deep state aspect to some.
Well, there's also there's also like I know for at least for the right, I'm a conservative, right? I don't really fall. I guess I'm closer to MAGA than some and further than others, right? But like when I go and look at it, there's also the uniparty aspect that's very appealing to like the MAGA side of people. When they see, they go, oh, these guys, the Bushes, the Clintons, all these guys, they're all in cahoots. They push these. And when you said there's no right-wing NGOs, well, of course I guess the Heritage Foundation. But now that I'm looking at it, there's a whole bunch. And I don't want to do the dance and rigmarole I usually do. But a lot of them are like Jewish for some reason. And I don't know if you've noticed, there's a lot of anti-Israel sentiment coming out lately, saying open road. So it's kind of like. I feel like there's the same groups of people are going, look, they're on the left, they're doing this on the right, and they were like, we want to gut out all of it. And I think that's the sentiment. That's why the Doge is going in there the way they are, as opposed to doing it within the system like I proposed, let's make right-wing NGOs kind of thing. I think that's part of the reason why they're going about that way.
Also, Elon Musk was under investigation by them. That might be part of it, but
Well, I mean, I think what happens is Trump comes in, and then he hears about like the trans opera, and you're right, by the way, that's like 50 grand. I don't know the exact number, but it's
200K to stutter butchers' languages in France.
Yeah, it's not a meaningful amount of money in terms of
dead butchers' languages.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, okay.
I think the significance is that Trump hears that and goes, "Oh, well, the people who approved this, I can't trust. Like the people who thought this was a good idea are going to be friction points. They're not going to be helpful to me." And I think that's kind of what's happening here, is that these realize that there are just unelected.
But why not replace the USAID employees and not fire all of them?
Well, I mean, I think.
Well, he said he couldn't trust the employees, but how is that at all coherent with the firing and dismantling of the entire organization? If you can't trust them, you don't get rid of it completely. You say, okay, I'm replacing these people. You're like, all right, I picked my own 4,000.
I think replacing them would be firing them, yeah.
Yeah, but that's clearly not what's happening. He's just dismantling it. He's just dismantling it. Period. And the rhetoric is not in line with what you're saying. It's not, hey, I don't trust these people. Let's get some of my people in here. It's let's get rid of this thing completely.
Well, this is kind of moving to the second topic. I guess we can go ahead and start that. I don't care.
Can I ask before we move off the thing, because we totally obscured this, and I know there's no one really far third left than me, and I don't even understand this to a degree. But when we're talking about Yemen and how you said whether or not we agree with it, one thing, I mean, why are the Houthis even doing this? Their stated reason, I don't know who thinks this is legitimate or not, is that they're doing it to stop what Israel is doing, and if Israel stops, they will stop. Does anyone here have any more insight on that, of whether or not
they're lying? They've been fighting Saudi Arabia for the past decade. I don't think that that's why they're doing this. I mean, sure, they might tangentially get some support from Iran and get money and weapons and training and stuff, and I'm sure that they do not support Israel because they're a radical Islamic terrorist group, right? So I'm sure that all those things are partially true, but yeah, I think they would be attacking shipping regardless. I mean, they're just like Al-Shabaab and Somalia. Yeah, they say they do it for all sorts of reasons, but they're really just pirates.
Were they doing it before October 7th? I'm actually uninformed on this.
Not really.
I mean, they definitely had some drone attacks on ships and shit. I don't know about anything big.
I think the Houthis benefit from chaos, and they are taking advantage of the chaos after October 7th. I do think they, probably just don't want Israel to exist, right? Like, I don't think they're actually, or a lot of them, or their leadership at least, is not like righteously fighting for the Palestinian people. But I do think if the ceasefire stuck and, stability in the Middle East kind of got back to where it was pre-October 7th, they might, stop attacking just because they can't take advantage of the chaos anymore. And I am worried that, some shit could go down with Saudi Arabia again, by the way, because of these attacks with the Houthis. If Saudi Arabia tries to take advantage of chaos for their own sake as well.
I got fact checked by well, I didn't get fact checked, but my dad is fact checking. And they say, and I found the link for this as an NPR article, that during the Gaza ceasefire, the Houthis stopped attacking ships in the Red Sea. So whether or not they're doing that because it's expedient to do so, at the very least they're consistent with their messaging, and like they would do this or stop doing it if Israel were to stop doing what it's doing in Gaza. So it's interesting that we have all this rhetoric of whether or not America should be bombing Houthis, when clearly, apparently, if you wanted this to stop completely, they'd just tell Israel to stop what they're doing. But it's kind of an interesting little tidbit there. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've done some pretty bad stuff. The Houthis, they're some of the biggest slavers in the world still. I believe.
I'm not defending the Houthis here. I'm just saying.
You're not pulling the old Assad and getting old. What's his name?
Tim Houthi, Charlemagne.
Yeah,
One Piece. Yeah, Thorne brought it up already. Yeah.
Ultimately, man, geopolitics is a team sport. They're not on Team West. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what this boils down to. Like what they're doing. I'm sure they have multiple reasons, but the main thread is that they think it's good for chaos, it's good for them, it's bad for the West. So,
but I mean, I'm just saying that even if they are lying, stated reasons, they're clearly being consistent and saying, hey, we stopped doing this as soon as that ceasefire happened, and now that ceasefire has been broken, they're kind of starting up again, it seems, and we don't have to believe them. We don't have to trust them. We don't have to say that their goals are aligned with ours or defend them as an organization to say, hey, there's a clear way to stop this. They've shown that they are stopping it. Maybe you could say like the same way, like, oh, we could broker a ceasefire with Russia, but for how long? Do we trust them? Sure, but
then what's next?
Yeah, well,
after we give up on Israel,
let's just let them fester.
Because the pirates were bombing,
attacking
ships.
That's what I want to go. Well, so we brought up the chaos
thing,
but I one of the chatters brought it up, and I remember this now that they detained a British oil tanker, if y'all remember, and I do remember isolated reports of drone attacks. But the thing is, they have been fighting Saudi Arabia since 2015. They're our ally, right? And these guys are Iran's ally. So we're not friends with them. We're diametrically opposed. How far should we take an intervention because y'all seem to be on team, let's intervene, defense of the seas, defense of free trade, but are we talking boots on the ground? Are we talking just airstrikes? Are we talking what are we really talking about here when we want to intervene and stop the Houthis? I mean, you made a pretty interesting argument, Soy Pill, maybe we rein in Israel and that gets them to stop. I have my doubts personally because we have evidence of them doing this before. I just don't think they were tech ready as they are now, but what do we think? How far should we go in intervening on the Houthis?
I mean, it's the same with any other U.S. intervention. We go as far as it is politically expedient for us and not very expensive and popular, right? So, Vietnam was intervention that was incredibly unpopular. It was incredibly expensive. It cost a lot of American lives because it was boots on the ground. So we stopped. Ukraine is actually not particularly expensive. We're giving them a bunch of stuff we don't need. It's hey, cool. This is very politically expedient. We're weakening one of our enemies. We're making friends with Europe. So insofar as I don't think it costs us that much money to intervene, we should probably keep doing it. I don't think we should be sending troops in. I think that would be incredibly unpopular, but yeah.
What do you think, Thorne?
Also, just kind of on the Ukraine thing, for the most part, we were giving them military equipment that was already going to be decommissioned anyways. So, that basically cost us nothing. I think that, I don't know. It's something that if you let something just keep on festering and festering for a long time and you know that it's a problem, it doesn't become a problem until it does. And if you have a unstable organization that's going to be doing this crap all the time and you know about it, it's just going to get worse. And it doesn't matter if today they say Israel stopping, that'll stop us. If in 5 years there's somebody else that takes charge of that organization, it's still gonna be kind of bad. I don't know. It's like kind of like the Taliban. Like, we supplied them weapons way back in the day, and we just left them be, and then they became a major problem for us in the future.
Yeah, now they're worse than ever. Like, they're over here talking about invading other countries and shit now. Like, with our tech. I mean, that's a fair point. What do you think, Non-Fun?
Listen, I got a Israeli friend, not willing to die from him. Okay, not willing to be drafted. I don't think I would support boots on the ground in Yemen ever. I mean, I think Soy is right. We're gonna do what's relatively cheap and politically popular, which is, I mean, continuing airstrikes. But I mean, again, I am worried that like Trump doesn't necessarily have the diplomatic tools to like slow down when shit with Iran could go down, or Saudi Arabia starts looking at intervening in the Middle East, destabilizes even more. And I also don't think.
You think Saudi Arabia would like? So say we do strike the Houthis, would you not be pro Saudi Arabia taking over Yemen or something? I don't know what that would look like. I'm just throwing a hypothetical at you.
I mean, I probably not. Listen, it's not like I haven't done a ton of reading on the Saudi Arabian Yemen war or whatever, but I mean, from what I just don't think it would be good for the Middle East as a whole. I think it would basically cause more chaos. It'd be more destabilizing. I mean, if I'll grant you, if they were successful, like if they were able to like literally destroy the Houthis and some civil government got in Yemen, I probably support it then. But I don't know how well Saudi Arabia could do that. I really don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, Mr. Ryan.
I think America's history in at least recent years is pretty clear. We're incredibly good at projecting force and incredibly bad at nation building. So, we should probably stick to what we're good at, which is, we can eliminate problems like this. We can project force globally in a way that benefits us and our allies geopolitically. We can make them pay their fair share. And what we should avoid is getting to situations like we've been lured into, where we have to be there for years trying to build a stable government that we think is going to look like a Western democracy, and it never does, and then it collapses and gets replaced by something worse. So what we need is partnerships and allies and diplomacy with regional powers that can be friendly. In the Middle East, that's challenging. Saudi Arabia does seem like the best bet. Certainly, if you wanted to go back to Israel-Palestine, I don't think there's going to be peace there until Iran gets involved in a way that is in favor of peace. But that's the path forward. I think we've tried nation building and we suck at it.
Well, that's interesting. So you said that unless Iran gets involved in a way that means peace, what if the current Iranian regime was toppled or replaced? Would that be something that could lead to peace in the region? Like, I mean, because traditionally they seem like they're the opposite power.
With something worse. It's always something worse. Like, it's never
is
like
it though? Is it always?
And you're like, oh my God, no, here we go. It's this wonderful democracy. It's always worse.
Well, as terrible as I think this would be, I mean, Ryan and I don't know who else might support this, maybe Gibbs. The current Trump admin plan is to support Israel's ethnic cleansing, i.e. expulsion of all 2 million or whoever's left of these people. I think if you remove in its entirety one side of the conflict, that probably will end up in peace, as awful as that is. That may or may not need Iranian involvement, no?
Well, that is the
I
historic...
don't know. It's interesting.
You would still have the West Bank, but...
Yeah.
Well, they're going to get annexed by Israel. That was the whole next thing that they've just claimed, remember?
I will shoot myself. Wait, hold on. Wait, Gibbs.
Whoa.
In GTA.
With a Nerf gun. With a Nerf gun.
Wait. In Minecraft, obviously. In the game I'm playing on stream right now. Okay, I'm just super curious. Do either of you guys think that if Israel annexes the West Bank, like large portions of the West Bank, maybe the entire Area C, I'm curious, do you think, one, Trump would support it, two, that would be good for peace in the Middle East?
I might be the only one on this panel that's going to say this. I personally don't believe in the idea of like permanent nation states. I think they change all the time. They've changed throughout history. So if they decide tomorrow that they want to conquer the West Bank, which they basically already do, I feel like almost assimilation might be the best thing at this point. Just take it over, make it all one country, who that's at it, whatever. Let them figure it out. Because I'm tired of sending people over there to die and not get nothing back. I feel like next time we go over, we need to stop nation building, and maybe Magaza doesn't sound so bad if we own it, like permanently, perpetuity. But I don't think that people.
What was it called? Magaza?
Magaza, yeah, Magaza, yeah, Trumptopia. If like he comes in there and like decides he's gonna repave it and turn it into the Riviera of the West, and U.S. troops are gonna occupy it, I would be more pro of that if we never gave it back, because if we're gonna have people dying over there, then we might as well get permanent benefits from it. I don't know what those permanent benefits.
What do you do with the 2 million people who live there?
I don't know. We could make them. We could maybe assimilate them into a wonderful company of Magaza, where they can be part of the special economic U.S. economic.
Them there. So don't tell them.
We can figure out something, right? Like I don't know. Like I'll work on that. But my point is, I think I don't think the nation building's worked. I know that's going to be the least popular opinion of even in my own group, is just going in there conquering shit and keeping it. But I feel like when we leave, it's always worse, because it's like we leave these half things, right? So there's a whole generation of Afghani women now who lived under U.S. rule for 20 years, and they went to school, and now they're more oppressed than they ever were, and they're going to have these little seeds of Westernism in there, and that are going to get stamped out brutally. I think that's much worse if we had just stayed there for 100 years, which with the U.S. public would never have the stomach to do, and actually cultural change them, just like the Romans did. That's why every European country wants to be Roman, right? Like the Afghanistan's where empires go to die. I mean, because nobody wants to sit there for that long for a country that just doesn't have the resources. Same thing with like Iraq. It's just a permanent turmoil. On the flip side, though, I don't know that it is always worse, because with Iran, yeah, it turned out worse. They got rid of the Shah, who's a brutal dictator, and they put in, Kawami, I can't even think of the Ayatollah's name, right? Yeah, there you go. And he's real bad. Yeah, it's bad. But in some ways, it actually has stabilized the region. I know this will be hot, because we now have almost two clear sides. You have the Iranians and you have the Saudis. You have the people that back the Saudis, you have the people that back the... So it's almost like which powers that be. And if you take out the king on the side, which is the Iranian guy, these people are just going to be like small little groups. And how are they really going to do anything? I don't really know if that's the real solution here. But, I mean, do y'all think that these terror groups are going to be able to recover and be as sophisticated without Iranian government backing? I don't think so.
No, I mean, they do rely on Iranian backing. But the thing is, it just... you look back at like the Arab Spring. It's the rule of consequences. You don't know what's going to happen next. You destabilize the region and you create the next horrible thing. I think honestly, unless the neighboring countries want to get involved and start accepting Palestinians, they sure don't. That would be one solution. Then Israel's going to do what Israel has done every time it's attacked, which is decisively win all the wars and then expand its borders and expand them until someone tells them they can't anymore, and then that's the new borders. And then people will say, oh, you violated international law, and they'll say whatever, and they'll be the status quo for another 10 years, and then it'll happen again, and then Israel will win another war decisively and expand its borders again. So I mean, I think like the West Bank stuff and the Gaza stuff is almost the inevitability if we just keep this pattern like that.
I agree.
We're going to do that eventually.
Thoughts?
I don't know if I entirely disagree, but I just think it's really unfortunate that like we are potentially headed for a situation where like Palestinians are basically just put on like reservations within Area C or within areas A and B, which they still have control over, and then Gaza. I don't even know what'll happen to that. I just think that's sad.
Well, y'all brought up but the other countries taking them. Well, Jordan took a bunch of them. What happened in Jordan? I don't necessarily blame these countries for not wanting to take the refugees, because what did Jordan did them? They took like 40% of the total population is now Palestinian. What did they do? They immediately tried to assassinate the monarchy, and then which they like in there in Jordan, and they immediately tried to assassinate the monarchy, and then created a civil war for like 10 years. So I mean, would you want, if you were another country nearby, this group of people that's clearly ready to like try to take over your country, come in like large numbers? I don't blame them. I don't really know what we do in this situation, because it seems like everybody's a hostile actor in the region. I mean,
I'm just against the whole ethnic cleansing thing, but I know that's a hot take here. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think ethnic cleansing is not a hot take in general. I mean, I don't particularly like the idea of forcing 2 million people to move either. That's why my plan is like we annex them, make Americans or something.
And put them back.
We move them for like a little bit. We build the Riviera, and then they get the Riviera.
Making it their own actually independent state that they have control over. I think you probably find more support for that on the left, but I know Trump's not going to do that. So
Yeah, it'd be the 51st state in Gaza, bro. Like I'm saying. Like,
yeah, and
they would love
Republicans
that
would never win another Senate election ever, by the way, because you know who they're voting. Well, actually, I don't know. Once they got their independence, they take a little while to get progressive.
Yeah.
Demographics are not destiny. We found this out.
Yeah. Interesting. So we were talking earlier. We'll move to the other one because it seems like we were diving into that a little more. We were talking earlier about the with Doge, right? Postmaster General stepping down. That's directly related to Doge. He's talking about cutting out 10K people. Part of what we were what that was is replacing people. Y'all said y'all don't want to fire them and replace them. That's not what's happening. That's exactly what the Postmaster General said. A week ago or 2 weeks ago was the reason why they were willing to fire people because he wanted to fire them, hire better qualified people at market rate that could do the jobs of 2 people for better pay with half the cost is kind of the implication. And now he's gone. What are we thinking about all this? Is this a damning of that plan, or is this you're not getting a job? What are we thinking about this? So,
I think the post office, the way that Republicans have been attacking the post office, at least since 2006, but probably before that, I haven't looked into history before that, is pretty disgusting. I think the idea of treating it like it's a business that needs to make a profit is silly. It's a service. It's supposed to be a universal service that every American is guaranteed to be able to get mail. They want to privatize it. They want to make it inefficient. They've been doing this for years. In 2006, they passed the law that forced them to fund pensions for 75 years into the future for people that weren't even born yet, because they knew it would cause billions of dollars in deficits every single year, and they knew that it would make them go insolvent. And the idea that this is a business that needs to make money is just ridiculous. It's a service. It needs to remain a service, and it needs to make it so that people in rural areas who are getting screwed over by what DeJoy was doing, because he's consolidating postal centers and making it harder to deliver mail to people that have the guaranteed right to receive mail through the U.S. Postal Service. It's slower, it's more inefficient, and yeah, it's going to cost us money. It should be a drain on our funds, because in the same way the military is not supposed to make money, we're not supposed to make money to guarantee something to someone. It is simply there so that you can spend 55, I guess it's 73 cents now for this forever stamp, and send mail to your grandma who lives on like the top of Mount, I don't know, Appalachia or whatever. It's not supposed to be like Amazon.
Lord, what are your thoughts? We'll go.
The U.S. Postal Service is something that's really deeply ingrained in what is America, and I think that it really goes down into a lot of First Amendment rights and stuff with that, and what they enable to the American public is something that I think that it's not a place that you want to cut. It's something that is deeply American, and it needs to be like protected under that. And I don't know exact stuff that DeJoy has done since in his tenure of it, but I know that like he did kind of revamp a lot of things that made it so that it wasn't as resource depleting as it was. That being said, I totally agree with it is a service at the end of the day, and there are certain things that don't get solved by the free market. And the Postal Service reaching those people that can't be reached otherwise, that's one of those places where free market does not solve the solution to it. A government organization does.
All right. Mr. Wright.
I mean, this is a weird one to say that free market can't solve the problem when the free market basically has solved the problem already.
No, it doesn't get grandma on the top of the mountain.
No,
We'll do openings and we'll respond.
Privatizing things that can't, with failing to privatize things that can be privatized when they can be privatized. Like when the Postal Service was founded, I would agree there was no way to run that business. And almost everybody was grandma on the mountain back in the day. Today, grandma on the mountain is a niche case, and you could probably come up with a very small government program to subsidize and solve that niche problem if you felt you needed to. But when you get into a situation where you're saying what we need to do is use taxpayer money to make a solution, regardless of cost, that solves for the 0.0% that has a specific problem, you end up inefficient for the sake of inefficient. Like
the post office doesn't use taxpayer money.
hold on. We're gonna come back around. We're gonna non-fund after
Yeah,
that.
we're gonna.
Why the fuck do you care about the deficits that it's running?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Go ahead and finish, and then we're gonna go non-fund. Then I'll open it up. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish out, right, Mr. Ryan. I wouldn't say your last name, but I'm gonna butcher it every time. And I think that's worse.
All right. Yeah. No. I mean, I think that we're in a very different place technologically, and we're in a very different place with logistical companies than we were in even 20, 30 years ago. There's got to be a more efficient solution, and I don't think it's wrong to figure out what that is. Does that mean you cut the agency tomorrow? No, but I think you do looking at options makes sense.
All right, non-fun, and then we'll open it up. Go ahead.
You guys are gonna hate me. My neoliberal's gonna come out. Okay, so
yeah, we're gonna send you to Yemen.
I mean, I think the post office is more akin to like a state-owned enterprise than strictly a service. Now, because it's a state-owned enterprise, it does also have a social goal, which I do think is important and the free market fails to solve, which is delivering mail to everyone at reasonable cost. I think that is a worthy goal, and I think it's also important for mail-in ballots, so I can send in 20 Joe Biden ballots, obviously, and for military deliveries as well. It seems like the post office does an effective job of that. I will add, well, I do disagree with you a little, Soy, and the other, Thorn. It is a state-owned enterprise, not necessarily a service, and any monopoly rights that they do have, which I don't know, I don't remember the full extent of them, but I do believe there are places where they have like a legislative monopoly. Probably that should go
priority first class mail. Yeah.
Priority, yeah. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, but I also don't think it's like hugely distortionary. But
we'll open it up. There were some objections to what some people were saying, so y'all go ahead and get those objections in.
I wasn't objecting to non-fun. I was just saying I might even potentially agree that like I don't know how much a monopoly is helpful or not. I'd have to look into that specifically, whether or not it can or should be removed. But my objection was with Ryan, which is
You're right.
The idea that this has the free market can solve this. The free market solution to this is it costs too much for me to send grandma on the top of Appalachia a letter. I mean, I will do it if you pay me 40 times what the U.S. government is charging you for it. And it's like, yeah, sure, but like the whole point of it is to guarantee that anyone can get a letter to anyone. That's the guaranteed. It's literally constitutionally guaranteed that exists. And the idea that first of all, the taxpayers have only funded it insofar as to make up for the deficits that were caused by this ridiculous retiree program that was intended to destroy and make this insolvent. It had no basis in reality. They've never done any sort of retiree pension thing so onerous as 75 years in the future. It was literally just to get rid of the post office. They want to privatize it, and they agree with you. There's probably a more efficient way. I'm sure Amazon probably uses less gasoline, I would guess, because they have like EV trucks. I'm sure they are able to do things faster because of their lack of labor laws and protections for their employees. But that doesn't mean that necessarily is the way to go. One, because it does not give that guarantee, and two, it's not going to help everyone. And in the same way that you can't restrict voting past some poll tax or past some onerous thing, you can't restrict the right that is guaranteed in the Constitution by saying, well, this will make it 90% cost less, but we're gonna fuck over 15% of people in rural communities, which is it's ridiculous. It's not how it should work.
It's not a constitutional right. The Congress has the power to create the post office. You don't have a right to receive mail.
You have a right to universal service for this. Let me see. There's actually literally a term for this. What's it called? Non-fun? Do you know what this is?
I think it's just universal service.
Is it just universal service? Yeah, you literally are guaranteed the ability to be able to send mail through the federal government.
No. One thing is,
but that's by statute, not
Congress. Power to create the post office, and once the post office is created, you have a right to service, as you're describing. That is not a constitutional right, because Congress could simply not create the post office, and then you would not have this right. Like that, it's a may. Congress may create the post office. They're not obligated to create the post office.
Yeah, that might be true. Let me double check.
This is a very tangential point, so we don't need to belabor it. And I think that what we're running into is the quintessential government question, which is, and we talk about Social Security also, which is when you try to create a program that protects absolute fail states, where like people don't do the things that they need to do to take care of themselves. They become hugely inefficient because you are using the public funds to correct for potentially inefficient behavior. And if you don't do that, then there are going to be people who are disadvantaged by that. And if you do that, you have a hugely inefficient system. And like I mean, if we can come up with ways to make the post office more efficient so it's not losing money, that's great. If getting rid of these pensions would solve the problem, or even partially solve the problem.
We've already done that. That was done in 2022, but the damage was done. It was 16 years of having to fund this treasury fund. So
I think that Rajoy was on the road to actually making some things more efficient in the way that they went towards it, and like he was like implementing different strategies that were making them very more like solvent. Like this was like the first time like in a long time that they had not a deficit in their time there, and that was because of like some of the implementation changes that he did.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't have a deficit in 2023 was specifically because the legislation passed by Biden to get rid of the onerous thing. So they still had a deficit last year. They still do run deficits, but again, it doesn't matter. Like they should have deficits. That you say it's inefficient, Ryan, to be able to catch these niche cases. Yes, 100%, and that is because it doesn't matter how efficient it is. It matters that these people are guaranteed this service, right? Everyone should have the right to vote, right? And if we say, well, some people will fall through the cracks if we get rid of a bunch of polling places because it costs us a bunch of money. That doesn't matter. We should be. I don't care. Well, you should be spending billions of dollars to make sure that every single person has the right and ability to vote. Like you can't just, oh well, this is better for 90% of people, but fuck the 10%. Like that's the whole point of the service.
Let me ask this, right? So okay, like what happens when technology makes something like outdated, right? So I would argue almost at this point that mail is outdated. Like you can get a signal 99% of the United States, and like maybe that 1% you can't is like Alaska, and then you can get that.
Do you support voting by email?
Gibbs? No, hold on. I'm not talking about voting by email. We're not talking about voting by email. Okay. I'm talking about like regular, normal mail. Like, I mean, personally, I want like in-person voting only, personally. But we can get into that later. But what I'm saying here is with this, when I go, okay, the service completes 99% of like people. Like we can email anything, right? Cell phones, texts, they can that does the same thing for mail.
Packages.
Like packages, maybe not, but whole lot. Like when I look at this, what's whaling, for example, disappeared overnight with the invention of petrochemicals, right? We've had telegraphs have disappeared. I don't even know if there's telegraphs anymore, right? Where are you gonna get this stuff? So it's not like industries haven't gone like been replaced by stuff before, right?
Sure.
And in this case, why, other than like packages, which I don't know why you couldn't have FedEx or UPS fill this role. You want to send it to Grandma on the mountain.
Not being able to get to,
guess what, Grandma?
It's not guaranteed and it's not cheap.
Okay, but sure, but at one point, okay, I get we have zoning laws. There are places where people can't live all over the United States, right? Mm-hmm. Now, whether we agree with those, that's a whole different debate as well. But we have those. So if Grandma decides to live up on top of Appalachian Peak number 37 with no roads, well, I kind of of the opinion, fuck Grandma, she should move somewhere closer.
Well, hold on.
I don't want to have to
about no roads. This is about isolated areas that are accessible and a legal address. Okay, so like we're not talking about I have a house, unregistered house in the middle of a forest that no mailman can get to. This is people that have registered addresses that are like actual homes and residencies that are hard to reach, and why FedEx says, hey, yeah, like I know you could spend 73 cents to mail a letter here. I'm going to charge you $40 to do it because it costs me a lot of money.
Towns turn into ghost towns all the time. Like I drive through Texas, there's ghost towns. You just drive through them. Nobody lives there. Right, those are legal addresses. I could buy property, I guess.
Okay, but if they live there, they should be guaranteed the ability to get mail. That's what I'm saying.
Why?
Because it's good. We don't want to restrict the ability to have people communicate and send packages or get mail and ballots just because they're somewhat off of a major city or an inconvenient route from where an Amazon truck would otherwise be delivering to. Also, I don't know if I've mentioned
probably
this
a positive externality. It's the
but I mean, take the deficit that the post office tends to run, take half of it, set up some kind of fund that companies can make claims against, and then if you live in a place that's hugely difficult to get mail at, then part of the cost goes to you, part of the cost goes to the fund. Like I mean, there's
two things, Brian. I agree with you.
If the edge cases, if that's the concern, I don't think the edge cases are a sufficient reason to justify.
Yeah, but
if the Trump admin was proposing what you were proposing, which is guarantee that anyone who needs the service can get it through this administration, but for the general layman, they're all going to be using this privatized thing, I might even agree with you. But that's not what's happening whatsoever.
Well, why can't she go to a central location? Like y'all arguing like, okay, like she can't travel. If Grandma honestly can't travel to like.
Have you never had an old person in your life that can't travel?
Sure. Listen, hear me out though. But she's still getting her groceries, right?
I don't know. Maybe someone
you can
delivers
order them.
groceries.
Oh,
Fine,
somebody
yeah.
delivers groceries too. Okay, so so we expect this person to live out in the middle of nowhere, and somehow we're gonna have groceries delivered to her. We're gonna, which is not by the USPS, as far as I know. I've never seen any USPS. Yeah, that's my
maybe they're doing a side gig. You know?
Yeah, sure, but like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
No,
she's
I see
already
what
able
you're
to do that.
saying.
Like, why would we want to like fund this? We could just put a central location and just be like, all right, if you want to live out here.
Wait, hold on. If you're advocating for putting more mailing and post office locations, so it's people don't need to be able to travel farther, I 100% agree with you. But that's not what's happening. They're getting rid of post office locations. They're trying to gut the agencies and the ability to deliver to these places. So if you're saying, hey, let's expand access, yeah, 100%. But that's not what's happening.
I mean, are you advocating that we require Walmart to put a Walmart in, like, I don't know, the top of like Mount, like Timbuktu in Alaska or
it's
something?
a private corporation.
I think kind of like what you're going at here, Gibbs, also kind of goes against the bundle of rights that are inherently held within like real estate and stuff like that, and taxing authorities, because there are federal taxes that go into that. Like, it's going against that as like just a fundamental right of buying the property.
But I mean, this is the thing. Like, all this stuff gets priced in when you're talking about real estate, right? Like, if you have property,
no, it's priced into the taxes that they get levied against them.
Mail there, regardless of how inefficient it is, that actually makes the property value higher. If you didn't have that right, that would affect the property value just like anything else would. So
yeah, like if I bought like acres in like the middle of Midland, Texas, like out there, I bought a ranch out in like by Big Bend. Right, I could go. There's literally like acres of land in Texas that are like $5-10 an acre. You know why? Because there's literally nothing but you and the cactus out there, right? Like, so, like, do I think that if I set up a legal residence off freeway like 37, and I'm out in middle of nowhere, and I'm the only guy for 200 miles, yet I should like, oh, good. It's going to cost them $500 to deliver spam to me every day, and they're going to deliver spam to me every day. And this is something we want the taxpayers to be paying for.
Wait, hold on. This is the second thing. First of all, yes, they should. But second of all, it's not taxpayer funded. It's funded by the postage. Okay, so it's like the only time that taxpayer money even comes into this whatsoever is when the ridiculous retirement plan comes in, and Congress might have to bail them out because they're hemorrhaging an extra $5 or $6 billion a year to pay for people that haven't been born. So taxpayers don't fund this. This is funded by the post office, and the rate increases under DeJoy are what actually help it able to get into those like positive areas. It's like, yeah, okay, 55 cents is no longer it's great that we could have done it before. Now we had to raise it to 73. That sucks that they had to raise it, but like sometimes those things do need to happen. But that's very different from saying, hey, taxpayer, fuck you, pay for my stupid decision. And even if it is a dumb decision, yeah, I still think it should be.
Hold on, we gave them billions of dollars during the pandemic. Like, that's like
during the pandemic, we gave everyone billions of dollars during the pandemic,
which is a whole different set of. But it's still taxpayer money.
It's
a very niche situation,
and it's been running a deficit. So that, like, it's, yes, you are right. If their budget is even, they're not taxpayer funded, but their budget has not been even.
But the reason their budget is not even is because they've been paying billions and billions and billions into a ridiculous retirement fund that was created to bankrupt them. Republican Party. So if you look, first of all, they overfunded it. There's like an extra $75 billion in this treasury thing because of the way the rules and the money is distributed. So they could pass some sort of law to take that money back out and put it back into the post office. But also primarily it is funded with its own services, which is good. Like, and again, this is off topic. I don't even care. I think the taxpayer should fund it regardless. But it's
is it going? You think it's going to be neutral? It's going to be net neutral this year?
No, they literally were making money otherwise. Like, there was a game. It was actually a productive service for a while. Actually, I think like way back in, oh man, I want to say for like a few years.
91.
Yeah,
I mean,
1991. I think is the last time I remember being profitable. I mean, I think they had some kind of hiccup in 2022, but it was like
it was 2023 was because of the funding.
It was a quarter. It was like a quarter of the year was like it was profitable or something. I think even this year is profitable.
It's usually not profitable. But they are like relatively close. Usually, I think on average, it's like the revenue is like 89% of the spending, and that's not a big deficit gap or anything, especially in the context of the entire U.S. budget. And it's kind of dumb to expect them to make money so long as we give them a goal explicitly to not make money, to deliver shit to military bases, to do all the mail-in ballot stuff, to serve rural communities who otherwise would have to pay absurd amounts of money for the mail. Like,
Yeah, like Gibbs, would you make the same argument for voting? Like, would you say, hey, like, if you live out in the boonies, like, we should make it more difficult for you to vote? Like,
No,
we should
voting
like you should face the
actually
consequences.
My argument with
voting
voting.
actually is a constitutional right, as opposed to this is where the distinction does matter.
Sure. Okay. Well, but I'd be willing to bet that Gibbs would make the same argument for voting regardless.
My argument for voting is that all voting should be done in person. Like that would be my voting with an ID of some kind. That would be my ideal voting world. And the only reason for that is there's no excuse you shouldn't have that. Not you can't get a state issued ID. It's not hard to get a state issued. Yeah, there's no excuse.
Have you ever looked at the DMV maps in Alabama and how some people live like 40 miles away from them and may or may
not? Oh no,
40
miles, bro! Oh god.
Okay, do you have no one in your life that like cannot drive a car? Like, has this never ever happened to you?
I will grant you this. There is a lens of bias that I have for whenever people say, 40 miles, because everything is 40 miles away where I live. Like, I don't like, you know what I'm saying? If I want to go across.
Assuming you have the able body to drive a car. You have people in your life that might be able to help you get somewhere. What do you do to the citizen who should have the constitutional right to vote and cannot access the DMV, which, by the way, they're shutting down on purpose to make it harder for people to vote in these areas?
What do you say to that? Most of the states now issue state IDs that count, the real IDs that you can order online.
Wait, how are they gonna get them though?
You just upload. I have the answer.
Yeah, but how are they going to get transferred to?
Yeah, how would they?
How's it going to get delivered?
Amazon will do it. No, listen, USPS. Yeah, but the point that I'm making, you should listen. I get you where you're going with that, but my point is with the ID thing. I'll agree. States shouldn't charge for them. I feel like you should be able to get your state ID issue, whatever. But you can go online and upload a picture. And currently, the post office does deliver to all these places. So there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get an ID and be able to vote in person. And honestly, if you physically capable enough to go vote in person, then
you should have the postmaster come to your house and certify.
Oh my god!
There we go. Perfect.
You want the postmaster from each place?
Yeah. He has to go to all of those ones out in the boonies.
He's with a notary, and then notarize each vote.
Gibbs, I'm assuming is your audience more like right leaning, right, Gibbs?
It's like 60-40.
Okay, because I'll say this. Look, you look at like Europe and these places, and I lived in Germany, and this was the case there. Everyone turns 18 and they get a free ID. It's given to them. Like, they issue that automatically. There's like a federal like mandate that everyone needs to have some sort of voting location within a certain like radius of their residence. So if and this is not what the Republicans are advocating for, if there was this universal, ID that gets sent out when you're 18, and everyone has the capability of in very, very close proximity the polling location, I would 100% be okay with this voter ID. The problem is that's not the way this is implemented. And in the same way that they are getting rid of this ability to deliver to anyone, they also want the ability to vote to be harder for people. They want it to be harder. So I want a secure election, but that's not, I think, what's being advocated for.
This is crazy.
Go ahead.
It's like every solution has to be national. Like what's the proposed solution? There's a national ID that's going to be issued, right? Like, we're not Germany. It's a really big country. And
they have a bunch of states within it, and if you are going to make any argument for restricting someone's right to vote, it better be a damn good one. If you're saying, well, maybe this state can do it, and it's not as good as the way this state does it.
They just did do that. They made it. Each state ID now has to meet a national standard. It's called like the real ID. You can't fly on whatever. So like you don't even have to make a national ID at that point because we already have. I guess it's basically equivalent. Your ID, your state ID can be different, but it has to meet these standards.
I interrupted you, Ryan. Please do finish.
Yeah, I just don't think that every solution doesn't have to be national. Our country's really big, and there's room for regional differences. Like it's okay.
Do you want anyone
to live differently and have different ways of approaching things? There are constitutional limitations on that. But I think one of the mistakes that we've made is that we've gotten to this point where we nationalize everything. And because we nationalize everything, we end up with one-size-fits-all solutions that don't work everywhere. And people would be better off if they could make these decisions locally, and that the people who actually have skin in the game are the ones making the calls.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you have this state-by-state way of issuing these IDs and making sure that everyone has the right to vote,
as we currently do.
Right, and you're inevitably going to have people that are limited by those state-by-state policies. For example, North Carolina issuing a voter ID requirement that like surgically targets black people because they don't want them to vote, and it's like, hey, holy shit, wait a minute, you shouldn't be able to do this.
Sorry, what do you mean surgically? Can you explain? I'm not familiar. So
The North Carolina Supreme Court found that there was a voter ID law implemented that was specifically during the communications and the implementation of was meant to specifically target black populations who don't have those kind of IDs so that they couldn't vote. So in the same way that I say, hey, look, if you're going to require voter ID, you have to make sure that everyone gets one, every single person. And I think the federal government is probably the only way to guarantee that all 50 states do it that way. You can't let one state decide, well, we will only use this type of ID, and then suddenly, oops, we accidentally picked one that we knew and we discussed did not have, black people just didn't have access to, because, you know, literally we wanted to say, go fuck them. And the Supreme Court had to be like, the North Carolina Supreme Court had to say, we know you literally did this to exclude black people. Like that's what happens when you let a state-by-state population.
Well, I'm not familiar with this case, so I can't comment on it directly, but the one thing, I'm just taking the facts as you described them as given, and I have to imagine they're a little bit more complicated than that, but you know.
I promise you it's not. I'll link you this right now, and I want you to read this up on this, because this is really, really bad.
To be illegal.
Yeah, after it happened.
Yeah, so, but if your goal is to prevent all bad things ever from happening, that's a little rough. There's a process. They had a process. They found that it was illegal. They fixed it. That's good. That's the process.
So, and don't you think that will happen less if we can? This is a bad analogy, really, but like, you know, the reason we're against nuclear proliferation is because one guy fucks up and shoots off a nuke. Well, now we started World War III, so let's have fewer ways that this can go wrong, i.e. let's not let every state make their own way of issuing an ID and deciding what ID people can use to vote. Let's say, here's the ID, everyone gets one, and if you want this to be secure, good, because we give it to every single person. So there's no poor person who's falling through the cracks, grandma's getting one in the mail through our guaranteed like mail system. Like, this is how you don't restrict the right. Every single person should have the right to vote.
This is the typical thing. It's like you say, okay, like can we solve this problem by cramming down on states and localities? Yeah, that would be great. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had like some federal masterminds who picked the perfect ID policy and they just crammed it down in every state, and then the states don't get a say at all. And we do that increasingly, and don't speak for themselves. It turns out that a lot of the time people in different states have different ideas, actually would like to do things differently, and should be given the room to experiment and figure it out. That doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. There's going to be problems. There's going to be failures. There's going to be things that are unconstitutional, and then they get litigated.
Yeah, but that's unacceptable when it infringes on the right.
So like, let's go to non-font here, and then I want to go to Thorn after that, because we gotta get it in here. Go ahead, non-font.
I mean, literally under any system, there's going to be problems. Obviously, I don't think anyone like disagrees with this, but like, when it comes to something as important, you know, as to the right to vote and making it as easy to vote while still having a secure election, I think this is an important thing for the federal government to try their best to ensure this happens. You know, North Carolina, my great North Carolina state. Okay, our Supreme Court made the right decision. Okay. I don't trust fucking Oklahoma. I don't trust all these other states to come to the same conclusions, right? Like, I don't, I just simply don't trust them, and I'd be in favor of the federal government mandating something.
Just to play devil's advocate here, because both sides do this, and I mean, this is not a fair one-to-one comparison, so don't try to like nail me to the wall on this. But Louisiana just is having a big Supreme Court case because they used everybody's favorite thing, redistricting, to basically make it so like white people lost every election in this area, right? And they're suing over it, right? I mean, I don't know. This feels like a little bit like pot calling the kettle black here. Whenever, you know, we're like, oh no, one little incident in North Carolina, you know, but we're gonna overlook over here. Like, it's
first of all, this lends credence to our argument, which is the federal government should take over, make sure we can't do this. But second of all, I don't think the Louisiana.
Yeah, but what happens when the government comes? What happens when the government comes in? The federal government does it, and this is why, as a Texan, this is my opinion, right? Like, I look like you want the federal government to put us a one-size-shoe-fits-all kind of thing, but what happens whenever? The first time it comes in, it benefits Papa Gibbs. Big fan. Second time they come in, suddenly it's not benefiting Papa Gibbs no more. It's benefiting the powers that be. Like, you would be real pissed if their one-size-fits-all solution was like, hey, this is what the Republicans want. We want this ID. We got to have this rule. Nobody, you know, whatever. But if the Dems do the same thing, like, you know, vice versa. Like, you see,
I've been mad at the Electoral College since I learned about it.
Sorry,
I've been. Go ahead.
Wait,
Sorry.
just 1 second. It's actually worse than that. Because what happens is, it doesn't even be a left and right thing. Like, one side does it, and they nationalize the issue. Then, like you said, the other side says, oh, this is a national power now. So I get to do it. And I'm going to do it the way that benefits me. And then the other side says, no, the way you're doing it's unfair. We're going to take this to the Supreme Court. And now this is being decided by judges instead of local people voting for how they want their communities to be.
I don't know how you get from A to Z where it's like, well, we invented this voter ID like ability to be distributed by the American government, and then suddenly, you know, the opposing party comes in and says, well, actually, what if we just gave it to every odd social security number instead of everyone? You know, what if the guarantee is everyone gets one? How do you obscure that or like make this in a way that's so bad that you need to take it to Supreme Court?
I can tell you how to do it. It's easy. Wait, say again?
It costs $5. It's not free. You don't
now it costs money? Well, now it's not universally guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah, so then it's going to be litigated.
So it goes against the message of why it was initially founded in the first place.
So then it's going to be litigated, and people are going to say, no, you have a right to vote. It can't cost $5.
Right, so do you want one litigation case over this or 50?
50.
Wait, hold on. This is the question I was going to ask. Do you think that every state should have the delegation to decide what free speech is?
Free speech is constitutionally guaranteed and applies to all the states.
Do you think every state should have the right to make the determination of who an insurrectionist is?
Are you asking about the Article 14 case?
Section 3.4. Do you think states should have the ability to disqualify people based on what they determine to be?
We know for that purpose that they don't.
Well, I'm saying, do you support that decision? Basically, is what I'm.
That was an obvious no. Like everyone, there are different rationales for why you support it, but it's like it was an obvious decision.
I understand it's 9-0, but you can disagree with the 9-0 decision. Like presumably there are
9-0, but me and my wisdom, I disagree. I think the answer is well.
Well, to be clear, I'm not even necessarily stating I disagree. I'm saying like it's not.
Yeah. I have taken an anti-9-0 position against on some of the shit in the Supreme Court before, and but I think that the way you can do that is that you recognize that you don't have a legal basis for that claim, and you say the legal basis is oppression. Fuck those bitches. That's about the only way you can, I think, do that with any.
Right.
Any substance, I think, to that argument.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not necessarily commenting on the court case, but I do know it's not impossible for even lawyers to disagree with a 9-0 decision. I was more just using it to kind of prove a point that clearly in some ways we do let the federal government have control over elections, at least when it comes to the federal ballot. And it seems like that's a fine.
We absolutely do. There's no question that there are things that need to be federal. You know, the difference between somebody who supports a smaller government and someone who supports a bigger government is not that nothing should be federal. It's just that somebody who supports a smaller government wants it to be only the essential things. We want it to be less. And
guaranteeing voting to everyone, or mail, or guaranteeing voting, what is non-essential about making sure that every citizen has the right to vote without a poll tax or a fucking literacy test before they get to the polling booth?
We already do that without requiring a federal ID. So.
That's what I'm saying. If we did require this federal ID, which you would say we shouldn't, we should require. Wait, hold on. Donald Trump actually signed an executive order on Tuesday requiring or trying to make it so that every state requires some sort of passport adjacent thing to vote. So he's already trying to do this. And again, in principle, as long as everyone gets one, I would be okay with this. But I think it's most Americans do not have a passport. This would, if anything, actually fuck over his constituency more. So yeah, if they are trying to do this, and if you want this to happen, which is a very real discussion that is happening, you need to guarantee that everyone has equal access to that, and not, oh well, it costs $5, or oh, we're not going to deliver it to you because you live 200 miles away from the center of the city. So if you can't make it here, go fuck yourself. You can't vote. That you can't infringe someone's right to vote to that. It's insane.
What did the I'm not from because we're way off topic, so I'm not familiar with the executive order.
Yeah,
it's a passport or passport adjacent. What does that mean?
Let me read you the exact language. It's executive order March 20. I want to say 6th.
Yeah, sometimes these panels just they go random places, and we just go with it.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah,
Don't worry about it, right? Like,
wasn't prepping on that, so.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, I'm just first of all, I want to say I respect everyone in here for taking the very principled position that Pete Hegseth and crew are fucking stupid. So I'm glad we moved off it fast. Yeah. So got the article here. I'll send it to you guys in chats. This was on Tuesday, and what I think it says, I think 146 million Americans don't have a passport. Yeah, so that's like almost half of people do not have this, if not more than half. I forgot what our population is.
But okay, but like you're arguing this is a pretty heavy obstacle. Okay, I'll grant you that not many people have that passport, but let me just throw this out there. My friend Mel is in the other room. We've been planning a trip, and I'm like, okay. She's like, oh, I don't have a passport. It's like, I don't. My passport ran out in January. I was like, okay, I need to go get my passport renewed. I'm like, what do I do? How hard is this? They have at some of the post offices now, and they have dedicated centers in like major cities, 24 hour passport.
Yeah, you're speaking to what we were talking about before, though. They're shutting down these post offices. What happens if you don't live close to one of those? What if you're not in a major city?
I mean, like tough tits, because you can do it the old-fashioned way.
You can't say that about voting, though. Tough tits. It's voting. I mean, this is pretty fucking important.
I just feel like there should be I don't know about requirement. I feel like everybody should vote. I just feel like, how do you secure it without some kind of ID?
I feel people are 200 feet away.
No, sure, but make sure everyone can get this ID and it's free.
But like, but there is going to be a barrier of entry to this, no matter what kind of ID you put. Like, if you do say, okay, we're going to require ID, you're going to have to go somewhere and get a photo taken. Correct?
And you should make it so that, like in Germany, there is one of these municipalities within range of almost every residency, if not every residency, if you can help it happen. And Germany is a place with like a large rural population, and they make this work.
Germany is smaller than Texas. What do you like? You know what you're saying, right?
It's 80 million people. They make it work. Okay, like I know we can do it. Are you saying America isn't good enough to do this? I believe in America, Gibbs. Do you believe
think
in America?
America's great.
I know we can do it, but we're not going to do it well, and we're going to do it with a lot of my taxpayer dollars. That's what I know is going to happen.
Support your taxpayer dollars, letting everyone have the right to vote on where your taxpayer dollars go.
Can we back up a little bit? Because
sure.
I just looked at the White House fact sheet on the executive order. I haven't looked at the actual or context, so if it says something different, I'm sorry. But what it says is that it's not passport adjacent, which is I think the phrase you used. It said that you have to prove citizenship, is what Trump wants you to have to do, right?
Right, but again, like, how do you prove citizenship other than maybe
driver's license?
Passport, right?
I think this is actually a little bit more
citizen.
savvy than that, because one of the issues that we have right now is that state IDs don't differentiate on the grounds of citizenship. Right.
And if this said, hey, we're creating this new ID that says proof of citizenship and every state has to issue it, I'd be totally okay with it.
Or any state could avoid this problem by making their state ID note whether you're a citizen or not.
Right, and if they don't do it, fuck everyone who doesn't have that thing in their state. Like,
well, what I'm saying is, then first of all, this is not law and is going to be challenged in the court. So I'm not sure this is even constitutional as done. So I'm going to set aside.
The point is they're trying to, though, right? Yeah,
we don't know the answer. But I think then what you have is you have states coming up with solutions to a federal mandate.
Right, and you want every state to have to try to figure this out individually and hope to God that just one of them doesn't fuck it up, or we just say, hey, everyone, here's the state ID, we're all giving it to you, and you can all use it to vote.
You're so negative about it. You view it as the risk that things are fucking up rather than the risk that having a laboratory of experimentation where things actually can improve, where you see
if there is even a modicum of a chance that the experimentation can fail and a bunch of people don't get to vote, yeah, I'm against that. That's negative.
I want to grant one thing to Soy Pill.
Modicum of a chance, then we federalize it. That's why people who oppose big government get so frustrated in these conversations, because if your standard is if there's a modicum of a chance that it goes the other way, it should be a national issue.
How is it going the other way if they're guaranteeing to send it to everyone?
Well, hold on. I would actually argue that Ryan is correct in this. This is my position. Is the same thing as yours, actually, in some regards. Is if there's a modicum of chance they're going to fuck up, I'm not going to argue that. I think there's like a 99% chance that they are going to fuck up if they go to the federal level. Like, what federal program is run well? Like, I can't think
of it. The FDIC.
Oh, here we go. With BLM. Yeah, there's no federal programs that work perfectly. So whenever you're like, they're like, if there's a modicum of like possibility it's gonna fuck up, well, that's to me, it's almost a guaranteed possibility it's gonna fuck up if we do it at a federal level. So like, what's worse? I think that's
well,
worse,
maybe
you know? Like,
maybe we shouldn't then make it so you have to get an ID to have your right to vote. Maybe we should just say, hey, we're gonna.
well, then how do you how do you secure it like in this regard? Because y'all
based on every investigation we've done in
know.
the past like 20 years, it seems that signature verification in every other way has turned out very, very, very few cases of voter fraud. So it seems to be working out pretty well. But if you insist on doing it, we better make damn sure that no one's not going to be able to not vote because of it who should be able to vote.
If you're a U.S. citizen, you should vote. You should be able to vote, regardless.
Right, but you should be able to prove you're a citizen, right? Like how do you? Okay, like I get that this is going to be a very small group of people, but like say like I'm Bob and I live out in rural whatever Timbuktu, bumfuck Egypt, here in Texas, right? And I don't, for whatever reason, I don't have a social security number. I don't know. I lost the card 10 years ago. I don't have a driver's license. I don't have a. How do you know this person is who they're saying they are? Like you're like, yeah, every citizen can vote.
We should detain them.
Like where? No, I mean, my question is, it's not detain.
Yeah, get them out of here. Get them out of the country.
But really though, like what you're
Send
saying
them to El
is
Salvador.
we shouldn't have any check on this person to see what they are.
We don't know who Bob is. Get them the hell out of here.
I mean, yeah, you don't think we should check on who Bob is? Like before
no, absolutely.
He, like,
I think there should be
vote?
incredibly, with minimal onerous hoops to jump through, a way to, hey, you lost your birth certificate, you lost your SSN. Here's the municipality. It's very close to you. You can get to it. Go figure it out. We'll expediently get you your new ID if you are indeed who you say you are. However, if you're completely off the grid, there's probably, I don't know what happens if you like lose your passport and your everything that would otherwise identify you as a U.S. citizen, how they identify, birth records or go to the hospital, but that's a whole other story. That is a very niche case, but we should have, yes, a government institution that deals with that. And I think we do, at least for birth certificate.
Well, do you let that guy vote? So say he shows up.
If he has nothing and he's not registered the address, no. If you can't verify he is who he is through
he filled out a voter
signature,
registration form somehow. And he just showed up. Now he's ready to go. You think this guy's the guy we can let vote?
If you can't verify who he says he is in the way that we're currently doing it, if you can't verify that he has an SSN or a birth certificate or any of that, yeah, like maybe he shouldn't vote. But again, if you want to put any sort of restriction or check on this, it needs to be in such a way that everyone has access to having that check or whatever it is. So right now that check is, hey, you sign up and register, we verify with your address, we see, we have some database with birth records or who you are and see if that is indeed who you are. And people fall through. People get mail-in ballots sent to, grandma who's 130, right? And that's not good. Like we should, and some people fill those out and they get caught. I'm sure some people don't get caught. There's a non-zero amount of people that do voter fraud in this country that probably get away with it. The question is, how widespread is it? Apparently it's not that widespread according to Trump's admin and every other admin that's investigating it. But if it is a thing that we have to address, as Trump is pushing, you need to make sure you are not restricting anyone when you do it. And so that's why I want to ask you, Gibbs, I mean, do you think people who can't read should be able to vote? Should we have literacy tests? Like, I think it would suck that people who can't read are voting, but I don't think that they shouldn't be able to vote.
I'm with you on that. I don't know about the education being a factor. I don't like the idea of tests. I'd like more on the side of hey, this guy's got no information, let's let him vote, than I am on the side of let's test people. I've heard this argument from libertarians before, where they argue, hey, only landowners should vote, and and I'm like, wow. I mean, I would like that. That'd be great, right? Personally, but their argument is, well, they're invested in this country, they're invested in the community, as opposed to somebody just renting, is not providing. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds a lot like I don't know, Starship Troopers, Citizen Guaranteed Service to me. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that either. I'm more on the side of the nothing than I am on the other side with that kind of thing. But
okay, and then do you think there should be monetary restrictions if you think there shouldn't be literature or knowledge restrictions?
Well, okay, so this is really where this is what gets me, right? To me, I don't see having to pay $5 for an ID as any difference than you taking out my taxes. What is the fundamental difference there? Because A, you're still using government property.
The difference is the backstop is the government. The government says, we took your tax dollars, here's your ID, and not, hey, if you couldn't scrounge up $5 on this one day and that you were able to travel to this 200-mile away DMV, get fucked, you can't vote. That's the difference.
So I think that's a perfect explanation of the difference in opinion, which is that if you think that the government should or morally must step in to make sure that no matter how bad your decision making is, that.
Well, first of all, I didn't say anything about
be taken
decision
care of.
making, but
Well, it seems like a bad decision if you go.
That's what you're saying, because you're saying, hey,
do you think do poor people choose to be poor? Do you guys think that?
The federal government make the
Gibbs
decisions
definitely
for
thinks
you,
that.
Yes,
and
I do.
allow
I do think that, yeah.
make a
I mean, every poor person could
allow someone to
become
make a
rich
decision.
if
I
they
listen.
made the decision.
Yeah.
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on, we're
I
talking
agree.
about Ryan. Sorry, Ryan, can you repeat that, Ryan? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, repeat the last part. We cut you off there. Go ahead.
The heart of what you were saying is you would prefer to have taxes and have the federal government make the decisions for you, because there's a risk that if you let people make decisions, they will make bad decisions, which is of course possible, but that is the heart of the disagreement, like, because that applies to almost everything. Like,
Well, first of all, that's a false dichotomy, Ryan.
Allow bad decisions.
Is it though?
You're implying that the only way that someone couldn't afford a $5 ID is because they made bad decisions, and not a multitude of other reasons.
You're telling me you can't one time every 10 years come up with $5 and drive 200 miles to get this ID.
No, I'm telling you that if I'm telling you that lots of Americans live paycheck to paycheck and rely on welfare systems. There are DMVs that are incredibly hard to access for tons of rural Americans that they need to spend an incredible large amount of money to get to, especially if they don't have a car, by doing these incredibly stupid, expensive, slow, inefficient public transportation systems. And yes, that extra $5 might be the difference between them being able to vote or not. So I don't think it should exist. And the same way, you can say, oh, Social Security, Ponzi scheme, blah, blah, blah. Social Security doesn't perform as well as a 401k. It doesn't beat out market investments. I'm sure if people made better decisions, with their gambling in the stock market, they could make way more money than Social Security would ever put out. But the point is, it's guaranteed. It is not saying, hey, if the stock market crashes tomorrow, you get nothing. It's saying no matter what, you are guaranteed this. In the same way we should guarantee the voting, because people could make bad decisions and fuck off with their money. And that's kind of been demonstrated by 401ks. They're not really performing very well.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, so this is the argument I hear with Social Security is like protect the people from themselves. Right, like, and my argument's always been like, hey, if you take Social Security, I took the same amount of my tax dollars I go into Social Security, I put it in the S&P or a mutual fund.
What do we do with you if you fuck up and you accidentally invest it all in Tesla? And it goes
a lot of people, by the way, just don't do that.
I'll tell you what you do. I'll tell you, and that solution is this. It's right here. Is I'm going to pull out my world's smallest violin, and I'm going to start playing "My Heart Cries for You" on it.
No, and, sorry, you had to pawn that off for money actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's tough tits, bro. Yeah, I'm saying, well, it was $3, so not even $5. But the point is, though,
that wouldn't even get you the right to vote.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, and so if you can't afford $5 to vote, like, I don't know, like, I feel like, like, this is kind of the thing. I bought a whiteboard as a joke because I keep going on these panels, and non-FOD can co-sign this. I go on these panels, I argue economics a lot, and it feels like I'm talking to Plank from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Because these people don't understand economics, and then they want me to go and vote to take care of them, and it's like, hey, bro, I'm sorry, I think you're choosing to be poor with your bad decisions. You are choosing to be poor. That was the thing I was trying to get to. I know an illegal alien guy that's now a legal alien that works 3 jobs. He works 100 hours a week, 90 hours a week. Most weeks, right? And he now owns a Porsche. He's now a legal alien working on citizenship. He just married a big fat American woman. That's always been his goal. And listen, this guy's living. Now he's trying to have kids. This is the American dream. This guy's living. If you're telling me this guy from Guatemala, who barely knows how to read English and speaks worse English and can work 3 minimum wage jobs, get a citizenship, find a wife, and buy a Porsche and a $130,000 home, and he can do it. Why are you telling me this guy can't afford $5
Gibbs, wait,
for
hold
an
on.
ID?
I have the perfect counter story to this, Gibbs. I actually know 17 million elders who were in poverty until Social Security was passed and kept them out of it. Like, I knew all 17 million of these people personally, and they are all hardworking, incredibly hardworking, but they just could not keep up. They didn't have enough savings from retirement. The stock market didn't support them.
Like bad investment.
So we should let them die, I guess.
First of all, a lot of people just don't have
hey, that's your position. I respect that you're consistent, but like,
just saying, like,
you are just not like, God forbid you ever have the power to make that happen, because I don't think we should just let 17 million people die just because they invested in the wrong thing. But that's just me.
Sure.
A lot of people don't even have like the opportunity to invest, right? Like a lot of the population is disabled, or there are people who don't contribute. A lot of them are students, at least for some portion, and they don't get regular factor payments, and that's why I think actually the majority of people on welfare are people who just can't work or like shouldn't be working, right? Like that's the
well, let me take a middle ground position here, like, right? So like, okay, let's just say I know hey, I'm a build a bridge. I know that's great. I know that I'm pretty far on the extreme side. Like, let grandma die. That stuff. That's sad day.
Well, let
Like,
17 million grandmas
yeah,
die, to be
yeah.
clear.
Listen, grandma, grandpa, they
on
fucked
top
up.
of
I'm tired. I'm
Appalachian
tired.
Mountain,
Yeah, I'm tired of
right?
grandma and grandpa. They're getting too damn old and they're behind on times, right? Whatever. So listen, all right, I'll bite that bullet. But let's just build a middle ground. Say that I wanted some sort of this like go out. Like let's just
What's
like
the middle ground between these two positions, dude?
I'm
What
about
you're saying?
to get you. My question is, at what point do we have to say enough is enough? Like that's what I want to know, because to me it feels like every time like someone on the right like kind of like agrees, then it's like if you give a mouse a cookie. Next, I'm over here paying for steak and lobster on whatever.
Yeah,
and then I'm,
give a mouse a cookie,
on food,
then communism.
yeah,
True.
it is. It is.
Hey.
That's how you get it. That is exactly how you get communism. You give them
No,
a
it's
cookie and they
not.
keep going.
You give the people the welfare and they they'll turn it to
No,
communist.
that's such a
Yeah.
horrible.
I
freaking
actually think
story,
this
and
is
it
the
is
this is
not
the
based in
liberal
reality at all.
this is the liberal argument for the welfare state. One of them is that markets are just generally volatile, and at any given time, there's going to be people sort of left behind by the volatile market, and those people are often get radicalized. If you want them to stay liberals and not turn into Hassan Piker communists,
them money,
you give them money, you give them welfare.
No, that's
and-
that's the opposite, because all these people. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, this is maybe a personal anecdote. It is a personal anecdote. I have never met anybody that's a pro Hassan Piker that is in one of two categories. They're either super rich and terminally online, or they're super broke and they're terminally online. There's the only two, and let me tell you which one is way more of. It's not the super rich one, and all the ones that are super rich are like extreme ideologues, right? So
Look,
like,
Gibbs,
I'm
have you
just
never
saying-
met a middle class worker who just thinks he's hot and wants to goon? Like, I know many women in my life who watch him just for that reason.
Yeah, and they all have rich husbands.
No, she's unmarried actually.
All the ones I know, they all got like rich husbands or secret boyfriends. They don't
Come
tell
over to
the truth.
California. I'll introduce you to all the gooners.
Last time I was in California, I got stabbed by a hobo. Terrible times. True
Hey, you know
story.
what? You know what? You get rid of Social Security, there's going to be a lot more hobos stabbing people for money. All right.
You say that, but we don't have that problem here in Texas. The hobos, we got like a tweaker.
Well, because they still
You
get
ship them all over to us anyway. So
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Well, let me get some closing thoughts here. Let me get some outros. We're about that time. It's about till then. We'll start with Mr. Right. All right, we're gonna try and Mullally. How we want you?
Mullally, thanks, man.
Mullally,
No,
yeah.
thanks
I
for
feel
having me.
rude.
Yeah, this was fun, and we veered spectacularly, which is part of the fun. So that's good. I think that this is actually a great example of just like a conflict of visions about how the world works. And I think when you get to the kind of progressive side of the left, there's a vision that everything could be perfect if we just put people in power who had the right authenticity, the right sincerity, and just fixed all the problems. And on the right, you see people who are more saying that, the world is flawed inevitably. There's going to be problems. All we can do is the best we can. And what we should do is we should let people who are on the ground as close as possible to the situation make the decisions, because they're the people who have skin in the game. It's their community. It's their life. And we don't want to centralize everything and have, the powers that be cram down solutions on everybody. And, this is an age-old argument, but it's a good one, and it's one worth having. So I'm glad we got to have it tonight.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I also want to, I wanted to do this panel today because I had two new recommended new people, and Thorn here wanted to do it, and everyone tried to get it. I always like to bring new people on, and then only Thorn showed up, so we've had to fill in with all of my other wonderful guests here. And so thank you for all coming on at short notice, the rest of y'all, and thank you, Thorn, for coming. And speaking of Thorn, go ahead and you tell us what your thoughts are next, and where they can find you and all the good jazz.
Yeah, so on the Yemen situation, we send non-fun and he will destroy them. It was a good conversation. I don't know. It was nice, like, kind of jumping into this. A little bit nervous on kind of like talking through it, but you guys didn't eviscerate me too bad, so that was nice. It was generally cordial, and I appreciate that. I think we kind of got into some topics about isolationism versus nationalism and stuff, and I think that it was interesting hearing the different sides of that and the different flavors and the different what should be sorts of things or visions on the world, and that was interesting to hear the different perspectives on that. And I really appreciated like the nationalistic versus state by state solution, or like kind of degree of conversation to that. And it was really enlightening for me, and I really appreciated just the dialogue by everyone. So,
well, fantastic. Thanks for being here. And then Soy Pill.
Yeah. Just real quick, Thorn, I didn't catch nervousness at all. I was going to say your reserved demeanor just exuded this confidence of like, I will only talk when I have the most perfect thing to say. So you killed it. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. This is much more cordial than my debates usually go, even though I heavily disagree. I think that, yeah, obviously I'm glad we all agree on Yemen. That was a colossal fuck up, and these people are incompetent and should be prosecuted, if not at least resign. I think for the post office, it's an amazing service that we need to guarantee to everyone, regardless of how much money it costs, although it can be made more efficient. I agree with that. And as far as voting goes and Social Security and all these things, just based on what Ryan said, no, I don't think it would be, I mean, yeah, obviously, if we had some altruistic king or group of people would go in, yeah, maybe it would be all utopiaistic and perfect. That's not what I'm advocating for. I'm saying that rights should not be restricted. And yeah, there's going to be some people that fall through the cracks in any system that we have, but there are ways to guarantee this to people that are not being enforced or advocated for by the current administration. They're doing it in ways because they want people to fall through the cracks. They want more people to fall through the cracks. I think the federal government, yeah, can be too big, but there's absolutely things that they should be taken care of. And one of those is guaranteeing our rights to vote and our guaranteeing to not be homeless or dying for millions and millions of people. I think 22 million people, just because maybe they made bad investments or did any other thing that has completely out of their control. Sometimes the federal government does good things. Sorry. I'm the Soy Pill. You can find me making fun of Ben Shapiro as of recently and other people on my video essays on my channel. Thanks so much for having me, Gibbs.
Oh, yeah. Loved it. Big fan. It's been fun and non-fun. Go ahead.
I'm happy to basically co-sign Soy's closing statement. I don't think that I have a ton more to add. We're kind of all over the place. Liberalism is good. Free trade is good. Okay. Screw the Houthis for messing with my free trade. All right. And I will add, there is a perfect federal government institution. It is called the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. It is so incredibly fucking based. Since 1933, no one has lost a single penny of an FDIC insured fund, and I don't know for sure this is true, but I believe since 2008, no one has lost even a uninsured deposit. Like it was Silicon Valley Bank, even the uninsured deposits were kind of implicitly insured. I'll be on another panel with Gibbs right after this, so everyone go to my channel, Non-Fun 420 on Twitch and Kick, Non-Fun on YouTube. Go watch all my debates, and yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to start. I've been sitting here deciding, because I've had a very wild last 48 hours, what the topics are going to be for the next one. I think we're going to start off with Tesla terrorism. I think that's going to be a fun one. And I'm sure that no one will disagree on that. Also, I want to say it was an echo chamber today a little bit. And that's okay till about middle of the second topic, because that's fine. The righties didn't show up this time, and one of the lefties. But to all my critics saying I'm going to run out of lefties. Never. There's a lot of them. I can find them all.
I'm going to impregnate 10 women every day just to make sure our ranks never diminish. So
see, he's got the right idea. See, you know what I'm saying? So just like old Harry Sisson, ass is the future. Anyway, no, sorry.
Free my man.
All right, but yeah. So here about 30 minutes, we'll have another panel going on. I'm going to put something on in a minute, but Non-Fun, if you want to stay in the call so you don't get booted out of the call when we do the share together, you're welcome.
Hey, if anyone leaves, Gibbs, throw me in too. I love talking about Tesla.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who's gone here. If we got room, I'll hit you back here in a couple minutes. We might have room. I don't know who's coming or not. And then, because like I said, it's been a wild last 48 hours. I'm very sorry about being as unprepared as I usually am today. I usually have set things, but
you got bigger shows. You're on Tim Pool. You're like, oh, sorry, I was busy doing my $1 million show.
What happened was Tuesday. We had Teeny come down. She's a partner streamer and does DJ and stuff, so obviously gonna do DJs. And then yesterday we had storms, and they washed out all my fits. FEMA, where's my money? Send me some of these illegals that are working on ag. I need them to come fix these fences. This is a bullshit. I don't see nobody out there.
Hey, you made bad decisions to live in a storm area, and the government should not be taking care of it.
It's me.
That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's me and Fabian out there. Not Fabian, my guy. And we're out there posting holes at 12 in the morning covered in mud. No FEMA, no illegals helping us. Where are they at? I want to know.
The best solution. That's the best solution, Gibbs.
You know what? Beef price is going to keep going up, and guess who's going to keep benefiting? Me. The rest of y'all, no, not so much. But, yeah, that's my little soapbox there. I was sitting here getting pinged for topics last night, and I had mud up to my eyeballs. I about fucking snapped on somebody when I got pinged about a topic, DMs. But yeah, so in about 30 minutes we'll be having another convo. Hopefully we get you all back on a more spicy panel soon, and we'll go from there. But until then, just we're gonna wave bye, everybody. Woo!
Bye bye.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Did he say? I don't know if he wants me to stay in this call or to stay in the stream together thing. I don't know how to like merge town in this game. Like I can put towns next to each other and I can have them share utilities, but like I can't play with them all at once like I want to, and I don't know why. How to merge towns. Theoville? This isn't, how do I need to pee, but merge two plots. Dog. I need to pee. Fuck. I'll be back. Hold on. Let me put on a funny bunny video or something. Dude, I love this fucking video so much to wrap. I have a fucking gif of this video. Oh my god, it is like literally my favorite fucking video in the world. So I don't think I can actually merge these. But I swear I saw a fucking video of someone doing that. But I don't, maybe it was... Theotown, merge cities. Like how the fuck, like what? Yes, tutorial. To debate news like this. Years economic growth to slow next 30 years, fueled by debt and decline in birth rate, CBO says. I mean, it like comes up occasionally. We actually just got the GDP revision for Q1. I thought the new GDP numbers were going to come out today, but they didn't. I think it was just Q4 2024 got revised. It got revised slightly upward. I don't know exactly when the new official GDP numbers for Q1 come out, but I mean, we kind of tangentially also talked a little bit about this just because we're kind of talking about the deficit for a little bit. But a decrease in population could have profound negative effects on the economy. What? What? You tell me immigration might be good? What? What? Okay. New region. Giant. Oh, wait, did I just have to choose this from the beginning? Wait, where's even the merge button? Hyperloop network for parcels that reaches all remote properties is what you must advocate for. True. That's the true Chad position. Am I even bigger? Oh. Fuck, wait, how do I merge? Merge. There we go. Wait, okay. Continue. Non-fawn. 2. Alright, I think I just named non-fawn. I don't think I named the original one. Damn, I was attached to that city, man. city named Mofa. I'm gonna name him. I'm gonna name it Bofa. These nuts. Start. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh my god, it's lagging. Oh, I don't know. Theotown can hit. How am I getting 12 FPS in this fucking pixelated game, dude? I just don't think it's optimized for shit like this. Okay, hold on. Maybe I went a little too big. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I don't need it like this big. Maybe I just need like how do I go to the main menu? Don't save. Okay, new region. We'll just do giant. Oh, wait, how big is this? Even bigger, 40 squares. Wait, I think if I just do Burrow.com. I think if I just do this, it'll be fine. Is Soy Pill talking about me?
If you don't like that, if the government does it in a way that you don't like, then get out. All right. I think we should support people at the bottom rungs of society, and I think that people who have more to give should give more. I hate the idea that so many people live in excess while we could be solving so many more problems.
Truth nuke. These nuts. It's still not optimized. But does this work? Does this even... Can people even move in? There's no, like, preset road like there usually is. So I don't even know. I don't even know if people... Oh, people can move in. Okay, good. Why do Marxists believe all predictions that Marx made? I mean, to be fair, like, I want to say all of them do, but, they're Marxists. Like, they're obviously they're gonna look to Marx for their ideology. Oh, fuck. Well, whatever. Bro, why is the Pokemon community game in my chat, too? Which we should call utilities. It's just supplying that messes me up because that's not what I'm too econ brain. What the fuck are you angry about? Oh, also, I never refreshed. Not that this really matters, the Discord overlay thing, but. Dude, it's so funny that I can just see Gibbs' chat and my chat. It's like they're obvious. I don't know if they're talking about me or they're talking about. I think. I'm trying to remember. I need a brain blast. What was it? Okay, there was a thing about private social security and fuck. Oh, is Gibbs doing a panel today? Gibbs just, I was just on Gibbs's panel and we're doing another one in 15 minutes, so. Australia. Social security. I know Australia has like a privatized. There's a guy on Twitter who I follow called Privatized Social Security. That's like literally his name, and he has. He's fucking. He's pretty fucking based. Privatized Social Security. But yeah, he has the privatized Social Security like Australia. System of social welfare payments provided by the Australian government to eligible citizens, permanent residents, and limited international visitors. These payments are almost always administered by Centrelink, a program of Services Australia. In Australia, most payments are means tested. The system includes payments to retirees, job seekers, parents, people with disabilities and their caregivers, guardians of orphans, students and apprentices, and people who have no way of supporting themselves. I don't really care about the legal framework. I just care about, like, funding. The age pension was the first payment made by the Australian government. There was no automatic entitlement age pension to Australia. Like in countries such as UK and New Zealand, taxpayer-funded pensions are means tested, similar to UK pension credit, effectively making them another type of benefit, except for the mandatory superannuation scheme. Workers do not contribute a pension or insurance scheme in Australia, like pension schemes in other countries. Heritage Foundation, let's go. Andrew Wilson in the house? What? Can I see the users in chat if I'm... it's only mine. What does privately run Social Security entail? Who knows? Did that guy ever unban you? What's his face? Tuple? Nope. Tuple still has me banned. Because of course he does.
Hey!
What's up?
Hey! I haven't decided what I'm eating for dinner yet. I'm looking on DoorDash right now.
Whoa. Don't you have a wife? Why don't you just make her make the food?
I don't live with her yet. We're looking.
Oh, okay.
And also, I do all the cooking. I'm significantly better at it and rather picky when it comes to people making my food.
Okay, base. All right. Good debates about Islam or debates related to Islam people living in West and their impact? Not really. Like I mean, it's come up. Like it's not never come up before, but not that much. I don't know. We were just talking about the Houthis. I mean, I think I said like in there, like the Houthis are. I mean, obviously, I think they're fundamentally opposed to the existence of the state of Israel because of the religious belief of, I don't know, at least the leaders and probably a lot of the people in it as well. Although I'm sure some of them do genuinely care for the Palestinian people, but I think a lot of them just fucking hate Israel. And it's like I think they're. I mean, I did make the point. Like I think the Houthis are taking advantage of the chaos, right? So if the chaos ends with like a ceasefire in Gaza, and probably, I mean, it's not going to take a while for tensions to come down, but they're probably not going to do as much shit. And that's not necessarily because they care for the Palestinian people so much. It's just because the chaos has ended. So. I have a question. Who do you did you follow the Gaza ceasefire at all?
Somewhat. The thing I'm most paying attention to is the Trump proposal and Egypt's counteroffer and things of that nature, but I got a good idea of what's going on.
Yeah. Do you, I mean, I haven't done a ton of reading on it. Who do you think is more responsible for it falling through?
So what I was seeing was that Israel and the United States worked to extend Phase 1 18 days past when it was supposed to end. And in that time, Hamas was saying they wouldn't give any more hostages and ended up giving one more round of them. So that's good. In terms of who is being the aggressors, that's fucking hard to tell because I don't really... Everyone constantly says they're responding to the aggression from the other side, but like the aggression that Hamas was doing was putting fucking bombs on public buses and shooting rockets at civilian centers. So in the end of the day, like, I go back to my priors with that and say that like they're guilty because they're the ones causing the conflict. But that's perspective. It's hard to pretend like I'm right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't do a ton of reading on it, but I don't know. Like, even if I think it's probably it might be bad for like the region as a whole if this ceasefire doesn't hold, but like I don't know if I fault Israel too hard for even if they like straight up broke a ceasefire just because it's a fucking ceasefire with Hamas, but like I don't know. I haven't.
At the end of the day, though, if you attach your name to something and then you go ahead and turn around and undo it, I don't know exactly what the exact terms were. I know that some ceasefires are like, we're not going to do X, Y, and Z, but if there's still a military conflict, we're still going to fight. So I don't know who was the first one to violate it. I would have to guess that it was Hamas, just because Israel seems to be the only side trying to adhere to Western standards of war, but I don't know. I don't follow the day-to-day like that. I just know that Israel is responsible for extending it and getting one extra round of hostages out after Hamas said they wouldn't do anymore. And right now, Egypt is trying to negotiate Phase 2 to get more hostages out and whatnot, but at this point, Trump took the gloves off, said you guys can stop giving them humanitarian aid, and we're seeing right now, for the first time in 20 years a massive protest and riots against Hamas in Gaza.
Wait, would you support Israel annexing Area C?
Fuck. No, I don't think Israel can be the
Not
ones
too
to
far
take
gone.
it.
All right.
I don't think they can be the ones to take it. I don't think the world would accept that. I think it has to be a neutral third-party arbiter, and that's why I say the United States is probably best. Israel has too much to gain, and the perception's bad. And even if some of those things are based off anti-Semitism, it's still, some of them are legitimate. It wouldn't work. They can't be the ones to do it.
Okay. He's not too far gone, guys. Okay, we don't support the Area C annexation. Jesus, that is I mean I literally had the Instagram story stuff about it itself. I could go to my Instagram story archive. I was like I was literally posting like when Trump got elected. I was just like the two-state solution just fucked, right? Like there's not like that's never like Israel's just gonna fucking annex. They're just gonna annex all Area C or like most of Area C. And like we're just so unbelievably fucked. But on our President Week series, I said Australia probably the best option if the United States suffers some type of Greek-style fiscal meltdown. One reason I'm so bullish on Australia is the nation has a privatized social security system called superannuation, with workers setting aside 9% of their income in personal retirements. Personal retirement account rising to 12% by 2020, established almost 30 years ago. And made virtually universal about 20 years ago. The system was far superior to the accrually in a manner related to performance by actuaries. Bankrupt Social Security system in the United States. Probably the most sobering comparison is to look at a chart of how much private wealth has been created in superannuation accounts, and then look at a chart of the debt that we face for Social Security. To be blunt, Aussies are kicking our butts. Their system gets stronger every day, and our system generates more red ink every day. And their system is earning praise from unexpected places. The Center for Retirement Research at Boston College, led by a former Clinton administrative official, is not a bastion of laissez-faire thinking, so it's noteworthy when they publish a study praising superannuation. Australia's retirement income system is regarded by some as among the best in the world. It achieved high individual savings rate and broad coverage at reasonably low cost to the government. What's up, Tuscaloosa Johnson? How did you just say that word, lol? Did I say it wrong? I said, like, it didn't have a pronunciation thing. I honestly don't remember what I said. Hands off my foreskin. I don't know how to pronounce it. Does this have a thing?
Actuarial.
Yeah, I definitely did not pronounce it correctly.
Actuarially.
Actuarially. I can't. Dude, that was fucking horrible. Don't clip that. Okay, anyway. We're talking about this. Am I pronouncing that wrong too? And it's probably if I'm pronouncing this wrong too. Check Team Foreskin. You completely omitted the L, bro. I probably did. I can't fucking speak words I know correctly. You think I can speak? I think I can speak words I don't know. Since I wrote my dissertation on the Australia system, I can say with confidence the author is not exaggerating. It's a very good role model for reasons I previously discussed. Here's more from the Boston College study. The program requires employee to contribute 9% of earnings, rising to 12% by 2020, to a tax-advantaged retirement plan for each employee age 18 to 70 who earns more than a specific minimum amount. Over 90% of the employed Australians have savings in a superannuation account. The total assets in the account now exceed Australia's GDP. Damn. I guess Australia's GDP is not that big, but has been extremely efficient. Anyway. Privatize Social Security. Privatize the post office. Child labor's based. I'm a neoliberal and I am evil. I don't know, maybe I can get, maybe Sam can, I'll like at Sam on Twitter or something, and he'll probably, whenever I need I just have so many people to confirmation bias with, you know, it's like I can just like look up Social Security, Matt Brunegg, or even Social Security, Paul Krugman. He has I think he has an article about it. I never read it, but and then I can can be like I can confirmation bias my way towards supporting Social Security, and I can also confirmation bias my way against supporting Social Security just by looking up Cato Social Security, or like whatever else I just looked up to. Oh, I can probably, I don't know, Sample's probably in favor of, I'm glad you're excited, Bisky. Sample's probably in favor of Social Security privatization. I would imagine. I would guess. But, or at least some type of reform to it. And I can just go to a Accountable if I want to. Confirmation bias is still fucking great, guys. Gibbs sweeping? What? How well does this work as a... Oh, hell yeah. Look at, oh my god, look at how, oh my god, this is how ADHD I can have my notes pulled up and, dude, my stream looks like a fucking mess when I have it like this. I have my notes pulled up, I can have my, I guess I don't really need the Discord showing when I'm like in these panels, but. I feel like more people are coming. More people almost certainly come. Oh, Biscuit's in his chat now, what the fuck? Good luck with the layout of zooming. I'm ADHD maxing, bro. ADHD maxing.
Nail on the head, hit the nail on the head, I think, with the Gibbs speaks like there's no text thing. Because I feel like when I do talk fast, sometimes I slur my words, but most of it is, I think, the accent. And people immediately are just like, he's a dumbass because he said 2 half nothings equals a whole nothing. And I'm like, you know, yeah, because I speak colloquially. I don't want to sit here and be like, well, you have 2 halves of an immigration policy that are 2 half solutions. Like, you know, I don't want to, like, sometimes you can just get a point illustrated with less words with like a example or an analogy than you need to do when you sit here and break down a point by point breakdown of each, like, you know, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I think that you hit the nail on the head the other day where it's like, oh, people want to say they're dumb just because they sit here talking like a Southerner. And I think that's a big problem with the Democratic Party in general right now is they've gotten too elitist, and they're like, just people are sick of it. Like, I mean, you're a Democrat here, Adonfon. Do you feel like
so
there's
elitist.
elitist slant to some of the Dems? I mean, not you specifically, but can you
I don't
see
know
that,
if I would
like,
say.
complaint?
Oh, I don't know if I feel like Dems are like generally more pro-establishment, and I guess that can come off as like elitist sometimes. I don't know if I would say like if there's a I don't know how elitist I would say Democrats are generally, but
I'd say it's getting there. We're not quite there yet, but it's trending in that direction. And if you look at the polling, Scott Rasmussen, when he left Rasmussen Polling and started another firm, started looking into shit like that, and he saw like if you poll technically the elites a certain amount of money in certain areas of the United States with a certain level of education, they line up to the left of the Democratic Party almost unanimously. So that group is being appealed to by these current politics, and it seems as though the working class is slowly filtering in the other direction. It's not 1-to-1. It's not done yet. We haven't seen complete flips yet, but it's trending that way.
What's up? What's up?
Your friend joining us?
I don't know why Landon's in there, but Drew is joining us.
Who is Drew?
I saw Landon there.
Drew
Okay, Drew's in the waiting room.
Drew Carey, you know. I think Soy Pill may or may not come back as well. I
You
told
see
you.
Drew in the waiting room?
Yeah, I'm moving him.
Okay, word. Let's go. We got Drew up in this shit.
Garfield, I need you to calm down, bro. We're busy now. Come here, cat. What is that noise you're making? All right.
Yo, what's good, boys?
How you doing?
Doing all right, man. How you doing?
Good. Let me just get like another 3 or 4 minutes. See who else is popping in here.
Did you
I
settle
know
on a
iCal's got
topic?
work. Yeah,
Or
we're
are
gonna
you
start
let
with
me
Tesla.
choose?
We're gonna start with Tesla terrorism. I think is what we're gonna start with.
Okay.
And isn't terrorism? Like, what should we do about it?
Obviously.
And go from there. I think is what we're gonna start with today. And then we'll get a little more. We'll go into. So I have some other ones that we can go into. Tyler over here sent me the same topics we've been arguing about for the last 2 weeks. Apparently, that's all anybody wants to talk about. The same thing. There's so many new things all the time. Yeah, he's over here muted. I guess I don't know what's happening. He muted himself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I went through the news cycle for the last month or two. That's all. Or a week or two. I'm sorry.
He asked Grok for the topics. We're on to you. Drew, how you doing today? You doing all right? I like the blue suit in the background.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, I just recently got that. So, yeah, man. I meant to clean up my background stuff. I just never got around to it. So, it is what it is.
A lot of white men on the panel. First of all, I'm a person of color. I'm Hispanic, so we got plenty.
Yes. Well, I actually identify as black. So.
Yeah. I don't know if that's how that works. What was the chick that did that?
I have black friends.
Rachel Dolezal.
I have black friends.
Isn't she on OnlyFans now or something? I feel like I saw that recently.
Yeah, it's pretty boring. It's not the best OnlyFans I'm sub to, I'll say.
I bet.
Dude, I know Tyler was screenshotting it too. He's screenshotting it and sent it to everybody.
Probably.
Dude, Tyler,
I don't pay for no OnlyFans. They send me their stuff for free. and they pay
Tyler,
me.
you gonna get on the...
Picks.
My bad.
Go ahead.
Tyler, we got to get you on the Whatever podcast. Now that you have that connect through Andrew Wilson, I would love to see Tyler on the Whatever podcast.
I play Dota with a dude that lives like 20 minutes away from there, so I'd even have somewhere to stay.
Yeah. You're like calling Gucci Mamas to the face or what?
No, I would probably be on the other side, to be honest with you. I'm pro OnlyFans and all that shit.
He's pro Gooning.
Pro OnlyFans. Yeah, he is pro Gooning.
See, I am also.
Not for my daughter though. I'll raise them right, but if you didn't raise your kids right, they want to earn some money being degenerates. Fuck them.
Hold on, listen. You're telling me if Camilla from the Bop House was your daughter, you wouldn't take a new Ferrari? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sophie Bain is your daughter. You'd be like, listen, my daughter may be a whore, but she's the best whore. You know, and what's your daughter done? Oh, she's a doctor.
Bro,
well, my daughter makes more than you.
Bro, you're telling me if your daughter was Lily Phillips, you'd be like cool with that? You'd be cool with little Bonnie Blue coming out of there?
Probably. No, if she bought me a Ferrari, I think I could swallow as much pride as she has dick.
I was about to jump on you over that one.
You ever been in a Ferrari, Pen?
That was a good one, right?
Pretty fucking nice, man.
I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't fit in a Ferrari. It'd have to be like a goddamn like H2 fucking souped up H1 or something, with like whatever. But no. But otherwise, yeah. I'm sure there's a car, a Rolls maybe. If she bought me a Rolls, I think we could let it slide. I wouldn't mind having.
Is Bonnie Blue a terrorist?
Who the fuck is Bonnie Blue?
Think about the destruction she's doing to the West right now.
That actually would be a good argument. That's a good topic.
She is destroying
Is
our
Bonnie
country.
Blue a terrorist?
I don't want Gibbs to know who she is because his innocent mind is protected.
I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist, so
she's the one that had sex with 1,000 guys in one day.
Oh yeah.
Based.
Bro, her
I'm gonna be honest. When you said Bonnie Blue, I thought Bonnie Rotten. So I don't know how innocent I am. To be totally honest, we're gonna be going to hell for porn tastes.
Bro, if you just look at her, it's like, dude, she's just like so disgusting. Like, have you noticed that?
She looks sticky.
Yeah, bro, she just looks like you. Like, I just wouldn't even want to, like, imagine she was like, dude, if she was like a Walmart employee, I wouldn't even want to be around her. Nevertheless, like, what she does, bro. Like,
No, you know what cracks me up? You know what cracks me up is I saw these armchair psychologists, like after the Lily Phillips thing, they're like, yeah, if you see her face, she's just like dejected from this traumatic experience she did. And then I'm like, well, I saw her do an interview about 20 minutes after the thing finished, and she was like, it was sad as fuck. And I'm like, I don't know which one of y'all I want to believe. I'm leaning more towards that it was fun as fuck one than she had the dead eyes. She's probably wore out. There was 1,000 dudes or 100 dudes. I feel like anybody's gonna be tired from that.
2 weeks later, she's like, you know what? I want to times it by 10.
Yeah, didn't she say something like that?
I signed up.
I bet you did.
Yeah, I'm the guy number 648, and I signed up for the a-hole.
Yeah, you know that they. Oh, that's something. Let me tell you.
Tyler's taking the road less traveled, you know? He's really paving his own path here.
I'm sure that road's been traveled enough.
Yeah, listen, like I think we did this on a panel one time. We were wondering like how many miles of dick that is. If somebody figured it out. I don't.
Well, it just depends. What race were the contenders?
No, we're not going there. Don't do it. No.
Dear God.
Now you turn into Tyler. Turn into Tyler over here. This is how we get canceled. Is we do that. All right.
My question is, if there's a demand for it, why are you guys trying to gatekeep supply? Because you just don't like it. Just don't buy it.
Because Christ is king and atheism is wrong.
All deities are kings. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. All right, let's get into the first topic here. Let's actually talk. Let's give intros. Tyler, go ahead and start us off. You're just on the Crucible. Tell us how and why you should have won that, but somehow lost the grid. Tell us.
Oh no, the grid was great. Andrew was great. I had a fantastic time, and I in my mind and heart, getting 26% of enemy territory to vote for me is a fantastic accomplishment. I had a great time. I'd do it again tomorrow, and I'm always right. And the only thing that matches my intellect is my empathy. So like, I get where they were coming from, and average debate enjoyer on everything. Where to find me and shit.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to our new guest here, Drew. Tell us who you are, what you do.
What's up, everybody? My name is Drew Chandler. I am a streamer, podcaster, and I talk politics, culture. I'm kind of a jack of all trades. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Non-Fun.
What's up? I'm Nonfun. I stream on Twitch and Kick, Nonfun420, YouTube at Nonfun. I'm here to defend liberalism as always.
Fantastic. Big Double.
Hey, I'm Bit Double TV. I'm a Twitch streamer. We do politics and baseball. MAGA headquarters.
Fantastic. The Soy Pill.
Hey, I'm the Soy Pill. I was just on a debate. Now I'm on another one. I make video essays. I stream sometimes, and I'm here to defend Non-Fun.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. I'm excited for this one. I think this one will be more spicy. Let's talk about the Tesla terrorism. Is it terrorism? Should it be tried for terrorism? It's interesting that allegedly the makeup of the perpetrators all seem to be rich white people or white people in general. I thought that was interesting. I know we don't usually dive into race, but that's been brought to me that they're all a certain political leaning, whatever, and the right has never done anything like this. Allegedly, I might have taken some umbrage with that declaration, but let's dive into it and see what's happening with Tesla terrorism. Average debate enjoyer, start us off.
I'm gonna go with I'm trying to be consistent here. I liked the upgrading of the charges to the January 6th protesters based off of terrorism. I like the terrorist upgrade charges here too. I think we need to put a foot down to political violence. I like that it's being done across the board. I would have liked to see the Palestinian rioters that took over Colombia and that Mohammed Khalil dude was negotiating for also get the same treatment. Like, political misbehavior that leads to violent action should actually be something we police very thoroughly because it undermines actual good protest.
Fantastic. Drew, go ahead.
What was the prompt again?
Tesla terrorism.
Oh yeah. Tesla terrorism, no good. A lot of it seems to just be stemming from a hatred of Elon Musk due to his support of Trump in this last election. Keep in mind, liberals loved Elon Musk up until he supported Trump, so it's a funny phenomenon going on, where all of a sudden they're just crashing out and whether it be destroying dealerships, destroying individual Teslas. I saw a video the other day of a guy keying a Tesla, which is retarded because, as we know, Teslas have cameras on them. So, it just seems very low IQ terrorism and pretty gay.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, non-pod.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have an issue with any of these people being charged as terrorists or whatever if it fits the definition of the law, which I think it probably does. And I don't think it's really an effective form of protest or anything. You're not going to find that much disagreement on that, but.
All right. To double.
So I'm not going to go all lawyer and try to do like a legal analysis on terrorism or anything, but generally terrorism is violence carried out for a political gain. I would say it seems pretty obvious here that the political gain here would be is trying to dissuade Elon from participating in government. So I think it is arguably terrorism. There's the political element there. I don't know how this would hold up in court necessarily. I think a lot of the cases will probably just be, pretty basic charges for, like arson or whatever the, most extreme cases are that we're talking about. I don't think keying cars is going to be terrorism, but I think that the people that are, really trying to like intentionally hurt Tesla stock, I think these sort of things are a roundabout way of trying to dissuade Elon. It's pretty obvious that not that everything that's aiming to dissuade Elon from participating in government would make it terrorism, but political violence, political goal. The political goal is to hurt Elon, try to get him to step away from, the administration. So I think it's certainly the closest we've gotten to terrorism, probably domestically.
All right, Soy Pill.
Yeah, just like on its face, obviously, I think there's very easily ways you could say this is terrorism, this is vandalism, they should be charged, and to the, my lawyers advocated that I don't advocate for any of those things. However, I think the more interesting question is, why is it happening to Elon? I realize, sorry, I don't remember what his name here, Drew mentioned, oh, they're crashing out because he's supporting Trump. I think it's much more serious than that. You see a man who is promoting a lot of Nazis on Twitter, who has done a Nazi salute, who's doing things that I heavily disagree with, and to be fair, I am a liberal, and I thought he was a dumb piece of shit when I worked for him back in 2016. So I've been kind of ahead of the curve, but now he's just made it way worse. I think there are, in the same way during the Mario Brothers debacle with the United Healthcare CEO. Yeah, I don't think we should advocate for the kind of behavior that is happening, but I think there's a very interesting discussion to be had for the people that are being materially harmed by the actions that they're parties that they're taking action against. So if you are one of these people who are losing their cancer medication, who are tuberculosis medication, for any of the fucking dumbass Elon cuts through Doge, if you can't do anything about it by protesting peacefully in the streets, what do you tell those people when they are being materially harmed, if not maybe literally killed by Elon's policies?
Storm the Capitol. That's what you tell them. Storm the motherfucking Capitol, baby. Woo!
Go ahead, let him finish his opening, though. Go ahead.
No, that was about done. That was a good jump in anyway. We should.
Sorry, I thought it was funny.
Did you meet Elon when you worked for him? Like, did you meet him?
I was 1 degree of separation away from him. My boss talked to him on the phone, and I got downstream orders from him. But I was.
Are you a programmer?
Okay, I was just curious.
Now I am. I was a aerospace engineer, and I worked. I did an internship at SpaceX, and because he works at the. I was at McGregor, Texas. He's usually in Hawthorne, LA. So he didn't come out that much.
So you just think it's like a justified reaction? Although here's my question about like the cancer research thing, for example, because I see this point being paraded around, but how much of the cancer research industry was this program that got cut? Do you know?
It doesn't matter. Let's say
And
it's
why
one,
do you?
if you're
Well,
the
hang on,
one
hang on.
person.
You said that
let's say if
this.
one person gets wrong by this. This is like the whole conversation,
Well,
right? Let's say
I
that
don't know that
99. All I'm saying. This is just my argument. I'm not trying to like argue with you specifically, but what I'm saying is, look. Let's say 99% of denials from like a healthcare company are 100% justified. They're for medication that costs too much. It doesn't make any sense. But there's one case that they unjustly, they're just like, hey, fuck this guy. And they kill that guy, quote unquote, insofar as they prevent him from getting the healthcare that would save his life. What do you tell that man? What do you say to that person who is saying, hey, this company's killing me. There's no legal recourse for me. What am I supposed to do about it? That's kind of like the basis where I come from. Just like morally,
You're
like,
kind of
how do
just
you go about
drawing a
that?
direct line from like the death. Like, there's how many
Call your
variables do you have
Congress
to actually go through to justify like what we're talking about here? And like,
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know
how
that
many,
this
how many
cancer
people die
research
of
program.
lack of tuberculosis medicine because Elon Musk says fuck U.S. aid and cuts it unilaterally without any sort of check and balance?
Right, but that's why I'm saying, like, isn't there an obvious follow-up question, like, how much of the tuberculosis research industry would this be? Like, how does this actually
This is
play
direct
into?
tuberculosis medication for people today. This is not so the cancer research, that is a little more. I think you could stretch that one a little bit because it's like, okay, like someone might die because they didn't get a medication that didn't get created because of cancer research 10 years from now. Like, yeah, that's a little harder. Tuberculosis medication in certain countries, that's today, right? Although you might say, well, those people aren't vandalizing Teslas. They live in fucking Burundi. So that's a different thing.
Yeah, I guess you just rebutted for
Yeah.
me.
So
Well,
yeah,
sort
I mean,
of. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes
I mean,
you
I'll
need an American to do something because the Burundi people are too incompetent. You know, because they can't get.
Wait,
over it, they
wait.
don't
So
have
are you
enough money.
advocating for like an American to take up the cause of the people in Burundi not getting like a tuberculosis medication because we
Of
decided
curing,
we have
of
the money to do it?
spending a small amount of money to save
think
some people
ultimately
from
the difference is
tuberculosis. I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do. I think that's probably a good thing to do.
Justification we can figure out. Whether
if
you
they-
like saying exactly what it is different than like saying that there are justifications for it. Like, we don't have to say what those are, but I don't believe that there are any, but you do, and that's, I think, the difference here mostly between us and Soy Pill and maybe Tyler.
I'm pretty pro-interventionist myself here. I like putting money into people's pockets to have them become our allies in the long term here. But if we're giving these nations money because they can't solve simple problems that most of the Western world has solved decades, if not centuries ago, maybe we could get some concessions out of them. Maybe we could make them do things we wanted to. Maybe we could make them vassal states or even go in and take them over. If they're that incapable, let's just go in and make them mini Americas.
It's not that they're incapable, it's that they don't have the money to buy like the patented, actually I don't even know if they're patented. I think some of them are patented tuberculosis drugs.
Why is Africa so
A
cool?
whole host of reasons. I mean, like, it's
A whole host of reasons, huh?
Yeah, like every other nation that's had a similar upbringing figured it out. They have inclusive economic institutions that they can use to build nation states up. And when we see these going on in South Africa, we're seeing racial hostilities going on there where people are being stripped of their land and leaving the country as asylees. So there's a lot of issues there where it really trickles down from government not going in the proper direction to have an inclusive, economic, stable environment. That's really where
I don't entirely disagree with you, but it's very hard. Wait, real quick. It's very hard for these like unstable nations to sort of like get on this narrow corridor of where the state has just enough power to sort of protect civil liberties and these economic institutions, but not go too far as to undermine the free market and all of these economic institutions. Like it's very difficult for countries to do that, and that it just doesn't happen that often. But
Okay, yeah. So moving back to Tesla terrorism, because I don't think we're talking about the Burundis who need our funding any American terrorists. Let's just throw that out there. But back to Tesla terrorism. I've seen this compared recently to the same as the KKK burning crosses in people's yards. Do we think that's a fair comparison? Like drawing a swastika on somebody's
They're doing it
Tesla?
to an African American. They're doing it to an African American. So,
well, I mean, what if they draw a
True.
swastika
It's
on
true.
a Jewish person's Tesla? Wouldn't that be the same thing?
If you ignore intent, then
well,
yes, it is the same
yeah.
thing. But
if you completely ignore the intent, yes.
if you knew that they were Jewish and
if
like
I'm
did it
burning
because
a-
they were Jewish, then maybe it'd be close.
Well, wait, hold on.
doing
Does a hate crime have to be specifically based on that? If I draw a
Yes,
swastika
actually,
on
a hate
Jewish-
crime does have to have the like,
Probably.
intent behind it.
Yeah,
and the
well,
slur
hold on.
involved,
So hold on.
actually.
If
So
I'm
wait,
just-
if someone
I'm just a
spray
kid-
painted the N-word on a Cybertruck and they were like, I didn't know the guy that drove it was black, like what? They'd be like,
yeah,
would you
they
believe
would-
him?
That would
yeah,
Well,
Would
if
you
they're
believe
calling,
him?
wait, hold on. If they're calling Elon Musk the N-word, then yeah, I would believe. But yeah, it's kind of silly. The point is that they're drawing the swastikas not because they think that the Tesla owner is a Nazi. It's because the CEO of Tesla they believe is a Nazi, and they're trying to implicate the people who support him financially in that. It's a form of societal ostracizing that is illegal, but
Doesn't it kind of come off like you've lost on every front politically, that you've had to resort to just like trying to convince Elon to stop by attacking his businesses? It's like, isn't it kind of like a
I don't think that's what they're
embarrassing
trying to
position
do.
to be in for the left?
I don't a message to Elon insofar as like, hey, stop what you're doing. We're going to stop you. I think that would be a little naive to believe that.
I mean, Tim Walz was literally saying like, oh, like we want to see the stock go down, and there's been plenty of articles that are like, if we can push the stock down to this price, then like Elon will have to, short sell, and all this stuff will happen. Like they're trying to fuck his business.
Let me move it here. That's actually interesting because I kind of want to move this a little bit. So Tim Walz, he's advocated against Tesla, and his constituents apparently have a ton of Tesla stock in his whatever funds they funded, right? And on the flip side, I've also seen people, hey, I'm a Tesla owner, and I voted left my whole life, and someone vandalized my car, and now I'm going to definitely vote for the other guy because I don't like that you just ruined my Cybertruck or my Tesla that I spent all this money on because
if they were never on the left, if that's
ago.
what makes them switch, get fucked. I'd say to that.
You think so? You really? Okay,
Wait,
hold on.
Think anyone who owns a Tesla was actually on the left?
No, I'm saying if you are on the left as of now, and the thing that made you switch is someone vandalized your car because Elon Musk is doing Nazi shit, then you're never on the left. I'm sorry, you're just unprincipled.
They do say though.
Wait, what?
Also, wait. Just to be, just to, Tim Walz may not like Tesla, but you guys lost your fucking mind when Bud Light did a collab with a trans woman, okay? And when you guys lost on political fronts, your people stormed the Capitol because they thought the election was stolen.
That's not the same as the Bud Light thing is not the same.
I agree,
hold
it's
on.
not
Like,
the
how's
same,
the Bud Light? How's the Bud Light thing the same? And whenever it's like a grassroots Republican movement.
It was just a meme. It wasn't even a boycott. It was just like people called it
People
gay,
literally boycotted and
like,
people literally trashed like Targets
I don't know about
over
you,
it.
but here, I don't know if you know Hispanic culture. They immediately stopped buying Bud Light overnight. Modelo became the number one, like at least in Texas, right? And so whenever you say that, whatever, that's different though. I don't know that the Texas government, for example, has any stock in Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Like Minnesota's government has stock in Tesla. Like that's supposed to be for their people's benefits. He's advocating for something against his own constituents. When
Gibbs, did you know that Modelo is owned by Anheuser-Busch?
That's not my point.
Okay, I just thought it's a side note. That's really fucking funny that they boycotted by buying their other product.
It is number one now. Hey, listen, it's brewed with a fighting spirit. All right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't really a boycott. It was just like a meme. It was just like
you guys are too
drinking
stupid. It wasn't a boycott.
No, first of all, it was the Hispanics that blew that one.
That literally is.
The Hispanics too stupid because they.
Those Hispanics are stupid. Yes.
Why do you think it came back when Shane Gillis ended the meme? Shane Gillis basically ended the whole haha, you're drinking Bud Light, you're gay.
No principles, and you'll just fucking flip flop on anything as soon as.
No, I know, but you're like, it's. I mean, it was just, I don't know.
There were absolutely people unironically boycotting it and cheering that the stock of the
on social media
was going down.
It's like when we're talking about what actually happened to the business at
people,
scale,
do you want me to find the videos of people going into Target and trashing all the Bud Light section?
And to be fair, wait, Dylan Mulvaney did a Nazi salute in a bathtub, and because I would have boycotted Bud Light as well.
I just think you're basically saying people didn't buy it equals boycott. It's like,
hey,
I'm just saying it's weird for you to say
what a boycott is.
Well, Jasmine Crockett just did a Nazi salute last week, a couple days ago.
Don't talk about my honey bear. Don't talk about my honey bear like that. Do not talk about my honey bear like that.
It's like, hey, look, just like it's not racism when black people do it, it's not a Nazi salute if a black woman does it, okay? Because a black woman can't be a Nazi.
Hold on. Isn't the Nazis' number one fighter right now?
According to Gemini,
a Hispanic guy that's an incel named Nick Fuentes and Kanye West.
By the definition of boycott,
I'm joking, Gibbs. I think a Nazi.
Those are Hitler's biggest guys.
I believe in DEI Nazis. Okay, I believe that they should also.
Can you imagine what Hitler is thinking? What would be thinking right now if he could see that the Nazi movement is now buoyed by fucking what's his name, Nick Fuentes and Kanye? I don't know what he'd probably roll over his grave. but that's okay with me. You can roll over. It's great.
So, real quick though, you guys get this persecution thing going on for Elon. Elon knows the bed he made and he's laying in it. He picked a side politically, just like Nike, Hobby Lobby, Chick-fil-A, Disney, all these people over the last decade that all picked a side and they reap the consequences of the other side boycotting them. So it's absolutely fine. And for some people, it's a smart choice. Like Nike knows their demographics. The people that they pandered to happen to buy their clothes the most often, a particular demographic. So they actually went up in sales. Canadians. And the Disney, on the other hand, went against parents who tend to be conservative more often, and they ended up seeing their stock crash. So it really is a business move. It was a bad one on Elon's part, but he put himself into that fucking arena. He deserves all the ridicule. That's all I got.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't. So do y'all think that's a fair equivalency to argue that it's like similar to the burning of crosses and whatnot because it's people own the Tesla? Like, let's see, is there any legal? No, you don't think so? What about fire? Like, okay, firebombing Tesla.
In the sense of violence, obviously, like not in the sense of racism, but in the sense of violence. If you're going and setting someone's car on fire, is that not like equally intimidating as someone burning a cross in your yard? Like if you walk out and you see a mob burning your fucking cars, or you see them burning a cross, like obviously there's differences. There's like a religious aspect in one, but it's like as far as like how you're being treated, the terror that you're going to experience, it's like it's
no. Have these Tesla protesters hurt a single human being, or is it only cars?
Well, I mean, I don't know what were there bombs found in one of them?
Pin, it was a
Were
mostly
there
peaceful,
not bombs found in one of them?
It was a mostly peaceful.
I would be scared if I was a Tesla. I'm not a Tesla. I'm a human being. It seems like they're doing all right.
Violence is violence. Just because it was a car this time doesn't mean next time it's not going to be.
Hey, this is like kind of presuming that if you own like a Tesla dealership or you're a manager there, that the people coming up to firebomb your stock aren't going to hurt you. It's like, you really like, you think it's going to be easy to convince people that like, hey, we're not here to hurt you. We're just going to light all your shit on fire and destroy all your property. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, that's why they didn't try that. They just did it. You know, I'm not saying they're peaceful. By the way, I'm not saying this is justified. But my point of this is that there's a very material difference between I'm burning your car and I'm threatening your life because you are black and burning a cross on your fucking front lawn.
Okay, so what if you burn, like, so there's been Tesla dealerships like burn and destroy. Like, what's the difference between, like, I guess it's racist. One's like outright, hey, I'm burning this because we don't want black people here. And the other one is, I don't want you here be working for this company, so I don't want you to have your livelihood because of, you're basically of a political persuasion. I see them as pretty similar, to be totally honest, right?
One of them is an immutable characteristic that you can't change, and one of them is you just kind of putting your personal business that you should have kept to yourself out in the public and people judging you for it.
No. If you were but I'm saying, like, say I work as a Tesla salesman, and you firebomb the Tesla dealership I work at, you just ruined my livelihood.
You're right there. From that particular person, absolutely.
But yeah, that's true. They're intimidating. Like, I mean.
They're going after the.
Well, I mean, that's not a. I don't think
property damage is not like a victimless crime.
Yeah, no, not at
all.
It's
not like
first of all, do you think? Wait. Do you think anyone is arguing that, Pentuple? Please, I just want you to hear. You thought we were arguing
that. Yeah, it sounds like you're justifying property damage because it doesn't threaten people.
No, I'm saying
that's what we said is justified.
From burning a cross, that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Well, hold on.
I'm not saying it's not terrorism. I'm not saying it doesn't harm people. I'm saying that.
What's the difference you're pointing at?
Yeah, how is it different? You destroyed somebody's yard. You vandalized their yard and burned a cross. I vandalized.
Because it's just sending a message from the group of people that lynched them is very different from I don't like Teslas. These are very different groups of people with very different goals trying to send a very different message. That's what's different.
Yeah, it's that if
you think that somebody who gets their Tesla destroyed is going to be like, oh, this is just because it's Tesla. This isn't personal.
Yes, because that's what they're all doing.
Why do you think they think it went personal?
Why do you think it's anything other than that?
I don't know.
Tesla's not a protected class of people based off of immutable.
I mean, like, you're defending literal retards attacking cars.
It's not good.
That's what we're doing, Pentuple. Yeah, you have a very good understanding of what we're trying to argue here.
It's two different forms of trouble.
You're literally You're making it like not a big deal. It's like, oh, they're just destroying the cars because Elon did Nazi stuff.
We're just saying it's not equivalent. It's not equivalent to the KKK burning crosses.
You're extrapolating our opinions. I'm never saying this isn't a bad thing. I don't think these people shouldn't go to jail for what they're doing. I'm just saying it's very expected when you have someone in this position of power hurting material. You want to talk about material harm, right? You burn down this Tesla. I agree. That could absolutely harm all of the employees there. It might even put their health at risk if they were trapped inside that building when it burned down. But you know what? Cutting thousands of government employees under the specious argument of, hey, you all have to come back into this building that we can't fit you in, and the only reason we're doing this is to fire everyone who can't fit inside, or hey, if you work from home and you live 2 states away, get fucked. Like we want to cut the federal government. Yeah, you're material harming those people too. And I see some sort of retaliation here happening.
Their normal reaction
I want to ask a question here.
I didn't say that. Is that what I said?
Oh my God.
Literally, is what they're doing. Here's what you're doing. You're treating these people like they're reasonable. You're like, well, they're not attacking people. They're just attacking Tesla.
No, I'm just saying I understand.
Out of what the government's doing.
The Mario Brothers guy, right? I am not. I don't think the Mario Brothers guy. I don't think Mario Brothers guy was reasonable, right? Like he had some unjust thing where he got fucked over by his back surgery, but then he went and he shot the CEO of a complete. He goes and shoots a CEO for a company that didn't actually wrong him, and it's like he's making himself a martyr for something, and it's like that's clearly not reasonable. I think there's 1,000 steps you could take in between lobbying your local lawyer against that person. Or to like killing someone or burning down a Tesla. And that's why I'm not advocating for vandalism. I'm just saying that what Elon Musk is doing is incredibly harmful and incredibly egregious. And burning cars is expected, especially in comparison to the damage that he is causing. Yeah.
So let me ask this. All right. So like a guy do run at this in the chat. He's an interesting guy. And he brought up the idea, I kind of do see this as maybe the same. But one, his argument was, they brought the wood and set up the cross of the yard. Yeah, it's scary. They burned it, but they actually didn't damage it. I would argue they actually vandalized the yard by burning it. You damage the yard when you burn something in the yard. Now, I see this now as the same extension because cars are considered an extension of your home in many states right now. And whether or not we agree with that, we don't have to debate that now. But basically you're going, hey, I can burn this guy's yard and it's not bad, or it's bad, but it's worse somehow than, hey, I actually burned this guy's extension of his home, or I burned this guy's car, which is his transportation, and he spent quite a big chunk of his money on this. And our argument is like, well, he supports Elon. If he was principled, he would sell his car. Like, who sells their? I mean, I would never sell my car because
a bunch of people here selling their cars.
I own a Ford, right? If Ford tomorrow came out and was like, we're gonna donate all of our profits to the Democratic Party, I probably just would not.
If Henry Ford came out and said something really anti-Semitic, I would sell my Ford. I'll say that.
Well, that's too late now, but it's whatever. He was dead before I was alive. But my point is, though, I bought my car cash, right up front, boom, bought my truck brand new, cash right off the thing. And if you burn my car, I'm fucked. That's annoying. Like I'm gonna have to eat that.
Has anyone's car been burned? Anyone's personal car been burned? Actually, don't know.
I'm not sure. I could look that up. We'll find out. But
I know people are like vandalizing cars. The personal people. The dealership was non-purchase cars, right?
Well, those were bombs at the dealership, weren't they?
I don't know.
They're bombs. I mean, like, it's just obviously getting out of hand, and the fact that you're
I'm curious.
Making a link to your political goals on like the Doge front and all that stuff. It's like the only reason you'd sink to this level is because you can't win in the House, you can't win in the Senate, you can't win in the presidency, you can't win at the state level. Like, what drives the left to stooping this low?
Well, the entire reason it's terrorism. Wait, first of all, the entire
response if you've already lost everything.
Wait, you keep saying reasonable. I specifically said not reasonable. I said expected. Those are very different. I don't think it's reasonable.
Just a quick fact check.
Would suggest that a reasonable person would react this way. No,
I don't think most people are reasonable, unfortunately.
God damn it! Don't be quick fact check. ChatGPT says.
No, you can't start the sentence off like that. Give me a real source. Come on.
I got fact check. I'm also using Grok. We're waiting for theirs.
What's better?
Those are good ones. They say 80. There's been 80 reported cases of vandalism, including arson of private vehicles, including dealership and charging stations have been vandalized. So I guess it's both. But so we got.
Well, I don't know because that could be totally made up. So I'd like a real statistics though.
Sure. Okay. We got a man in Vegas. Here's one.
Grok 3.
I drive a beater. So
Grok 3 is incredibly accurate. Incredibly accurate. Grok 3. It assesses non-fun perfectly.
What did it say?
It said I'm like Donald Trump. It said I asked it to tell me which politician I'm most like based on my tweets, and it said Donald Trump.
Well,
also,
maybe.
just real quick,
especially if you're doing it ironically.
The entire reason it's terrorism is because there's a political motive. That's the entire thing that makes it terrorism. If you don't think it's political, then it's not going to be terrorism.
Well, this would be political, right? This is by your.
That's my argument. Yes, it is political.
Yeah, we are
and that's
saying
why
it's
it is terrorism.
We've never said it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we should charge them with terrorism.
It seems like you were insinuating that
we said
it wasn't
this at the beginning.
All right, cool. It's the same. All right, interesting. Thoughts for the rest of the people. Drew, do you have thoughts here? You've been silent here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of taking it all in. I mean, I haven't really paid too much attention to. I've only seen like clips and stuff of the like all the Tesla news and everything's going down with that. So I've just kind of been taking it all in, just observing it all. But yeah, it's been interesting.
All right, so let's bring it back to Soy Pill's point. He brought this up a little bit ago. So he argued with the cancer research. Say like 99 people aren't affected, but one person is. What does that one person do in that situation? What is your argument in that case? Do you think we should understand?
Just streamline it. Just say the people getting unjustly laid off or something like that. Like if you ruin someone's livelihood, like, and they have no recourse to do anything about it, I would expect some degree of those people to become radicalized by that. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's reasonable. I'm not saying it should happen. I'm just saying if you fuck people over directly and they have a direct line of, hey, this specific person's fucking me over. I am now homeless. I'm now poor. Maybe I'll die without a medication, XYZ. And it's like, hey, some of those people are going to fucking want revenge. And it's like, oh yeah, like this guy's going up. He's gutting agencies in the ridiculous way. He's just taking a fucking sledgehammer to a bunch of agencies in a stupid fucking way. He's literally, promoting all these Nazis. He's going to the Germany. He's promoting the far right Nazi party. I totally understand why this is happening.
If you think it's expected and like normal, why are we seeing this just now? Because I would say that most of Americans on both
incredibly
sides
extreme about it, and it's unprecedented
but I would
how
argue,
stupidly blatant he is. So
sure, but I would argue that most people on both sides of the political aisle would argue that for decades our government's been ripping us off. They've been insider trading. They've been laundering our tax dollars. Like we've been getting
and as much as a libertarian
we've been getting
complains about
overtaxed,
taxation being theft, unfortunately, most of the time their livelihood doesn't actually.
But do you think that like what Elon's done has had more of an impact on your personal life than like the level of taxation that we're suffering from right now under our government?
Yes.
Really?
Probably.
Yeah. I have tons of family members right now that are losing their jobs in government for dumb bullshit reasons. I have friends of family members being deported. I have friends of family members who can't get their passport because of dumb regulations they're implementing. Yeah, it's much worse this time.
But are you arguing we should consider them when we're talking about government tax-paying like jobs? Because if not, then why don't we always hire more people? Because then more people have jobs. It's just good. When we're talking about the government, you're not entitled to that position.
Livelihoods getting fucked over for a dumb bullshit
if you're getting
reason.
fired, that happens in the private market as well. It doesn't happen just in government.
Okay,
if you're getting fired and you're like, oh, I'm entitled to this federal job. I have this cushy job, $200K a year. I'm going to radicalize because I got fired.
Okay. You got to listen. Either look, if you don't repeat back what I'm saying in a way that makes any remote sense, you're clearly not listening to me. Look, if you're in Amazon and the CEO of Amazon just said, "Hey, fuck 80% of these people. I'm just going to arbitrarily come into your warehouse and just fire you for no fucking reason without any notice, and maybe even violate labor laws to do it," I would expect some degree of those people to be radicalized by that, especially if they lose their ability to pay for their health insurance, to pay for their home, if they're going to become homeless. I'm not saying that they're entitled to those jobs. I'm saying if you come in and you do some stupid bullshit, you're going to radicalize some people.
And also, like Soy Pill mentioned, this stuff is unprecedented. Like, we've been getting taxed at what you think is an absurdly high rate. It's actually not that high rate for a while now. People aren't used to what's going on with fucking Doge right now.
So my first question is
taxes.
First, what Doge is doing is just the audit. They're not actually like doing anything. They don't have authority to do so.
That's in dispute right now. You know that's in dispute right now.
It's not. I
what do you mean? There aren't pending court cases about Doge firings, really?
I've been watching Tanya Chunkin cover it. They're trying right now, and there was a ruling I think this morning where a judge was saying that they can't sue for that.
Can we not play this game? We know it's Elon Musk. It's spreading these initiatives. It doesn't matter if it's this organization.
No, see, that's what I'm saying here.
Hold on. Let Tyler finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying is the game here is what you're playing, and I'm telling you the reality of the situation is he's not even the head of the department he's in, let alone has zero authority to actually do any of these things.
They talk out of both sides of the phone.
I'll fight you on this one as the Republican. Come on. We all know that he's the genie behind the curtain, like that. Like,
he's doing an audit. He's doing an audit.
Okay, so all right, I hate this argument because as a Republican, I'd rather argue about the meat of things. Whenever we're sitting here going, Sally's actually in charge of Doge, when we know that it's he's pulling the strings. I don't agree with the statement that he's the one cutting it. I think he's doing the audit stuff, but I don't think it's fair to say he's not the one running it. Do you really think he's not the one giving all I can't even think of the girl's name that's actually supposed to be in charge of Doge.
Absolutely not. So that's just my first one. The second point I wanted to get to as well, but the first point is absolutely he's not. The person that's running it is Trump, the person that campaigned on running on cutting the size of government, saying it's inefficient and overbloated. Not just saying, fuck this stupid shit, I want to cut 80% of jobs like it was proposed earlier. But he actually came in and ran on it
Elon has any sort of influence over that, though?
Yeah, what do you think
I
Elon's
mean,
doing?
He has some influence. I can give you guys multiple examples of things that Elon Musk has recommended Trump cut that he said no to.
Sure,
So
I agree. Well, hold on. I've made this argument before on these several panels. Is that it's a lot of times people say they don't like unelected bureaucrat, or they're like, "What's the checks and balances?" Like, here's the thing: it's not that there's no checks and balances or unelected bureaucrat. It's that y'all don't like the check, and then the check is Trump. Like, so Elon comes in, he like him and whoever is actually running it. Are going to give him his audits, and Trump's going to go yes or no, and that's the check and balance. And people don't like that they're in cahoots. Like that seems
the
to be
check is Congress who approves the funding, which they're going around, even though they have control of both the House and the Senate, and could just pass a thing that says, "Hey, you should spend it differently." That's the check that they're avoiding.
They could actually yes, Congress.
They could and they should, and I would have just a policy problem instead of a constitutional problem with the way they were doing it. If that's how they did it, I would much prefer they did it that way.
If Congress was much more specific with how the money would be spent, then we would see the challenges to impoundment that Trump is trying to work on right now probably much sooner. But a lot of what Elon Musk is actually doing is only in the discretionary spending. The mandatory spending is only recommendations that have to be cut out budgetarily. There's people in the House right now trying to write that budget up using the recommendations Elon Musk put for these departments that they can't actually cut from the executive level. So, I mean, if you look at this shit, they're actually looking at his suggestion. And that's it.
You agree with that, Pentuple?
I mean, that's my understanding of Doge as well.
All right. What about these reports where we say he actually did try to fire people from the Department of, what was it?
I don't know. I'd be like, would everyone agree with firing these people? Like, what people are we talking about?
Well, obviously not.
Like, we're just mad at Elon because Elon said it, or like, what is the actual like?
Yeah, that's
proposed cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare and Social Security, not Medicaid. It's Medicare, Social Security that Elon was proposing to Trump and firing people, and he said absolute no on that. We're not touching it. Those were just off the top.
Well, that makes sense because those are very politically popular programs.
Absolutely.
I think there's a lot of a lot of waste and fraud. I don't think we should lower the actual like legally established benefits that anyone's getting. It's like kind of like voting. It's like we're not trying to stop anyone from legally voting. We just want to stop people who aren't eligible from voting. It's a very simple concept.
Pentuple, what percent of Social Security spending do you think is waste, fraud, or abuse?
No idea. Not zero.
No idea.
You think it's zero?
Setting aside your dumb anti-welfare libertarian and let the old people starve.
Do you think it's zero?
No.
Okay, then it's not zero. What does that mean?
Wow, I think it's under 2%, and it's absurd. You know what they're trying to do. For example,
2%. Okay, 2% of what? That's a percentage. What's
it's
the
under
number?
2%. It's probably really
how much money
less
is it?
than 1%. But not.
Okay.
I mean,
1% of what number?
Not a
Is it
ton.
100 million? 10 million? 5 million?
I don't know why you're
What's
just
the
looking
number?
at the
Percentage means
nominal
nothing to
and
me.
not the percent. The percentage
Because the
means
percentage
infinitely
means
more.
nothing. Percentage
What do you
could
mean
be
to-
anywhere from 5
Percentage
million,
means
20 million?
nothing?
What's the number?
Why does the
It
law
doesn't mean
matter?
anything on its own.
Wait. If I'm
What does the law
evaluating like
number?
whether if I'm
Doesn't it kind
evaluating
of
whether a
speak to whether
program
or not
is
the
a
organization is efficient, depending on how
Yeah.
much percentage it's wasting,
Sure.
not based on
What
what the law number is?
what level of fraud and waste do you accept when we're talking about taxpayer?
it depends on how
government? What level of
beneficial the
fraud and waste?
program is. If a program is
Yeah,
really beneficial but has
You think we have,
5%
like,
waste,
target
it's probably
2%?
still
No, we're
a
fine.
net
No,
benefit.
this is retarded. If we spent $1 trillion on Social Security and 1% of that was fraud, I wouldn't care that, or I would care that
What's
$10
1%
trillion.
of a trillion?
Huh? What's 1%?
Wait, hold on, Pentuple. You understand how
10
fucking
billion?
dumb this is, right?
Holy
Pentuple,
shit.
if I'm assessing whether a program is like a net benefit or not, I don't
10
really
billion.
care. I don't really care like the
Aren't
nominal
you the same
amount
people
of
that
waste,
argue
fraud,
we
or
need to just
abuse.
tax
What I
billionaires more? It would be
so
a miracle
true,
to
buddy.
get 10
That's
billion
exactly.
out of,
Yeah, you have a
it
really
would be
good
a
understanding of my
miracle to get
tax
10
policy,
billion in
Pentuple.
taxes out of
Pentuple,
a
yes, you have a
billionaire.
really
it's
great understanding of my
nothing when
tax
we're talking
policy
about
positions.
what
Yes,
I'm-
yes,
Wait,
I understand. Yes,
whoa.
yes,
Wait,
I know.
not
You have a
on,
very
not on.
wait. Just to be clear, when I'm evaluating whether
Doc,
something
go
is
ahead.
efficient or whether something is a net benefit, I don't care about the nominal, like not even inflation adjusted, like number.
I know you
of-
don't, because you don't understand how it works. You don't
Because it makes a lot more sense to talk about percentages. What percent of money that I put into this program is going to be wasted? I don't care like the nominal dollar. I care about what percent.
Yeah, if $990 billion
Yeah,
were
you care
helping
about the
people,
wrong
but 10
things,
billion of it
obviously.
waste, you're fucking retarded if you think we should cut the whole fucking program.
Well,
like, yeah, the 10
that's
billion
not what I
matters. I
said.
think we
Nobody
should fix
said we
it.
should cut the
Yeah,
whole
you haven't
program.
said
I said
anything
we should
intelligent.
cut
I'm
the
sorry,
fraud
I
and
agree
waste.
when attributing
It's
an argument
1%
to
or
you.
10%. I think that's a reasonable standard. We shouldn't want any waste. If it's 1%, if it's 10%, if it's 50%, we should cut that fraud
Wait,
and waste
is
out.
your
You
argument
admitted
that
it's not
waste is
zero.
bad?
I
Wait,
know.
is your
We
argument
should go
is your argument
after
that
it.
waste is bad?
Let me get some control
Yeah,
here.
waste and fraud would be bad.
Okay, hold on. Bridge build, guys. We agree.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
okay.
exactly it. That's why we would like to audit it so that we know how much is being wasted. Exactly.
Social Security's already audited. It's been audited. That's how we know how much waste there is. Quintuple is already audited. That's how I know how much waste there is. It's been audited before.
We're gonna just mute everybody. We're doing that. All right. Okay. It's always already quiet. All right. We're back. Shh. 1 second. Nobody can hear you. 1 second. 1 second. I'm taking control back. All right. Because I was interested, and I want to go to Tyler, but I want to continue this real quick. So here's what we're gonna do. He said audit, and then everybody exploded. So here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to Soy Pill. I'm gonna go to Nava. Then we're gonna go to Tyler. And y'all aren't gonna interrupt Tyler. And then Pittemple, you can get in there afterwards. And Drew, if you want to get in there, just raise your hand. All right. All right. Perfect. So that's what we're gonna do. We're going to Soy, non-fly, because they both objected to the audit thing. And then we're going to Tyler, and then we'll go to you, Pittemple. So I know you're gonna want to rage at something somebody says in the near future, but let's let everybody go so we can hear the full argument that you're gonna hate the most. All right, because it's always Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. All right, go ahead, Soy.
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm reveling in the fact that my enemies are this dumb, that the arguments they make are, oh, well, 1% of it is waste, but I really care about what the total budget is and not the effectiveness of the program and whether or not we should cut it. Yeah, waste is bad. If that's your argument position, cool, we agree. I don't think there's much else to say about that. If it was $1,000 was the budget of the Social Security and 1% of that was waste, I would also think that is, still a very good program. And also, the waste would be a lot less irrelevant to cut. I understand that $10 billion is a lot of money. Social Security is a huge fucking benefit. It keeps 22 million people out of poverty. 17 million of which Gibbs is okay with dying from last debate. But I think it's really good, and there's some fraud and waste. It's not that big of a deal.
Non-fraud.
Yeah, the reason I know how much waste there is in Social Security is because it's already been audited. And unlike Doge, the people who audit actually know what the fuck they're doing. So rather than saying like a million, bajillion, quadrillion dead people are on Social Security, they say this is the number of people who are dead on Social Security. 98% of them don't collect benefits. We know the reason because, again, the audit states the reason. A lot of times they don't have electronic death records for these people. And guess what? To go through the Social Security database and get rid of the dead people would cost millions of dollars to do. And that's might not be worth it because the money we save from 2% of like 60,000 people collecting this money is not worth is not worth the cost of going through this database. Like, there are actual real cost benefit analyses and reasons that these things happen that the people who actually audit it every year do, or I think it's every 2 years, do. Doge doesn't do that. They just lie on Twitter.
But what does Big Ball think?
Hold on. Okay. Tyler's gonna go. Then we're gonna go Pittemple and Drew. All right, go ahead.
All right, I was gonna spit some facts here. First, Pentuple, you're first. So what you're doing here is similar to what the anti-capitalists do. They say everything's not perfect, so let's throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. What we had when hold on. What we had when the greatest president ever, Bill Clinton, was in office was
here we go.
It was welfare reform. What he did was pass it on to the states, let the states do their own versions of reform, and we saw fraud on these entitlement programs drop to the current levels of below 2% where it is today. Praise Bill Clinton. So going into that point, what Doge is actually doing, what Navfan started to allude to, is yes, we have all these people on the records and probably not receiving money, but the fact that we're still using paper records in a fucking silo in the middle of Pennsylvania shows us how inefficient and behind government is and how much Doge is needed. What they're doing, I linked an interview in the group chat the other day with the Doge and the NIH. They have 48 departments, and each of those departments, they have their own HR team. They have their own IT team. None of them are communicating with each other. So what they're doing is they're instantiating one or two big IT teams, firing 2/3 of those employees that are no longer needed. And if that's the type of efficiency that they're doing, that's the exact thing that Trump ran on and got elected on. So I'd say they're doing their job, at least in the NIH, pretty good too.
At all? That's everything? Oh, you said that was Pittemple. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's everyone. That was, it just started with Pittemple.
And then Drew, and then we'll let y'all fight again. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't have anything to add right here.
All right, Drew.
Platinum got me. God damn it.
So, I know you had mentioned that some of your family had gotten fired from their jobs. Like, can you just kind of give us an idea of what those jobs were that they got fired from?
I don't want to name specific jobs, but I have people that work for, DOD, NAVAIR, NAVC, who are subject to these ridiculous, stupid policies that are, ostensibly to make things more efficient, but very obviously meant to cut government, spending for employees that, may or may not be doing an amazing job. Obviously, I'm biased. I think my family's doing good. One of them is getting fired because she has worked out of state for things, and well, she can't return to office because she lives, 500, 600 miles away, and it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm doing a great job remotely. Why the fuck are you implicating this incredibly stupid thing? Oh, so we can fire everyone who can't make it. Another one is, didn't respond to the email that said 5 points because he got a directive not to respond to it from his boss. Then a week later, now he's on the chopping block and he's going to get kicked the fuck off because he didn't answer the stupid fucking email that is just an arbitrary reason to cut people. I mean, we look at what Doge was saying before Trump got elected. I mean, Ramaswamy was literally saying, hey, what if we just Thanos half of all federal employees and said, if you have an odd social security number, get fucked, you're out, right? Like, they just want to cut arbitrarily. They're not looking at, hey, who's doing a good job, who's not, who is providing the most for the company, who is showing up to work. Like, they don't give a fuck about this sort of stuff. They just want to privatize everything, and that's why they're gutting it, and it's stupid.
Well, to be fair, I'm not a fan of Ramaswamy either. I don't like Ramaswamy. But also, was the email directive that you were talking about, is that the email that was like, give me just 5
give me
things
five things you did this week? Yeah, that's stupid fucking
what's so bad about answering that, though?
Well, hold on. So he actually...
some people can't answer that because it's like...
Soy Pill brought up a good point, though, right, whether he says, this is actually something I might have to take an umbrage with, is, okay, Elon sent this out, right? Or whoever, somebody sent it out, and then his department head said, don't do it, because I run my department, and then if you're fired for not doing it, and your boss told you not to do it, I'd be pretty fucking pissed off. Like, right? Like, would you be mad? Like, if your direct boss for your department was like, no. And then, like, some other guy from a different department was like, yeah, you're fired now because of that. Like, I think I'd be kind of mad. Would you be mad, Drew, or Ben? What would, like...
Yeah, of course. But, like, it's also, like, is that how we're going to make our decisions? Like, because everyone who gets fired is going to be mad, no matter where you're fired from, no matter what your job is. Like, it sucks to get fired, but like, that's not the basis we're making these decisions on, I would say. It's like, it sucks, but like, everyone gets fired.
I got laid off from a company because our company was going insolvent, and I was not mad. I was like, okay, that makes sense. But when I would get fired because some dipshits came in and said, hey, everyone, here's this arbitrary goal that I want you all to meet. Yeah, I'd be pretty fucking pissed. And I would argue our government's a little some degree of those people.
But again, it was just the 5. It's not like it's anything insane. It was just like, give me 5
it's not
things
about,
you did this week.
It is not about. First of all, some people do one thing every week and they do it really well. But second of all, the idea is not to, hey, I actually want to see what you're doing. It's, hey, I'm going to do this arbitrary dumb thing that I know not 100% of people are going to go for, especially when they're directed not to, because it's coming down 7 or 8 degrees from like your direct boss. It's like, who the fuck? Like, he's not looking at all of these. Who's looking at all these? They're probably feeding it to an AI. Yeah, it's because it's like, hey, this dumb thing now I can use to justify firing people that otherwise are doing an amazing job. But oops, they missed this one email. Maybe they're on vacation that day. Get fucked. It's just a very transparent actually way of getting rid of people for no good reason. In the same way they wanted the Thanos half of everyone.
Well, hold on. The miss the email thing, I'm not as sympathetic to, because I mean, I've been all over the world. And I get, like I said, I mean, even in like third world countries, when I was in Belize, I was doing work emails in like the rainforest, right? Like, so you're telling me you can't respond to an email on your phone with 5 things?
That's not what I said at all, actually. I didn't say that.
Right. Well,
I didn't say, it's actually not a particularly onerous thing, a task.
No, you said, well, I guess,
bullet points.
Right. So I guess the point I'm making is, because I guess you alluded to it. I don't want to like put words in your mouth. That's not what I'm trying to do. You said you missed work one day, or you're on vacation, you missed that email. Like, I feel like if you're in a government job with a salary, isn't part of a salary that you answer to emails? I mean, I feel like that's a pretty normal business.
Not when you're on the clock. That's literally how it works. When you're on vacation, you don't have to work. And yeah, it's stupid that you come in and say, hey, here's this directive. I invented it on Tuesday. It's going out on Friday. If you don't answer this, you're on the chopping block. It's fucking retarded. But hey, it's not stupid. They know what they're doing. It's not to actually check in on. They don't give a fuck what every federal employee is. All like what millions and millions of people, the biggest job employer of the country is doing. They're not reading these 5 points. It's just a way to justify firing them, and it's stupid. That's why it's an asshole move. And I don't know if you've ever had a job. I've had jobs where they do this, by the way, and it's not like, oh, it's so hard for me to say what I did this week. It's just like, go fuck yourself, dude. I'm working, and if you're like doing this dumb fucking looking over my shoulder thing every 10 seconds, you're making me feel like I'm in a prison.
Yeah, I don't like micromanagement either. But let me go to you, Don-Fon. Do you agree with that statement? If you're like, because I just brought up the salary thing. Do you agree, like, you're a salary from a government employee, that you shouldn't have to answer an email, a work email, if you're on vacation or something? Is that like a
I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions to that for like national security jobs or whatever. But like, again, I mean, I agree.
Trying to do a gotcha or something. That's not what I'm trying to do. Like, say you're like, I don't know, Bob at the TPS reports office place, whatever. You're like, and you got an email on Tuesday and you're out of work. I mean, do you not check your work email when you're like, if you're on a salary, you're getting paid every year? Like, I don't know. Like, is that something a standard?
I mean, I'm a lame answer. Some jobs are going to have to require it. Some jobs aren't. Sure, I think a lot of day-to-day civil servant job is not going to require it. But I mean, I agree with Soy. The issue is not so much that like they just have to reply to the email. Is that like, is this email just being used as basically an excuse to fire government workers, which by the way, they openly just want to get rid of a lot of these civil servants anyway.
Sure.
So like,
they openly stated that in the cabinet meeting that under President Biden, the Department of Energy grew 20% in terms of spending and size of their workforce, and they want to downsize that entire 20% back. So yeah, absolutely, they're stating that as their goals.
So let me ask.
By your logics and arguments, why don't we just hire another 12,000 people? They'll all do an amazing job. They'll all have a livelihood. They'll all
everybody.
Be happy.
Everybody.
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
first of
real
all,
quick,
if you want to talk,
wait. Can I ask,
go ahead.
Double? Can you like based on what you just said, can you explain exactly what my response to that would be? Like, why I would or would not advocate for that? I'm really curious.
So, I mean, you're suggesting we shouldn't downsize because these people are good at their job or because they'll be super upset or anything like that. It's like, all right, well, why don't we just flip that in the reverse and say, why don't we hire 5,000 more people? Because then we can give them that thing that we can't take away from them. Like,
Yeah,
you're saying we have to protect
wait, hold on.
group. Is
I got
this
you,
the thing that we're
you.
now accounting for in the decision, right?
Yeah, what is your
I
level
just
of diminishing return, basically?
Right. No, I got you 100%. So this, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, and I think it's like a good faith. Like you just maybe I didn't articulate this well enough. I'm not saying we shouldn't hire people. I'm not saying that there isn't fraud and waste. I have worked in the government. I worked for like
it's not good faith. It's not good faith. It's not good faith. It's just really fucking stupid.
People that just don't fucking show up.
It's just
to work.
stupid.
There's people that like, scale the fuck up. And I'm saying if you want to make it more efficient, the way you do that is not arbitrarily firing people for some dumb bullshit reason. You audit, you see what these people are doing, and the one way of not doing that is asking what they did, because obviously someone slacking the fuck off is going to be able to sandbag 5 points into an email. That's not like a justification for firing them. It's a terrible way to audit, and you look at what Elon's doing, that's not his intended goal. So that's all I'm saying.
But
also,
when we're talking about
black wife, because your pillow is black and beautiful, and you don't look very black to me, but I'm just curious.
Yes, but look, the point is, when we're downsizing, we are going to fire some people that are doing a good job. Like, because the point is that we're making this decision based on other factors, right? Like, we don't need 12,000 people in this department. We need 8,000. So 4,000 are going to let go. They might all be doing a great job, which is why I'm saying if we flip this on the reverse, what if we said, oh, we could hire these 4,000 people. They'll all do an amazing job. Why don't we just hire them? But then when we account for that, we might be like, we don't need to hire 4,000 more people.
We need to cut to save money. I'm not arguing against the idea of saving money, but you understand that the way they're doing this is not efficient. They're coming in and they're firing.
No, I know, but when you're
wait, just real quick. It's literally like it's so easy. Like, I think there are a lot of firings that Trump and Doge have done that are not net benefits. They are not on net good. I think there are a lot of governments that are probably agencies that would be on net good to downsize, in which case I would support downsizing these agencies. Also, I think there are agencies that would be on net good if we did increase spending of them and did hire more people. Like, I like doing what's a net benefit. I don't like doing something that's not a net benefit. Obviously, hiring literally everyone is probably not going to be a net benefit, but there are probably agencies that need expanding. Like,
I agree with non-fond. Good things are good and bad things are bad.
This is true.
So I guess let me ask this then. This is because I haven't really heard an answer to this. I've heard, I mean, y'all kind of alluded to it, but on the right, I know the argument has been, we want it to reduce the government in general, right? And so I also think they should be done more efficiently. But whenever you promise and campaign on sweeping change, right, and then get elected with what seems to be kind of a mandate, based off you win the House, you win the Senate, you win the presidency, and you've promised sweeping change, and you promised it in a hurry. What is an alternative? Because it seems like a lot of crime, but there's no alternative. Y'all are saying we should audit this way. And it seems like the Kevin O'Leary kind of thing where he's like, okay, in my company, sometimes you fire people, you realize you make a mistake, and then you go and rehire them back at market rate, but you clean it out. Or same thing with the Twitter story where whatever.
And when the agencies who are doing this are in control of our nuclear facilities, in control of our Ebola response team, and or the USDA, yeah, I don't think you should do the business practice. And by the way, I've worked for an Elon company. His practices work insofar as his companies succeed, but if you come in and you just fucking fire everyone, if you work everyone to the bone 80 hours a week and pay them below average market rates for engineers, you're going to have an inefficient workforce that's unmotivated, and it's either filled with loyalists or people that quit after 2 years, and eventually going to run out of fucking people. And so, yeah, I agree. If you are promise expedient change that's going to make the country less wasteful and more efficient, you should find a way to do that. And the way you do that is not going and firing people, realizing you fucked up, and then not being able to rehire them because they got rid of their government emails. He's a fucking moron. He's taking a sledgehammer to try to put a fucking thread through a needle, and it's just dumb. There are better ways to do this that aren't just unilaterally doing these cuts. It's stupid.
What percent of the federal workforce out of the executive branch do you think they've fired out of the departments that they're already finished with?
Not very much, because USO
Less
is
not.
pretty like
It's
less than 1%.
Yeah, it's less than 1% of the departments he's fired people, and most of the rehires, there have been some rehires because they fired with the nuclear thing. They had to rehire people that were actually experts. Most of the rehires have been court-ordered rehires because he's trying to challenge a case called Humphrey's Executor, which is from a government agent that named Humphrey that was fired, died. His executor sued the government and got 5 months of back pay because he was improperly fired. And that sets the grounds for government firings from the federal branch. So he has directly stated he's trying to run this up to the Supreme Court. So that firing might actually be his intent behind this. Not suggesting 4D chess. I don't think Trump's smart. But that might be something someone suggested to him is overfire intentionally so we can get challenged. So
Petzl, are you arguing with your black wife right now? You're muted.
No, sorry. No, I was ranting at my chat because Tyler did the thing that I don't know like how to describe my frustration with this, but like when he says like 2%, I'm like, I don't. This provides no information to me on its own. Like, is that?
Yeah, you can't comprehend the percentage. It's impossible.
Yeah, because it's not enough information by itself.
It's the context.
I mean, so many questions immediately. Like,
let me try to build a bridge here because I think I understand what you're trying to say. I think he's right. Whenever I go, yeah, he saved 1% of the national spending. Or something. I'm just making something up, and it's like, cool. What the fuck does that mean? Well, is that like, oh, he saved us $1,000, and it's like 1% of 1,000? Is it, oh, is it $350 billion? He saved us 1% of that. That's a lot bigger number. Like, I think it's like when you just use this like 2% out of context. Oh, I say like he's only cut 1% of government jobs. Well, what the fuck does that mean? How many jobs is that? Like,
I agree.
What doesn't give any sort of scale.
I agree. The only reason
it's not a personal thing.
Yeah, no.
Like,
the only reason it makes sense is because I was building off the context of what he was saying. He was saying they're taking an axe to these departments and gutting massive amounts of people. When you look at it, they haven't even cut 1% of these.
Well, so what is 1%? So what? Okay, you say 1%. What is that number? What is it?
It's useful for a relative positioning for
something. Well, okay, so that's his point right there. You're like, oh. It's 1% of his total number. Well, you don't even know what that number is. You're just giving me the 1%.
The Department of Treasury has terminated 7,600 people as of last week, according to Reuters. And say on the same page, Department of Agriculture 5,700. HIS is talking about the people that they've cut recently because they have Doge in there right now, and it's mostly redundancies. Again, they have 48.
Yeah, but get this, Tyler. I don't care about the raw numbers.
Here's the answer.
I care about the functions that they're getting rid of. I care if USAID had 2 employees and they get rid of it and we're destroying our soft power, I would be upset. They're trying to get rid of the Department of Education. I think that's like one of the smallest. It's like what, 2,400, maybe 4,200. It's not that many, and I'm still upset by the firings. It's not about the quantity-wise. It's about what the functions that they're dismantling, how they're dismantling it. It's clearly inefficient. It's clearly not done with any sort of care. He does not know what these things do. He demonstrates this time and time again when he tweets about, hey, like Reuters is giving money to the government's giving money to Reuters to subvert, intelligence or spread propaganda because he can't fucking read the note. Like, it's just ridiculous shit like this. It's just a fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry.
Functions of the Department of Education are going away though, because I don't see any of the functions going away. I see them just
that remains to be seen. Apparently, allegedly, they're saying we're just going to transfer them, which is a very weird argument to me because if you're saying, hey, we're going to let the Department of Justice handle the civil rights enforcement, we're going to let the Treasury handle Title I and disabled function, then why do you need to fire these people? Because ostensibly, the reason it was even made in the first place by Jimmy Carter is that he wanted to consolidate all of these different departments doing all of these different things and make sure the communication between them was more efficient. So if you're going to split all of these employees doing one thing in this one department into all of these different treasuries, making it less efficient, and if you're downsizing them, if you're firing some of these employees, why not simply downsize the Department of Education and say, hey, we don't need this many employees? It's because the actual goal of what they're trying to do, and if you look at what the Republicans have been advocating for 70 fucking years, is they want to privatize schooling. They want to get rid of public schooling. They want to defund them. They want to have school choice in the sense that they can have more religious schools, more homeschooling, and they've tried this in Arizona, and it's performed terribly, but that's their goal. Okay, so they can come out and say, hey, we're getting rid of fraud and waste. We're just splitting up the DOE, but that's very clearly not what they want, and that's not what they're doing.
You're overstating.
By the way, the DOE is like
get rid of public.
Sorry,
education.
the ED, excuse me. DOE is Department of Education.
They're not trying to get rid of the Department of Education. They're trying to allow for private alternatives to the Department.
But he tweeted ED RIP or whatever. Like the Department of Education is dead. Like this is so fucking obvious.
I disagree with you on that, Tyler. Hold on, Tyler. Hold on. Like this is once again where I got to call people out. I mean, I guess you're not on my side. You're a center lefty.
Public
But,
education
but,
is, I just want an alternative.
Let me go in here.
The new
This is-
left.
There's already
there's a
private
reason.
schools, so it's not like
There's a
illegal,
reason why
but-
Lyndon McMahon got put as part of the head of the Department of Education.
Oh,
and that
yeah.
was
So maybe I
gut to do.
misspoke.
Like, that's
Maybe
what
we-
I voted for. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what
Maybe
you know.
hold on. Maybe I misspoke because they want the
I mean,
Department of
please,
Education
hold
gone.
on, like I
They
see it,
don't.
like,
what he's
that's what
saying
I'm
is
over.
they want public education gone, so that they can. That's just overstating the case. They don't want it gone.
I don't
They just want an
necessarily-
alternative
I don't-
to it.
No, they wanted to.
That's what
They
he
want to
said.
dismantle. Yeah, no, I am saying this. They want to dismantle public education as it exists. They do not give a shit about it. They want things to be school vouchers, and that's going to push it in a way that people can choose schools. Schools that don't get chosen because they are in areas that might not get as much funding and won't get as much funding that will be made up because of the Department of Education will collapse and be dismantled. This is already happening. Schools are closing all across Arizona. They want to leave the the people that are less well off behind. In the same way that Gibbs might want to let 17 million seniors die because they don't want to get rid of Social Security. Like that's just what they're advocating for. I'm
Boo
sorry.
the seniors. I don't like. Listen, base. I'm saying, like, listen. I'm tired of them taking my tax. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, if the Department of Education was this giant sacred thing that we should have protected, then they shouldn't have abused it with the Title IX overreaches that they did time and time again. One of them where it resulted in hundreds of lawsuits of men kicked out of college for Title IX infractions that didn't violate the law. It ended up violating the men's civil rights because they were accused and kicked out because of rape they never committed or things.
Do you think we should get rid of the entire military?
No, and the same thing with like
well,
transgender shit,
well, no, because the military they did this like one thing one time wrong, and I think we should just dismantle the entire thing because they they did like
Department of Education's only been around for like a couple decades. I think it came out 81, 80 is when it came out. It hasn't been around very long.
Well, Doge is fucking up a lot. Do you think we should get rid of Doge? They've only been around 2 months.
I don't think Doge
not
fucked
a
up
single
anything.
thing. You don't think they
have-
fucked up with firing the nuclear engineers?
No, because they don't have the power to fire. They fucked up maybe their recommendation. That's it. They
How
don't
are
have
you
the power
center
to
left?
do this.
I mean, that's still a fuck up then.
Because
folks.
I adhere to the Constitution. The Doge has no power. A guy that works for Doge has no power. Like just saying that Elon Musk can
Oh, man.
snap his fingers and Trump's going to do whatever he is.
Oh,
It's a
my God.
partisan political narrative that doesn't have any place in reality. Like you
need
might
a
do good
clown
on
makeup.
Twitch, but like in the real world, these narratives get laughed
I'm not
off
on
by
Twitch
adults.
actually.
These
You got-
narratives
yeah,
don't
that's a
exist in
point.
reality.
You got a good point.
You can't take me seriously. I have a pickle Rick in the background. Come on, man. I'm gonna put on my hat too.
Hey, I think
What's
you're doing
that?
great for the left. Yeah, we need more fire from the lefties. This is good. I like it. Y'all been getting too complacent, you righties. Y'all been getting
Yeah,
too
look,
complacent.
this is dark woke, all right? I'm calling you retards again. We are using ableist words. I'm saying the N
We
word
got
off
dark, we got
screen.
gothic MAGA, we got dark woke now.
Based?
Bro. I like it. It's good. You need
Hey,
more of
whoa,
that.
dude, your black wife probably has a problem with that, all right? So I would.
No, she's cool as hell, bro.
Listen, the reality,
No idea.
everyone from Trump to Nancy Pelosi are all good people doing what they think is the best for the American people, and we should thank them all for their service.
Can the left and the right agree that this is the most cucked of all of us right now? This like guy who's servile to Nancy Pelosi and Trump. Like, get the fuck out of here, buddy.
That's the truth. They're all decent human beings. Come on. They're not murdering or raping people. They're all right.
Bro.
Well, first of all,
Basically,
Trump
human
is raping people, or should I say, penetrating with his fingers, as found by the court. So
Civilly or something, right? Not
civilly.
technically only sexually assaulting. Excuse me.
And
Legally,
then
I don't know if I
also,
can
there's
say that.
other women who
Sexual
have accused
abuse.
him too. That's just the only one he was found. That's just the only one he was sued for.
I'm just saying
you're
he's been
willing to
civilly
believe
found by-
Eugene Carroll, which
Yeah,
I
it
do
really,
not
the
believe.
evidence.
I
was
believe
scant.
all women.
I do not believe
What
Eugene
about Tara
Carroll.
Reid?
I reject her claim
I believe
and
in
I
Tara
call
Reid.
her a liar. I say, you lie, heathen. Be gone from me.
I identify as a woman.
hey, that's what she
Kamala
said to
Harris
Trump.
violated me.
Oh my God! Not moving on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, okay, so like, okay. Well, here's my thing then, right? So Trump ran on Doge was one of his big policies, right? Immigration. I feel like he's already accomplished more in 2 months than Biden did in the entire time he was in office, right? It's done its problem. Now, we can argue whether we like the deportation stuff, yada yada. But when we look at Doge, I see this as another campaign promise filled. Personally, I look at it. He said he was going to run this. People that voted for him, and they wanted fast change. Like this is like what populism looks like, and that is scary sometimes. But like, what do you if you run on something like this? How do you implement it if it's not what he's doing right now? Like,
You go through Congress like you're supposed to and don't violate the
Do
Constitution.
something
although Tyler
good
would argue.
and not
Yeah,
bad.
well, you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer, Pitbull. Do you think they're violating the Constitution?
By doing what? Sorry, I zoned out looking
Do you
at
think
that.
Doge is? You think Doge is violating the Constitution?
In what
No,
like
I
the
do
appointments
not.
clause violation? Like he has
Wait,
too
wait,
much
wait, real
power
quick,
for not
Quintuple.
being appointed? Is that what you're asking?
Where'd you get
They're
agree,
violating
Pentuple? Can you
they're
just...
violating the Impoundment Act by not giving notice. They're violating the Constitution by firing IGs and not giving notice. They're violating the congressional Article 1 that says, or no, I'm confusing whether or not the executive power is the Article 1 or not, but the congressional power to allocate spending by going around and just saying, fuck you, Congress, I don't care that you approve the spending, I'm going to cut this. They're violating a bajillion things.
Okay, so you're talking about Humphreys and you're talking about impoundment, but you're not talking about appointments. Like Elon Musk has more power in his position.
That very well might be one, but I don't know whether or not
that's the one we were discussing earlier about Judge Chunkin in D.C. setting up the groundwork for that. So I'm just curious as to what you meant by that.
Yeah, not that. I do not know the details of whether or not Elon's appointment is legal or not, but I don't really care. I don't like what he's doing. It's more of the actions that he and his organization, which you imply don't actually take, but it seems pretty.
So or do you guys think he's violating impoundment? I think that they intentionally are violating impoundment so they can get it challenged. I think that's
so
fair.
They can force the issue. Okay, cool. I mean, like, I'm not a lawyer. Like, I don't focus on Doge. I focus more on boring shit. But like on balance, I would say, yeah, I probably lean towards some violating the Impoundment Act. And even if that is just to force the issue and try to get that overturned, I think that's probably still bad. Especially like, that's just not first of all, it's not a power I want the president to have. I don't even know what Congress's role at that point would be. Like, they could appropriate funds, but the president can just impound them like indefinitely and like not spend it. Like, it seems like it makes Congress even more of a cuck.
So why do we even have the president involved in this process? Like, if we just why don't we just have a congressional department do all of this spending? Like, why is the president involved if he's not supposed to have any sort of influence over it?
Well, it's not that he's not supposed to have any sort of influence over it. Like, he does have discretion to temporarily pause funds or whatever to if he thinks there's actual like waste, fraud, or abuse or whatever. But that's not a violation. I said he does. I said he does have the power to do like temporary freezers.
So the violation you're arguing about,
wait, but that's not a violation of the Impoundment Act.
Right.
You can defer spending. Okay. You can choose how to spend money to some limited extent, but it's not violating the Impoundment Act.
Like, yeah, you would have up to a year before the Impoundment Act was like violated, right? Wouldn't it, like, as long as this is what I've always been curious. Maybe one of y'all can explain this to me. Big brains here, we got it. So okay, say we all agree that if they put it forward and he keeps it for a year, doesn't spend it on anything, that would be a violation of the Impoundment Act, right? Is that the general consensus here?
The violation is he didn't even go through the correct channels to notify Congress and give the memo. He just kind of did it. So
there are
okay. So here's my question. Well, hold on. Here's my question. This is maybe a dumb hypothetical. We get back to the meat again, but I want to answer it. It's my show, so I'm gonna do it.
We haven't talked about burning a Tesla in like an hour.
I know, right? Well, listen, that's okay because we're moving. It's good. This is good. So my question is, right? Say with the Impoundment Act or whatever, or say we got Trump goes, hey, we need to cure cancer. And Congress goes, here's the money for cancer, and it's like, let's say it's $1 billion, but for $500 million, somehow they cure cancer. Now, what do we do with the other $500 million? Is it violating the Impoundment Act if it doesn't get spent on curing cancer? Are we just going to waste another $500 billion even though it's already cured? Like, what's the rule then in that situation?
What would happen there?
Go ahead.
What happened there? It's up to the president's interpretation how to, and this is something Nanfan just said he's not in favor of. So it's up to the president's interpretation of how he allocates that spending. So let's say we use $500 billion to cure cancer. That other $500 billion could be used to subsidize poor people getting the medicine. Could be to allocation. Could be to what they do in restaurants is they'll have like doctors come in and a medical private group will come and advertise their medicine to them. They could fund shit like that. They could fund all sorts of ways to make this more available to the public with the rest of that money because the president can interpret how to spend that with his executive privilege.
Tyler, let's do a bridge now. He finishes the bridge. The funds are approved for some bridge project. The bridge is done, right? Like, there's leftover money. It's not like a type of thing like you just described, maybe put in a different category where there's not like a clear route for the rest of the money in a related topic. So we have this leftover surplus of funds. Like, can you just give the same analysis?
That I think is what's being challenged. I think there's I don't know much.
None of that. I don't think any of that is in a violation of the Impoundment Act, though, right? That's just
it would be. It would be so that the Impoundment Act is being challenged. What happened in the past, and it was one of the reasons this was created was Congress allocated $2 million to the president at the time to build warships against France. The president took that money and instead spent it on the Louisiana Purchase. And that was one of the major reasons.
I can understand that, but I'm saying, like, take the bridge example. Like, if we build a bridge for under budget, are you saying, what would would be the violation of the Impoundment Act there? Like that's not a that's not
Well,
a
would
violation.
Congress have to like?
I think you send the
agree
notice to
that they don't
Congress and
have
they
to-
recall the funds. That's what I've been told by
I'm
my
not a fucking
buddies.
constitutional lawyer, man. I'm just going off of my fucking 3 legal
I guess the question
podcasts.
is, if there's leftover funds, is the default that it must continue to be spent, and the Congress would have to make some sort of. Like,
Oh,
declaration
okay.
or
If you're
action
talking about a
to-
specific agency, that money is already allocated to them. It's not, maybe a project has a specific amount of money, but if the money is in the agency, I'm 99% certain that they either roll that back into investments to pay off debts. Maybe they can give it back to Congress, like it can be reappropriated, but like it's not like the agent, unless the agency has a goal and it stops. It's not like the agency disappears. I think it rolls over to the next year, and their budget then depends on like, hey, you clearly went under budget this time. This is how much you reported, so we will give you less funding in the next year. That's how I understand it works.
So let me just ask this real quick, because that's interesting. So let's just say the money's overspent. They got more money. So like, all right, Elon and them, they want to clean it up. They want to cut spending, yada, yada. And so they have a surplus. Why wouldn't, the Elon, they propose paying down the debt. They propose taking this money and giving it back to taxpayers. Why would we want to like reinvest it instead of like putting it towards something else? Like, but that would violate the Impoundment Act, is what I understand. From what I understand,
I think the money was already allocated to that agency, and as soon as you go over, like, you still have the money, even though you spent less than you needed. It's like, oh, okay, Congress can decide, let's take it back, or they can say, hey, we have this other project, it's going to need this much money, we can start putting it in there. They can pay off debts. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you're not violating the Impoundment Act by taking the money that's already been given to you and doing something other than what you said you were going to do because it went under budget. If you're still within the agency.
Doesn't that understanding leave a lot of room for fraud, though? You could just like get Congress people to
Everybody
over
gets
budget
bonuses.
you, and then
It's
you get
not
to spend
generally-
all the money, and like I mean,
Hold on, because there are guardrails. It's not generally just
that would
within the
demand a
agency.
Doge response after some time.
There's more rules to this than we're suggesting, because it's not just money within the agency. Joe Biden was given a lot of money to do things on the border. What he did through DHS was create a visa program for 4 countries in South America that let in 360,000 people a year, and he bypassed Congress's authority on that. He ended up getting sued by 22 states, and the court shut it down. So he took money that was allocated for immigration and asylum and used it to make an asylum program, but because he didn't have proper authority to spend it in that direct way, they shut it down. So there are a little bit more rules to it, that just because it's in that department that they can spend it however they want. But it does carry over budget-wise, like, to the next year. And that's something Trump could say, like, look, we still have $1 billion sitting here. We don't need $1 billion from Congress. Take that and invest it elsewhere. That's what Gibbs you're suggesting is a political argument that the politicians need to go out and make to the people, not that we actually put into process.
But also, Tyler, $1 billion, that number doesn't really mean anything to me. What percentage of the budget of that agency?
I was throwing a stupid number out. Yeah. I was just throwing
It's
a
the
number
percentages that make everything seem small. When you say 2% to 5%, I mean, it's always it makes it feels smaller. It's like to make it feel like.
But it
it's
also
nothing,
makes
when in
them feel
reality,
bigger,
it's
too.
the
Like,
same
wait,
amount of money that the billionaires need to be taxed. Apparently.
Okay. Well, yeah, you have a great understanding of my tax policy. True. Pindouble, what do you think is more important, the nominal amount of debt we have, or our percentage of debt, or debt as a percentage of GDP? What do you think is more important?
Yeah, there's definitely conversations where they're like you're making relative comparisons and stuff, but when we're talking about like waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're like, oh, it's only 1%, $10 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse is a lot of money. That's a lot of money, no matter how you spin it. So like putting a little percentage on it to try to downplay it, like, oh, it's just a small percentage of that budget. $10 billion is 100,000%.
But you understand that informs us on how efficient the program is, right? That informs us on how efficient the program is. How much of this program goes to waste, fraud, and abuse? How much, if I put $1 into this program, how much of that is going to be wasted? Like that's the relevant thing there. Not like if I put $1, like. Just knowing the nominal amount means if I spend more money, I have no clue how much money.
No, but it's exactly what we were talking about, Pentuple, because you're trying to assess.
No, we were talking about how much money was being wasted, and you guys are like, "Oh, it's only 1%. It's like less than 1%, but it's $10 billion." So you're going to say it's not a big deal that we're wasting $10 billion?
It means the program overall is pretty efficient.
Then there you go. There you go. This is why you guys aren't in charge anymore. This is why you guys are going to lose elections.
Wait, Pentuple, please, Pentuple, no, Pentuple, please, wait, Pentuple, please, wait, Pentuple. Please tell me that you do in fact think that the percentage of money that goes to waste, fraud, and abuse in any given program, that is an indicator at least of how efficient that program is, generally speaking.
Well, okay, so let me just...
Generally
speaking...
No, I need Pentuple to fucking answer this fucking question, dude.
That's fine.
You're not even on the same page as me and Soy Pill right now.
Wait, that's great.
I promise you and I are not on the same page.
When you say 2%, and it's $10 billion, You're suggesting this is not a big deal? It's not about. It's not $10
That's a great. That's a wonderful answer to my question. Wait, Pentuple. If I am trying to figure out how efficient a program is.
When in reality, the same people that are arguing we need to just tax billionaires more would be dreaming
that's my tax policy exactly.
Out of any billionaire in tax.
Okay,
so
wait, no, shut the fuck up. I need Pentuple to answer this question because it's fucking absurd that he won't answer this. Do you think the amount of the percentage of spending that?
All right, sorry. All right. I hate muting people, but I'm taking over. I'm taking control. You Pentuple, you're muted. I can't hear you. All right, so he's still going. All right,
he's still going.
Hey, I'm ranting. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna get my thing in here. I got questions. All right, so listen, what Pentuple's saying, and then I'm gonna let you respond to this non-following, then I'll go to Tyler and then Soy.
It's not that hard to understand.
Is this right? What he said?
I understand what you're saying.
Well, so just
you understand what you're saying?
Well, hold on, stop.
You don't.
Stop.
No, you guys are like,
God damn it!
You're fixing the numbers to be relative to make your point, which is not the point that you were making earlier.
No, hold on.
Can I try one good faith question? Okay, like
sure.
I think this might clear things up because this is I mean this sincerely. Okay. When we are assessing how
I'm gonna shoot myself. I'm gonna shoot myself. I'm gonna jump off a bridge. This guy's so dumb.
Of Social Security money was stolen every year, and it's the people like don't deserve it, and they're going and they're spending it on Bugattis or whatever. If Social Security had a budget of $500, in the grand scheme of things, $250 is not that much waste in government. I understand that $10 billion is a big number, but what we're saying is, if I'm assessing the efficiency of Social Security, and I say 99% of Social Security is used effectively, that is a measure of how effective it is. Sure, we could cut out that $10 billion, and that does matter. We're just saying that this is an effective program. That's it.
Right, but you're suggesting that the margin of error doesn't change when you grow to scale.
No,
you're suggesting that it's acceptable.
Dude.
When you have a $500 budget, it might be acceptable to have this much fraud and abuse in there because it's right. It's
no,
not
I'm agreeing. Let me agree.
The percentage doesn't tell me anything. That's because what you just said. If it was 50% in that example, that doesn't tell me anything.
It tells you how effective the program is. It's very inefficient.
So you just proved my point.
We're using this to measure the effectiveness of a program. And if I tell you that 99% of your dollars, if it was a $100 budget and 99 of those dollars are going to go and be effective, you would say that's a good program. $1 is not a lot of waste.
It depends on the scale.
10 billion is a big waste.
I would not say 99% is okay at scale.
All right,
no, that's what I'm saying. $10 billion is never acceptable at any scale.
Here, let him finish. I'm going to say something, then you can talk.
Hold that.
Hold on, go ahead. Let Soy finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so no one is contesting.
After this.
I don't think anyone is contesting. Non-Fon, I promise you, Non-Fon is smart enough to understand that, yes, $10 billion is a lot of dollars, and it's not good that $10 billion are wasted. We are just saying that if we are talking about the efficiency, no one is going to use the metric of, hey, if your program is not 99.99% efficient of Social Security, it is not worth,
Do you think if one...
Hold on. No, Pentuple. Wait. All right. I got. Because I want to go after it. So here's my question. I think this is maybe going to illustrate Penn's argument a little bit, right? I just not to brag, but somebody brought the Tim Pool thing. But during the Tim Pool thing, Prime brought up the little saver tracker and pulled it up. And a point I wanted to make is similar to Pentuple's is it said $8 billion. I think it said, and I could be wrong on the exact number, it might be like $20 off or something, but it was like $757 per American, like per person was saved by like this amount of money being cut just on programs, whatever. That this is what the thing that was pretty left-leaning was saying. To me, like, all right, $750, not that much. But to like my friend Mel that was just here, she'd be like, oh, $750? That's like 2 car payments, right? Like, hey, let's go. That's a lot of money to the average American. If you're going to go, hey, we spent $8 billion being just wasted, and you can turn around and say you're going to get $750 on your next check on less taxes, I feel like that's a lot to people.
You are agreeing with me. You are saying that certain amounts of money as a percentage of their total net worth or income, it matters more. So $750 is
actually saying the percentage matters more because $750 is meaningless to you because it's a lower percentage of your income.
You're right. No, you're right. And that's kind of what I think you're missing what Pentuple's saying. Which is like, he doesn't give a shit.
I understand his policy.
He doesn't give a shit. But he doesn't give a shit about 5%.
It doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It's just a dumb way to evaluate things. $10 billion is a lot of money. Especially, look, $10 billion, I will never make even close to that much money, right? But when you look at $10 billion in the scheme of Social Security, one of the 2 largest things that the government spends money on, I don't want to burn $10 million or $10 billion every year. But if I'm looking at how good Social Security is performing, and it's like, holy shit, especially compared to other agencies, and maybe this might elucidate a little more, Pentuple. If you look at like, hey, how much waste and fraud is in, I don't know, like a private company? How much waste and fraud is this? And you measure that because you can't compare those. No, you can't compare those as a number. You can't say, well, there's 10 billion in waste in Social Security, but there's only 3 million waste in Walmart. And it's like, well, hold on, this Walmart only makes $10 million a year. That's 30% of their income is wasteful. That's a fucking dog shit Walmart that they're not running correctly. Versus 1%, which is still a lot of money because 1% of a trillion is 10 billion. It's a much better program because only 1% of every dollar I give there is going to be wasted. So that's why you measure it as a total effectiveness. You don't say the raw number. The raw number is going to change. The raw number.
So, but hold on, Pitbull. I want to let me just go one little further.
It's just a basic logic.
No, hold on. So if we agree that 2% of 2% of like
it is basic logic.
Hold on. Follow. Play with me here for a second. We got 2% out of Social Security, right? The problem is when we look at overall budget, it's 1% here and 2% there and 1.5% there, and these numbers are just 10 billion, 20 billion, 5 billion, like, and they start adding up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. What do you think like cleaning these things up looks like if it isn't going through these organizations and finding 2% and knocking out that 2%? Because 2% of one like thing is not bad.
So we're not arguing against not knocking out that 2%. Like, look, if there's a way to fix the 1%, 2% fraud or waste in Social Security, I'm sure everyone here would be for that. But think about it this way: the government is the largest, funder of anything in America. Let's say we suddenly expanded our budget in the government from $1 trillion for Social Security to $1,000 or $100 trillion. Suddenly, 1% is now $1 trillion. That's way more money. That's 10 times, 100 times as much as 10 billion. What the fuck? That's a lot, right? But we're measuring it. Hey, is this program working, right? Are we spending $999 trillion and keeping people out of poverty? Like, it depends on the scale of the thing. So if you're measuring how effective something is, the raw number tells you nothing. The entire reason we started this is because Pentuple said, hey, 1%, 2%, that doesn't tell me anything. Well, it tells you exactly what you need to know as to whether or not you're being efficient. Yeah, it could be wasteful. If you want to say, hey, this program, this huge fucking military program wastes 3% of its budget because we're flying planes around that are waiting to land in El Salvador to fucking deport these Venezuelan gangs or whatever. Yeah, like that might be wasteful, but the budget is like what, $1.7 trillion. So yeah, 3% is going to be a much larger number. The scale does matter, but the percentage is how you would measure that effectiveness, and the raw number actually tells you nothing. All it tells you how much is being wasted.
Tyler. All right, let me up in here real quick. So Pentuple, the standard you have of the 1-2%, if you look at any historical context here of it not being acceptable, this is the best we've ever had. This is the best any system put together has ever had. Hold on, I got a lot of stuff I looked through here while I was waiting. If you look at businesses, the amount of their product that breaks or is lost for whatever reason, their loss percentage is much higher than 1%. And that doesn't mean that it's inefficient for them. Like, that this amount is factored in. Like, and the only way to actually get rid of it, to combat it, is what Joe Biden tried to do when he hired 80,000 IRS employees, was increase the size of the workforce. So if you want to catch this fraud, if you want to rule down on it, what we saw when Bill Clinton restructured welfare, allowing the states to do it, it gave the states more money to hire more employees. When they hired more employees, welfare fraud dropped from 8%, where it was classically sitting, to 2%, where it sits now at an all-time record low. So I get that it's bad. I get that we want to get it down to 0. But at the same time, I'd like to get murders down to 0 too. The fact that we still have murders doesn't mean get rid of murder laws or go in and audit how murder laws work to change them to make it 0 by default because you changed the rule. Like, it just isn't feasible to meet this. And I posted a meme in the group chat. That's you right now.
Let me build a bridge to Pentuple. All right, let's say there was like some cure for a disease, right? And it's
you guys
1%.
added enough
1%.
This was because
1%
we were
of people
talking
die.
about fraud earlier, and you said it's only 2% of this department. I didn't know the department. I didn't know how much their budget was. That's why I'm saying it wasn't enough information, and it just came off as trying to minimize it. Everything you guys have said since then is like, I mean, yeah, like
we're doing the best we can.
Like the numbers, like
the entire reason this thing I started is I asked what percent of Social Security.
I'm saying when you grow systems at scale, the level of like error you have should decrease as you grow. You introduce redundancies and stuff. If 99% of basketball players in the NBA didn't have career-ending injuries and 1 out of 100 did, the NBA would never accept that. They would immediately be looking at they'd be looking at the boardroom, be trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. So it's like it's just it's not on its own
1% of
inherently
every meal
like enough
I had
information.
was human shit. Yeah, it's a different standard.
Well,
though.
and
We're
here's the thing:
missing
if I had
efficiency,
known
like-
exactly how much the department was, then it maybe wouldn't have been as annoying to me. It's just like it's
No, no,
throw
but that's
these
the whole
numbers out,
point.
and
It's
it's
the
like
percentage is what
intentionally
matters.
feels
The-
like it's to minimize the number, when in reality, like let's address the numbers as they actually are.
Well, it's funny because it's the exact opposite, because you look at the Doge clock and it's not telling you how much percentage of waste they're cutting. It's just a raw number. And so it's like, hey, we went into the fucking military and we cut 0.00001% of inefficiencies by upgrading to the specific, vehicle or whatever. And it's like, hey, we just saved $1 gajillion. It's like, yeah, but that's fucking useless. Like, you just spent all this time and money to save a little bit of a percentage of a budget for this huge fucking program. The percentage is the only thing that really matters. $10 billion could go to other things, and you can argue, hey, maybe the budget for XYZ thing is too big. I think the military budget is too big, but that has very little to do when you're arguing about the efficiency of that program.
I think any system that has 10 billion in waste is inefficient. I mean, how do you justify 10 billion dollars in waste? Like, genuinely,
Because
like,
it
what's
keeps
the-
22 million people out of poverty.
Wait. Yeah,
Right,
like
so,
literally,
like,
Pentuple.
how-
Wait,
if you
no,
have 10
Pentuple.
billion in waste,
Pentuple.
how
You
many
have no.
people
Wait,
are getting-
Pentuple. That view entails horrible things. If let's say hypothetically, you comprehend this hypothetical, you had a program that, like, let's just say, kept literally 300 million people out of poverty, okay? But it had 10 billion in waste. Would you say that's a bad program? He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. He's not going to
It
answer.
doesn't sound sustainable. Yeah, I would say it's probably not a good program. It's
Wait.
wasting 10
Oh,
billion in
great.
waste.
Okay. Wait.
How long are you
Wait,
gonna do that?
I'm just real quick. If you either had
that
to
gonna
waste
last
10...
There's a program.
Wait.
There's a hypothetical program that saves every human being on the planet, but it wastes $10 billion.
So that's the
Would you
COVID
support
vax?
it? No,
It's
every
the COVID
single
vax?
person. No, not just millions. 8 billion people survive, but $10 billion goes to
Okay.
waste. Would you support it?
Okay, so the COVID vax.
No.
Are you fucking stupid?
Wait.
Are you
hold on.
thinking about this?
I mean, it's a ridiculous question, obviously.
No, Pin, you're not
But
understanding.
you said, to be clear, you said any program that wastes $10 billion is inefficient and bad, okay? That is what you said. That necessarily entails that in this, yes, ridiculous hypothetical.
On the record that you guys are like totally fine with 10 billion in waste, and we'll run on that
Holy
in the
shit,
next
I just
episode.
want...
Hold on. There is a line between there. Let's just
It's the best we can do, Tyler. You really believe that? Do
It's
you
the
really
best
believe
we
that?
can do without
Do you
hiring
really
more
believe
people.
we're doing the best we can do, Tyler?
No, hold on.
It's pretty good, man.
No, hold on. Let's just build a bridge here. If there was an actual hypothetical scenario where every person on Earth could like live the wonderful lives, and we could start the Imperium of Man and conquer the stars, or whatever it is we're gonna do, it went for $10 billion, only $10 billion worth of waste, I'd be on board. Sure, let's do it.
Well,
But
yeah. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Hold on, there is a line between.
Is this 10 billion in waste that we're talking about saving our lives?
Yes, but that's not the same. But that's not the same as like, 10 billion worth of waste for 22 million people that are like too lazy to work or something. Like I don't like. Sorry, don't want to support those guys. Like there is levels to this. I mean, I'm not saying that's exactly the case here, but like. There's on one side, sure, if that's all it's going to cost. On the other side, come on, there's got to be some kind of lines here, right?
We all agree there's a line. It's just...
I'm gonna try one last example, non-fun, and then I will stop talking about this. All right, Pentuple, would you say that if my daughter's lemonade stand had 10 billion in waste, it was a bad thing?
Dude, if your daughter's lemonade stand had 10 billion in waste, she's like the goat of lemonade stands.
Okay, but would you say it's bad? Like she's running it poorly?
If she's wasting $10 billion, yeah, she's probably.
Yeah, I gave her a budget of
got
$5, so.
Yeah, she's probably got
Okay.
Well, she's wasting. Then how's she wasting it?
I don't know. She is
How is she
so
wasting it
fucking
then?
stupid. I raised her.
That doesn't.
terribly,
Your
okay?
hypothetical just fell apart. That doesn't even make sense. How is she wasting it? If
She
you
has
if you gave her
Elon's
$5
magic
she's
money
making $10
computers,
billion.
bro. Didn't you see?
Okay.
Jones found the magic money.
Really?
She's-
They didn't make this money. They didn't
she's
run a business. That's the
Okay, yeah.
point.
Clearly, she fucked up. All right. Now, if a program's budget was $100 quadrillion and it had 10 billion in waste, would you
Yes,
say that's
that's-
a poorly run program?
It would be better than the 10 billion that we have right now with whatever the current numbers are. Yeah, it would be better.
Okay.
But
Oh,
still, I think
wait.
as
Wait.
scales-
Why
as systems grow-
would it be better? Why would it be
as
better? Why would it be
systems
better?
grow-
Wait, answer.
as
You're
systems
so
grow,
close. You're so close. You're so close. Why would it be
as systems
better?
go, what?
Why would it be better than the 100 quadrillion budget with 10 billion waste? Why would that be better than the current system?
Are you
with 10 billion
arguing that
waste?
there's relativity everywhere? Like that's your argument that there's
No,
relativity?
no. I'm asking you why is
if
it
the
better?
government's wasting $10 billion, that there's something they can do to look at it, and it would be important to do. And if we can save $10 billion, if we can identify that we're like we know that we're doing this with $10 billion,
back up.
then
You
why
were
do we
saying
just
it
keep
earlier,
doing
though.
it?
Bro.
Can we actually try to stop it?
You were so close. You were so close.
You said if there was $100 quadrillion budget and there was $10 billion in waste, that would be
yes.
better.
I understand the relativity of numbers. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you?
Percentages
I
can show
don't think you. I don't
relativity.
think you
That's what I've been
understand
saying.
percentages.
Genuinely, I'm not
quite
sure
frankly.
that you understand the relativity of numbers.
Let me
No,
just
you guys are confused because you guys have built this out into like 50 different directions. I made
How
a very
much
simple
money?
point.
Would you
If
say
I
it's a
say-
good program?
Here's the
Was
point.
the
Here's the
100
point.
Here's we got an idea.
If I spent 2% of my net worth today, how much did I spend? Do you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you have
your
any
net
idea?
worth.
Exactly. That's my whole
But
fucking point from the beginning.
But you know what?
I didn't give you enough information.
Spending,
Because
but that's
2%.
bad.
That's
no,
it.
but that's bad in any case. Spending 2% of your net
well,
worth.
What if you gave me 2% and then I told you I had this much on, I own this and all this? You're adding all this other shit. I made the point. 2% doesn't inherently say anything by itself.
It does. It tells me. No, Gibbs, please. Look,
but you
it
guys
tells
are
me
actually
everything.
fucking retarded.
No, Pentuple, that
Oh,
tells
hold
me
on,
everything
let
I
me
need to
say
know.
that. I wanna
I
do
don't
something.
care
Go ahead.
if you're a 100 billionaire or if you have $100 to your name. If you're spending 2% of your net worth in a day, that's probably a ridiculously stupid fucking purchase. And yeah, it's a little less painful when you have $100 billion, but it's still fucking stupid, and that does matter.
All right, now, hey, all right. Before anybody responds, I have an idea. Drew, you've been sitting here soaking it in. Thoughts? Let's hear the thoughts. What are your thoughts? You've been sitting here. You've been quiet. What do you think about what has been said for the last 30 minutes about this subject here? You like that
Well,
watch I just pulled out? Didn't even have on. Terrible. Go ahead.
I see both sides. I mean, I see. I forget some of the names. I see Non-Fon's point. I see Soy Pill's point about like like the relativity of it all. Where it's like if you have a program that's $100 quadrillion and what was the number, like 2%, and it's like 10 or if it's like 10 billion or whatever, then like obviously it's gonna be better. But I also see Pin's point about like it doesn't excuse the 10 billion waste. So it's like I think there's good points on both sides. I mean,
Incredible
also,
analysis.
Just to be fair. Well, yeah, okay.
Hey, he said he saw your point on. Don't be mean.
Yeah, he's working through it. We haven't
Yeah.
spoken a lot. Let
He's
him work
building
through it.
bridges. We're burning them
I'm not
down.
even challenging your guys' point.
Let him finish.
on the
Let him finish.
relativity.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, just to be fair to Pin's point, though, I mean, I think he was just making the point that you have to. Like,
So what do you
kind
think,
of
though?
know.
Tell me
mean?
what you think. Yeah, what do you think here? What do you think is the nut and bolts? What would you propose?
You think
here?
it's
If not
acceptable that we waste 10 billion if it's relatively a small amount compared to some other numbers?
No, I mean, I think we need to look into the 10 billion the wasted because, like you were saying earlier, Gibbs, you were talking about like how we could, distribute that out and give that back to people. So
How would you propose we look into that? What do you think that would take?
What do you
would
mean?
it be
For
the
the 10 billion?
inspector general? Would it be
Yeah.
a special department? What would you envision?
Yeah, well,
Dude, I'm
maybe
literally-
you'd hire somebody to take care of that for you. Maybe a new employee or two.
Generals.
I'm
They do these
literally
reports.
I'm retarded, so it's like I don't really know how that would work. I'm just saying in principle, I think that it'd be a good thing to figure out where the $10 billion is going. Yeah, I think that'd be
Well,
a good
that's,
thing.
that's perfect. So you're a normie then. So okay, what do you see? Like when someone goes, we're cleaning out a government agency, right? I feel like the rest of us here are all online pilled, right? So it doesn't sound like you're as online pilled as we are. So, okay, when you say, hey, I want less government spending or less government waste or whatever, what do you, in your mind, envision just like that looks like? Is it similar to what's happening now? Is it not that? Are we what are you envisioning?
I mean, I would envision that you would go in if you're talking about just immediately getting rid of all the government waste. I would imagine you would just go with an axe instead of a scalp. I would imagine that you would just kind of gut it all. I mean, not necessarily in the sense of like getting rid of whole agencies, but I mean at least the bad parts, like finding them and then gutting it. And you might make some mistakes here and there, but
Who defines bad in this?
what do you mean?
Yeah,
Let's
what is
say-
your
Savior,
metric for, what's
Jesus
good and
Christ.
bad?
Yeah, let's say in this instance, Elon Musk would say that there's a DEI program he doesn't like, and that would be bad. Would you say that's bad as well? And if so, how did it get implemented? If somebody must have thought it was good along the way to make that policy, right?
think that's just the nature of politics, though. It's just whoever's ruling. I mean, I think that one side, like if the Democrats were to come into power, I think they would say, yeah, like it's a good thing that we have DI programs. If the Republicans were to come in, it's like, yeah, we should cut the DI programs. You know, I mean, me personally, I lean to the right, so I don't think that we should keep the DI programs. But I mean, I think it's just a question about the nature of politics.
Leans to the white.
Leans to the white.
Pentaple's wife is your wife a DEI marriage?
She's a DEI wife.
I actually wait. I bet I could say something that Pentaple you would agree with everything I'd say. Can I try?
You can try.
No, we're gonna try. Okay. $10 billion is a lot of money.
Yes.
Okay. It would be better if that $10 billion was not wasted and went to things that we could do effectively in the government.
Or not like yeah. Or it could just be not like go to the government at all. Like reduce our taxes by that amount. Would be nice.
I like that.
And when we're talking about the effectiveness of something, the percentage matters. But on the flip side, if I told you I saved you a bunch of money, like I was trying to quantify how much I saved you, if I don't know the budget, that means nothing. The percentage means nothing. If I said, hey, I'm
you need context for the numbers.
I cut 5% of X agency, and I'm going to return that to the U.S. budget. And you find out, oh, that's the lemonade stand budget. You cut 5% of $5. That's nothing and useless, and you waste a bunch of time. That quantify that nominal number matters way more, right?
Based.
So
dude, I'm zoned out because I'm gonna game in myself. I'm going to game in myself.
When you're telling you how much money you saved, if you don't look at the budget and what the program is actually doing, it doesn't matter what $10 billion is, because if that amount of money is, 100 quadrillion, then that's an incredibly effective program that we should keep, especially depending on what it does. So yes, the context matters. Percentages are not always the end all be all, and the nominal does matter when you're talking about how much money you're saving. We're just trying to say that Social Security shouldn't be cut because it's doing a really fucking good job of keeping people out of poverty.
Is Social Security doing that? Because like I said, once again, I argue. I feel like why is okay.
Wait, why do you care? You just say let it fuck them, like let them.
You don't care if it is or not, but
because I don't. But let's just argue for a second whether or not it is. Like, I mean, if we require instead, like, let's just make it a law, right? Like a proposal instead of Social Security. Instead of it going into the Social Security fund, you just require that percentage to be invested into a S&P or mutual fund of their choosing. Why would that be worse? Whenever they have better returns.
Don't make me.
And they aren't able to pull it out, then a bunch of people will die because they won't have any money.
Don't make me agree with you, Gibbs.
I'm
such an evil neoliberal. Oh no.
People don't have access to this
what do you?
right
okay, no, but yeah, okay. Let's hear you. What do you don't like that proposal or like?
No, I do. I'm such an evil neoliberal dude. Okay. I love welfare. I love welfare so much. Oh my god, I love welfare. The welfare state is one of the best things the Democratic Party has ever done. Okay. Social Security, probably not technically the most efficient way.
We got something juicy coming if he's setting up all this preamble.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
I think a system similar to Australia's, where it's just an employer-side payroll tax, which at the end of the day does fall on the employee, but it's an employer-side payroll tax. They pay it into a fund that grows over time. The same way Norway has a sovereign wealth fund that grows over time. It's probably better than a system that it only invests in U.S. government bonds. I don't know. You could let Social Security invest in the S&P 500 as well, but.
Interesting.
And hey, Elon found the magic money computers. We can just print.
Democrats want to cut Social Security.
Oh,
that's what I just heard. Democrats want to cut Social Security.
Well, I'm I don't know if I'm the representative of most Democrats. I do like to listen. I mean,
he's a fascist. Scratch a Neil live in a fascist, please.
True. I think it'll actually be more solvent in the long. If you look at Australia's fund has continuously grown over time, even whilst their population is stagnated.
But upside down criminals do.
True.
So I just want to.
But the Social Security Trust Fund is depleting, so it's probably going to be insolvent. Yeah. It's there's a trade off between over how much the fund grows and how soon it goes insolvent.
But what happens when it's insolvent non-fund?
It goes down to 90% instead of 100.
You cut benefits.
It goes down to 83%, I think it is.
Yeah.
Also, you could rectify it by just taxing people a little more, because right now I believe it is not a progressive tax on people who make over amount of money.
You could also rectify it by burning old people. So I mean, just throw that out.
Okay, well, one of these things is a little
taxes is like burning old people. Actually, not not promoting Social Security is essentially the same as burning 17 million old people. So
Before we get too far along, there's something Nanfan said about a half an hour ago. I've been just chomping at the fucking bit to get this.
Oh boy. Okay.
Go for it.
Let me get on you, but so you said you don't like the president being able to interpret laws and challenge how those laws are interpreted by how Congress wrote them or how previous executives might have interpreted them or just however the fuck they want. You said you don't like the president having that power. Maybe like in this instance, the president interpreting how to read how Congress should count the votes and challenge that with an Eastman plot, right? You don't like that?
I mean, I will caveat this with there are probably reasonable cases of like forcing the issue where like you do something that you want evaluated in a court, but I think a lot of these things are not like reasonable. Like I don't think it's reasonable to have the birthright citizenship EO just to like force the issue in court. I don't think that's a reasonable thing. I think the same thing.
So if a president was taking previous laws that were written with a different intent, and you're using more of an originalist argument there. He took those originalist intents and altered them to his own ends to, let's say, cut student loans. You'd say that's probably a bad thing and maybe an authoritarian act in some way, wouldn't you?
I think that's. I mean, it's probably more reasonable. I'm not a lawyer.
You tried to talk about the student loan. No, hold on. We talked about this not on me and Pisco, and yeah, it actually was bad. The courts challenged it, and then he didn't do it again. Instead of forcing it down their fucking throat over and over and over.
He did. He did different ways.
Yeah, he did a different way.
Several
completely different way with a legal precedent of doing it. Yeah, sure.
Seven different ways. That sounds to me like trying to force it down the court's throat.
No, forcing down the court's throat is either trying over and over again the exact same way or just ignoring the court outright, which is kind of what's happening now. Those are not equivalent. But also, I will concede that, yeah, the way he tried to get rid of student debt was illegal, and I'm glad it didn't happen.
I mean, I don't think that right now we're at the point where a court has been ignored. Temporary restraining orders and the injunctions that are being placed on him aren't the same as court orders. They're a step down in some way, and the Trump administration seems to think that they are able to bypass that. They have the legal right, and they said they're ready to fight it out in court right now. So Pentuple's probably the best person to talk to there in terms of if that's legal or not. I have no fucking idea. I'm not a law guy. I code.
What was sorry, I zoned out.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to attack Nanfan real quick for his inconsistencies, being a simple Biden. Biden was at his best.
I wish Biden.
You have any response? It's not just landing on Vaughn.
I mean, I'm basically okay with what Soy said. Like I said, there were probably reasonable times to force the issue or whatever, and not reasonable times to force the issue. I don't think a lot of the things Trump are doing, there's a reason most of Trump's lawyers did not sign off with the Eastman plot, because it's fucking absurd, and there are clearly fucking absurd challenges that you can make to court that aren't made in good faith. And I think that Trump does a lot of those, whereas Biden isn't really doing that as much.
And when pressed in private, even Eastman said that would not clear the Supreme Court, and he was hoping that they wouldn't even take it up.
Well, yeah, he was banking on the political questions, yeah.
Yeah, his plan was that they wouldn't even fucking take it up. It's such a dumb, idiotic way to. Absolutely, it's unreasonable. But I want them to have that power because in a lot of ways, it's a good way. Some ways, it's abuse. Some way, Biden, might have overstated his parole authority and let a lot of people into the country that probably shouldn't be here. But it is what it is. So I also have.
So let me ask you this. You said basically forced it down his throat with the 7 different ways, right? All right. So here's my question, right? What is the president supposed to do if he wants a policy done? And so he goes in there, tries a different way, and they strike that down. Then he goes a different way, and he finds, I guess, the loophole. Isn't that, and then to where there's no judicial way to get rid of it? Isn't that kind of the way it's supposed to be? Is you go different ways, the judiciary decides, hey, whatever. If you still don't like that he got through this way, then you legislate it out. Isn't that how things are supposed to be done to an extent? Or do we object to that process overall, or?
Just try to pursue different legal means. That's totally reasonable. The problem with Trump is that, he's come in with a precedent and a playbook of, hey, we're going to do everything in our power to ignore these courts. When judges go against his will, he says this is an activist judge and lobbies to have him removed or impeached for no actual good reason other than he didn't do what I wanted. And this is very different from, hey, this didn't work in this legal way, I'm going to try a different legal way, or I'm going to appeal it. Those are very, very different.
You don't think there are activist judges, though, in general? What do you do when you have
if,
activists?
if the
I think we both know there
implication
are
if the
on
implication
both
is
sides.
that a judge who would completely ignore all like evidence of a case and just rule the way they wanted to because of the party they're aligned with, I don't think you would struggle to find many of these, and especially.
But there
not the
are
ones that
some
people
though,
follow.
right? Like on both sides that want to legislate from the bench.
I'm
You don't
sure
think
there's a
this
small
issue?
percentage.
I'm sure there's one that exists, yes. And I will,
Right, sure.
you know,
On
and I'll
both
give you
sides.
this.
I'm
Wait,
arguing
hold on.
both sides.
Let me give you this. I think most of the Supreme Court, you could even argue all of them, are activist judges insofar as they very often rule with what the party of the person who elected them. That said, they still often go against that. Like even Amy Coney Barrett or Gorsuch, like aren't as extreme as maybe Alito or Thomas or Roberts. So it's like, okay, yeah, they're activists insofar as you can't remove a politics from someone's brain, and they're going to think things that align with certain political parties. But I think what Trump is implying, especially all the way back in 2016, is like, oh, this guy who is Mexican can't rule in this case because I say bad things about Mexicans. Like that's insane. Obviously, that man's not activist, but that's his implication because he just doesn't like what they're doing. That's the only reason he's saying it.
I would put Roberts in the moderate category as well. He's the guy that gave him Obamacare, so they call him a rhino.
Roberts, you never know what he's going to vote. Non-fun, you were saying something.
I forget what I was saying. I think I just said like obviously, I was responding to a little bit earlier when you weren't talking about activist judges. You were just talking about what the president should do. Like a lot of it's going to depend on good faith. Like if the president's like literally trying to find like a loophole, that's probably not good faith of him and it's probably bad. But if they're just trying to do a policy that they do genuinely think is good and they're trying to find a legal route to do it, I don't necessarily think it's bad as long as like the way they do it isn't like obviously a loophole that wasn't intended or whatever.
So in order to ensure that, though, that has to be a power that they have access to. And what you're saying is you're retracting your initial statement.
What do you mean? Like, I don't think I don't know what you mean. So, like, I don't think the president should have the power to fire the head of the Federal Reserve, but I recognize if he does that anyway, like, that might be a constitutional issue, right? And, like, the courts could ultimately come down and say the Federal Reserve can't actually be independent, it's unconstitutional. But I don't think the president should have the right to do that. I don't think that's a reasonable issue to force. I don't think that's,
And that would be what Humphrey's executor is about.
All right, yeah, perfect. So this is about perfect timing here. Let's get some closings, and you can tell us anything y'all got exciting going on in y'all's lives here going on streaming. It's about that time. I've been going for almost 5 hours here. So we'll start with you, Tyler. Go ahead and tell us what you do. Give us closing thoughts, and we'll give out some final thoughts at the end here, and then we'll be good. Go ahead.
The only thing on my notes here I didn't get out, I kind of wanted to ask the right-wingers if they would be cool with federal overreach if we see some of these Soros DAs like Prasner, Bragg, and back in the day, Boudin with the BLM riots of peace, if they don't actually go through and persecute these people. Would you like to see the federal government go in and overstep the state authorities and violate their own version of federalism to see these people punished or not? That's kind of what they're doing with ICE to a degree as well. Do you like that or no? But we never got to that. What I'm working on right now is I have a housing policy I've sent out to every left-winger I know, having them help me build it up. It's a housing policy that starts fundamentally left-wing, incorporates a lot of things right-wingers like to try to actually make something that both sides can at least be somewhat happy with. The next step now is to get together a panel of right-wingers and try to sell it to them like I'm selling them a used car, and get all their retractions and use that to amend the policy next. So anyone that's interested, professionals, if you're an economist, city planner, do anything like that, hit me up, lawyers, anything like that. Or if you're a political person from maybe a niche political background, hit me up as well. I need those too. So
fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go to old Drew over here.
Yeah, like you said, Gibbs, pretty normie takes from me tonight. Just sort of observing it all and taking it all in. Yeah, I mean, I thought there were points on both sides. But Pin, I know you need.
I'm gonna fucking game in myself. Holy shit, this dude is actually making me want to jump off a bridge in fucking.
But no, I've just been just been streaming a little bit, podcasting, and yeah.
Fantastic. Non-fun.
Free trade is good. Welfare is good. Liberalism is good. If you want to watch me defend all those things, hop over to NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick and NonFun on YouTube. I got a bunch of debates uploaded on my YouTube channel. You guys should all check them out. Basically, everyone is in some of them. Pentuple is still wrong about the balance of payments, by the way. I don't think he ever admitted that he's wrong about that, but check me out.
All right. Well, from NonFun to Pentuple.
Hey, I run MAGA headquarters and I stream politics and baseball. And I'm coming after Tyler. I have beef with Tyler now.
Football's better
So-
anyways, you pussy.
Yeah, don't disagree with
fucking idiot.
Yeah, nobody likes baseball. He's right here. You're gonna find no support for your arguments here. Soy Pill.
Bruh.
Yeah, I don't advocate for violence or vandalism. I, however, do think that Elon Musk is at the very worst Nazi, or best Nazi adjacent, at the very worst probably an actual Nazi. I totally understand why people are pushing back against that. I make YouTube video essays, and I am going to actually probably a Tesla protest on Saturday where I won't commit any crimes, but I will film and interview people, and there'll probably be a video on that. As for the panel, thank you all for being here. I think 33.33% of it made good arguments. Otherwise, I had a great time, and thanks for having me, Gibbs.
Yeah, hey, I want to thank Non-Fun and Soy Pill for coming to back-to-back panels today, and appreciate all y'all. We had a little bit of a disorganized panel today. I think this was a really fun one, to be totally honest. Sometimes the less organized ones are better. It depends on the chemistry, I think. But yeah, this was good. I hope we'll see all y'all again soon and whatnot. Let's see, I'm gonna raid somebody out, but I don't know. We'll figure it out in a second. But thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate it as always. I think all my upcoming content, I'll be back Monday, guys. And for sure, I don't know what we're doing Friday and Saturday, but probably gaming. It'll be exciting. Let's raid. Who are we going to raid? You know what? We're going to do this just because it'll be funny. Let's raid. We'll raid your new dad. I haven't raided him in a while. He's a good one. If y'all like comedy, yeah, he is a Comedy Central. He's been on Comedy Central for a bunch of stuff. He's from my hometown. Good people. Good people. Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks for being here.
You want to hop in over on my side? Same with Tyler if you want. If you guys are staying.
Oh my God, you were waiting for me.
That
How
was
nice.
fun. Wasn't that fun?
That was pretty fun.
Dude, holy shit, the fucking hold on, I'm gonna pop this out so I can put it on my stream. Sure. Window capture. Where is your thing? Huh, that's weird. How do I guess I have to add a new one. Give me a sec here.
Whoa.
Hold with me, chat. Hold! There we go. Why isn't it sharing? Strange. Okay, no one's going to be able to see you. I'm sorry, I'm just going to switch to debrief.
Damn.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone knows what you look like. You gorgeous
Yeah.
boy. All right, let me turn this off here. Turn this on here. There we go. Yeah, what the fuck? Like I that was like the not like ghoulish, like most ghoulish, cruel panel I've ever been on, but just like the arguments being made there were so insane to me. Just like like oh, it's 10 billion, that's horrible. It's like
Yep.
I just like they just don't. Is that Tyler guy? Like he's pro Doge and pro Bill Clinton, and like some of the like the brain dead ass arguments. Like I didn't even get to this, but the whole idea that like, oh, we have like documents and sellers instead of digitizing it, and it's like, how much money would it cost to digitize this using a system that is government approved, hiring all these employees? Like it's just so fucking ridiculous. These people just like don't know anything. Like, and I know I don't know anything, and then I get to these people who don't know anything even more, and it just frustrates the fuck out of me.
It took me a while to understand Tyler's politics, but he's into like weird. He calls himself a center lefty, but he also like he still hates welfare. He's like relatively pro-Trump, but he will at least admit some insane things that Trump does.
But
like,
how is he center left then? That's not.
I don't know.
center-left.
Well, he calls himself center left. I wouldn't really consider him actually a center left, but.
Yeah, and he said he was like, "Oh, Bill Clinton, our greatest president," and then he brings up what Tara Reid, which was was that not the person who accused Bill Clinton of sexual impropriety, or am I thinking of?
It might have been. I kind of thought it was the person who accused Joe Biden of.
Oh, excuse me, Joe Biden. That actually might have been it. Tara Reid
that's what I
accusations.
assume.
Oh, it was okay. That was Joe Biden. Okay, I thought I know the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, but I thought someone else had accused Bill Clinton, so I was very confused at that point. But yeah, wow, that was it gives us fun. You should look up. Yeah, FanFX says you should look up Social Security costs compared to the number of defendants serves. I know there's like a good number there, but it's just like it shouldn't even matter if it's like keeping 17 million people out of poverty and has 2% waste. That's like it's clearly a fucking good program. Like
I know.
it's just so dumb. And like oh god. I love when they like are just making the dumbest fucking number arguments and they invoke like, oh, but you just don't get it. It's very logical. And I'm like, oh my god, like
Dude,
watching you in real time.
Quintuple
That
is
was so fucking funny.
actually he's the only person like I don't enjoy, or not I don't enjoy him because it's fun to yell at him or whatever, but like don't
that was
like
fun.
respect on these panels. Like he has me fucking banned in his chat, dude. He fucking hates me. He does like I don't know if he doesn't know how to use OBS virtual cam correctly, so you could probably see that like he has the Discord call in the background of his
Yes.
yeah, he doesn't have me there because he disables my camera and has me muted half the time. Like he fucking hates me.
Oh my god,
it's insane.
Yeah, and the fucking like he does baseball and what was it? Baseball and politics, and it's called like the
Yeah.
MAGA Central. And then this other guy, I forgot, Drew. Drew's just like, I gotta see both points. I'm just like, oh please. But but no, when he said, well, okay, yeah, but 10 billion waste, but like, are we saving people's lives? And it's like, yes,
I know.
that's what Social Security does. It keeps people out of poverty, and a bunch of them die when they are. But that was fun. So yeah, I'm glad, I think that was the first debate panel. I know we were on the same team in the masculinity one, but this was the first one where we both really engaged, and I felt like we really did. That really did feel like a good 1-2 punch. So good job. I had a fun time.
Yeah, I had fun too. Thanks for
Yeah, and I'm gonna wrap up and read these super chats, and maybe I'll raid into you if I do you know how to do that. I'll send anyone stragglers into your YouTube chat.
Yeah, I think you hit like edit in your YouTube thing, you go to customization, and then there's a redirect option, and I think you should be able to search my channel.
Let's see. I just
think.
want to make sure I know how to do it before I do it, because I'm gonna keep streaming for just a little bit, but create highlight, delete ads, redirect. I know it's here. It's gotta be here. Stream settings. No. Auto start, stream health, view activity, analytics. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, and if I can't figure it out this time, I will do it next time. But good debate, and talk to you later, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Why did we studied so much for this? Why? For the Yemen thing?
Why
did
I know.
study? All right, see you, man. Bye.
You thought you would have to fucking study? I'm making sure he knows how to do this because I need the YouTube viewers. What's up, Zach? Do you want to stop global warming? Or sorry, how do you want to stop global warming and capitalism when capitalism requires growth and only cares about short-term profit? Only capitalism only cares about short-term profit. We have financial markets to deal with, more the long-term stuff. That's why fucking loans and long-term treasury bills and all that shit exist. But I kind of agree that climate change is not like a problem that capitalism, strictly speaking, like capitalism can solve, depending on what your definition of socialism is. Is why I want government intervention in the economy to like help deal with climate change and all that shit. Like, long term in a sense of longer than a human life. I mean, kind of, sure. I don't mean it. I mean, there's still technically shit that happens, but Jesus. Wait, what is Mourinho doing? Wait, Sarah might have an open panel. Mourinho has an open thing. I saw Not So Erudite on this. If I could build a Not So Erudite bridge, that'd be cool. I don't know if it's open. I don't think it's open yet.
Well, we can go back if you want to talk about GDP again, but I know that one's a really spooky topic.
GDP.
No, just in general, how is your questioning of whether or not I've ever been a police officer relevant to your affirmative
I'm just shocked you have to dither on it. I figured I would get a straight answer really clearly. You were like about obligations.
Why would that be relevant?
Yeah. I haven't seen much from Jim Bob, but
why would lots of this
it's
stuff
interesting. I think I saw a debate between him and like Planet Peterson. Oh, holy shit! Soy Pill redirect. What the fuck? Hell yeah. I don't even know if they're here yet.
Yeah, the free speech.
Yo, Soy Pill redirect. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah, brother. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get some subs in this one, chat. Let's get some. Oh, my sub button isn't working. What the fuck? Thanks. I really appreciate it, Soy Pill. Hell yeah. If you got, I'm pretty sure everyone that fucking follows me is subscribed to Soy Pill, but why is my sub button not working? It's funny. It's funny. It's funny. Oh, here we go. Let's hear some subs and. Anyway, Jesus. This is my, eventually, I said this, how do you know when I'm truly evil when we go on a Social Security privatization arc? I don't know if, Howdy I'm doing pretty good. But, oh, what the fuck? Yo, thanks for the YouTube membership, fan effects. Hell yeah. Dude, you're my first YouTube member. Dude, no one, the culture around like YouTube members is so, fucked, man. Oh, Jesus. Like people on Twitch actually enjoy like giving subs and everything. But... Okay. I'm very curious. This is the guy, me and Soy talked to earlier today, the Ryan guy. Very curious. I saw him talk to Peace Girl about the illegal deportations. I'm very curious. I'm very curious. Fan of X's special boy. I was a fellow neoliberal state I support. Yeah, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Activists who subscribe and off on base. Very curious what he says.
View this as an isolated incident. That's why I'm talking about this. I view this as a broader strategy of authoritarianism, a broader strategy of flouting Congress and the courts, which is apparent in the impoundment stuff, the Doge stuff, the Alien Enemies Act stuff, the Citizenship Clause stuff. Every other thing is like this, and it's part of Project 2025. It's all the same thing. It's all the same pattern of authoritarianism, centralization of executive authority on Trump.
Yeah, I think that if you could prove material support, that's a slam dunk deportation. But critically, as we said,
or actually, neoliberals had a meme. I mean, I consider myself neoliberal. I don't get like that much meaning out of the term neoliberal. I don't really care what people call me or anything, but yeah, I think neoliberalism basically describes me pretty well.
Has not even alleged that, let alone proven that.
Hey folks, big news. On the 28th of March, I'll be doing Tim Pool's Culture War Show. We'll be discussing...
Oh wait, shit, that's tomorrow. I'll probably watch that as well.
Constitutional issues with the Trump administration. I highly encourage you to watch it. It'll be running from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern time on Tim's channel. And if you haven't liked, comment, and subscribed on this channel, please do so.
There is no freedom and capitalism needed for the collective.
Ryan Mullally. Is it Mullally?
Yes, Mullally. Well, Mullally, sorry, but yeah.
How you doing? A buddy of mine. Someone who I've never disrespected in any context.
No. You've always been kind and gentle with me publicly. And when Good Logic mispronounced your name as Pisco, I didn't laugh.
Oh, did you? Did you? Yeah. Well, I happen to remember seeing that introduction and hearing you defend me in that context and not saying that it was funny that people were calling me Piss. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the context of why you're on here. For those of you who have no background, we have confronted each other and had, I think, pretty...
Thanks for the sub, fanfare. By the way, if you guys subscribe, it's going to take a little bit for the YouTube notifications to appear. But
lawyers, discussions on things like the immunity decision.
I think Social Security would have been created under neoliberalism. I mean, it depends what you mean by neoliberalism. Like, I don't get that much meaning out of terms. So, like, when I hear neoliberal, I basically just think like relatively market oriented and like capitalist. And like, I don't think Social Security runs entirely contrary to that. Like, it's obviously. I mean, Econo Boy, I was talking to him last night, and I think he's right. Like, it's fair to say having Social Security is, like, more socialist than not having Social Security. But I don't know. I don't think, like, holistically that makes it, makes you socialist or whatever. It makes the Social Security, like, anti-neoliberalism. But, you know, it's not a term I, like, get a lot of value from, so I would never join these debates. Good. It's, well, I have fun, so...
Biden versus Trump, some of the
and
fears
you claim you read State
by
and Revolution. I did read State and Revolution.
Trump administration versus some of the fears of the Democrat encroachment, and generally we've been, discussers on the legal front of some of these various controversies where you, I think, in my opinion, probably
YouTube
overstressed, but in your
calling
opinion,
YouTube
fairly
a
stressed the
royal.
importance of being even-handed and trying to be objective, even with people like Trump. And in this context, I think we're coming to talk about something we probably agree more about, but I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Mullally. Follow me on X, Ryan C. Mullally, same name. So that's easy, but it's impossible to spell, whatever. So good luck with that.
I've been arguing for why Clinton was a continuation of Reagan. That's been that I've been working on, which is kind of like a neoliberal battle cry base. Dude, I wasn't even alive for Bill Clinton or most of Obama, but now when I noticed that when you eat your your body only manages to absorb 95% of the nutrients you get from the food, how are you able to justify the 5% way? Dude, that shit is fucking insane, dude. The mind of conservatives is so... I don't understand what is so fucked up about the conservative mind where they can't understand what, like, net benefit means. It's just like, I think this program, like, on net is doing good things. Even if, yes, obviously, any program ever is going to have some amount of waste. Just like, by the way, guess what? Fucking private companies have waste, too. That doesn't mean it's bad to invest in Walmart or Amazon just because there's some level of waste. Like, it's so, like, the brain rot is horrible. And also, bro, Elon found the magic money computers. What do you mean we're gonna go bankrupt or whatever? Elon found the magic money computers.
A few times about my view about how important it is, at least in my mind, for lawyers who are trying to explain what the law is and what the law isn't to the public.
One of your things, Jimmy Carter, the Trump policy, smarter focus, privatization. Yeah,
you need to try
I don't think
to be as objective as possible, because quite frankly, our profession has a terrible authenticity problem. Like, everybody knows you can pay a lawyer to have an opinion. That's the nature of what we do. So in order for us to have credibility, which we need because we are the profession that's available and able to talk about issues like the First Amendment, issues like due process, and explain how these things really work to the public, we have to go out of our way to kind of leave our bias at the door, because lawyers just have a credibility problem. It's the nature of the profession. So I think we've disagreed on a number of things in the past, and I'm hoping that what this conversation will highlight is that when the law is commented on publicly, it's normally about a really interesting case, and really interesting cases often are at the blurry edges.
Reagan was a demon.
We're talking about, there's a
See, that I probably agree with, even as a neoliberal.
Different facts. And neither of us actually know. We don't have crystal balls. But what we're doing is applying our expertise and trying to create the best opinion we can and defend it. And that's very interesting because you can spar and you can have conversations. But most of the time, the law is actually very straightforward in that the issue is mostly decided by black letter. And in this case, I don't, with Mr. Khalil, I don't see a lot on the government.
Real quick, what's my buddy talking about?
I think you could. I still think you could, but rhetorically, it's a different question. Like, you would win in that my argument would be more sound than your argument, but whether or not that would
especially in the media environment that we have today, isn't it like almost as, if not more important?
Not more important.
We might join him. I don't know.
Government side that is even close to meeting their standard. So this doesn't seem like one of those cases where there's a huge discussion about even like what the First Amendment is.
Republicans and bills take capacity and Dems to streamline it, bro. Yeah, literally. Okay, like, this is what we need. Okay, we need Trump to do like all the populist stuff. That's kind of, some of which I think is good, like the sovereign wealth fund. Okay, Trump will make the sovereign wealth fund, and it'll be fucking stupid and funded by tariffs. But then AOC will win 2028, and she will literally build socialism with the sovereign wealth fund that Trump created. Literally, this is how we're working. By the way, what's where are we on the tariffs now? Where are we on the have they rolled this back yet? Or I saw the tariffs on autos, but where are we? I think there's a few different tariff watching. I thought Reuters had a thing. Where are we on the tariffs? I don't think strategic crypto reserve might actually be a good idea. I just don't think crypto is that useful. I don't know why we would. I just don't know why we would need it. Jeez, I can't fucking type. I don't know. It seems like I haven't backed down on it yet. Trump to do ICE and DHS investigation, investment. housing investments, policing, housing, energy investments, and build capacity for DOE. Then we can DOE. Then we can streamline it later. How did you stream for 8 hours? I woke up and I made mozzarella sticks, and then I went to my computer and I hit start streaming. And because I have no life, I sat here for 8 hours, which is why we need some subs. And I forgot my sub button on my stream deck. It doesn't work. We need some subs. We need to make this a thing.
Attempt to deport by the Trump administration. That even somebody who, like, even if you are very pro deportation of people like Mr. Khalil in the abstract, you couldn't support this deportation because it's been done so badly. And I have not spoken to anyone who can defend it if they're aware of the specifics. And
by the way, the whole the Houthi thing, this guy never answered my question. I asked him, which to be fair, like, I mean, I think it was Gibbs that, like, I'm not like mad at him for not answering my question. I think he's good. I think he's chill. I love him. Anyway, I asked him, like, do you think Israel will annex Area C? And, like, do you think Trump would support it? And do you think that'd be good for the region? And I don't think I ever got to answer that. Gibbs, I think, kind of half answered it. But I honestly think I don't know. I think we're just fucked. I think the West Bank just might be, like, mostly fucking annexed in. People will, Palestinians is going to be fucked, but.
Yeah, no, it's been my sort of experience as well, talking about this issue. I've had maybe like now 4 or 5 conversations about this purported rescinding of the green card and attempt at deportation already. And I think in at least 3 or 4 of them, there's been concessions that either this is not established under First Amendment doctrine, and at most of the people who I'm talking with would like it to be, but never have I heard a convincing argument for why what's going on to Mahmoud Khalil is legal. And I'm sure my chat is well aware of some of these facts, but the basic starting premise is there's been an arrest of an individual who's a green card holder, a lawful permanent resident. He is being alleged to be removable, frankly deportable, on the basis of the Secretary of State's determination that he is prejudicial to the national security interests of the United States. And that is the alleged basis of removability. There is no indication that that assessment by the Secretary of State is based in anything other than what would otherwise be completely protected First Amendment activities. We have precedent, well established by the Supreme Court at this point, that resident aliens are entitled to the First Amendment protections to the extent that those protections wouldn't apply to situations like
government would have the capacity to sit on a massive amount of crypto, being able to make it a stable price. Why, even if I grant that, which I don't know if crypto would become stable, even if the government invested in it. In fact, I think that might make a lot of people who like crypto don't like the government. That's why they put their money in crypto, not real currency, right? Like, I don't know, make it much safer for Americans. What do you think? Even if I grant that it became more stable, I don't know why would I want that? I just don't want people investing in crypto. Like, I don't think I would ban crypto, but like, I just don't want, like, people, like, it's just not that useful. Like,
that's not seeming to be alleged by the government in this case. And so all we really have here is this determination by Marco Rubio that he is prejudicial to our national security interests because of protected First Amendment speech.
It's very similar to the rationale behind paperbacks and free coinage of silver. The issue comes down to how crypto
But I want to go a step further. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit about where we stand on the edges of these cases and what we think is okay, what we think is not okay. And I'm happy to entertain that for a little bit. But I think this is part of a greater pattern of the most dangerous administration that we've seen in recent memory and the most prejudicial to our rights.
Ties USD different than crypto. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. The USD, despite the Biden inflation, okay, it's actually a lot more stable than fucking Pisco's an interesting guy. I like Pisco. I've never spoken to him, but I think he's a cool dude. I love his stuff. Yeah, despite the Biden inflation, USD is not nearly as. It's a much better investment than crypto, I'll say.
And I want to push you to be where I am and to be as angry and or at least start to approach a level of anger in this conversation that I haven't seen yet. But I guess I'll let you respond.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have different temperaments, which is probably not going to change over the course of the conversation. But I do unfortunately have to give us a bit of a disclaimer before we.
Does Pisco even? He could definitely be full-time streamer if he wanted to be, at least, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't think he does it full-time, but like his streams aren't that long usually. Like, I don't even think he streams every day. He streams, like, I don't know, like in the evening. Sometimes he does like emergency streams, but
And I don't typically do this, but just in this case,
This is why you do faster transaction time. It's also harder to scam because it's subject to more regulation. Well, yeah. Well, it's a monopoly.
My former firms, and most importantly, I have significant former affiliation with Mr. Khalil's lawyers. In that I was co-counsel with them, and we litigated the Supreme Court case called Tanvir, and his lawyers are incredibly
I didn't know that.
competent.
Damn.
Incredible jurists. We won that case. One of his counsel of record did the oral argument. I was very junior. It was a thrill of a lifetime for me, but I'm not inside this case. I don't know their legal strategy. I don't have inside information. I do not speak for them. I just want to flag the past affiliation and disclaim any insider baseball on my part because I have no capacity to speak for them despite that. Honestly, the thing about this case that I find so fascinating is I expected to dive into this and find that it was going to be an interesting First Amendment question. And what I discovered is it never even gets to the First Amendment. Like, as far as I know of the facts, the government said that the conduct at issue is that Mr. Khalil gave public remarks that are aligned with the interests of Hamas. Not materially support, aligned, which is a huge tell because that's like it's the weakest language. If they thought he was affiliated or they thought he was a member or they thought he was providing material support, they could allege that, they could prove that, and those are slam dunk deportations. And also wouldn't raise significant First Amendment questions. Like if you could prove those, it's easy to deport, but you have to assume they can't because they haven't even attempted to. And you're right, they use what's called the foreign policy bar to try.
I can't really follow to force everyone else to try to fit for new.
Requires timely notice be given.
I mean, it can. By the way, it's funny to me like this hasn't. I should ask Pentel about this next time we chat or something. Like, did he see the INA MMTRK disclaimer? But like, it's so funny to me that all these people are so worried about the debt that they try to justify what Doge is doing based on the fact that we have a deficit. But then like, they look at Elon Musk saying he found magic money computers that literally just print money, which I don't doubt that he actually did find, by the way. And kind of don't connect the dots that means like we're not really going to go bankrupt. Now there's a risk of hyperinflation, but like if you print your own currency, you kind of got a lot of breathing room when it comes to debt because you're printing your own you're printing the stuff that you borrow in.
Rubio to select members of Congress, and to my knowledge, that has never happened, and no one seems to think it's happened. I don't think the government's even claimed it has happened. So
that's not surprising because
full support is not equal material support. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like even if it's this guy. I mean, I'm not a lawyer again, but like my understanding is that it is a First Amendment protected position to just say like even that you full on support Hamas. Like it's not protected to actually give them, like fucking money or weapons or like any of this shit. But
well, even on the basis of the statute, like you never get to the constitutional question. They haven't provided the notice, and that's not a small issue because if they provided the notice, they would have to articulate their rationale with more precision in the notice. And then members of Congress would choose to leak it or make it public or whatever they would do, which would give the public insight into what's happening. And to the extent that anyone wants to argue, okay, well, it says timely, maybe they are doing it in due course. If they hadn't filed a habeas petition, he might have been deported already. Yeah. So like, it's sinister. How timely could he possibly be if you're going to do it after you deport the guy? Yeah, so, that's not surprising. They comply with the statute, let alone the First Amendment.
But that's not surprising, Ryan, and it's something that I also want someone to acknowledge. I do want to run through the First Amendment stuff with you, and in a kind of formal way. That'll be helpful for the audience. How we think about the First Amendment doctrines blind here, and how things might change in different fact patterns. But what Ryan is saying is there are certain notice provisions, procedural requirements, the hoops that the government is supposed to jump through to qualify Mahmoud Khalil for the kind of deportation that's at issue here, or the basis here, that you need to provide certain notice to Congress, and that's required by the relevant deportation under the INA. That is not something that's done
I didn't know that. Steam
that is sinister and done on purpose. It's sinister and done on purpose, and it's of accord with every single thing this administration is doing. When it comes to the illegal impounding of funds, it's not in compliance with the Impoundment Control Act because they haven't provided the notice to Congress in that situation. Because they want to claim that they don't have to follow the rules that Congress puts in place. They don't have to follow the procedures that Congress has laid out before them. And it's not something that's like tangential. It is deeply rooted in the strategy of this administration is to buck Congress, and in doing so, try to buck the court. And because, as you say, when they don't have to issue formal statements, they try to think that what they're trying to do is limit the kind of scope of review in the courts. They're trying to limit any kind of statement, any formal statement they're giving. So it's the same thing, by the way, that they did with this memo. That was
my 24 and 354 days-year-old ass can't keep up with the chat, games, and debate. Bro is not Zoomer enough. Bro is not brain rotted enough. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Here, no, this will help. This will help, right? Hold on. Oh fuck. Where to go? Oh, hold on. Shit. Hold on. Window capture, copy. Here we go. Okay, we good now?
put out in terms of stopping all federal financial funds, or federal financial assistance. They said, we're rescinding the memo, but we're not rescinding the policy. The aim there is to obstruct Congress's will and also to limit the scope of judicial review. And so for me, it's all sinister. It's all predictable. And so, I mean, don't you see that before we get into the First Amendment stuff?
Well, I think there's a very interesting parallel that's happening right now with the Alien Enemies Act deportations. And the Alien Enemies Act is...
Thinking of we need a subway surfers brain. Right? Yeah, I use that when I'm reading boring shit. I throw the subway surfers up so people, at least some people still say that in the stream or like I'm reading through like unbelievable. Actually, this is like the Heckfest like indictment shit. But like when I'm reading through like unbelievably like boring shit, like
INA and how the INA has been used to deport people. It's used all the time. The Alien Enemies Act is like is a very
really don't get your point of crypto. Me either, bro.
Approach, right? So it's a very rare thing. But there's clearly been some thought, like
all this abuse of power coming from side that claims to be free speech.
Whether or not it holds up in court, whether or not that's right, that'll play out.
Why would they care about being consistent? Why would they care? Would you chat with Rob Noir? I have chatted with Rob Noir. I spoke to him kind of briefly once. I don't know. I spoke to him for a decent amount of time, but most of that was like on a panel together about the Destiny drama, and like that's not something I'm super interested in. I think I spoke to him for like maybe 15 minutes on tariffs. But I mean, you can search up like non-font Rob Noir debate, and like it'll come up.
But there was
whoa. So I asked you a question.
Let me finish the thought before you drop.
I know. Look up for huge.
I'm not sure.
The debate is 2 times speed too. It's only 1.5. I mean, I can. We'll compromise. Okay, 1.25.
I'm not sure if this is strategy or like just absolute terrible management. Because I
sex workers are people who sell weed at legal dispensaries could gain a lot from using crypto. True.
I also think all the facts are there for oh my God, this is like classic Trump horrible management, where somebody said, he's like, I want this done tomorrow, and they just do it, and it was like just not at all thought through. Because if you wanted to deport him successfully, this wouldn't be the way to do it. Even if you wanted to expand the Secretary of State's ability to use that foreign policy bar to do sinister things, I don't think this is the way you do it, because it's just so sloppy. So this one looks to me, if I had to guess, more like incompetence, but coupled with some alarming disregard for the First Amendment and some other things I care a lot about. But I'm not sure I agree with you about it being an attempt to buck Congress, because I think bucking Congress here is borderline idiotic. Like,
wait, whether it's idiotic or not.
Please go 2 times speed. Why? I'm fine if it on.
Congress is going to give them a problem with it.
Do you agree? And I'll
fine
ask
if it on this.
I'm sorry to ask it this way.
Or maybe 1.5.
Do you agree, yes or no, or I don't know, that they must have been aware of the notice procedures and requirements that you have just brought to the stream? Were they aware of those? And do you think it's the most likely scenario that they were aware of those?
Oh, when they arrested him?
When they did this procedure. So you think that the lawyers, so you think that they just arrested him and didn't have a plan on legal strategy on how to deport him?
When they arrested him, they thought he was on a student visa. And then they arrested him anyway, that's kind of a shocking admission on their part, that they thought he had a student visa, which is a much lower level of rights and protections than lawful.
Okay, if that's true, okay.
So I mean, I think when they arrested him, they hadn't really thought this through at all. Like they didn't even know the facts about him.
As a student visa,
done deep research.
As a student visa, they would still make him removable, presumably, for one of the
rationales. The debate is not live. This debate's not live.
We're citing here, but like let's put that. Okay, push a little further. At the time that they announced that he was.
You don't think that's good evidence that they were doing this in a slapshot, and like because they clearly had not done even the basic research.
So if it's true, so what I heard was that the ICE agents thought that he was on a student visa. That's what I heard, and that to me is not enough evidence to suggest that the people who planned the arrest didn't have knowledge. Just because the arresting agents weren't aware doesn't mean. So that's the information that I've heard.
Oh, okay, you can say it's not evidence sufficient. But it certainly is evidence of lack of planning. You might say that it doesn't go
that a cop doesn't, that some idiot ICE officer who's doesn't know what's going on and doesn't know the legal. So no, I don't necessarily expect these ICE agents to know the legal nuances of what they're doing. So I don't think it's that probative. Maybe it's more than nothing, but I don't think it's that probative. But even put that aside. Put that aside. At the moment that they announce that he is removable because of the statute, do you or do you not think that they were aware of the notice requirements within the statute?
I don't know. I would have to look at. Do you know the timing
of when they announced?
Yeah, I'm not aware. Do you have the chronology down? I don't know. Like honestly, this almost seems like they f***ed up and they've been trying to paper over it, which is
HRT claim base.
That's not a. We're not arguing.
That would be the only base crypto.
We're only really discussing.
Commission does a better debate. They're moving in circle. They're 18 minutes in. They're not. What do you mean they're moving in? I mean, if there's something you guys really want to watch, you can fucking link me it. But I don't know. This is the more interesting debates I have saved. I can just borrow HC2 of cash. Wait, why am I? Oh, I need more fucking water towers, don't I?
Put it with a bad motive or truly sinister. So the gap between those is not like a huge margin. But I do think there's a lot of room for incompetence because this seems. I mean,
wait, I'm asking you whether or not you thought that they were aware of the
majority in both houses, both the House and the Senate. Like they dominate all the committees, and the notice just goes to committee members. Like they absolutely have friendly people to deliver this notice to. So like them not using it just strikes me as idiotic more than anything else. Like they could have done that and at least not had a due process problem that they're going to have as a result.
So you think it's actually conceivable that they went to the law, they cited a particular portion of that law, and they just didn't know that the invocation of that power requires notice to Congress?
Oh, no. I think that they arrested him, and then they were like,
no, post-arrest.
We need to scramble. We're trying to figure out how to do this. They realized that all the other provisions would require them to prove something they couldn't prove, so then they threw something together, and they screwed it up.
I think
that seems the most likely.
So now let's look at it in context of all the other actions of the Trump administration. They are purposely, you would agree, flouting the notice requirements under the Impoundment Control Act. Fair? They're not giving notice when they're
doing their... How do you feel about combative modernism? Like the thing No Opinion posted about. I mean, like, okay, as a neolib who fucking also hates Trump, I'm pretty on board with it. I don't think we need to be. I don't like the way to combat Trump. The way to like be strong against Trump is it does not have to be like super ultra like progressive cringe shit. I don't know where like it seems like it's. I think it's kind of unfortunate. Not that I like hate AOC or anything, but like. The people that are standing up against Trump are like the AOC or the Bernie Sanders. Like I think it's I don't know like why the like moderate Dems are just so unbelievably fucking cucked. Like also in the general abundance level debate, I have not read Abundance. I barely know what is in Abundance, but whatever it is, I like it. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fucking shit neolib, horrible person. So I'm probably gonna like what's in the book that I have not read. What are the chances everyone I'm talking to is right now is taking HRT? Well, these are Soy Pill viewers, right? Would Chuck Schumer do though? What do you mean? I think he probably shouldn't have voted on or he probably should not have helped advance the continuing resolution. I think government shutdown is bad. I could see I can kind of see Chuck Schumer's logic in that if you do think Trump is going to lose the midterms anyway, like Trump is going to be super unpopular by the midterms, it can make it, it makes sense to like just not shut down the government and like, keep shit normal, and he's just going to lose anyway. But I don't know, man. It seems like some pretty fucked shit is going on. I don't know if I want to, I don't know. The only people I know who have their own, who have found Soy Pill, like the same people who found, I don't even know who that guy is. A whole trans, yeah, makes sense.
Rescissions and when they're trying to quote unquote cut funding and prevent funding from accessing,
I'm going to have to assume your facts because I'm not as familiar with that issue.
Okay.
I'll take a word for it.
Assume that it's the case that the Trump administration did not provide notice to Congress as required by the Impoundment Control Act for their deferrals and rescissions under the Impoundment Control Act. I'm telling you this because Russ Vought has said that they don't think the Impoundment Control Act is constitutional.
I think we can work with Trump's proclivities, even if we don't win the midterms. Like we can just straight up give Trump abundance of the policy. No, I don't like. I don't know. Like if you convince Trump that like. Go tell Trump that a DBCFT and a land value tax are like the worst things possible that would fucking tank the economy and destroy everything. Maybe he'll support it then. But like I don't know what the fuck like we're gonna do to like get Trump to, because presumably like I think a VAT is probably a decent policy. I think a VAT is probably a good policy. Presumably it shouldn't be that hard to fucking convince Trump of a VAT, considering the fat in egg is a like trans person who hasn't come out yet or hasn't like discovered himself yet. Presumably, if Trump hates that all these other countries have an unfair advantage in trade because of their VAT, which is not fucking true, by the way, it shouldn't be that hard to convince him to do a VAT, but he doesn't because he's a fucking retard. I don't know what to say. Full agree, land value tax is based. Yeah, but like he's not gonna. Like you're trans but don't know it yet. Yeah.
Impoundment Control Act. So to me, it should be a top priority, I think, for you to get an understanding of these facts in the broader context of what the administration is doing vis-a-vis flouting Congress.
I don't remember how I found Soy Pill, actually. I think it might have been, it was probably the insurance debate, the, Mario Brother debate with Destiny. I think it was probably that. I don't know for sure, though.
So I think this is all of accord of not listening, not obeying Congress on purpose. Because and it's also, you brought the Alien Enemies Act example. It's a great, another example, for the purpose of expanding a maximalist vision of Article 2. And the reason I'm bringing that up under the Alien Enemies Act is they're arguing not just that their actions under the Alien Enemies Act are justified under the Alien Enemies Act itself, but also as an inherent authority under Article 2. That the inherent authority of the president to eliminate these individuals is innate to the very presidency itself. And so, to me, it is wild to think that this kind of deportation, this kind of arrest, and this kind of flouting of the procedural notice requirements isn't an intentional shot at Congress itself.
Like,
given
birth control
everything this administration has done.
No. I mean, oh, fuck, they're all mad. Not really, right? I mean, HRT presumably is going to affect fertility at some point, but I don't think, I think, I don't know how birth control works. I'm a fucking man. I don't talk to women or respect women, but that's not, I know it likely has some, like, emotional effects, but he argued with Destiny. Holy shit, my man is going up in the world. That's how he argued with Destiny a while ago. He wasn't even that was like one of his first streams, was arguing with Destiny. Are they both right wingers? Who? The people I'm watching? Or Destiny and Soy Pill? Or hold on. We'll probably join. I'm curious what Rooney's up to. What's it gonna? Oh, it's gonna go to Soy Pill's channel and show you.
Bad election. But I don't think it was like I don't think the Haitians eating dogs was a
They had a better
thing.
campaigning messaging.
Did they?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's okay to lie on
mean,
omission at times.
Hey, non-fun, how's your head doing after that debate?
Like, I'm being very specific here when I say omission.
Yeah, sure, and that does make, like, lying by omission specifically does make it better, but I still think that, I mean, ultimately, I think framing things honestly is important. I mean,
sometimes
I think
it's
that's
just required. Okay,
and I don't agree. I don't think that lying is required in order to win
situation
elections.
that you just like have to get out of this situation.
I don't think that mischaracterizing things is necessary to win elections.
I don't think anybody here has said that.
I don't think it's
That's what Sage
necessary
is
to win
saying right now.
Oh, if Sage said that, that's dumb. Boo Sage.
What I mean, like I said, it depends. It depends on the situation and environment you're in.
Yeah, obviously. If we're going to say that, okay, do you tell a lie or do you kill 1 million people? I'm gonna say, okay, you probably tell a lie.
It's a pentuple to your argument.
But
right
I don't agree that that's what it's going to lead to.
No, I think that so I've said it once. Reynolds said it at least once. That we just have to agree to disagree. Like I think.
Yeah, because there's no empiricism that we can have. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like you and I just pointed out. Like it's guessing at what the future could be.
Mm-hmm.
I think my position could be some sort of reactionary impulse just based on like desperation, like not wanting to keep losing. But
sure. And I don't think that lying is the way to stop from keeping losing. That's it. Non-fun. How was
non-fun?
They were interesting. I guess they were fun. It was fun to yell. Yeah.
Are you still live or are you off?
I'm still live. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
I was I was watching the end of the second one. I understand that Pentuple has a great grasp on your personal tax policy.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny because I am like dude in that debate. Remember, guys, you're gonna hate me. I am an evil neoliberal. I am so evil. I want child labor. I love child labor. It's so funny. Like in that debate, like I literally like argued for privatizing Social Security, and it's so funny to be like, you're from the party that just wants to tax billionaires, and you're saying 10 billion isn't a lot of money. It's like Pentuple doesn't know the tax policies that I want to do. Like he doesn't.
I left this comment in your chat. I don't know if you saw it.
I think I did.
On the screen. He literally cropped you out.
Yeah.
No, he has my camera. He has my
pointed it
camera
out.
disabled. He has me muted half the time. He's never accepted my friend
That's
request
so
on Discord.
nutty.
He has me muted on Twitter. He has me banned in his chat. He fucking hates me. It's like insane.
There was that debate panel where he kept like yelling at you to shut up and like, I want to hear what Econo Boy has to say, and then Econo Boy would
he's
just
done that, like,
repeat what
twice.
you said.
I know, it's so funny to watch Econo just be like, well, I don't think my answer is gonna be different than non-fun, and to non-fun's point, like it's like
Happened like 4 times.
yeah, it's like it's insane. I'm
Hey,
just a
but
kid on
that-
Google though.
that
Kid on
Twitch-
Google. Kid on Google. Kid
That
on
Twitch
Google.
multi-stream though.
Yeah. Jesus.
Also, I don't know who was asking you if you were how old you were and if you were.
They were asking me, yeah, I don't know. Someone in Gibbs' chat.
Someone ASL non-fun.
Yeah, I don't know. Right, I've noticed a lot of right wingers tend to do that. They tend to ask if I'm Jewish sometimes too, depending on how far right you go. But
So, have you read about the alien enemy stuff at all?
not a ton. I mean, I've seen that he invoked it and then said he didn't invoke it, but then has continued basically behaving as if he invoked it. Is my understanding. I saw he did deport people without due process. Like that's already a thing that's happened,
it's
right?
evil.
Like this is
It's okay. So let me.
I saw a judge rule that
Okay.
he wasn't allowed to do it, but yeah.
Yeah. So they registered a TRO and they upheld the TRO. Basically, they didn't officially say that he doesn't have the right to do it. They just upheld the TRO.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, the only reason that they're calling for this judge to be impeached is because they upheld the TRO. Okay.
Thank you so much for stopping
So,
by, Jordan
right
Ray. I
now,
really appreciate it. Really appreciate all you guys being here. Hell yeah.
Administration is basically just taking people. In the one case, it was literally from an asylum case.
I go live like
preventing
everywhere.
their
I'm on Twitch,
deportation
I'm on
to
Kick.
Venezuela.
Where do you live? I live in
taking
North Carolina.
people and then shifting them around the country so so their lawyers or whoever they reach out to for litigation can't get a hold of them or doesn't know where their client is, and trying to deport them before judicial review comes through. Really, 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 really crazy. And in the legal arguments about whether or not to uphold the TRO, the government's lawyers said that these people would have the right to file for habeas, which is just like a complaint to be released from detention. But they don't have the right to know that they can.
Yeah.
It's so nutty.
So I'm also, my understanding
evil.
is Trump doesn't want these deportations to be like reviewable at all, right? He doesn't want the courts to be able to, like, I forget which.
No, it was a concession in court that they are allowed to file for relief.
Okay. Yeah.
Like the Trump campaign lawyer had to concede that these people had the right to due process.
Of course. Yep. Awesome.
Yeah. And then wouldn't concede that these people have the right to know that, and like the right to reach out to lawyers, or the right for the lawyers to know where their clients are. Yeah, it's evil. It's evil.
But Joe Biden,
I'm glad that we
open
agree.
border.
I'm glad we're using
Joe
the right
Biden.
terminology.
Joe Biden, open border, Joe Biden.
True, yeah.
Obama's the deporter in chief, actually.
That's true. Obama
Remember?
did deportations. Yeah.
Remember? Obama called the
Jesus
deporter in
Christ.
chief. His voice always cracks when he says it too.
Oh, the Piers Morgan, yeah.
Piers Dorgan, yeah.
Non-fun. When's your Piers Morgan appearance?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, one day. Don't worry, guys. One day. Let's get some subs in here. Let's get some likes on the stream.
Yeah. Maybe they'll have a child labor debate.
Dude, that'd be based.
You're burning.
You guys see in Florida, by the way, the fucking child labor laws that they want to roll back?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing is like
Yeah, don't get 'em excited.
I'm a fiscally conservative neoliberal, so I don't want it to be. I want it to be elsewhere.
Okay.
Child labor in other countries, not in my country.
Typically, I am
down to
anti
research.
foreign. Sorry, I'm
Continue,
anti.
like my research into. I'm gonna finish up this biography on Oppenheimer. Then I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna after I do that, I'm gonna continue my research in the Constitution and the online history of why Constitution was being formed.
Are you writing in your biography about Oppenheimer? Are you writing about how he used to run a gang called the Peaky Blinders? Isn't that weird?
No. That's more so me trying to understand the different interpretations of the atomic bomb itself. Because there are different schools of thought in it.
What's the Japanese school of thought? Sorry.
Revisionist.
I'm sorry.
It's gone. Revisionist.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well,
that's literally what it's called in academic terms in historic. Because you got 3 schools of thought: revisionist, the traditionalist, and then the third position.
Third position.
The third position essentially is the middle ground, stating essentially like
different kind of third position.
Both it was the Soviet Union and the atomic bombs which caused Japan to surrender. And revisionist points to more leans to the side that the Soviet Union is still responsible for why Japan surrendered. Traditionalists argue that essentially that it was solely the atomic bomb that caused Japan to surrender, and I lean to the third because that's what it came to.
Whichever position is the one where America did it, that's the one I hold. Go America.
Based.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sage. Good luck.
All right, I'm gonna go down.
All right. Mwah.
Wait, so why are neoliberals evil? Because
I love child labor. I love everything. I love privatizing everything. I want.
Wait, privatizing everything makes you a neoliberal?
Depending on.
No, it just makes you non-fun.
Yeah, true.
I thought there was like a Ron Swanson libertarian-esque position.
I mean, I don't get a ton of meaning out of the term neoliberal, but like, I mean, obviously neoliberals are going to be like more in favor of privatization than other things. Also, to be clear, I'm not in favor of child labor for the most part. I think rolling back the child labor laws in Florida would be bad. Okay.
Wow.
But
look at you.
For
the most part.
I think we should do the Ron Swanson thing and implement a token system at the park.
True.
And privatize all the city parks. Wait, so child labor in America is bad, but is it okay in like, I don't know, Guatemala or whatever?
I don't know about Guatemala specifically. It's just that I mean, basically the whole like issue with child labor is like the parents or whatever aren't high enough productivity to earn an income that's able to support their entire family without the children working. So like in countries where, you know, obviously in America, most people's productivity is high enough to earn an income where they can support their kids. It's better if those kids go to school, obviously. But in other countries where, you know, parents just can't earn that much. Like we have studies on this too. Like child labor bans don't even really like help anything. Like children just still work in a black market. And I mean, it sounds unfortunate.
Yeah,
but like
I read that
another
study.
thing.
Yeah,
like the reason these countries are successful in trade is partly because like their wages or whatever are so cheap. Like if you don't let them trade and like you don't let the children's work in sweatshops, like the country probably is just not going to grow over the long run. And like that just dooms future generations to more child labor. So I think that's usually the position. Yeah.
Word.
Well, okay, but like if it means I don't get an iPhone, then I'm not for it.
True.
I'm not paying $10,000 for an iPhone just so a Chinese 10-year-old can have uncalloused hands. Sorry, I'm an American.
Not fun. I think it's time for you to start hosting debates. I think it's time.
Unironically, I was about to say the same thing. You were Rinyold, honestly.
I used to. I hate people too much.
Yeah.
That
too much of a hater.
That does come across in our interactions.
I don't know. I mean, I've said I've been working on it, but like I'm working on it in the same way I'm working on a lot of things.
It's time to kick it into gear. Listen, what do you even have? Not fun. Tell me honestly, with all of your heart, what do you even have to work on? All right, what do you have to work on other than just reaching out to people?
I mean, I gotta come up with a name.
Yeah, Do like fucking non-fawns debate jerk off.
All
party,
these
all right?
NGGers.
Done.
I gotta come up with a name. I have to, gotta find people. Gotta come up with topics.
Yeah, you have to break your back to
find
reach out to
people who
people and
want to
think about a
debate.
topic in 2025. Okay, bud. You
Income
gotta
is
get a kick in-
Jesus, Randall, why don't you fucking do it then? Damn.
Real quick, income is highly correlated with productivity. It's this is like objectively true. If you look at wages relative to productivity across countries, it is highly correlated with productivity. It's like 85% correlated or something. Yes, wages and productivity are very closely related.
Gotcha. Okay.
However,
I don't want to
if
bully
I've
him over something he's not wanting.
If I've learned anything from non-fawn, it's that productivity is good, and you
True.
gotta force
True.
That's my
in fact,
understanding.
It's actually like a really good thing. It's actually
I mean,
one
I'll
of the
stay
most
far away from it if I'm nuclear or something. I would rather you guys be successful. I don't want to taint your reputations.
Literally, one of the people in non-fawn's chat said, "Yo, I'll debate people. It's money. It's there. You're good." He said,
Oh,
"Put me in the
Jesus.
mix." I'm quoting it live.
Put him in
Yeah,
the
I see him.
mix.
Dan FX.
What
How many
is their
subscribers? How many
political
subscribers does he has?
affiliation?
One subscriber. He's a neolib just like me though, so he's based though.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no.
money. Yeah, you can get.
We
you
need
can
to
get
find, like,
sample text in there.
lefties.
He's been looking for it. All right.
Can you get
You've got-
Hassan?
you've got the-
is that
you've
within
got
your
the-
reach?
You got the Gibbs bridge. I could lend you Koi. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Everybody hates me. Sorry.
Money.
I'm sure I know a lot of people by now, so I can invite people.
Well,
Not
listen.
unjustified
Now that your people know it's a priority, all of the people,
No,
all
I'm
of the
not
14
I'm
people
not
watching
memeing
a
about
YouTube chat,
productivity.
and
I
all
don't
the
know
extra
why
people on Twitch, hold non-fawn's feet to this fire. Okay.
Non-fun, is this something you really want to do?
What, host debate panels? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. You want like help organizing, like behind the scenes shit? Because like obviously I don't know if I'm like actually like a radioactive president, but like I know that I have
I
kind
don't
of a
think
bad
you're
reputation these days.
I just think Gibbs and Pentuple don't like you.
Oh well.
Wow, what an enemy list.
Oh yeah, okay, I guess that's true. But like I'd be willing to like, I mean I work, but like I'd be willing to help as much as I can, to just get it off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it would not be.
You've got reach. You could probably get Destiny if you tried hard enough.
I've got Ben Thorpe
I don't know if
on
that's
my
true.
friends list. We could get him in there
You could get
unless he's
Ben
in prison.
Thorpe in there. You could get Ben Thorpe in this knot. Okay.
I think he like, hold on. I have to scroll back. I'm pretty sure he like waved at me or whatever, and I just never replied.
Who's in my friends list? You could get. I have a
Elder
pro Russian guy
Drazi.
who doesn't make content anymore. How about that? I could send you him. I could send you my ex-girlfriend. I could send you that.
Yeah, well,
My ex-girlfriend. The problem is I've got like a lot of people, but like I've got counterpoints in here. I've got like fucking Rowan and all these people, but like I've never like just like friend requested them and I don't talk to them. Lactoid.
It can be money. That's all I'm saying.
it's not gonna be. I don't know how much popular, if it's gonna do much better than my other content, but
Just do like Raj Royale, but without the racist accent.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That could be your title too. You got that fixed.
Raj Royale, and then in like subtext, without the racist accent, featuring non-fun and the NGGers.
Yeah, that's money.
I know it would never work, but fuck, it'd be so funny to have like NGGers in a thumbnail, because you know, like every time, so they'd be like, "What? Oh, well." It would grab people's attention. Isn't that what thumbnails are supposed to do?
true.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, I might
Non-fun is
if
good
I
at
do a
making
debate
thumbnails.
show, I think I would actually invite Destiny's son Nathan. I think that I don't know if he would do it, but
Dude, is that actually him with that Twitter account?
yeah, I've
He is
spoken to him
so
a few
fucking
times.
funny. Holy shit.
Yeah, I've spoken to him a few times. I
How
think
old is he? Like 14?
13 or 14, yeah.
I'm making the joke about being like a pedophile and shit.
Jesus Christ.
He's so funny.
Look,
My
Akana
God.
Boy's in the chat. You could literally you could get him. You could
Non-fun's
get
the most
him.
racist streamer right now.
I don't want to talk to Non-Fun. I want to talk to Econo Boy.
Well, Akana Boy.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Not in this server, but that's okay.
Yeah, that
Non-fun debate, but
was
chat
a
tells him what
reference
to
to Pentuple being a dork.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, Non-Fun, actually,
He's
genuine
welcome.
question, because I was talking about this in the chat. Do you feel like Gibbs like saves him, like bails him out, like constantly?
Who? Pentuple or?
Yeah. I saw it twice while I was watching. Like
I don't know. I don't know if
you
it's
were
like just
I needed
Pentuple.
to answer this question, and then he just like completely derailed.
I think I don't know. I mean, Gibbs has like bailed. I think Gibbs has bailed me out before. I don't know. It seems like whenever like people get like hardcore like pwned, like I don't know. He chimes in with questions like relatively often. I don't know if he necessarily has like a bias or anything, but
Perception bias.
Yeah, I think you just don't like him. If I'm being honest.
What, Pentuple? I do not like
Both of them.
Pentuple. I
Both of them.
fucking hate him. Oh, Non-Fun?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I hate Non-Fun.
Yeah,
Non-Fun.
fucking hate
No.
Non-Fun.
Pentuple and Gibbs.
I honestly, I gotta be real. I don't really like. I don't hate Gibbs. I don't really even dislike him. I'm just like, it's cold, right?
Is that
just
right?
Cold and distant.
Is that why you just DM'd me? I actually hate Gibbs and disregard what I'm saying right now.
Why are you DMing me naked pictures of your mom? That seems like an
Because-
inappropriate response to what I sent.
I'm trying to leverage my my connections.
What connections? Sorry, that was mean. Oh, fuck. I have actual Jake in my friends list, but he's blocked me, so he's not technically in
Not
my
an
friends
actual
list.
Jake. I hate
Funny.
child labor. Unlike non-fun. Akana Boy, didn't you see Mr. Beast is fucking solving the child labor you were so worried about? Okay, you were so worried about the poor little slaves making chocolate in West Africa. Mr. Beast is solving it. Okay. Ryan Getty. I feel like I was told about Ryan Getty by Soy Pill. Yeah, I know. Or I know of him. Workers have become more productive
Heard
with
of that
technology, and their wages stagnate relative to inflation. That's not true. Their wages, depending on how you, well, okay. Technically, if you deflate wages with CPI without including, non-wage benefits like retirement things and healthcare, and also using CPI, which is the highest measure of inflation, even that is still technically real wages are at the highest they ever have been. But with better measures that actually adjust for things, you find that wages, median income has actually basically been on a pretty steady trend. But I used to make coffee drinks. Am I the final stage of production? More productive? It's name. It's not about it's about average productivity. It's not just about your individual productivity. A country's average productivity
Plus, if
is
you're
largely...
sitting in a Twitch chat, you're probably a non-productive barista.
No, don't worry. They're YouTube chat, so they're so much more productive.
YouTube chat. Excuse me.
Dude, I swear I had a study on this at some point. But there is a study that shows that wages are 85% correlated with productivity, when compared to average productivity in the U.S. Oh, God, I have it somewhere. I swear.
So
I swear to
fun. Here's I work my day job is a production-based job. So I have it's a service job. So I have a route sheet every day. I do a service at a house, and I'm not I'm on the clock, but I don't make hourly. I make a percentage of literally a raw percentage of the revenue of whatever that service is. So it makes sense that it translates over to hourly rate, right? That's what you're saying?
Wait, repeat that. Sorry, I'm trying to look for a study. Yeah.
No,
what
sorry.
translates to-
So my day job is a production pay based job, right? So I get paid a percentage of the revenue of each thing that I complete. But I don't get an hourly rate. So theoretically, if I get my entire route for the day done in 4 hours, there have been days where I get it done in 5 hours and I make $30 an hour, technically speaking.
Yeah.
That's that. Why is everything not like that, actually? Because, it's nice only working 5 hours a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's always gonna. I mean, some jobs are always gonna be like that. Which actually, that probably sets up incentives nicer than most other jobs. But
I mean, it incentivizes you to work more efficiently.
I don't know what we're talking about.
like-
I would love to have a convo with him, but
I know
like,
what the
he's
benefit to the company is. I'm too
way
dumb.
bigger than me.
This is
so.
why non-fun is.
Get our study,
what I
but what
watch for
measurements did he
econ.
use? I could
Non-fun
tell you if I could find the study.
I don't understand
Non-fun
how.
mogs.
Non-fun mogs.
True.
Non-fun chin maxing. Are you doing the what is it called? The mewing?
Mewing.
Is that what
Yeah,
it's
are you
called?
mewing?
Yeah.
Always mew. Yep.
Always.
Don't
Always
look like
mewing.
it, buddy.
Always mewing. Always gooning.
Just like a cow.
Yeah.
Do you know what mewing is?
It's
Like,
like you
actually?
suck
What,
your
me?
tongue in and it like gets rid of your double chin or something. It's like I
It's
forget
like pressing
exactly.
against
Money.
the roof of your mouth or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found out that I always like mew on accident.
It's like you're ticked or something.
Yeah.
Bro, we're gonna check in on Rinyard in like 2 years, and he has like a fucking jaw of a Greek
Yeah, I'm gonna
god.
be like the fucking Crimson Chin.
Yeah, like Crimson Chin. That's a fucking Joe Swanson out here. Oh, not fun.
What? I've got nothing to add on econ.
Of course.
Yeah, I was in a fucking I went to politics GG for some fucking reason, and I was in a religion room earlier, and that was fun.
Yes.
But yeah, don't stay in that server for too long, because of course, being in there for
I
longer than
got
half an hour
lucky. I
means
got lucky,
eventually Groiper finds you.
So I feel like he wasn't like that insanely big when I spoke to him. It was before he really blew up with like the Matt Walsh video and everything.
Well, I wonder what is happening in the news right at this moment. What? Okay, did something new happen with Ethan Klein?
Yeah,
I don't know. I barely I can't keep up with all the insane shit happening.
I used to like Ethan, and then I watched a Turkey Tom video, and now I'm not sure. Turkey Tom, by the way, is my history professor for, like, the internet. I missed out on so much shit. Yeah. I only know Too Mad as that guy who put the pictures with Belle Delphine on Twitter, and then I watched a video about it, and now I'm never gonna be the same. What was that? Oh, did you guys see the thing on Twitter? Hassan debate Elon Musk, that meme?
Yeah.
I fucking found it. Indeed, we empirically observe wages vary with productivity. For example, the Philippines, China, and Mexico have, compared with the United States, wage rates proportional to their relative productivity. This is empirically observable, and also like we have economic theory behind it as well. Fuck, I knew I had that thing. I wish I could click it. What chapter is this? I think chapter 6. Hold on, let me go to like 140.
I use that word more than probably anybody in here, everybody in here combined on a daily basis. You want to bet? You want to bet? I will not like fight people over much, but I will go belt to belt on the usage of that fucking word, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you don't fight people. On
Not to
much.
brag or anything.
Okay, JC. All right, buddy.
Yeah, I don't fight people ever on anything. I'm very peaceful. All right, listen here, you.
I'm calling God.
You're calling God? Don't call my dad.
What?
What does non-fun think about lying for political effectiveness?
It's probably not
He thinks
good.
Damn it!
Based. Go.
No,
Non-fun.
not based. Boo.
If the other side is lying and they're getting votes and we're telling the truth and not getting votes, I think it's probably better to lie a bit.
Is it,
I don't know, I'm
are
just-
they
I'm
getting
not-
votes because they're lying?
Huh?
Are they getting votes
Just
because
gonna
they're
reach
lying?
down here and click this
They're getting
button.
votes because they can form like lies to seem like it's the truth, and they convince people of these lies.
I don't know. I
I
think there's
don't think
ways to. I think like what works is just like simple, like bold messaging that like Americans or like dumb Americans can like wrap their head around. So it's I don't know. You know, Republicans are able to do that by lying. Like they say, like, oh, we're gonna tariff all these countries and charge them and we're gonna bring manufacturing back, and like obviously all that shit stuff is bullshit. But like it's, I don't know, it's just like dumb. Like it's a bold plan that's like anti-establishment, and like it's obviously dumb and a lie, but it does well with Americans just because it's bold and easy to understand. And I think like Medicare for all, you know, could do something like that as well. You don't have to lie about Medicare for all. You just have to have like a simple, like bold message. And I feel like Americans like that shit. But
that sounds like Non-Fun just insulted the voter base. He called them stupid.
They are stupid.
Like Steve
They
Bannon.
really are, though.
Republicans are good at
What do you mean what it
mobilizing
actually measures? What do you think it?
voters.
What do you think it was lying about? What it
I
measures?
love
Like,
man, I cannot believe it when I saw that. Like they're just saying that term now, just like openly.
Yeah, I'm low information.
Calling them low information voters and identifying Republicans as low information voters, and I see this on Twitter, and like nobody says. They're just calling them
but then
stupid
all
to their
of the
faces now.
Yeah, and then what was the quote that was going around at election time of like Kamala Harris calling young people stupid?
Wait, did she really? Fuck, I like her
I
more than I
don't
thought.
know
Holy
the
shit.
validity of that quote, but like the fact that they were using that to kind of pose the Democrats against voting for Harris
land
when
value tax.
Bannon
base.
literally just came out and said that
Dog,
the only reason the Republicans are
I had
winning
an
is because they're
hour-long debate
mobilizing
with
stupid
somebody.
people.
I had an hour-long debate with somebody about fucking comments she made in the 2020 primary.
Yeah, that's all they
fucking
dude.
course.
That's all they had.
They
That's
will
all they
bring
had.
up anything. That was the
Yeah,
dumbest
that's
shit.
Anybody
That was the
help
thing is,
me?
I didn't know a lot about that. Like that was just in some Discord room. I didn't know a lot about like the facts of the matter on those like assault weapon ban like comments. I went through those live with this person, and like I was like, wait, this happened in 2020. Wait, what are we talking about? I couldn't believe that it was like that fucking like. Oh. Did we already lose, guys? Did we already like lose? Is America like the
No.
Flintskis?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're fucking
It's
cooked.
fine.
Get the
We
fuck out
lost
while
by
you
like
can.
what 1%. It's fine. We're okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
That just
And as
means
long
like
as-
civil war.
I don't know. I think Americans are stupid as long as like they think things are going, or they don't like what's happening. Like I think they'll just vote for the other party. I think that's how half of Americans choose who to vote for. They're just kind of like mad at whatever's going on, be it the pandemic or be it inflation, and they just kind of
God
vote for
damn
the
it,
other
I
party.
love
Like,
country.
yeah.
Yeah, spot.
What do you guys think of mandatory voting?
I fucking
I've heard-
love mandatory voting.
Yeah, I've heard good arguments for it.
I love mandatory voting.
What good argument?
With you're talking about with like accompanying government holidays and shit, right? Non-fun, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably good to motivize or incentivize as many people as they can to vote. As long as we're not doing it with like a fine if you don't go out to vote would probably be fine. As long as it is accompanied with a national holiday to get people to go out, it would probably incentivize people to look into politics a little bit more before they vote.
I used to be very much against mandatory voting because I thought I kind of wrestle with this still sometimes, that like the exercising your choice not to vote is the same as exercising the choice to vote. But this I'm more like we need like an enforcement mechanism for politicians to actually have to appeal to their entire constituency and not just whatever like sectors they need to win. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you know you have like a specifically low like black voter turnout in like a certain area, or like a specifically low like female vote turnout in a certain area, you're not gonna spend any money like. But like if they're required to vote, well then shit, you actually have to make a message that's going to appeal to the broadest amount of people possible.
Okay, so imprisonment if they don't.
No.
No.
No, it'd probably just be like a tax
Or firing squad.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
To the El Salvadorian prisons if you don't vote.
No,
We're gonna...
we take you to Guantanamo Bay for some reason, and we make you
Exactly.
vote.
Then
They
people will
waterboard you
vote.
until you vote.
I mean, like,
Democrat
what's
or
the fine?
Republican?
$10? Come on.
Democrat or Republican? I'll never say. Probably. Honestly, I would be fine with jail. A short jail sentence because
Ooh,
it would
I don't know
I feel
about
like that
that.
would more
Don't think
heavily
so.
incentivize it than a fine.
I don't care
Firing
that much
squad?
if they vote. Like
I'm open to I'm open to suggestions on the enforcement mechanism, but I do think there has to be some kind of enforcement mechanism beyond just a financial it would have to be like a significant financial burden.
Because some
Huh?
people might just say they can afford the financial burden and not vote.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's just a pay to play.
Okay, well then let them afford the
happens,
financial
but, like,
burden. Or
yeah.
burden.
Like, isn't that what
And
Australia
they're just gonna
does?
get
Like,
voted the fuck out. I mean,
And-
yeah. What are you gonna do?
And the poor people might just be like, oh yeah, I'm a Republican. So like,
We had also
then you
like
incentivize the rich people to vote. I mean, like
rich people like Republicans too.
What? Okay, if everyone likes Republicans, then Republicans are gonna
they were
win.
fucked.
We don't win ever, bro.
what
Fucking
happens
guns.
when we start paying off people? Not
Why
to
are
vote?
you assuming that when we get the popular vote in every other fucking election except for this one?
Because
Then we just flipped that. Didn't we just flip that Pennsylvania seat or whatever?
I want,
Like,
because the
I
Congress,
want
I
a
think Congress matters
consequence-
more.
I want a consequence that can be as free from potential corruption as possible, and I feel like there are ways where you can not literally.
I mean, part of it is literally like there isn't a lot of conservatives in academia. It's just because their ideas are so like fucking up. Like no, like you can be a relatively kind of like pro-tariff economist, but like no, you can't like actually full on supporting Trump's tariff policy without thinking he's doing 4D chess, because maybe you think it's an insane 5D, 8D chess move. That's just never going to be respected in any economics like institution like ever, because it's like just obviously fucking absurd and like based on like lies. Like, and conservatives think academia is like all woke and shit, so they don't even want to go there. They like Charlie Kirk literally argues college is a scam. So like I don't know.
I'm failing to see like the actual. Huh?
Make people want to vote. Don't require. You have to make people want to vote.
Yeah, make them pay $5 if they don't vote. Then they'll...
I'm sorry. Delta, I'm sorry.
Bro. Someone could find that on the
Delta.
street.
Politics is boring. People don't want to care about it.
Republicans like flying
it's-
hot air balloons over like inner city neighborhoods, dropping fives. Because they
Yeah,
don't want to
it's
bother
boring.
trying to
Saying
win
that,
the
like-
black Democrat.
Saying that
Jesus Christ.
You would have to
I mean,
fabricate
obviously,
shit
there's
in
still
order to
be
do
laws
that, though.
against like financially. I
Fanfics,
mean, you
like,
could
I
just
don't
do
know
that
what you-
now, but there's going to be rules against financially like
Yeah, most
buying
legal
somebody's vote. There's
about
already laws
hot
against
air
that.
balloon altruism. I defy you.
There's already laws against that.
What?
Vote buying.
Against buying people's votes.
Yeah.
You mean like when Musk gave $1 million to that guy from fucking Wisconsin today?
Remember how nothing happened?
That's
Laws
First
are
of
only
all-
like laws are only good if you enforce them.
yeah.
And
Okay.
it sucks for
that's
us that his
fine.
buddy is the guy who enforces them. Damn.
That's a separate issue. If you can't say that it's not illegal because this guy broke the law and there was no consequence. Like in that case, then insurrection's legal and like fucking like
Yeah,
retention of classified
actually,
documents
yeah,
is
that
legal.
is what
That's
I would
fine.
say. Illegal means that by breaking that law, you have committed a crime and you are to face consequences for it. But like, if you don't face
Okay.
consequences for
If
it
we're-
and you get away with
if
it,
we're
it's
having-
legal.
If we're having a conversation about the incentives for people to vote, and I bring up a law that is on the books, you can't say like, "Oh, well, didn't Trump, get let off the hook for all of his official?" Like every
Yeah,
conversation
that's
dies
fair,
there.
I guess.
Every conversation.
I don't know how much I would say conservatism in like political ideologies, genetic and versus environmental. I don't really know.
I think that, you know
Mandatory
what, I
voting.
take it back. No mandatory voting because it's way too dumb to implement. All in favor?
Why? Wait, why
I
is
don't know
it
if
too
it's
dumb
that
to implement?
It's
Dumb.
too hard. Too
It
much.
can't be that hard.
Yeah,
We
it'd be
have we have, like, an
it'd be hard
insurance
to get
mandate.
people to.
Not fine. Your solution was charge them $5.
I mean, you could probably charge them like
No, I
maybe
mean, like, that's-
$15 or something, but
Oh wait, no. Okay, now
that is better than like arresting people.
Wait, but how
Delta,
do
you
you know
don't
they
even
don't vote?
support it. Why, Delta? You don't even support it. Don't be talking
I
about what
do if
fines
we-
you support. You don't support any fines, okay, buddy?
I do support one type of enforcement.
Firing squad. That's not acceptable either.
Why not? It'd get them to vote.
I feel like okay, so really in reflection
This is
now,
perhaps
because-
one of the worst groups to have a conversation
Surely.
with.
Hey,
Oh, surely it'd get them to
yeah,
vote.
it's all
right?
it is actually all my fault. But like, let me be serious here for a second. I feel like I probably really I don't like mandatory voting because I do feel like you should be incentivized to like the politician should incentivize you with their message to vote for them. But I would like a system where politicians feel more incentive to like actually try and appeal to their entire constituency instead of like select like targeted sectors or whatever. But I don't know, is mandatory voting the best way to accomplish that? Like, what are we actually trying to accomplish from mandatory voting? I guess is the question.
People to
Getting
vote.
people motivated to vote. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
that's not
is that-
motivation. Motivation is entirely different.
It is motivation.
No, it's not. You're just
Well, no,
requiring them
that's
to go
compulsion.
vote. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's
just forcing
different.
them to do something. That's not motivation.
That's
to
a
motivate
different-
them, you have to actually fix your campaigning strategy.
Okay, I'm sorry. When
I
I
don't know
say
if I would-
motivating people to vote, it means getting people to vote.
yeah.
Okay, so compulsing, like just
Well,
compulsory.
making them want
That's
to
not-
vote.
That's
Like-
not motivation.
Like they have an incentive to vote now. Like it's like
I could
don't-
not want to do something
Yeah,
and
the
still have to
incentive
do
is
it.
face the wall or
well, like
vote.
like I don't know. I don't know if motivation. Like I have. I don't know how broad a definition of motivate. I don't know if it's worth debating the definition of motivation. But like to some extent, like I have a motivation to like. Well, I don't go to the gym, but like say go to the gym because it makes me healthy in the long run, even if like in the short run, like I don't like it. It's just like I think the trade off is worth it. In the same way, it's going to motivate people to like, you know, go vote because they think the trade off is worth it to not pay the fine or whatever. Like,
Or they'll just be compulsed to do it and not really care about it. That's not motivation.
Okay, Delta, what's wrong with that?
Well,
What's
I'm
wrong with
specifically
compulsing
nitpicking
people to vote?
you saying you have to motivate them, but to motivate them, you have to fix your campaign strategy.
Okay,
Just
fine.
forcing
We're not
them to do
motivating them.
something
We're
is not
compulsing
gonna
them. That's
motivate
fine.
them.
That's fine.
What does that
We're
accomplish?
compulsing them. We're not motivating them.
What does that accomplish?
more people vote.
More people's.
They-
Well, first of all, it's probably going to mean that more people are engaged in the political process, and two,
I actually disagree. I feel like if it's compulsory,
Really?
it would make them less engaged. It
No,
would
really
become
not.
another part of routine, and it would be there. Would I think there would even be people
That's the
resentful
point.
of
It becomes part of their routine. They actually give a shit about the fucking country now because they have to do that. Like,
yeah,
Yeah, but they just
Well,
feel
yeah,
like they're
or they
going
just
to-
walk
they
in
just still
and
have to
fill
pay
out
for
a
it anyway.
bubble and don't care because they have to.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe I don't know, but
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like I want a system where people are more motivated to vote, but actually, like distinguishing the terms here helped me like figure that out a lot. I don't want it compelled, not like necessarily. I just want them more motivated. I want them to want to vote, but I don't
Well, I mean,
know
at that
yeah,
point,
necessarily.
fucking
they're
dummy
not-
candidates could work.
that-
That
it's
could
not
work.
gonna happen.
Good idea.
like people just politics is boring.
Why are
Welcome
you
back, by
so?
the
Why do
way.
you give up so easily? There is
Because,
no
like,
way to debate MAGA.
Because
It's not
I don't
gonna
know,
happen.
politics is
I'm
boring.
sorry.
It's just
I'm,
the
I'm
average.
sorry. I'm sorry, JC. Saying like, oh, what we need to do is just get more voters out. It's like, okay, dog, that's a really good
That's
idea.
what we
How
should
like,
do.
Wait, no,
that's
no,
all
wait.
politics.
Okay, that's fucking dumb. That's not what I said. What I said was, like, we are having a discussion about mandatory voting. Within the context of that discussion, I said, I don't necessarily know that I want to compel voting, but I want to motivate people to vote. And I don't know that compelling them is the best way to maximize that. That's what I was saying. And now you're making fun of me because I want more people to vote. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't.
We should.
It's not effective.
Voting for the right party tax credit.
What's
We
not
should do it.
effective? All I said was, yeah, like compelling people to vote. I don't think it would be. That's my point. Like,
No,
I don't know that
like,
it necessarily.
just relying on voters being more motivated. That's not.
I
effective.
didn't say I
That's
was.
what
I
makes
just
people
said
want to vote.
that's okay. That's not what I
Thanks,
said, Reynold.
Then what are you saying?
Holy shit! Are my econ bros here? How do I have any econ bros here? Is Cup to the K here? Are my fucking econ bros here? Holy shit! I'm doing some high level trolling right now, and I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to appreciate it. I don't know if there's econ bros here.
Best way to do that is compulsory voting. But if we want people to actually give a shit, like Nonfon said, I don't know that compulsory voting is the way to do that. But I still want.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Jesus.
So yeah, it was the specifying that what we're maximalizing is motivation to vote, by doing compulsory voting. I would still say, and this is my guess is there anywhere there's implemented like a mandatory voting system?
There's a few countries.
Definitely. In a
Yeah,
few
are those
countries. There's lots of
Are
countries.
those countries generally more like civically engaged?
Depends on which country.
Just generally.
Yeah, but it depends on the country.
I'm sorry. I would have
most
to
of them
look
are
into
eastern.
it.
Most of them are eastern countries.
My guess would be yeah, probably.
Well, see, that's the thing is my guess would be maybe not. Because again, like if it's something like
Shit, my camera died. I think that might be a sign, guys. I think that might be a sign.
Yeah, like I don't care why the traffic laws are there. I just fucking follow them because they are.
Yeah.
I don't
'Cause
want
you're
to
a sheep.
drive like 60 miles an hour, bro. I want to go like 80 because it'll get me there quicker. But I just do it because it's there.
You're telling me you don't drive?
If I'm forced to do things, even if I like it over time, I'm probably just not going to care about it as much. Just like,
Well,
someone will just find a party
I think
they
what
like and then
Reniel,
vote
I
them
think what
out.
Reniel was asking for there was probably good. Like, of the countries that like do have some sort of mandatory voting in place, how is it implemented, and are the people more civically engaged there, or do they just like one of the examples, like do they just pay the fine to get out of it or whatever? Like, I think that's really the next step here to the
I'm also,
at least
I'm
for
not
me
even,
is
if someone wants to suck it up and pay the fine, like whatever, like they were never gonna vote anyway, and now it's tax revenue. So
that's true. That is true. All right, never mind. I'm on the fine train now. Because that's not even necessarily mandatory, compulsory
Look
voting.
at this. Compulsory voting probably moves election results and policy to the left. That's a winner.
I support it.
And then right below it says there's
I
little
don't want
evidence
the
that
left.
compulsory voting makes people more politically informed. So,
God damn it! Fuck! Fuck!
Yeah. So okay,
Another big
that was a
JCW.
that was a big ground of my argument, and I was taking framing from somebody else who told me, like, who introduced the idea to me first. If
Okay,
it
but what
doesn't
countries are we
actually,
I mean, if it's not effective, no one is going to support it. But
well, if I'm saying if it's not effective specifically in like increasing civic understanding or like political understanding, then I'm not in favor of it. That's like the whole.
Okay, if
the
we're talking
whole
about a
thing.
country that like has a law that says you have to fucking support whatever the government's doing,
what?
and then they blatantly feed you that.
That's
I
a
mean,
separate thing.
if you're understanding something that the government just wants you to understand, I don't see how that's beneficial. Because I feel like most of the countries that actually have it in place are like that. They force you to want them anyway. They
I
force
don't
you to
know.
want to like their stuff.
I thought Australia had mandatory voting. I might be wrong on that, but I feel like I've heard good things about it from Australia. God, I
feel
love
like I've
Australia.
heard-
They're so
I feel like
neoliberal.
Australia's crazy.
Dude,
I feel
Australia's
like
got
there's, like, two parts of Australia.
privatized retirement. It's got mandatory voting. I think maybe don't fact check that.
Do the wombats have mandatory voting? Like the 80% Tasmanian devil population.
Compulsory voting in Australia. I think they do have it.
How is it structured?
Yeah, compulsory voting enforced in Australia. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is just you pay a fine if you don't.
Yeah,
do it.
Argentina, Australia, Austria.
Oh my
Austria,
God, Brock is in the
Belgium,
waiting room.
Bolivia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Chile, Congo, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, Fiji.
So there's
Greece.
lots of them then.
Oh wait, no, Greece doesn't. Egypt doesn't either. I was lying.
Okay.
A lot of those do though.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I would be interested, and I'll do this on my own time, like comb through some of these and see like how it's implemented and how it's enforced and stuff like that.
Well, I'll drop a little thing in source. So if you want to.
Oh, bet. Perfect. Thank you.
Which countries practice compulsory voting?
Yeah, in Australia, for first-time offenders, a fine is issued for 20 Australian dollars, which is under $20 in U.S. money.
There's your $15, non.
That's no base.
Yeah. But it works.
You were
Australia.
so close, too.
Since compulsory voting, the turnout in Australia has never fallen below 90%. Okay, people don't want to pay the fucking $20. Okay.
That's okay. That is more interesting to me. It's like $20 fucking dollars.
Which by the way is 12 US dollars. It's under
I'd go vote. I'd go vote for $12. I mean,
Get
like,
fucked.
hey, if someone said, "Hey, if you vote, I'll give you $12," I'd be like, "Fuck yeah."
Well, I mean, I voted for free. I actually voted 10 times for free with my mail-in ballots. So.
Yeah, true.
I actually voted for my grandma.
For
Is
who,
that
Trump?
bad? We both voted for Trump.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I wrote in Joe Biden. Have I told you guys that?
You wrote in Joe Biden, did you say?
No, Joe Biden. I only for there was a local election.
Dr. Joe Biden.
There was a local election running where some guy was running unopposed. Jesus, I can't speak. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna fucking write in Joe Biden then. And yeah.
I just put no vote for all the Republicans that were running. All of the Republicans that are running in my little shit Midwestern town are like MAGA idiots. It's so fucking weird.
Yeah.
Rock, how's it going?
Side note.
I'm doing good. I'm just listening.
I used to, final note, I used to have a book before my apartment burned down that was a novel about Joe Biden and Barack Obama solving a mystery like the Hardy Boys, and it was called Hope Never Dies. And if you ever have the opportunity, please read it. It's so
Is it like written from a liberal perspective where they're like they imagine in a fictional universe Joe Biden the vice president and Obama the president like going through a mystical world solving problems?
Well, it's not even a mystical world. It's just like it's like a Born Identity like caper. It's
Like a
pretty
what?
awesome. The cover is Joe Biden pointing out of a speeding car that Obama's driving.
That's fucking awesome.
I'm
No,
pretty
it's not
sure
on mine.
the
It's
like
in,
I'm pretty
Ring
sure like the
Gold,
opening
guy-
scene
one
when
of the
it
guys
shows
at the top,
Obama,
Ring
he's
Gold, is in
literally like
his
leaning
server.
against a wall, like smoking a cigarette in an alley or something.
That's something the real.
Like, I need
But,
you to come out of retirement, Joe. We
I do
got
have a
one more
Discord
case
server!
to
Exclamation
solve.
point!
Yeah, it's like
Discord
the
in the
eve
chat.
of
It's also
anymore.
linked in the description below.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
If you guys want to
Not
go in
fun.
the
It's literally
Discord.
not in your Discord. Why are you looking that person?
I know it. I know it. I tell them it's not on mine, but I'm just promoting my own Discord as well because I have to
word.
chill.
Yeah, word. Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to stomp on your
Yeah.
promo. I'm sorry. I'm so
All
sorry.
right. It's been lovely talking with all.
JC? Is that the real Jesus H.
Wait.
Christ of Nazareth?
It is, but I have to leave because I have to get up early tomorrow for work. I'm sorry. I love you all though. Stay
It's
safe.
It's been good chatting.
Be start, don't smart.
Okay.
I gotta get going too. I've been streaming for a while by now.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wait, how?
Oh,
9
really?
hours. Holy shit, you dog.
It's not that. I mean, it's like.
Goddamn.
I mean, I've streamed. Oh my god! Wait, I don't think I can redirect you because you don't have the. Yeah, damn. I need to redirect. I need redirect privileges, bro. I need redirect privileges.
I don't know what that means. Wait, how do I do that?
It's in your. I don't know if you can do it while you're alive. You might be able to, but.
Watch me.
Well, I'm already starting to redirect, so I don't know if it's gonna.
Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, definitely will. But I'll figure it out, maybe.
Yeah, it's in your like YouTube studio. You can go to like customization or whatever.
Customization. Oh shit.
Or I think it's in community. I think it's customization community.
Oh shit, that's one too.
Wait. See if you can. You might actually be able to do it now.
Wait. Okay. Hold on.
I think it's in community.
Contact info. I don't think it's in community. I think that's just comments.
Nah, that's it. It's in like the same place where you sign mods.
Oh. Wait, you can do that from YouTube Studio?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I didn't know that. I just did that in chat.
Go to YouTube Studio, click on no, I'm not. It's not the right thing.
Go live? Is that it? Manage?
Yeah, okay. Go to YouTube Studio, click on settings, and click on community.
Settings. Community moderation.
Scroll down a little bit, and there should be a live redirect thing.
Holy shit! I have like 50. Why did I ban tomfoolery? I don't know. Okay, all channels could redirect to my content. That should be fine.
Yeah, if you click on that and hit save, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it'll.
Word.
I don't know for sure if it'll work. Yeah, we'll see.
If it doesn't, then I'm not. It's okay.
Customization.
I promise I'll be okay. As long as everybody watching Non-Fon's YouTube channel goes to
Yo, I
at
can do it.
Rinyald. At Rinyald. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. All right. I'll send my viewers your way. I'll sign out with them.
I love you, Non-Fon. I love you.
I love you. Yeah, I love you, Renfield. Hell yeah.
What the fuck is Koi?
Appreciate it.
Oh,
Koi.
Koi is another
What the fuck is
person
that?
whom I love. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Really appreciate talking. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone for being here a lot. I'm pretty sure the redirect will work, but in case it doesn't, there's the links to Renfield's stream if you want to keep watching him on Twitch. I'll send you guys over to you'll go to actual Jake. Cause why not? Yeah. I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. It means a lot to me. It's really cool to me whenever I appear on Soy Pill stream or whatever, and I don't know, people recognize who I am, and I don't know, it's really cool to have these connections, talk to all these cool people, have a lot of fun debating, have a lot of fun streaming. Never thought I'd even make it fucking this far, bro. Dude, if you told me a year ago, even under, if you told me 6 months ago, okay, that I would be on Hippy Dippy, and I'd be on these panels, and I'd be talking to Soy Pill and Accountable. I don't think I knew who Soy Pill was, but Accountable and Soy Pill and all these people, I would freak the fuck out. So it does mean a lot to me. Thanks. I will see all you guys later. Hell yeah. Oh, subscribe if you haven't. Subscribe, follow the Twitch channel, join the Discord, all that shit. Please, please, please. I need it. 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 I need subs. I need subscribers. I need Discord joins. Join the Discord. Please. Follow on Twitch. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Love you. Yeah. Hold on. End the stream.